Vhumad God chapter 2477 to chapter 2559. They could not stand such a slap in the face. Snake, how dare you hit me? Just you wait. When I break the seal, I will kill you. Yes, I will skin you and make you into boots. I will make snake soup out of your flesh. F***ck. You want to eat me? Stomp. Stomp. Stomp, stomp, stomp. The Crimson Dragon kept stomping on the faces of the three Tai dynasty experts. With every stomp, their faces cracked and bones and blood flew everywhere. But soon, their faces recovered. Just like that, the Crimson Dragon stomped on their faces hundreds of times. They had the urge to die. The Crimson Dragon stopped and looked at the three. How about it? Do you still dare to be arrogant in front of Ben Huang? No, no, no. Master Snake, please let us go. Yes, we were wrong. F***ck, kill me if you dare. Give me a quick death. The three begged for mercy, and some roared. Humph. The Crimson Dragon slapped each of them again. F***ck, you are the snake. I am a dragon. Call me Master Dragon from now on. Also, it is impossible to kill you. Ben Huang needs a few servants now, so you can be them. From now on, you are Ben Huang's lackeys. You are the first lackey, the second lackey, and the third lackey. The three of you must serve me well. After 81 years, I can give you a way out. Otherwise, I will let you taste the feeling of living a life worse than death. The Crimson Dragon showed a sinister smile. As the youngest monster, he had many means. Sure enough, the three Tai dynasty experts roared crazily after hearing that. But after half an hour, they screamed like pigs being slaughtered. Then, they agreed. Now that their cultivation was sealed, they could not resist at all. If they did not agree, they would be living a life worse than death. Very well, now that Ben Huang is tired, you guys carry Ben Huang. The Crimson Dragon waved his dragon claw. Suddenly, the three Tai dynasty experts carefully lifted the Crimson Dragon. Let's go. The Crimson Dragon pointed in a direction, and the group set off like a gust of wind. Even though their cultivation bases were sealed, they were still top-notch almighties after all. Their physical bodies were extremely strong. With a single step, it would not be a problem for him to cross a few hundred meters. Just like that, the Crimson Dragon set out to find a new pet. In the darkness, a white light flashed and turned into a little white monkey. Behind him, a few figures were chasing after him in a frenzy. Damn monkey, put down the treasure, damn it. I'll kill you, damned monkey. I will definitely chop you into pieces. The people behind him roared crazily. However, they could not catch up with the little white monkey at all. The little white monkey's body was as light as a swallow. She glided through the dark passageway and entered a palace. The four martial artists behind him also charged over. Whoosh. The snow-white little monkey stopped, because he found that there was also someone in front of him. Sure enough, there were people in front of them. Moreover, there were more than 10 people who belonged to different holy lands and great sections. When they saw Little White, they also cried out in alarm. This monkey, wasn't this the pet at Immortal Palace's side? Why did it appear here? They must have gotten separated. Should they catch it and stew it? Many people had the idea. Among them, there were also people from the Five Elements Palace and the 10,000 Thunder Holy Land. They gritted their teeth. However, the snow-white little monkey immediately arrived in front of the martial artists from the Five Elements Palace and the 10,000 Thunder Holy Land. Its furry little paws knocked them out. Swoosh. He turned into a bolt of lightning and dodged the attacks of these people. He revealed a mocking expression in the sky. Woo, woo, woo. He pointed at these people with a look of disdain, as if saying, "You're all trash." F***ck. Kill him, damn it, this is intolerable. The disciples of the Five Elements Palace and the 10,000 Thunder Holy Land were instantly furious. They were also geniuses. When did they get looked down on by a monkey and even knocked unconscious? Boom. Boom, these people used their divine abilities to catch Little White. The snow-white little monkey's body was like lightning. It was incomparably strange. These people could not catch it at all. This made everyone shocked again and again. Among them, a beautiful figure's beautiful eyes flickered with a strange light. At this moment, another 4 figures appeared at the entrance. They cursed loudly, "Damn monkey, get over here." It was accompanied by a spiritual attack. A huge saber light rushed up in the sky, a rainbow-like spear light, and a terrifying palm and fist blasted into the void. They enveloped the snow-white little monkey. Everyone exclaimed. With such a violent power, the little monkey was definitely dead. That's right. No one below the realm of supreme beings could contend against it. What a pity. What's there to pity? It's better if that damned monkey is killed, woo, woo. While these people were discussing and sneering, a voice came from the other side of the space. Little White appeared and made a face. It stuck out its tongue and spat with a look of disdain. This caused the remaining people to shout in anger. Especially the people behind them, they were so angry that they vomited blood. They charged over again. The remaining people were extremely shocked. How could it dodge that? How was that possible? Damn it, how did this monkey do it? 7 or 8 experts surrounded Little White, causing the space it had to dodge to become smaller and smaller. Little White's big black eyes flickered. Suddenly, it found a figure in the crowd. Suddenly, its eyes flickered. Whoosh! It tore through the void and instantly appeared in front of that figure. The person it chose was the mysterious beauty. Whoosh! Little White rushed to the other party's shoulder with a pitiful look. A few drops of tears even squeezed out of its big gem-like eyes. Seeing this, everyone's hearts softened, especially the female disciples. They were all filled with motherly love and couldn't wait to hug the snow-white little monkey in their arms and dote on it. Sure enough, the mysterious beauty also stretched out her jade-like hands and hugged the snow-white little monkey. "Little guy, follow me, okay?" the beautiful woman asked. The snow-white little monkey nodded with a pitiful look. Seeing this scene, the beautiful woman said, "Don't worry, I'll help you slap these despicable flies away." Bang! She waved her jade-like hand, and light danced in the sky, blocking all the people who came over. These people stopped. Among them, the eyelids of the people from the 10,000 Thunder Sacred Land and the 5-Element Palace twitched when they saw the beautiful woman. They quickly retreated and stopped attacking. The 4 people who had been chasing after her roared angrily, "Damn little girl, who are you? How dare you interfere in my business? Hand over that damn monkey and I can spare your life." "Little girl, you're quite pretty. Why don't you and that little monkey follow me?" The 4 of them sneered. The expressions of the others changed. Many people looked at the 4 people as if they were looking at dead people. Sensing the change in the expressions of the people around them, the 4 people also frowned. One of them asked loudly, "Damn it, who are you? How dare you interfere in our business?" "Yao Guang, Lu Ruyan." A cold voice echoed in the air. Alcade, hearing that name, the eyelids of the people in front twitched. They were stunned, and one of them exclaimed. "Lu Ruyan, the saintess of the Alcade sacred ground, what?" The other 3 people's expressions changed when they heard that. "Oh no, let's go." They turned around and fled. They had no enmity with the Alcade saintess, but they did not know her identity, so they teased and humiliated her. That was definitely a disaster. Sure enough, the Alcade saintess, Lu Ruyan, waved her hand, and the holy light ball flew out and enveloped the 4 of them. Boom, crackle, a terrifying explosion of energy completely engulfed the 4 of them. When the light disappeared, there was only a mist of blood on the ground. Not even their bones were left. The surrounding people swallowed their saliva, and their faces were full of horror. "Little guy, follow me from now on." Lu Ruyan smiled and rubbed Little White's head. Little White nodded and took the spirit fruit that Lu Ruyan gave it. It ate it happily. However, the moment it lowered its head, a hint of slyness appeared in its big black gem-like eyes. It was temporarily staying by Lu Ruyan's side and could be said to be safe. However, other places were not so lucky. Among them, Xing Tian met Murong Qingqing. "Fairy Murong." Xing Tian walked up. Murong Qingqing's eyes flickered. She asked, "Xing Tian, where's Brother Xian? Isn't he with you?" Xing Tian shook his head. "No, the young master has been teleported to another place." However, you don't have to worry, Fairy Morong. With the young master's strength and trump cards, there should be no problem. Indeed, hearing this, Morong Qingqing also let out a sigh of relief. Then, the group of people walked forward. There were martial artists from other sacred grounds and sects around them. These people temporarily joined forces. After all, in the saint's tomb, it was more powerful to join forces. Hey, there are murals on the wall. After walking for a while, the surrounding people exclaimed. They saw that stone carvings had appeared on the walls on both sides of them at some point. The carvings were very exquisite and lifelike, as if they were real people. Everyone was excited because they had heard that Lin Xian had obtained a stone carving with 6 Taoist patterns on it. Therefore, they were excited when they saw a wall full of stone carvings. If there were a few Tao patterns on it, they would be rich. These people carefully stared at these murals, wanting to see if there were any Tao patterns. At this time, their pupils gradually became lax, and a strange light appeared. Among them, a few people screamed crazily. Kill, they began to attack their companions around them. In an instant, many of their companions were struck to the ground, and their blood dyed the void red. Damn it, are you crazy? His companions retreated frantically. Their bodies glowed brightly as they roared madly. They really couldn't understand why their companion would go crazy. Damn it, there's something wrong with these paintings, shouted an old man from the All Beginnings Holy Land. Look, the person on the mural is smiling. An old man from the Divine Wind Imperial family also frowned. Everyone focused their gazes over. As expected, they saw the originally solemn and mysterious mural actually had a strange smile on it. This made everyone's scalp go numb. Damn it, what's going on? They clearly remembered that the characters on the murals were expressionless. Why would they suddenly smile? They could not understand. However, more and more people were going crazy. They couldn't look at the murals. Xing Tian roared. His roar was like a clap of thunder, shaking the surroundings. The tremor caused everyone to back up. Many people stopped looking at the murals to avoid going crazy. However, those who had already gone crazy could no longer control themselves. They began to attack everything around them. For a time, a great battle erupted. On the other side, Xianxia was also teleported away. She met Peacock, Hui Dao, and the others. Xianxia asked about Lin Xian's whereabouts. Hui Dao and Peacock did not know either. They were also randomly teleported away. Nearby were the prince of the Xianxia dynasty and the Alcade sage son. Apart from them, there were also many cultivators. These people were preparing to explore the passage ahead. A group of people was also traveling together. They walked halfway through the passage. Suddenly, all the light disappeared. What's going on? Why is it like this? Peacock frowned. Xianxia was extremely nervous. She shouted, and purple light blossomed. It was like the moon. However, it dimmed in an instant, and no one could see it. It was not only her. The prince of the Xianxia dynasty, the Alcade sage son, and the others were the same. Their surroundings were pitch black. It seemed that even their souls were restricted. They could only move about a meter away. Not to mention the light on their bodies. Humph. The Alcade sage snorted and directly sent out the dragon pattern cauldron replica. Boom. An earth-shattering sound was heard. However, this time, the dragon pattern cauldron replica seemed to be ineffective. The Alcade sage son's face darkened. Damn it. In the darkness, he roared angrily. Next to him, the prince of the Xianxia dynasty also used the golden sword imitation. However, it did not work either. This scene made everyone's hair stand on end. Even the two artifacts that were replicas of extreme weapons could not illuminate this dark passage. What exactly was in the dark passage? They did not dare to imagine. Let's go back. It was unknown who said this, but everyone decided to return. The group of people turned around and went back the way they came. However, after walking for 2 hours, they found that their surroundings were still extremely dark. There was no light at all. Oh no, we're trapped here. These people's faces were gloomy as they began to discuss a way to break out. On the other side, on Lin Xian's side. With Lin Xian as the leader, they began to break the 8 trigrams array under their feet. Many of them were unwilling, but there was nothing they could do. They could not break out of the array, so they could only rely on Lin Xian. Lin Xian was not polite to these people. These people had wanted to capture him and force him to break the array. How could he be polite to these people, especially the people from Fei Imperial Palace, 9 Heavens Sacred Ground, and the Yinyang sect? He would pay special attention to them. Whoosh! Lin Xian stood up, and a golden light flashed in his eyes as he looked around with rapt attention. Although the Crimson Dragon was not by his side, his attainments in array formations were still very powerful. It was not impossible for him to break out of the 8 trigrams array, Lin Xian carefully deduced. His eyes flickered as he took strange steps forward and walked 3 meters forward. For a moment, everything was peaceful. That surprised everyone. At the same time, they became excited. Because previously, they would be blocked by the array formation if they walked 1 meter forward. But now, the other party could walk 3 meters forward, and they did not receive any warnings of danger or strange things. That made them believe that the other party was right. Perhaps the other party could really break out of the array formation. For a moment, everyone's confidence increased greatly. 3 meters forward, Lin Xian stopped and did not walk any further. He sensed a mysterious aura floating in the air. Now, his soul was still recovering, so he used the heavenly secret divine eyes. A golden light appeared. He found that there was indeed a dangerous aura around him. In the next moment, he did not leave immediately. Instead, he turned around and pointed at a Yinyang sect martial artist. "Come here. What do you want?" The Yinyang sect martial artist trembled. He suspected that the other party was going to attack him. Lin Xian snorted coldly. "Cut the crap. Do as I say. Walk 2 meters forward and 1 meter to the left." "Damn it, you want to experiment on me?" The Yinyang sect martial artist immediately understood. How could he be willing to be a lab rat? That was why he was extremely unwilling. What a coward! Lin Xian sneered when he saw the other party's cowardice. "What are you afraid of? Is this formation dangerous? I didn't see anyone getting killed when you were wandering around. You're unwilling to do something so trivial? Don't forget that there are so many people around you waiting for you." Sure enough, the surrounding people also looked over with sullen expressions on their faces. The Yinyang sect martial artist's expression turned ugly when he saw those gazes. He was so angry that he gritted his teeth. To be honest, even though there was no danger, he was still unhappy. How dare he order me around? What a joke! He's not an elder of the Yinyang sect, nor is he their holy son. What right does he have to order me around? However, he had no choice. The Yinyang sect disciple could feel the pressure from the people around him. He could only brace himself and walk forward according to Lin Xian's instructions. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and nodded in satisfaction when he saw that. No matter how arrogant they are, they have no choice but to listen to me. If I tell them to walk, they will walk. If I tell them to stop, they will stop. It felt as if he was the leader of those sacred grounds and their disciples had to listen to him. It was exhilarating. The martial artist braced himself and followed Lin Xian's instructions. He walked a few steps and stopped. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. There was no problem. He continued to walk forward. 2 meters forward and 1 meter to the right. The Yinyang sect disciple walked again. However, at that moment, a flame suddenly rose from under his feet and enveloped him. "Ah!" The disciple screamed in agony. However, the flame was not fatal. It was quickly extinguished by the Yinyang sect disciple. However, his face was covered in dust, his body was pitch black, and his hair was standing on end. He looked very strange. "Damned bastard! Can you do it or not?" Seeing this scene, the Yinyang sect cultivators behind him roared furiously. He felt that the other party was clearly toying with them. Lin Xian coldly snorted. "What's the hurry? This array formation is so difficult to break. Did I say I could succeed in 1 try? If you think you can do it, then come on." Hearing this, those people were so angry that they vomited blood. If they knew how to do it, they wouldn't need to listen to him. This made them gnash their teeth in anger. "Humph," Lin Xian said with a frown. "Stop making a fuss. You can't even handle a little flame? Are you people from the Xianxia sect trash? Was this how he usually cultivated a little flame? That disciple was so angry that he almost vomited blood. What the f***ck? This is the tomb of a saint. Who knows what will come out of it? They hadn't forgotten the terror brought about by the heads of 99 invincible kings. Cut the crap and continue to attack. Lin Xian ignored the Xianxia sect members and turned to look at the Fey Sovereign Palace. He pointed at the tree demon from before. The tree demon's face instantly turned green. He had barely escaped death, and the lower half of his body was slowly recovering. Asking him to scout the path now? What a joke. He wouldn't do it even if he was beaten to death. You don't want to go? Sure, get lost in front of me now, Lin Xian shouted coldly. The tree demon was so angry that he vomited blood. There was nothing he could do. The people around him were all glaring at him. He gritted his teeth and walked according to the path that Lin Xian pointed out. After a few steps, a bolt of lightning struck his head and almost split him in half. Ah! The tree demon screamed and rolled around crazily. Seeing this, the people from the Fey Sovereign Palace roared crazily. The others were also very nervous. On the other hand, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He silently deduced and then walked another meter forward. In the next moment, he pointed at the people from the 9 heavens sacred ground again. You and you, walk forward separately. 3 meters to the right, 2 meters to the left. The martial artists from the 9 heavens sacred ground also braced themselves and walked forward. They wanted nothing more than to skin the other party alive. But they had no choice. They still walked forward. Among them, the one on the left was fine. The one on the right suddenly disappeared. After waiting for about half an incense stick's time, he finally appeared. As soon as he appeared, he knelt on the ground, his face pale. Obviously, he had encountered something extremely terrifying. Damn it, I quit. I quit even if you beat me to death. He roared crazily. Get back here. What a disgrace. The 9 heavens saint's face darkened. He slapped the other party unconscious and threw him to the back. Look after him and don't let him embarrass himself. When he wakes up, give him pills to eat. The people from the 9 heavens sacred ground quickly helped him up. The 9 heavens saint said in a low voice. Damn kid, can you do it or not? I feel that you are definitely taking revenge on us. As soon as he said that, the people from the Xianxia sect and Fey Sovereign Palace gritted their teeth and stared at Lin Xian with cold killing intent in their eyes. Lin Xian, on the other hand, walked another 2 meters forward. He turned around and looked at those people with a disdainful smile. Can I do it or not? If you have the ability, just walk to this place. Let's see if you or I can do it. As soon as he said that, everyone fell silent. Indeed, the distance that the other party had traveled was much further than the total distance that they had traveled. This meant that his method was feasible. However, it was too dangerous to use the martial artists from the sacred ground to scout the way. Seeing that everyone was hesitating, Lin Xian sneered. Why? You don't dare to do it? So far, although there have been dangers and attacks, has anyone been killed? Don't worry, this 8 trigrams formation won't kill anyone. Also, those idiots from the 9 heavens sacred ground and Fey Sovereign Palace, didn't you wear armor and shields when you left? It would be strange if you didn't get struck by lightning. Damn it. Hearing that, the people from the 9 heavens sacred ground almost vomited blood. You, and you, come forward. Next, Lin Xian called many people. Without exception, these people were all the people who had gone against him before. Lin Xian naturally wouldn't let them go. Sure enough, when these people went up, most of them were attacked. Some were struck by lightning, some were burned by fire, and some were directly teleported away. They were so scared that they screamed. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian sneered in his heart. Who asked these people to go against me? Now, they are paying for it. Sure enough, the faces of the Black Yak and the people from the Xianxia sect turned green. Just like that, they walked for 3 days and 3 nights in fear. Finally, they approached the bronze cauldron. At this time, except for Vhumad and those who hadn't gone against Lin Xian before, the others were covered in wounds. Most importantly, they were listless and pale, as if they had been frightened. The ninth firmament saint and the black yak were also struck by lightning 3 times. Fortunately, they were strong enough to avoid injury. However, this made them so angry that their lungs were about to explode. This damned brat, this was definitely a clear retaliation against them. However, there was nothing they could do. However, they were relieved that they had finally arrived near the bronze tripod cauldron. It seemed that the 8 trigrams formation would be broken soon. Humph, damn it. When we get the treasure in the bronze tripod cauldron, we must kill this brat. The ninth firmament saint gnashed his teeth. The black yak's face was also gloomy. He would not let him go. Bah. Wu Hua smiled. Brother Lin, we have to thank you this time. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have been able to break the 8 trigrams formation. It's nothing. It's all thanks to everyone. Lin Xian glanced at everyone. Sensing this gaze, those people who had been struck by lightning earlier nearly went mad with anger. F***CK. This guy is too infuriating. I really want to kill him. Those who had not been struck by lightning could not help but laugh. They could see that Lin Xian was deliberately targeting those people. Alright, everyone, get ready to break the last formation. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Hearing this, everyone stopped laughing and looked forward with rapt attention. When they reached forward, 8 trigrams appeared around them, forming a circle to protect the bronze tripod cauldron. The 8 trigrams were a very mysterious pattern. It had a special connection with heaven and earth. As soon as the 8 trigrams appeared, the surrounding atmosphere changed. It became dignified, as if countless mountains were pressing on their hearts. Everyone, let's attack together. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. His eyes were shining with a piercing sword light. Okay. Wu Hua stood in front of an 8 trigrams. The ninth firmament saint snorted and also stood in front of an 8 trigrams. The black yak, the Yinyang sect people, and other experts all chose an 8 trigrams. On the count of 3, they attacked together. Lin Xian pulled out the ancient dragon abyss sword. The sword light on his body became sharper and sharper. 1, 2, 3, attack. The great dragon sword soul in his body roared and broke out a powerful attack. The ancient dragon abyss sword swung, tearing the sky and earth apart. It was as if it could destroy everything. Wu Hua struck out with his palm. His golden palm shone as if a Buddha had been reborn. His terrifying power was truly frightening. The saint of the 9 firmaments roared. He was burly and a celestial palace appeared above his head. He grabbed it and smashed it forward. At this moment, he was like a demon king, incomparably valiant. The black yak was even more berserk. The demonic aura on his body was monstrous as he swung his black fists. He was like a peerless demon king, causing the entire world to tremble. Experts from the Yinyang sect, the Illusion Palace, and the Nangong family also attacked with their ultimate divine powers. In an instant, a terrifying energy burst out, emitting a terrifying light that enveloped everyone. Even though the first 8 diagrams were strong, under the bombardment of so many experts of the Heaven sect, cracking sounds could be heard. Pung, finally, it could no longer withstand the pressure and burst open. This is great, everyone waved their hands and tore apart the energy storm. Their eyes were like sharp divine swords that pierced through the void and stared at the bronze cauldron in front of them. However, their eyes and souls could not see through it at all. They could only go forward and take a look. A group of people stepped forward one after another. Their bodies shone with light. Some activated their king domains, while others activated their battle armors. They were afraid that they would be ambushed. The dragon sword domain also appeared above Lin Xian's divine body and enveloped him. Terrifying sword chi surrounded him. He took a step forward and looked inside. Beside him, Wu Hua, the saint of the 9 firmaments, the black yak, and the people of the Yinyang sect did the same. However, in the next moment, they all recognized it. There was no elixir in the bronze cauldron as they had imagined. Instead, there was a corpse. It was a headless corpse. The corpse was very withered, and the armor on his body was broken. It was obvious that he had experienced countless years. However, there were a few treasures on this person that were not damaged. There was a necklace on his neck and a ring on his finger. Although they were not shining, they were still intact. At first glance, they were definitely earth-shattering treasures. Everyone's scalps went numb. The armor was very ancient, and this person did not have a head. What was going on? Could it be that his head was placed in the bronze cauldron? Heavens, could it be that he was an invincible king? These people quickly deduced that the bronze cauldron they had encountered earlier had the heads of 99 invincible kings. Now that they had found a headless corpse, they trembled. Could there really be 99 headless corpses in this ancient tomb? Why would they do that? Why would they separate the heads from the corpses? Were these corpses dangerous? They did not know. However, from the looks of it, they should not be in much danger. That was because they had not been threatened in any way. What should they do? These people discussed with each other. Although there were no pills, the treasures on the corpse made their eyes go red with envy. Especially the ring, which was very likely to be the storage ring of an invincible king. The treasures inside were definitely beyond imagination. It could be said that it was a treasure trove. However, no one dared to act rashly. After all, it was the corpse of an invincible king in the tomb of a sage. Who knew what would happen? Therefore, they were careful. Just as they were thinking of a way to take it, someone suddenly roared. "Damn it, put it down." It was a person from the Yinyang sect. He found that there were many purple tree trunks in the bronze cauldron. They enveloped the 5 corpses, and a few of the tree trunks even attacked the necklace and ring. "Damn it, it's that tree demon." The people from the 9 heavens sacred ground were also angry. The others' faces were gloomy, and their eyes were red. "That damn tree demon. How dare you snatch food from the tiger's mouth? Do you want to die?" The tree demon laughed sinisterly. "Haha, you're all mine." He was too excited because his branches had already wrapped around the necklace and ring. As long as he exerted some force, he would be able to take them back. At that time, they would be able to retreat quickly. The black yak snorted coldly. He guarded the tree demon and looked around disdainfully. "Whoever dares to make a move, don't blame me for blowing your head off." Seeing this scene, many people's faces turned ugly. Because they had seen the black yak's strength before. It was definitely at the level of a saint. It was very terrifying. Especially the black yak's horns, which were even more terrifying. They were probably weapons that could destroy everything. For a moment, they did not dare to make a move. The 9 heavens saint snorted coldly. He was not afraid of the black yak. Lin Xian's eyes were also cold. The sword chi on his body exploded again, and a golden light appeared in his eyes. Just as they were about to make a move, the tree demon screamed. "Damn it, who did this?" The black yak roared. His voice was like thunder, and it shook the blood of the people around him. Those people's faces were pale and full of fear. The black yak was too terrifying. Lin Xian's sword chi burst out, blocking the sword wave attack. On the other side, the 9 firmament saints' palace was shining. Wuhua's body was full of golden light, looking extremely sacred. A few of them blocked it. But the others all took a few steps back. The purple tree demon said in a trembling voice. He caught me, who caught me?" Hearing the tree demon's words, everyone looked over. In the next moment, they were stunned. Because they found that a dried-up, zombie-like hand had caught the tree demon. These people gasped. Could it be that the headless corpse had come back to life? They didn't know, but they felt a chill all over their bodies. Many people took a few steps back, their faces full of fear. Lin Xian, Wuhua, the 9 firmament saint, and the black yak stared at the headless corpse. The tree demon screamed crazily. He waved his purple trunk, trying to pull it back. But he couldn't do it at all. This scene was even more shocking. One had to know that the tree demon was also a top master, but at this moment, he couldn't pull it back. One could imagine how terrifying this dried-up hand was. "Damn it! Let go of me," the black yak roared and punched out. It was earth-shattering and blasted forward. Not to mention a dried-up corpse, one side of the world would probably explode. However, just as his black fist approached the bronze cauldron and touched the dried-up corpse, white mist suddenly appeared from the headless corpse and wrapped around the black fist. This earth-shattering punch seemed to have hit cotton. It couldn't exert any power at all. Not good, retreat. There was something wrong with this corpse. Everyone retreated crazily. Even the black yak couldn't do anything to it. It could be imagined that it was beyond their range. As soon as they retreated, the mist spread from the black fist and shrouded the surroundings in an instant, shrouding everyone. Everyone felt as if they were in the clouds. There was a vast expanse around them, and they couldn't see anything at all. Even his soul power was being suppressed. Damn it, it was too strange. These people's expressions were ugly. They were extremely regretful. In the future, even if they were beaten to death, they would never look for this kind of bronze cauldron again. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Sword chi revolved around his body, blocking the white mist. On the other side, golden light shone. Apparently, Wuhua was also resisting. Boom, at this moment, a deep and ancient voice suddenly resounded in the world, as if it had crossed over from the primeval times. Between heaven and earth, it was boundless and invisible. This voice rang in everyone's ears, causing their hearts to beat wildly. Buzz buzz buzz, they felt a mysterious power surging towards them. The world was spinning, and they seemed to have lost all ability to move. Even his consciousness was blurred. Not good. Damn it, bah! Cries of surprise could be heard as Lin Xian also felt this mysterious power. He instantly opened his heavenly secret divine eyes. Mysterious golden runes flickered in his eyes, but he was too late. If he had been a moment earlier, perhaps he would have been able to see everything clearly. But now, all he could see was that the corpse in the bronze cauldron seemed to have moved. After that, he could no longer sense anything. When he woke up, he saw the blue sky, white clouds, and forests everywhere. They seemed to have walked out of the ancient tomb. Lin Xian was the first to wake up. His body was running wildly, and the golden light in his eyes swept in all directions. He saw that there were many people around him. They were all with him, ready to snatch the bronze cauldron. Wu Hua, who was next to him, stood up and chanted bah. His body was surrounded by golden light. The 9 firmament saint and the black yak also stood up. The other experts gradually woke up as well. When they looked around and saw the unfamiliar scene, they all exclaimed. Damn it, where is this? Have we been teleported out? Heavens, no way. Are you saying that we've left the ancient tomb? These people screamed crazily, their faces full of despair. What kind of joke was this? It was not easy for them to come to the depths of the ancient tomb. But now, they had been teleported back. Furthermore, what was even more detestable was that they had no idea where they were. No, they had to get out of here quickly. Find someone and ask where we are. We have to enter the ancient tomb again. Those from the Yinyang sect and the 9 firmament sacred ground gritted their teeth. They would not give up this opportunity for nothing. Even if they were teleported out, they would go in again. Brother Lin, what do you think? Wu Hua turned his head and looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian did not say anything. His eyes flickered as he stared at the tree demon. Buzz, a sharp light burst out from his eyes. I think we should get rid of this guy first. As soon as he said that, everyone's eyes turned to the purple tree demon. The purple tree demon trembled, and the leaves on his body trembled. He screamed, What do you want? What do you want? If it weren't for you, we wouldn't be in this damned place. Lin Xian snorted coldly. That's right. Kill this guy. Those from the Yinyang sect also shouted angrily. Those from the 9 firmament sacred ground were even more murderous. They had to kill this guy. Otherwise, he might cause trouble. How dare you? The black yak roared and stepped forward. With a stomp of his foot, the ground cracked and shook. The demon clan experts behind him were also furious and murderous. However, this time, the Demon King Palace had angered everyone. Therefore, no matter how strong the black yak was, he could not resist. In the end, Lin Xian restrained the black yak, while the 9 firmament saint and the others restrained the experts of the Demon King Palace. As for the others, they blasted the purple tree demon into pieces. Ah! The black yak and the experts of the Demon King Palace roared crazily, but there was nothing they could do. Damn it. Just you wait. We will remember this. The black yak snorted coldly. Let's go. The experts of the Demon King Palace soared into the sky and disappeared. How about it? Do you still want to join forces? Seeing that the people of the Demon King Palace had left, Lin Xian looked at the people of the Nine Firmament Sacred Ground and the Yinyang sect with a smile. Seeing this smile, the martial artists of the sacred grounds trembled. They remembered that they had been ordered by this person to investigate the unknown array. At that time, they were all charred black. Therefore, even if they were beaten to death, they were unwilling to walk together with this guy in front of them. The Nine Firmament Saints snorted coldly. No need. Kid, you're on your own. Don't let me see you again. Next time, I won't let you off so easily. With that, the Nine Firmament Saint also left with his people. Then, the others left one after another. Only Lin Xian and Wu Hua were left. Brother Lin, what do you think? Wu Hua had not spoken before. He only asked when everyone had left. Brother Lin, what do you think? Wu Hua didn't say anything until everyone left. Only then did he ask. I don't think we were teleported out. Lin Xian said something shocking. If others were here, they would definitely cry out in surprise. Unfortunately, those people had left. They didn't know that Lin Xian had the terrifying heavenly secret divine eyes. Otherwise, they wouldn't have left so easily. Sure enough, you're not far from my guess. Wu Hua also sighed. One flower, one world. We didn't leave the ancient tomb, but we entered a mysterious space. The ancient tomb of a saint is indeed mysterious. There are traps everywhere. If we don't handle it well, we might be trapped here for the rest of our lives. Lin Xian also frowned. He said in a low voice. But there's a problem. Did our bodies enter a strange space, or did we fall into an illusion? Wu Hua carefully sensed it, then shook his head. I can't feel it either. Brother Lin, what about you? Can you feel it? Lin Xian also shook his head. I can't feel it either. Unless we really entered a strange space, or the illusion is so powerful that it's beyond our imagination. But no matter which it is, it's not good for us. Lin Xian sighed. He tried to open the heavenly secret divine eyes, but he didn't find anything. It could only be said that if it was an illusion, it was too powerful, exceeding his current strength. It seems like we can only walk around and look for it. Lin Xian and Wu Hua discussed for a while. They also rose into the air and flew into the distance. While they were exploring this unknown spatial world, the outside world had also undergone earth-shattering changes. Among them, the most leisurely was the snow-white little monkey. It stayed by the Alcade Saintess side for the time being, so it didn't face any danger. Moreover, the little guy ate an endless amount of natural treasures. Its stomach was round like a ball. The Crimson Dragon also had a good time. It didn't encounter any danger along the way, but it met many people. These people all wanted to kill it. After all, quite a few of them hated Immortal Palace greatly. However, the strength of the Crimson Dragon was far beyond their imagination. As long as it wasn't someone at the level of a holy sun, the other experts would all be slapped to the ground. He sealed it up and then obediently became its pet. In the end, there were 9 pets behind the Crimson Dragon. They were called the 9 lackeys. These 9 people even had the heart to die. However, they couldn't even die now. On the other side, in Morong Qingqing, where Xing Tian was, a great battle broke out. Now that the battle had come to an end, those crazy martial artists had all been subdued. Those that couldn't be controlled were killed on the spot. Blood dyed the area red. It was extremely terrifying. The others were also gasping for breath, their faces pale. They lowered their heads, not daring to look at the paintings around them. Because they were afraid that they would go crazy again. Damn it, what is this place? Why was it so strange? Morong Qingqing's face was also cold. I wonder how Chou'er and Brother Xian are doing. She was indeed worried about the two of them. Especially Shen Jingqiu. Although she was powerful, she didn't have enough combat experience. If there were no experts around to protect her, she would be in danger. Indeed, Shen Jingqiu was now in great danger. The entire passage was extremely dark. There was no light at all. The Alcade Holy Sun and the Prince of Great Xia couldn't get out of this predicament. Moreover, What was worse was that they were completely trapped now. The passage was extremely dark. They couldn't even see their own fingers. They couldn't find a way out. Fortunately, Xianxia had two experts, Peacock and Huidao, by her side. Therefore, they weren't in any danger for the time being. The others were also relieved. Although they were trapped, their lives were not in danger at the moment. In this way, as long as they searched carefully and patiently, they might be able to find a way out. However, this was a good idea. However, about 2 hours later, a scream sounded in the dark passage. Hearing it, these people's scalps went numb. Who was it? Damn it, what happened? Tell us quickly. An expert roared. They couldn't see now, and their souls could only be within a range of 1 or 2 meters. They couldn't see anything further. Therefore, they didn't know who was screaming. What the hell happened? In the darkness, no one answered them. Damn it, could it be that they were killed? The Alcade Holy Sun roared angrily. He threw out the holy light ball. The terrifying holy light ball spun. However, it couldn't emit any light. There was only terrifying energy that slapped in all directions like waves. A few martial artists who were close to it were forced back. This scene made the Alcade Holy Sun's face darken. In his entire life, he had never encountered such a strange thing. What was in this passage? How could it suppress all the light? Ah, another scream sounded. It came from 4 or 5 meters away from the Alcade Holy Sun. The Alcade Holy Sun was also frightened. His soul couldn't catch it either. He could only turn around and stare coldly ahead. Who was it? Come out, however, still no one answered. The passage was quiet. Only the sound of these people's heartbeats and breathing could be heard. Other than that, there was nothing else. Whoosh, at this moment, the Prince of Great Xia suddenly frowned. He suddenly felt a gust of cold wind behind him. Then, it seemed that someone was lying next to him, panting. Damn it! Get lost, the Prince of Great Xia roared angrily and threw out a palm. However, this thing seemed to be lying on his body, so his palm missed. Roar, the Prince of Great Xia shouted coldly. The aura of the Path of Dragon burst out and wrapped around his body. A loud dragon roar shook the 9 heavens. In an instant, the thing lying on his body was blasted away. It hit the wall and disappeared in an instant. What happened? Hearing the dragon roar, the others were shocked. Could it be that the royal family was also attacked? The Prince of Great Xia warned loudly. Be careful, there is an unknown creature. Unknown creature? What is it? Damn it, there is indeed something. Everyone was panicking. Ah, Xianxia shouted. She threw out a palm and instantly slapped something away. Just now, she felt that someone was attacking her. Perhaps it was that unknown creature. Miss Shen, are you all right? Peacock asked with concern. She knew the relationship between Xianxia and their hallmaster. Therefore, when Xianxia attacked, they were very nervous. Xianxia shook her head. I'm fine, Sister Peacock. This thing can't hurt me. Brother Yu, it seems that we can only use our trump card. After knowing that the unknown creature had appeared, the Alcade Holy Sun said coldly. The Prince of Great Xia nodded. Everyone, if you have any tricks up your sleeves, just use them. Don't hide them anymore. Otherwise, we won't be able to get out. The Prince of Great Xia said loudly. Show me all the means you have. Otherwise, we won't be able to get out of here. The Prince of the Great Xia dynasty said loudly. At the same time, the aura of the Tao of Dragon on his body became stronger and stronger, and the roar of a dragon resounded in the void. The Alcade Saint used some kind of secret technique, and a torrential force suddenly surged from his body. 108 phantoms of gods and demons appeared in the sky, and a mysterious voice sounded between heaven and earth. This time, the void was finally illuminated. The Prince of the Great Xia dynasty's Tao of Dragon aura turned into a true dragon and tore the darkness apart. Light shone in. Seeing this scene, everyone exclaimed, "Great!" As expected of the 2 top saints. They are indeed terrifying. Buzz buzz buzz, heaven and earth trembled, and 9 purple runes suddenly rushed out of Xianxinqia's body and surrounded her. In an instant, they also illuminated a part of the world. The others also exclaimed, God, the saintess of the Xianxia Holy Land is also so terrifying. Previously, some people had seen Xianxia fight. In their opinion, her strength had reached the level of a saintess, but she was inexperienced. But now it seemed that it was far from the truth, she had an even more terrifying trump card. These 9 mysterious runes were too terrifying. They fixed a part of the sky and emitted a power that made these experts tremble. The power of bloodline. She must have the power of bloodline. Otherwise, it was impossible to be so terrifying. Everyone was shocked, and even the prince of the Great Xia dynasty and the Alcade saint looked over. They also had a dignified look in their eyes, but they didn't know what bloodline the other party had. The 3 top geniuses illuminated the passage. This time, they could finally identify the path. The group of people moved forward again. Everyone moved forward in the dangerous and difficult situation. In addition, in the mysterious space world, Lin Xian and Wuhua also flew for a while. Below them was a vast forest, and the river was surging. It was a magnificent scene, but there was no one. They didn't even see a demonic beast. This made them frown, this place is too strange. Why isn't there even a demonic beast? Wuhua was puzzled, and Lin Xian's expression was even more solemn. He transmitted his voice, Brother Wuhua, do you feel that someone is spying on us? I do feel that way. Wuhua also responded. Lin Xian's frown deepened. He had the heavenly secret divine eyes, so this feeling was the strongest. He felt as if there were countless pairs of eyes watching them. Damn it, what the hell is this, what is this place? The silence around them made them feel uneasy. Lin Xian even activated his Tianji God eyes, and a trace of golden light appeared in his eyes. He scanned his surroundings but did not find anything out of the ordinary. However, when he saw the white clouds surrounding him in the sky, he frowned. He struck out with his palm like a flying dragon, blowing away the surrounding clouds. Lin Xian's feeling of being spied on instantly disappeared. Wuhua was astonished, and his eyes began to shine. Could it be that there was something wrong with these white clouds? When the 2 of them stopped, Wuhua also raised his hand. His golden palm swept in all directions, creating countless gusts of wind that blew away the surrounding white clouds. Sure enough, when the white clouds dissipated, the feeling of being spied on disappeared. The 2 of them increasingly felt that there was something wrong with these white clouds. Do you still remember the white mist that emerged from the headless corpse when we were trapped? It was that white mist that brought us to this space. I think that white mist should be the key. These white clouds may be inextricably linked to the white mist. Or even the entire world. Lin Xian voiced his conjecture. Wu Hua, who was beside him, nodded in agreement. That's right, but we still don't know what this white mist is. Let's keep going. Maybe we can find someone, and then we can ask. They flew for about a day and a night. Lin Xian and Wu Hua did not know how many thousands of miles they had flown. Finally, more and more white clouds appeared in front of them, as if forming a white barrier between heaven and earth. Buzz, Lin Xian raised his hand, and a sword light slashed forward. Wu Hua also clapped his golden palm, and a terrifying energy struck the white barrier. The white clouds were torn apart, and a large crack appeared. The 2 of them quickly entered the crack. After entering, the scene did not change. It was still a big river, and a forest. It was the same as before. However, Lin Xian and Wu Hua were pleasantly surprised, because they saw a person on a mountain peak in the distance. There was finally someone. The 2 of them were overjoyed. They sped up, turned into 2 streams of light, and flew over. They found that it was a young man. He wore cotton clothes, carried a bamboo basket on his back, and held a hoe in his hand. It seemed that he was picking herbs. The 2 of them moved like lightning, and in an instant they arrived near the mountain peak and descended. There was a whistling sound, and the trees in the surrounding forest swayed with the wind. Below, the young man in cotton clothes raised his head. When he saw 2 figures descending from the sky, the young man's expression changed. He turned and ran as if he had seen ghosts. This person could not fly, nor did he use any powerful abilities. He just ran on foot. However, this scene also surprised Lin Xian and Wu Hua. The other party did not seem to have any strength, but his physical fitness was not that of an ordinary person. With a light leap, he jumped dozens of meters high. With his speed, he could run thousands of meters in 2 or 3 steps. In the end, they even saw with their own eyes that the young man directly jumped over a mountain peak. Although in the eyes of Lin Xian and Wu Hua, it was nothing. However, compared to an ordinary person, it was indeed extraordinary. Wu Hua stretched out his palm, and a golden palm enveloped that person like a cloud. That person screamed in fright and rushed around, but he could not break free at all. It would be strange if the other party broke free. Lin Xian and Wu Hua flew forward. However, halfway back, the two of them were stunned. Because they found that the young man in front of them had escaped. What a joke, he had escaped from Wu Hua's hands. This time, it surprised them again. Wu Hua was a holy son. Ordinary mighty figures could not escape from his hands at all. However, a young man with little strength escaped easily. Of course, the other party's escape method also amazed Lin Xian and Wu Hua. The young man in cotton clothes who was trapped in the Five Fingers Mountain suddenly turned into clouds of white mist and drifted towards the cracks in the surroundings. The mist passed through the cracks and escaped the Five Fingers Mountain. Then, outside the Five Fingers Mountain, it condensed again and turned into a human shape. Whoosh, the young man ran away again with large strides. It was strange that this guy was related to the mist. Lin Xian and Wu Hua looked at each other. They felt that the young man was too suspicious. They had to catch him. Buzz, Lin Xian raised his hand, and countless sword lights formed a sword curtain that completely shrouded the young man. The young man frantically slapped the sword curtain and was sent flying. His body turned into white mist and he wanted to pass through. But this time, he failed to do so. Instead, when the white mist touched the sword light, it made a sizzling sound. Ah! The young man screamed and once again condensed into his human form and rolled on the ground. Whoosh whoosh. 2 rays of light. Lin Xian and Wu Hua came to the side of the sword curtain and frowned as they looked at the young man in linen clothes who was rolling on the ground. They said coldly, "Who are you? Damn it, who are you? Why did you come to our homeland?" The young man in linen clothes roared crazily on the ground. Obviously, he was very angry. "Foreigners, get out of our homeland." "Foreigners?" Hearing this, the two of them frowned. Lin Xian asked coldly, "So, you should have seen other foreigners? Where are they? You foreigners are not good people." The young man in linen clothes gritted his teeth. Suddenly, the ground in the distance trembled, and more than a dozen figures ran nonstop like apes. They jumped high, crossed a few hundred meters of the mountain peak, and then landed on the ground. Their bodies were very agile, and it made one suspect that these people had a special body tempering technique. However, their bodies could turn into white mist. What kind of supernatural power was that, bloodline power, or some other means, they didn't know yet. In an instant, the dozen or so black dots in the distance arrived nearby. It turned out that they were also these people. They were dressed in linen clothes, and it seemed that they were the same race as the young man in linen clothes. "Stop, don't hurt our people!" A middle-aged man roared crazily. They were very fast, and in an instant they arrived near Lin Xian and Wu Hua. Lin Xian and Wu Hua didn't make a move. They looked up ahead. In front of them, these people were dressed in linen clothes. Their eyes were solemn, and there was a hint of fear on their faces. Between their eyebrows, there were a few strange marks that looked like clouds. However, some of them had 1 cloud, while others had 2. Lin Xian looked and saw that the tallest one had 5 auspicious clouds. This was an old man with a head full of white hair and a hunched back. However, he didn't look weak at all. When he jumped the highest, which was 500 to 600 meters. As for the middle-aged man who spoke, there were 4 auspicious clouds between his eyebrows. "Please don't attack, please don't hurt us." The middle-aged man stepped forward and said hurriedly. Ba. This penniless monk will not hurt people for no reason." Wu Hua said lightly. Lin Xian also looked at them and asked in a low voice, "Who are you people? Where is this place? How was it related to the ancient tomb? This is where we live. We are the White Cloud clan. As for the ancient tomb you mentioned, we don't know about it and have never heard of it." The middle-aged man hurriedly explained. Hearing this, Lin Xian and Wu Hua frowned. The other party only gave one answer to the three questions. The White Cloud clan. What kind of race is this? They had never heard of it before? Lin Xian looked at Wu Hua. Wu Hua also shook his head. However, from the looks of it, the other party was telling the truth. The other party's body could turn into white clouds and condense. He must have a special bloodline power. However, Lin Xian and Wu Hua were not satisfied with how the other party described the world as their homeland. Your homeland should have a name, right? Lin Xian asked with a frown. There was a flash of sword light in his eyes. Feeling the sharp aura, the White Cloud clan people took a few steps back. Deep fear appeared in their eyes. The middle-aged man said again, "We have lived here for generations. We named this place the White Cloud World. As for what you call it, how would we know? We are here to protect this world. You outsiders probably got some treasure map and came here to look for treasures." Humph. The White Cloud clan has been here for tens of thousands of years, but we haven't found any treasures. You outsiders, however, came one after another. Treasure? Treasure map? Lin Xian frowned. Wu Hua's eyes flickered. In that case, what you are guarding is a treasure. It's just a legend. If you want to believe it, we can't do anything about it. We'll take you there now. Okay. Lead the way. Lin Xian and Wu Hua were skilled and bold. They were not afraid. They also wanted to see what the legendary treasure was. What's wrong with these White Cloud clan people? Lin Xian waved his hand. The sword light that filled the sky disappeared, and the trapped young man in linen clothes was released. He ran to his clansmen with a pale face. The other clansmen waved their hands, "Please follow closely." As they spoke, they ran quickly over the mountains and rivers. They were very fast, but they were nothing in front of Lin Xian and Wu Hua. Lin Xian and Wu Hua flew in the sky and followed behind these people. After flying for about an hour, a village suddenly appeared in front of them. Most of them were built in the mountains. They were all tree houses and wooden houses made of bamboo. They were very simple. There were some fields around the village and some herbs were planted. Figures flashed in the village. They should be the other White Cloud clan people. The entire village was spread across several mountains. There was one in front. The middle-aged man turned around and pointed at the first mountain. Lin Xian nodded and flew over. "Uncle Chi, you're back." Seeing the middle-aged man and the others return, the other people in the village came out to welcome them. They furrowed their brows when they saw Lin Xian and the other man following behind them. What's going on? Why are there more outsiders? Damn it, how long has it been? There are 3 groups of outsiders? Hearing this, Lin Xian and Wu Hua raised their eyebrows. 3 groups of outsiders? That means there were 2 groups of outsiders before us. They should be the people from 9 Heavens Holy Ground and Demon King Palace. I wonder who arrived first? Where are those people? When did they arrive? Lin Xian asked. We are their companions, and we came here together. Those people are on the other 2 mountains. If you didn't tell us, we wouldn't have gathered all of you together. We'll let all of you search for that illusory treasure together. An 8 or 9-year-old child said angrily. On the other 2 mountains, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance. Sure enough, he saw that there were other people on the other 2 mountains. 9 Heavens Holy Ground, Yin-Yang Sect, Demon King Palace, and Illusion Palace are all gathered together. It seems that these guys have joined forces. But that's good too. It'll save them some trouble. If they were together, Lin Xian could continue to trick them. After all, he and Wu Hua were enough to fight against those people. Zhuzi, Xianxia, go to the other 2 mountains and invite those people over. The middle-aged man said. Hearing this, the 2 8 or 9-year-old children quickly left. They jumped more than 10 meters. They ran very fast and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, Wu Hua asked, "Do you know how to cultivate?" Seeing this scene, Wu Hua asked, "Do you know any mystical skills?" No. The middle-aged man shook his head. The few youths in the village snorted. If we know any mystical skills, do we need to be afraid of you? They looked at Lin Xian and Wu Hua with hostility in their eyes. Of course, there was more fear and panic in their eyes. Don't be afraid. We won't hurt you. We just want to see what the treasure is. Wu Hua chanted Ba at the side. Lin Xian did not say anything. He slowly spread out his soul and looked around, but he did not find anything suspicious. However, he found that most of the people in the White Cloud clan had 1 or 2 white clouds on their eyebrows. Only a few had more than 3. Lin Xian had only seen 5 on the old man. What did these white clouds represent? Could it be that the more white clouds there were, the stronger they were? The higher they jumped, or was it related to age? Lin Xian could not figure it out. The White Cloud clan was full of mysteries. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, just as he was guessing and calculating, dozens of figures flew out from the mountain peak in the distance. There were also many people jumping below. Soon, they arrived at the mountain peak. These people were naturally from the 9 Heavens Holy Ground, the Xianxia sect, and the Demon Lord Palace. They saw Lin Xian and Wu Hua in the air and their faces darkened. After landing, the 9 Heavens Saint snorted. What a stubborn guy. The people from the Xianxia sect and the 9 Heavens Holy Ground seemed to have joined forces. They looked at Lin Xian with hostility. After all, Lin Xian had killed a genius from the Xianxia sect. The people from the Demon Lord Palace were also here, but they were obviously independent and did not interact with anyone. They stood alone at the side. Other than that, there were also people from the Illusion Palace and the Nangong family. In short, most of them found the White Cloud clan and came here. After a day or two, these people gathered again. The people from the White Cloud clan retreated and distanced themselves from them. Many young people and children even hid in their houses, only revealing their eyes. They looked at Lin Xian and the other outsiders with fear in their eyes. Now that everyone is here, you can bring us to see your hidden treasure, right? The people from the 9 Heavens Holy Ground said coldly. The eyes of those from the Xianxia sect, the Illusion Palace, and the Monster Emperor Palace also lit up with passion. Lin Xian and Wu Hua also looked at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man nodded. All right, follow me. Seeing this scene, everyone was overjoyed and prepared to move. However, at this moment, a cold shout came from afar. No, Uncle Chi, you can't take them to that place. This voice was like a clap of thunder, resounding in all directions. Hearing those words, the middle-aged man frowned. The people from the White Cloud clan were also confused. Lin Xian, Wu Hua, the Saint of the 9 Heavens, and the others all looked up. In the distance, a figure that was like a divine red jumped between the mountain peaks. In a few flashes, he arrived near them. Shocking Cloud, it was Startling Cloud, Brother Jingyun. Many people from the White Cloud clan exclaimed in surprise, especially the young children. They even cheered and ran over. The people from the 9 Heavens Holy Ground and the Xianxia sect frowned. What was going on? Why was someone stopping them? They looked unfriendly. Sensing the change in their cold gazes, the middle-aged man from the White Cloud clan also changed his expression. He hurriedly said, Shocking Cloud, what nonsense are you talking about? Don't mess around. Hurry up and leave, Uncle Chi, what I said is true. You really can't take these outsiders there. That place is not a treasure trove. There is no treasure there in the first place, you don't have it? But you're stopping us and not letting us go? Aren't you guilty of something? A person from the Xianxia sect sneered. The young man called Shocking Cloud took a step forward. He looked at the people from the Xianxia sect with anger in his eyes. Lin Xian was extremely surprised by this scene. Because the people from the White Cloud clan around them were looking at them with fear and wariness. However, this young man did not have any of that. There was only anger in his eyes. There was no fear or wariness at all. This was strange. He focused his gaze on the young man's glabella. In the next moment, Lin Xian's eyelids twitched. 7 auspicious clouds. That was right. There were 7 auspicious clouds between the young man's glabella. He had 2 more auspicious clouds than the old man who had the most auspicious clouds. 7 auspicious clouds, this young man's strength should be the most valiant. Otherwise, he would not have been so confident. Lin Xian did not say anything. He quietly observed. The young man in front, Shocking Cloud, said coldly, "Outsiders, I'm warning you. There is no treasure trove at all. That place is the burial ground of countless ancestors of the White Cloud clan. It's the most sacred place. Outsiders like you don't have the right to enter." Shocking Cloud, don't be presumptuous. Seeing that the young man dared to speak to the outsiders in such a manner, the expressions of the middle-aged man and the old men also changed. They hurriedly reprimanded him. However, Shocking Cloud said, "Uncle Chi, you don't have to interfere in this matter. As long as I'm here, I won't allow them to enter." "You won't allow us to enter? Who do you think you are? How dare you block our way?" The people from the Yin Yang sect sneered. The people from the Nine Heavens sacred ground stood out. "Kid, I'll give you a chance. Get out of my sight. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." The people from the Demon King Palace snorted coldly. "If you continue talking nonsense, not only will we kill you, but we'll also destroy the White Cloud clan." These people from the Demon King Palace had a monstrous demonic aura. They were extremely terrifying. Hearing this, the people from the White Cloud clan were so scared that their faces turned pale. They kept retreating. "No, don't do it, everyone, please don't do it." The middle-aged man and the old men around him quickly persuaded them. "We'll definitely bring you there. Please don't do anything to the White Cloud clan." Shocking Cloud, back off. Are you trying to rebel? I've said it before. As long as I'm here, I won't let them pass. Unless they step over my dead body. You want to die? Then I'll fulfill your wish. A martial artist from the Nine Heavens sacred ground sneered. He stood out. Previously, they had already investigated these people. Apart from being strong and having a strong physique, these people did not have any other martial skills. Although these people's physiques were extremely strong in the eyes of outsiders, they could not withstand a single blow from the Nine Heavens sacred ground. "You're courting death. Die." The disciple from the Nine Heavens sacred ground struck out with his palm, causing the void to explode. His terrifying palm grabbed forward. "Oh no, please stop." The middle-aged man and the old man shouted crazily. However, they could not stop it. Just this terrifying storm alone was enough to make them continuously retreat. Sigh. Wu Hua sighed. He waved his hand and golden light and runes appeared in the sky, covering the surrounding village and protecting the children, young men, and women. It prevented them from being affected by the energy. Otherwise, there would be nothing left of the mountain peak under the storm of energy. Jingyan roared, not dodging at all. He threw out a punch as well. Lin Xian could clearly feel the 7 auspicious clouds between Jingyan's eyebrows emitting a brilliant light. Boom, a low sound was heard, and the sky cracked. Several large cracks appeared and spread in all directions. A violent force swept across the area. Fortunately, the village was covered by the Buddha's light, which prevented it from being destroyed. Boom boom boom, after the attack, Jingyan took a step back, while the martial artist from the Nine Heavens sacred ground took 3 steps back. His arm was numb. How could this be? At this moment, the people from the Nine Heavens sacred ground and the Yin Yang sect were shocked. They did not expect the other party to be so powerful. Even the people from the White Cloud tribe were shocked. "Jing Yun, stop," the middle-aged man and the elders were still trying to persuade him. However, they had already fought. How could they stop? Even if they wanted to stop, the people from the Nine Heavens sacred ground would not let them off. Sure enough, the martial artist from the Nine Heavens sacred ground gritted his teeth. "Damn it, how dare you resist, you're courting death," he was furious. He could not take down a person who did not have any special skills, and was even forced to retreat. This made him feel ashamed. At this moment, his eyes were filled with murderous intent. He swore that he would kill this young man. "You despicable outsider, do you think I'm afraid of you?" Jing Yun roared. He stomped his feet, and cracks appeared in the void around him. This guy is so powerful. The surrounding martial artists were shocked. Look at the 7 auspicious clouds between his eyebrows. Is that the source of his power? Many people discussed. Hearing this, the martial artist from the Nine Heavens sacred ground's eyes lit up. In the next moment, he waved his hand, and a ray of sword light shot towards Jing Yun's eyebrows. Boom, Jing Yun roared, and the 7 auspicious clouds on his body shone brightly. He waved his fist and fought against the sword light. Cracks appeared in the void, and the surrounding people were shocked. The disciple from the 9 heavens sacred ground was also powerful. He seemed to be a genius martial artist. He held the killing sword in his hand and moved freely. The two of them exchanged 30 blows. He grabbed an opportunity and appeared behind Jing Yun. The terrifying sword chi slashed towards Jing Yun. If this sword could hit its target, it would definitely be able to slice a person in half. And from the looks of it, Jing Yun definitely wouldn't be able to dodge. Sure enough, the sword hit. Seeing this, the people of 9 heavens holy ground smiled. The Yin-Yang sect and Illusion Destroyer Palace also heaved a sigh of relief. However, in the next moment, their expressions froze as they screamed. Impossible. How could this be? The disciple of the 9 heavens holy ground who had attacked Lin Fan was equally stunned. That was because he discovered that his sword had indeed hit its mark. However, the other party's waist suddenly turned into white mist. It was as if he had turned into air. Therefore, his sword strike only hit some of the mist. Damn it, how did this happen? The cultivator was dumbfounded, unable to believe what he had just heard. At this moment, Jing Yun turned his head, and a terrifying fist landed on his opponent's body. With a loud bang, the martial artist from the 9 heavens holy ground was sent flying. Clang, he crashed into the surrounding Buddhist light and fell to the ground, vomiting blood. Defeated, how could this be? Everyone was stunned. The faces of the people of 9 heavens holy ground turned ugly. Lin Xian and Wuhua also furrowed their brows. This guy was really strange. Sure enough, Jing Yun could transform into a cloud like the other members of the White Cloud tribe. Moreover, it was a partial transformation. Jing Yun was very strong. Looking at his strength, it seemed that he was stronger than the ordinary almighties. At first, they thought that the White Cloud tribe didn't have any experts. They didn't expect such a powerful young man to appear. It seemed that the White Cloud tribe was indeed strange. Lin Xian and Wuhua whispered to each other. The others were also shocked. At this moment, all the martial artists and experts stared at each other with eyes as sharp as lightning. Jing Yun's strength was beyond their expectations. I've said it before. If you want to go over, you'll have to step over my dead body. Otherwise, you'd better get lost, Jing Yun shouted coldly. Hearing this, the surrounding people's faces changed. The Saint of 9 heavens snorted coldly. He didn't know what was good for him. He took a step forward and a vast amount of energy surged out. Countless cracks appeared in the sky and spread in all directions. Jing Yun's expression was also extremely solemn because he felt a terrifying force rushing towards him. It was as if it was going to tear him into pieces. He was extremely shocked. He didn't expect the young man in front of him to be so powerful. Just one step was enough to create such a terrifying aura. Jing Yun didn't dare to be careless. He shouted angrily and his body turned into white mist to dodge the energy. On the other side, his body reformed. Kill, Jing Yun roared angrily and charged over again. He waved his fist, and it was as if a mountain was descending from the sky. The entire mountain peak was trembling. However, the Saint of 9 heavens was extremely powerful. He dodged the attack with a flickering light and a passing shadow. At the same time, a palace appeared above his head and descended from the sky. It shrouded Jing Yun in an instant. The immortal palace shone brilliantly and cast down tens of thousands of rays of light, sealing the entire void. Jing Yun's body was also immobilized. Boom, Jing Yun roared angrily and turned into a cloud again, trying to escape. However, he didn't succeed this time. The area enveloped by the immortal palace had completely sealed the void, making it impossible for Jing Yun to escape. Jing Yun had nowhere to hide as the immortal palace descended. Seeing this scene, the middle-aged man and the elders hurriedly shouted, "Please stop. Please don't kill him. We'll take you there." Humph. The Saint of 9 heavens snorted coldly, and the immortal palace stopped in midair. The white mist below condensed and transformed into Jing Yun's face again. At this moment, his face was pale, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. Hurry up and apologize, Jing Yun. Admit your mistake and retreat. Otherwise, you'll die. The middle-aged man roared angrily. The young children in the house were also nervous. Big brother Jing Yun, come back quickly. I've said it before. If you want to go there, you have to defeat me. Haven't you lost yet? The Saint of Nine Heavens sneered. He stood with his hands behind his back and didn't make a move at all. It was just one immortal palace descending, and Jing Yun was already unable to resist. How dare someone like Jing Yun talk big in front of him, what a joke. You can try whether I've lost or not. Do you really think your immortal palace can kill me? Jing Yun said coldly. He wiped the blood at the corner of his mouth with his thumb and smeared it between his eyebrows. Buzz, the 7 auspicious clouds were shrouded in blood, and endless blood light emitted from them. Whoosh, 7 blood-colored auspicious clouds appeared around him and enveloped him. 7 evils blood clouds. You've cultivated such a thing. The middle-aged man was shocked. The elders also exclaimed in surprise. Their faces were filled with fear. They obviously didn't expect Jing Yun to have such a method. Ha, Jing Yun ignored him. At this moment, he roared angrily. He opened his palms and lifted the falling immortal palace up. Huh? His strength had increased again. This scene shocked everyone. Even the big black yak from the Demon King Palace frowned. Lin Xian and Wu Hua's eyes were also shining. Interesting. This should be some kind of bloodline superpower, Lin Xian whispered to himself. The 9 firmament saints' face darkened. It seems that if I don't teach you a lesson, you won't know how powerful I am, he was angry. He stretched out a finger and pointed forward. Whoosh, a stream of light cut through the void like a comet and flew forward. The void shattered in an instant. Countless black holes appeared around him. This attack was aimed at Jing Yun's forehead. Jing Yun naturally wouldn't sit still and wait for death. The 7 blood clouds around him spun rapidly, emitting endless blood-red light and forming a light screen. Clang! 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 The blood-red light screen shook like waves. The first layer of light was shattered, then the second. However, the third layer of light was able to block this shocking attack. This scene stunned the 9 firmament saint, but the murderous intent in his eyes became sharper. 9 firmament divine palm. At this moment, the 9 firmament saint finally displayed a great superpower. In the sky, 9 huge divine palms descended from the sky like the palms of a giant. The sky and earth collapsed. The palm descended and shrouded Jing Yun. The blood-red clouds around Jing Yun spun again. The 6th palm of the 9 firmament divine palm had already shattered 7 blood clouds. The 7th palm directly shrouded Jing Yun. This palm was about to smash him into a bloody mist. Jing Yun's face was pale. He didn't expect his opponent's palm technique to be so powerful. The White Cloud clan was even more shocked. At this critical moment, Lin Xian made his move. He flicked his finger and a sword wave flew out. Buzz, this sword wave hit the 7th palm, causing it to stop in the sky. Seizing this opportunity, Jing Yun's figure flashed, and he retreated. Damn it, who is it? How dare you stop our saint? The people of the 9 heavens holy ground roared madly. The 9 firmament saint turned his head and stared at Lin Xian. What is the meaning of this? He's already lost, so there's no need to kill him. He'll probably take us there anyway. Lin Xian said indifferently. There was another reason why he saved the young man. He was afraid that the White Cloud clan would react violently if the young man was killed. That would be very disadvantageous to them. That was why he had taken action. Since when was it your turn to tell me what to do? The 9 firmament saint looked displeased. Lin Xian sneered. Is that so? Your memory is really bad. Just a few days ago, I ordered you to go east and west. At that time, didn't you also listen obediently? Now, why are you pretending in front of me? You, the 9th firmament saint, was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. A few days ago, in order to break the 8 trigrams formation, he was indeed very unhappy with the other party's command. But at that time, for the sake of the treasure, he could only endure. Who would have thought that the other party would bring up old matters again? He was so angry that his teeth itched. He even wanted to attack Lin Xian. But at this time, Jingyun sighed. Alright, you win. You can go to the treasure. Hearing this, the 9 Firmament Saint stopped in his tracks and did not attack again. A smile appeared on Lin Xian's face. Very well, lead the way then. Everyone, please follow me. The middle-aged man sighed. He and a few other elders led the way. Jingyun also followed. The group left the mountain and headed into the distance. After about 7 or 8 mountains, they finally arrived at a valley. The valley was quiet and lush, but there were no animals, not to mention beasts or humans. At this moment, there was an altar in the south of the valley. Although it was old, it was very clean. The people of the White Cloud clan must have come here often to clean. So this is where the treasure is hidden? The people of the 9 Firmament Holy Ground asked. The people of the Xianxia sect also looked around. At this moment, everyone began to search the entire valley, but they did not find anything. Everyone, follow me. The middle-aged man did not say anything and led the way. Soon, they arrived in front of the altar. Lin Xian and the others looked carefully and found that the altar was very old. There were mysterious runes on it that looked like fog and clouds. It was very lively. The middle-aged man and the others knelt on the ground and kowtowed to the altar. When they kowtowed 8 times, the altar shone brightly. The clouds on it seemed to have come alive and kept moving. Behind the altar, there was a rumbling sound. Inside was the place where the treasures were hidden. Looking at the door slowly opening, the middle-aged man and the others stood up and pointed forward. Lin Xian, Wu Hua, the 9 Firmament Saint, and the others narrowed their eyes. They looked forward. They did not enter, but used their souls to check. However, there seemed to be a mysterious force behind the door that prevented their souls from entering. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a golden light. He activated his heavenly secret divine eyes and could only see a few meters ahead. It was dark inside and looked very old. He could not see any danger for the time being. We're not familiar with this place, so you guys lead the way. The 9 Firmament Saint said coldly. He was also afraid that the other party would play tricks, so he wanted the middle-aged man and the others to go in first and lead the way. That way, they could capture the other party if there was danger. Okay. The middle-aged man did not refuse. This scene made Lin Xian, the 9 Firmament Saint, and the others breathe a sigh of relief. It did not seem like a trap. At this time, Jingyun said, Uncle Chi, let me go. You? Many people looked at Jingyun and frowned. That fellow had tried to stop them earlier, and he even went as far as to attack them. Why was he so kind now? They were not at ease. You can't. You have to give in to the middle-aged man and these old men. Jingyun and I will go in. The elders are old and not suitable to move around. The middle-aged man sighed. All right. Hearing this, the 9 Firmament Saint and the others nodded. Lin Xian and Wu Hua stood at the side and did not refuse. Then, the middle-aged man and Jingyun took the lead and walked toward the door. After the two of them went in, the 9 Firmament Saint and the others moved. Lin Xian and Wu Hua's bodies also glowed. The two of them followed in. When they were more than 10 meters in, the door behind them made a rumbling sound and quickly closed. The faint light also disappeared in an instant, and the passage became dark. However, this was not a problem for Lin Xian and the others. Their bodies glowed brightly, and the passage was instantly illuminated. Everyone, please follow me. The middle-aged man led the way, and Jingyun also walked in front. Both of them were not slow, but with the strength of Lin Xian and the others, they easily kept up. Gradually, the two of them began to walk to the sides of the passage. They did not explain anything. Lin Xian and the others did not mind. After a few turns, Jingyun and the middle-aged man suddenly slammed their palms on the wall. Boom! Boom, boom! The ancient wall rumbled and was covered with countless cracks. It was like glass that would shatter at any moment. Damn it! What are you doing? Seeing this, the people from the Xianxia sect roared. The others' expressions changed as well. How dare you play tricks in front of me? The 9 Firmament Saint and the Black Yak also roared. However, before they could attack, they were shocked. because countless cracks had appeared on the walls on both sides. Black fog was spreading out from the cracks. The fog was very fast and seemed to be endless. It spewed out from the cracks and instantly covered the entire passage. Despicable outsiders! How dare you want the treasures of the White Cloud clan? Now, die! Sinister laughter came from the front. It made one's scalp tingle. You're courting death, the people from the Nine Firmament Sacred Ground and the Yin sect roared. Among them, the people from the Nine Firmament Sacred Ground charged forward. Whoosh, sharp saber light flashed and cut through the void. However, it was blocked by the black fog. The two martial artists from the Nine Firmament Sacred Ground were sent flying. The blood in their bodies was boiling. On the other side, the people from the Yin sect were also blocked. They looked at the black fog in front of them in shock. That was because the black fog was making gurgling sounds. Hideous heads and faces appeared from the black fog. There were even claws, scales, and tails. Demonic beasts. Seeing this, the surrounding people frowned. However, the people from the Fey Imperial Palace sneered. They all had the bloodline of mutated beasts. They were the least afraid of demonic beasts. Scram, the black yak shouted coldly. His voice was like thunder, roaring in all directions. His voice contained the power of his bloodline. Ordinary Fey kings would have knelt on the ground when they felt the power of his bloodline. However, this time around, his bloodline power had lost its effect. The monsters in the black fog were not affected at all. Instead, they let out roars and charged over. In an instant, Lin Xian and the others were surrounded. Ah! Miserable screams rang out as many of the Nine Heavens Holy Ground, Illusion Destroyer Palace, and Yin sect cultivators were bitten, tearing off large chunks of flesh and blood. Blood dyed the ground red as they frantically retreated. Damn it, one attack after another slashed at the black fog and the monsters. However, the black fog was the same as the white clouds. It dispersed with a single slash, and after it dispersed, it could fuse back together again. It could be said that ordinary swords and sabers could not hurt them at all. Instead, more and more black fog came out of the crack. Damn it, what kind of monster is this? Why can't I kill him? The people of Nine Heavens Holy Ground and Yin sect were horrified. They kept retreating while casting out defensive lights. Bang! 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 These monsters crashed into the defensive barrier, making earth-shattering noises. The light defense was very strong, but as more and more monsters appeared, the disciples were gradually unable to hold on. Get lost! At that moment, the Saint of Nine Heavens roared. The celestial palace in his body rushed up and floated in the sky. Curved rays of light shone down and covered the people of the Nine Heavens Holy Land. On the Yin sect side, they worked together to cast out Yin and Yang Qi. A Yin-Yang diagram floated above their heads, blocking all the attacks. The people of Illusion Palace cast out a picture scroll that wrapped around them in all directions, temporarily blocking the black fog. The black yak and the others' demonic qi soared into the sky to resist. Wuhua chanted Amiba, and the Buddhist light flickered. It had a natural restraining effect on these monsters. These monsters retreated like the tide. They did not attack Wuhua. Instead, they all turned their attention to Lin Xian. Buzz, Lin Xian's dragon sword field appeared and blocked these monsters. At the same time, he waved his hand. The dragon sword field emitted sword qi and slashed forward. Seeing this scene, the people of Nine Heavens Holy Ground and Yin sect sneered. It was useless. The attacks could not hurt them at all. But as soon as he said that, they were stunned. Because the black monsters that were hit by the sword qi were screaming in pain. They seemed to be very miserable. What? How was that possible? How could his sword qi hurt his opponent? These people were stunned. They also cast out sword light and saber light, but it was useless. Damn it, what kind of swordsmanship was this kid using? The Saint of Nine Heavens and the Black Yak also frowned. They had always felt that Lin Xian's swordsmanship was very strange. It seemed to be much fiercer than ordinary sword qi. That attack power made them feel apprehensive. They did not expect it to have a restraining effect on the black monsters. Brother Wuhua, let's go. After killing those monsters, Lin Xian said to Wuhua with a smile. Wuhua nodded. The Buddhist light on his body shone brightly. The two strode forward. Wherever they passed, the black monsters retreated like a flood. They did not dare to approach at all. Hurry up and follow. Seeing this scene, the Saint of Nine Heavens, the Black Yak, the people of Yin Yang sect, and Illusion Palace all went forward, wanting to hitch a ride. But as soon as they moved, the black monsters in the sky rushed over, and the black fog enveloped them. Fierce collision sounds were heard, and angry roars were heard. Damn it, get lost, these people were all crazy. Especially the Saint of Nine Heavens and the Black Yak, they even used their special skills to kill in all directions. They were afraid that the treasures would be taken away by Lin Xian and Wu Hua. Hearing the screams behind them, Lin Xian and Wu Hua smiled. It seemed that the black fog should be able to stop the people behind for a while. In this case, they would not be polite. The two could not help but speed up. Wu Hua's Buddhist light shone brightly, blocking all the black fog. Lin Xian's sword chi was like a dragon. The terrifying sword chi spread out in all directions, and any black monsters that dared to come close were directly killed. Buzz, after flying for a while, two figures suddenly appeared in front of him. Seeing these two people, Lin Xian snorted coldly. Wu Hua also frowned. Because these two people were the middle-aged man and Jing Yun who had brought them in. The two of them were shocked to see Lin Xian and Wu Hua. Damn it, impossible. How could you escape the zombie beast's pursuit? They were too surprised because they did not expect these two people to pass through the black fog so easily. Lin Xian said coldly, there is indeed something wrong with the two of you. He struck out two water swords, enveloping the front. The sea surged and turned into two cages, enveloping the two of them. Whoosh, Lin Xian and Wu Hua strode forward. This time, they would not be soft-hearted. They would torture these two people properly. They were now wondering if this was a treasure trove. Two ocean cages surrounded them, and the surrounding seawater surged. Jing Yun and the middle-aged man could not escape at all. However, the two of them were not afraid. Instead, they sneered. He, ha 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 ha, foolish outsiders, do you really think you can defeat us? The corners of their mouths curled up in a demonic smile. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian and Wu Hua both stopped and frowned. What's going on? Why are their expressions so strange? Suddenly, there was a cracking sound, and the two ocean cages were torn apart. Two large black hands emerged from the cracks in the walls. In an instant, they tore apart the water swords. Foolish outsiders, you still want our treasures? Now, go die obediently for me. The two of them shouted coldly. The black fog shrouded Jing Yun and the middle-aged man. Buzz, in the black fog, a pair of eyes opened with a demonic light. Two human-shaped black fog appeared in front of Lin Xian and Wu Hua. Kill. The human-shaped black fog formed by Jing Yun charged toward Lin Xian, while the middle-aged man charged toward Wu Hua. Humph. Wu Hua snorted coldly, and the Buddhist light on his body became even more dazzling. There were even runes flashing around him. They turned into mysterious runes one after another and blasted forward. Bang, the middle-aged man roared, but he was not as terrified as the black monsters before. He was able to resist. This scene made Wu Hua even more surprised. Whoosh, Lin Xian waved the great dragon sword chi, and streaks of sword light slashed toward the black fog in front of him. Before he got close, Jing Yun screamed in pain. There were a few more sword scars on his body. But soon, the fog on his body enveloped the sword scars. Jing Yun rushed over again. Jing Yun's strength was not strong, and he was easily suppressed by the ninth firmament saint even after using his ultimate move, the Seven Fiends' Blood Cloud. But now, after being enveloped by the black fog and turning into a human-shaped fog, his strength had soared. His current strength was probably not weaker than the saints. Moreover, he was extremely strange. He could turn into fog and dodge powerful attacks. He was even more difficult to deal with than the saints. If an ordinary saint were to encounter such a situation, they would definitely have a headache. However, Lin Xian was still fine. His great dragon sword spirit could destroy everything, so even if the other party could turn into mist, he would not be able to dodge his attack. Streaks of sword chi tore through the void and turned into a sky full of sword radiance, enveloping Jing Yun. Jing Yan's body turned into mist and dodged in all directions. However, the places that were swept by the sword chi still emitted white smoke and miserable screams. Therefore, after this attack, Taoist Jing Yan's figure shrunk. Roar, kill, this completely infuriated him. With a furious roar, the black gas that filled the sky surged. 9 black holes appeared beside him, blocking the sword light that filled the sky. At the same time, he attacked again. The great battle between the two shook the heavens and earth, their momentum terrifying. On the other side, the battle between No Flower and the middle-aged man was also intense. Wuhua had a great Buddhist supernatural power and a mysterious bloodline. Therefore, his suppression of such dark things was very strong. For a moment, the middle-aged man was suppressed. Ba. 9 Buddhist runes appeared in the sky, spinning non-stop and emitting golden light. They were like 9 suns that blasted forward. The middle-aged man kept retreating. On the other side, Jing Yan was also sent flying by Lin Xian again. The two of them retreated into the distance, roaring non-stop like crazy beasts. Suddenly, the sound of something breaking through the air came from behind. It turned out that the people of the 9 Heavens Sacred Ground and Demon Imperial Palace who were trapped by the black fog had rushed over. Although the black fog was strange, there were top powerhouses like the 9 Heavens Saint and the Black Yak. Moreover, these martial artists of the sacred grounds were not weak. They worked together and forced the fog to retreat. However, they were also seriously injured. Other than the 9 Heavens Saint and the Black Yak, the others were more or less injured. When they saw that Lin Xian and No Flower were blocked and did not advance, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Great, it seemed that they had not gotten the treasure yet. However, when they saw the 2 human-shaped fog, they frowned. What were those things? They could naturally feel the terrifying aura emitted from these human-shaped fog. Damn it, this place was too strange. There were even human-shaped monsters. Charge over, the 9 Heavens Saints snorted coldly. The Black Yak also led the people of Demon Imperial Palace to charge over. None of them paid any attention to Lin Xian and Wu Hua. Instead, they rushed straight ahead. In front, Jing Yun and the middle-aged man roared. The fog around them floated, forming a black light that filled the sky. Puff, 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 the 9 Heavens Saint and the Black Yak were actually blocked. This scene made all the surrounding martial artists scream. The other party had the combat strength of a physical level. Their eyes were about to pop out. The 9 Heavens Saint and the Black Yak's faces were gloomy. Now they finally knew why Lin Xian and No Flower had not broken through and left. Damned outsider, go to hell for me. Jing Yun and the middle-aged man did not attack again. Their palms formed a seal, and the red light in their eyes became more and more intense. Boom, their bodies suddenly exploded, forming a boundless black fog. Cracks appeared on the surrounding walls again. The black fog filled the sky, completely enveloping Lin Xian and the others again. And this time it was even more strange. It was not just black fog, but formed an array. Have a taste of the Corpse Soul Array, a cold voice sounded. The array was activated, and terrifying energy attacked everyone. Get lost, furious roars rang out one after another, and energy explosions shook the heavens and the earth. This array was too mysterious. Although they were still in the passage, they seemed to be in another world in the array at this moment. No matter where they went or how they broke through, they could not leave. They even felt that the vitality in their bodies was being stripped away bit by bit. The Buddhist light on No Flower's body shone, scaring away all the black fog, creating a vacuum around him. As he walked, the black fog around him dispersed like the tide, but it was useless. He could not recognize the direction at all. He could only walk in the array and could not break through it. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian said, "Brother No Flower, let's work together. You disperse the black fog. I will break the array and find a way out." Buzz, Lin Xian's eyes shone with golden light. He opened the heavenly secret god eye, and mysterious runes flashed. Whoosh, in the void above their heads, a pair of golden eyes appeared. Although it was very faint and hazy, everyone could clearly feel that there was a god looking down on them. As soon as the golden eyes appeared, the black fog shook violently and almost dissipated. The warriors also felt a chill in their hearts, and their hair stood on end. What was going on? Why did they feel like they were being peeped at? The Black Yak and the Ninth Firmament Saint also frowned. Their eyes were like rainbows, sweeping in all directions. Suddenly, their bodies trembled because they saw the illusory golden eyes above them. It was cold and emotionless, like the eyes of a god. What was this? Whose divine power was it? Or was it originally the same as the black fog? Was it used by the White Cloud clan to deal with them? They didn't know, but the Nine Firmament Saints' palace shone even brighter. Mysterious demonic patterns appeared on the Black Yak's body. Facing the unknown golden eyes, they didn't dare to be careless. The golden eyes were naturally formed by Lin Xian. The phantom of the heavenly secret divine eye appeared in the sky and scanned below. After a while, Lin Xian smiled. Found it. Brother Wu Hua, let's go. Next, Lin Xian began to guide the way, and Wu Hua was responsible for dispelling the black fog. Finally, the two left the corpse soul array. The two of them left. Follow them and rush out. Behind them, the voices of the Nine Firmament Saint and the others came, with anxiety and joy. The Nine Firmament Saint and the Black Yak took the lead, following the path Lin Xian and Wu Hua came out. Just as they were about to come out, Lin Xian and Wu Hua, who were in front of them, stopped and turned around. Humph. Go back. Lin Xian snorted, and the dragon sword field turned into an azure dragon, crashing forward. Wu Hua also shot out several rays of Buddhist light, forming a golden Buddha palm. Bang! Facing the two shocking attacks, the Black Yak and the Nine Firmament Saint tried their best to block. After the two attacks, the Nine Firmament Saint and the Black Yak were forced back, and in this moment, the surrounding black fog shrouded them again. The original path disappeared. Damn it, ah! Damn it, the Nine Firmament Saints' crazy roar came from the black fog. Damn human, don't let us catch you, or I will kill you. The Black Yak roared crazily. The Nine Firmament Saint was full of murderous intent. Lin Xian, Wu Hua, I will remember you too, the next time I see you, I will kill you too. The crazy roar sounded, but Lin Xian and Wu Hua only sneered. They wouldn't pay attention to this kind of threat. Let's go, Lin Xian said. Their figures flickered as they walked forward. Along the way, they didn't encounter any more black fog, nor were they attacked by the array. But they didn't encounter any treasures. The cold aura around them became heavier and heavier, as if the two of them had fallen into a 10,000-year-old ice cave. In the end, both of them frowned. What kind of place was this? Was there any treasure? Fortunately, after walking for another half an incense stick's worth of time, something else finally appeared in front of them. There was also an ancient altar in front of them, similar to the one outside. It was just that the scale was a little smaller. A cauldron was placed on top of the ancient altar. It was a bronze cauldron with countless runes engraved on it. Seeing this bronze cauldron, Lin Xian and Wu Hua stopped again. Their eyes flashed as they glanced at each other. To be honest, the previous two dangers were caused by the bronze cauldron. This included entering the mysterious space this time. They did not expect to encounter a bronze cauldron here. Could it be that the treasure mentioned by the White Cloud clan was this bronze cauldron? To be honest, they didn't really want to touch the bronze cauldron. Because of the last two times, they felt that it was really strange. However, they were still very curious. They also wanted to know what was inside the bronze cauldron. Was there really a treasure inside? Brother Lin, I'll use the Buddha's light to suppress it first. Then, Wu Hua made a hand seal. 9 Buddhist runes appeared in the void and floated forward, circling around the bronze cauldron. Lin Xian's soul rushed forward and probed into the cauldron. At the same time, Wu Hua also used his soul power. Their soul power probed into the bronze cauldron in front of them. However, as soon as they entered, their expressions changed, and they immediately withdrew their soul power. This was because an extremely sharp sound came from the bronze cauldron. It sounded like a woman's voice, and it was very miserable and sharp. This scream almost shattered Lin Xian and Wu Hua's souls. Lin Xian's face was pale as he withdrew his soul power. On the other side, Wu Hua's expression was grave. What was inside? Fortunately, they were unable to use the 9 Buddhist runes to suppress it. Otherwise, their souls would have been severely injured when that sharp sound was emitted. Let me see what kind of monster is inside. Lin Xian's face was also cold. He opened his heavenly secret god eyes and made a hand seal. A pair of hazy golden eyes appeared above him. He didn't use it before because it consumed a lot of soul power. Unless it was a last resort, he didn't want to use it. However, he couldn't care less now. A pair of golden eyes appeared in the void, looking down like the eyes of a god. Finally, Lin Xian saw clearly what was inside the bronze cauldron. However, he was stunned. Then, the golden eyes in the sky disappeared. What did Brother Lin see? Wuhua was also puzzled. There were two small cauldrons inside the bronze cauldron. They were sealed and couldn't be seen clearly. However, they should be the treasure that the White Cloud clan mentioned. There are two small cauldrons, one for each of us. However, what was that sharp sound? Wuhua was even more puzzled. Lin Xian arrived. It was a human face. To be precise, it was a human face carved with runes. It wrapped the two small cauldrons under the bronze cauldron. If we want to take the small cauldrons inside, we have to deal with that sharp sound. Brother Lin, what do you think? Lin Xian said in a low voice. There wasn't much time. The 9 firmament saint and the black yak must be able to break through the array. Therefore, we have to end this quickly. I was able to resist the sharp voice, but even though I was able to contend against it, I was unable to protect my soul from the impact. When the time comes, both sides will suffer. Hearing this, Wuhua smiled. Brother Lin, you don't have to worry. I have a treasure to protect your soul. With that, he flipped his hand and took out a Buddhist bead. The bead was crystal clear and about the size of an apple. It flickered with Buddhist light and was covered with Buddhist runes. This is a soul fixation bead. It can protect our souls. A soul fixation bead. Lin Xian was surprised. He didn't expect Wuhua to have such a good thing. In fact, Lin Xian didn't know much about the Western Desert. If the elders of other sacred grounds were here, they would definitely scream when they heard the words soul fixation bead. Because it was a treasure of Lanrua Temple, with it, one wouldn't be affected by the soul. Moreover, it was rumored that even if a dead person was enveloped by the soul fixation bead, their 3 souls and 7 spirits could be fixed. Perhaps there was a possibility of resurrection. There were many rumors about the soul fixation bead. Okay, let's do it. We'll work together. Lin Xian nodded. Wuhua waved his hand and the soul fixation bead floated in the sky. Countless Buddhist lights scattered and enveloped the two of them. Lin Xian felt the golden light and was surprised. Indeed, he felt a mysterious force protecting his soul. This way, he didn't have to worry about anything. The next moment, he mobilized the dragon sword soul in his body. A dragon soul rushed out of his body and appeared in the sky, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. With a roar, the dragon soul entered the bronze cauldron. Ah! That sharp voice sounded. It was as if sharp sword divine light pierced through the void. The 9 runes that Wuhua shot out collapsed in an instant. Fortunately, the soul anchoring pearl blocked all the soul attacks. Roar, the dragon sword spirit roared, and the dragon's roar shook the 9 heavens. It resisted the strange cry of the human face. Countless cracks appeared in the void and spread to the surroundings. Behind them, in the corpse soul array, the 9th firmament saint and the black yak heard the dragon's roar, and their eyelids twitched. The surrounding martial artists felt their blood boil. Their faces were pale. What was that sound? Not good. Damn it. They made a move, there must be treasures ahead. This should be their trump card. The 9th firmament saint roared. He couldn't care less. He had to break the array. Buzz, the 9th firmament saint shouted coldly and quickly formed a seal. The door of the immortal palace above his head suddenly opened, and a ray of light flew out from inside. Like an immortal light, it directly cut through the void. A large crack appeared in the black fog array ahead. On the black yak's side, it let out a roar. Its body suddenly grew, and a ferocious ox demon king appeared in the void. The bull's horns directly tore the array apart. Go, the black yak rampaged and led the people of the demon king palace away. The 9th firmament saint also opened a path with the immortal palace. The group finally broke the array. They pushed their speed to the limit and rushed forward. In front of them, the dragon sword spirit fought against the demonic human face. Gradually, the sword spirit suppressed the demonic human face. Whoosh! The dragon swung its tail and shrouded two small bronze cauldrons. That's great! Lin Xian and Wu Hua waved their hands and each grabbed a small bronze cauldron. The two small bronze cauldrons were very simple and unadorned. They were also engraved with runes and were as big as a human head. They were heavy, and no one knew what was inside. The ninth firmament saint, the Black Yak, and the people of the Xianxia sect happened to see this scene. Immediately, their eyes turned red. Damn it, put down the treasures, the ninth firmament saint roared, and the Black Yak also looked ferocious. They were the fastest and arrived nearby in an instant. Humph! Lin Xian waved the dragon sword spirit and threw the bronze cauldron in front of him. Once the bronze cauldron was thrown out, he immediately retrieved the great dragon sword soul. The soul fixation pearls above their heads shone brightly, enveloping the two of them. Ah! A sharp voice came from the bronze cauldron and spread in all directions. Hearing this, everyone felt their scalps go numb. The ninth firmament saint's son and the Black Yak were the first to bear the brunt of the attack. The two of them retreated and spat out mouthfuls of blood. The Holy Land martial artists behind them were also pale and twitching non-stop. This was a soul attack, they were terrified. They didn't expect that the bronze cauldron would have such a strong killing intent. This scene was within the expectations of Lin Xian and Wu Hua. Apart from the soul fixation pearl, there were very few things that could block it. Ah, die for me, the saint of the nine firmament had gone mad. How could he endure such a loss? Swish! The immortal palace above his head opened again, and another beam of divine light swept down. This divine light was even more intense than the previous ones. What was that? Lin Xian felt a chill run down his spine when he felt this light. Wu Hua's expression was solemn. They felt a threat to their lives. This should be the saint of the nine firmament's trump card. Trump card? Lin Xian frowned. The saint of the nine firmament actually had such a terrifying trump card. It seemed that he couldn't underestimate any saint or saintess. Clang! A beam of divine light crashed into the bronze cauldron in front of them, making a shocking sound. The surrounding void instantly shattered. 3 cracks appeared on the bronze cauldron. So powerful, Lin Xian and Wu Hua were shocked. At this time, the Black Yak also roared. He pulled out the 2 horns on his head and threw them out. Like 2 heavenly knives, they crashed into the bronze cauldron again. Clang! Clang! Bang! Boom! Another 2 shocking collisions. The Holy Land martial artists behind them screamed crazily. It couldn't be helped. This sound was too terrifying. Even the Black Yak and the Saint of the Nine Firmament were pale and spat out blood again. The only ones who were unharmed were Wu Hua and Lin Xian. The 2 of them were enveloped by the soul anchoring pearl, blocking this shocking killing intent. The collision of the 2 horns caused more cracks to appear on the bronze cauldron. The human face inside was also torn into pieces. With a boom, the bronze cauldron cracked open, and a black hole quickly formed. Great, it finally broke open. Behind them, the Holy Land martial artists breathed a sigh of relief. But at this time, they felt a wave of dizziness. It wasn't just them. The Saint of the Nine Firmament, the Black Yak, Lin Xian, and Wu Hua all felt the same. At the place where the bronze cauldron exploded, a black vortex appeared. It grew bigger and bigger, and finally enveloped everyone. The world spun. It was as if thousands of years had passed, but it also felt like an instant. Finally, Lin Xian and the others regained consciousness. Buzz, the dragon sword field enveloped them, and the dragon sword spirit roared. Lin Xian was the first to wake up. Beside him, Wu Hua, the Saint of the Nine Firmament, the Black Yak, and the other Holy Land martial artists also woke up. They realized that they were back. This was still the secret room. The 8 trigrams array under their feet had been broken. In front of them was the bronze cauldron with a headless corpse. We're back. We're finally out. The people of the Nine Firmament Holy Land and the Xianxia sect cried tears of joy. They felt like they had survived a disaster. The Saint of the Nine Firmament and the Black Yak stared coldly at Lin Xian and Wu Hua. Because the 2 of them were still holding the 2 bronze cauldrons in their hands. What had happened before? Was it an illusion, or did they really enter a strange space? Lin Xian didn't know now. They were not injured at all. Including those from the 9 Firmament Holy Land who were injured before, there were no injuries on their bodies. This made Lin Xian suspect that it was an illusion. But he and Wu Hua clearly had 2 bronze cauldrons in their hands. If it was really an illusion, how could they bring things out of the illusion? Therefore, Lin Xian was very suspicious now. But the 2 of them couldn't care so much. There were too many strange things, and they couldn't understand it all. Whoosh, he and Wu Hua put away the bronze cauldrons. Damn it, hand over the treasure. The Saint of the 9 Firmament and the Black Yak couldn't bear it anymore. There must be a shocking treasure in such a terrifying bronze cauldron. Moreover, there were 2 cauldrons. The 2 of them each had one. The Saint of the 9 Firmament charged toward Lin Xian, and the Black Yak charged toward Wu Hua. For a time, the battle between the 4 saints broke out. Damned brat, stay here. The Saint of the 9 Firmament rushed up, and the immortal palace above his head bobbed up and down. But this time, he didn't shoot out that immortal light. It seemed that that was his trump card, and he wouldn't use it easily. There must be some kind of restriction. Lin Xian didn't care if he didn't use his trump card. The 2 of them fought until the sky fell and the earth cracked. On the other side, the Black Yak and Wu Hua were the same. Boom, in front of them, the bronze cauldron in the center of the 8 trigrams array trembled. A wave of energy spread out. In front of them, the bronze cauldron in the center of the 8 trigrams formation trembled. A wave of energy spread out. Feeling this energy, the surrounding martial artists felt their scalps go numb. The martial artists from the Holy Lands all retreated, not daring to go forward. Even the 9th Firmament Saint, the Black Yak, and Lin Xian stopped attacking. They looked at the bronze cauldron in shock. Damn it, there wouldn't be another change, would there? They were scared. They didn't want to enter some mysterious space again, so, everyone quietly retreated. Crack, another trembling sound was heard. Lin Xian, No Flower, and the others found that the headless corpse in the bronze cauldron moved. No way, how many years ago was this person? And his head was chopped off. How could he be revived after being dead for so long? They didn't dare to imagine. This was the corpse of an invincible king. Once it was revived, who knew how terrifying it would be? No Flower's expression changed. He pointed forward and said in a panic, "Not good, retreat." What's wrong? Is there really a mutation? Lin Xian frowned and retreated to the back with Wu Hua. No Flower's face was pale. No, there's something under the headless corpse. What? There's something else. Lin Xian was stunned. The 9th Firmament Saint and the Black Yak's eyelids twitched. They thought the invincible king's corpse was going to mutate, but they didn't expect that to be the case. What's down there? Is it more terrifying than an invincible king? They didn't dare to think about it anymore. No Flower's face was pale. He didn't retreat. Instead, he stood there with one hand pointing to the sky and the other to the ground. His body shone with Buddhist light as he formed a strange seal. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. This was the same seal that had shocked the 10,000-year-old vengeful spirit. They hoped that this time, they could successfully intimidate this unknown thing. Sure enough, as soon as the seal appeared, the trembling in the bronze cauldron stopped. Boom, however, something even more unexpected happened. They found that the 8 trigrams formation under their feet suddenly cracked and a large black hole appeared, swallowing them again. Rays of light lit up as Lin Xian and the others opened their king domains. However, what made them heave a sigh of relief was that they did not enter the strange space this time. Instead, they were once again in the passage. It seemed that they should leave. "Brother Wu Hua, let's split up." Lin Xian transmitted his voice. He turned into a beam of sword light and rushed into the distance. There were many forks in the passage ahead. He and Wu Hua each chose one to enter. "You want to leave?" "Not so easy." The Saint Child of the 9 Firmaments once again charged over. The Black Yak was similarly overflowing with killing intent as he chased after No Flower. The 4 of them moved very quickly and left the remaining Holy Land cultivators in the dust. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 beams of light flashed quickly in the dark tunnel. They were Lin Xian and the 9 Firmament Saint. The 2 of them, one at the front and one at the back, kept chasing each other. With a flash of lightning, Lin Xian appeared in a palace. This hall was very spacious. He looked around and found that there was no danger. Lin Xian stopped in his tracks. He stood in the air above the hall and looked down. That damned saint son of the nine firmament actually dared to chase after him. It was time to deal with him. Break, the saint son of the nine firmament also came into the hall. Seeing that the other party did not run away, he revealed a sinister smile. Kid, hand over the treasure, and I will spare your life. If you want the treasure, use your strength to speak. Boom, Lin Xian stretched out his palm. Countless icy auras surrounded his palm. It was like a world of ice and snow, mercilessly pressing down. Crack, crack. Crack, countless frost, wind, and snow appeared in the space of the hall, wanting to freeze everything. The saint son of the nine firmament bore the brunt. Thick ice formed under his feet and on his body. Get lost, with a cold snort, endless energy erupted from his body and shattered all the ice and snow. The immortal palace above his head appeared and froze the space around him. You want to stop me with this little bit of ice? You must be dreaming. The saint son of the nine firmament sneered. Lin Xian did not answer at all. He formed a seal with his palm, and ice swords appeared in the ice. Bang! Bang, bang! Bang, they pierced the sky and destroyed everything. The saint son of the nine firmament's defense was penetrated in an instant. Damn it, the saint son of the nine firmament's expression changed. He felt a peerless murderous intent. Bang, he punched out, shattering all the ice arrows. But then, the ground under his feet trembled, and the void cracked. An ice dragon broke out of the ground and circled around him, binding him tightly. Terrifying cold air and icy murderous intent spread out and corroded his body. If it were not for the immortal palace, he would have frozen to death. Even so, he and the entire immortal palace were frozen together. The divine fire of the nine firmament had turned into heaven and earth, flames began to spread out from the saint son of the nine firmament. They burned fiercely and melted the ice around him. At the same time, the divine fire formed a fire qilin and fought with the ice dragon in the air. Swoosh, Lin Xian waved his hand, and the ice around him turned into ice phoenixes, ice snakes, ice tigers, and all kinds of strange demon beasts. They charged forward. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. The divine fire around the saint son of the nine firmament was terrifying. It burned fiercely and blocked everything. Buzz, he activated the immortal palace and charged forward, shattering all the ice. He charged toward Lin Xian. Lin Xian sneered. You want to fight me in close combat? You're courting death. He pulled out the ancient dragon abyss sword and used the 5 killer moves of the Wanton Heaven Destroyer sword. Bang! Bang, bang! 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 The 5 killer moves all landed on the saint son of the nine firmament, forcing him to keep retreating. He spat out mouthfuls of blood. His face was pale, and the flames on his body were extinguished. Lin Xian was taken aback as well. Even an unparalleled mighty figure would probably be torn apart by his killer moves. But the other party only spat out mouthfuls of blood and did not tear apart. The other party's physique was stronger than he had expected. Ah! I'm going to kill you, the saint son of the nine firmament was mad. The energy in his body continued to explode, and the immortal palace above his head shone with a mysterious light. A terrifying aura emerged from the immortal palace. Feeling the change in the aura, Lin Xian frowned. He had seen a beam of immortal light from the immortal palace before. It was life-threatening, so he did not dare to be careless. Whoosh, the dragon sword realm above his head turned into an azure dragon. The realm released thousands of sword lights, cutting off everything and destroying the void. The two superpowers collided in the air, and the sound spread far and wide. Whoosh! Whoosh, in the distance, more than a dozen figures flew toward them. As soon as they entered, they were blasted back. The energy shockwaves inside were not something they could withstand. These people only watched from the entrance, and their faces were full of shock. This is the saint son of the nine firmament, right? He's actually fighting with someone. It's him, Lin Xian, the master of the immortal palace. Why are the two of them fighting? This was normal. The two of them had always been at odds. The surrounding people were discussing. Lin Xian's sword qi was so terrifying. There were probably not many people in the younger generation who could release such sharp sword qi. What kind of sword technique was that? Was it the Immortal Palace's secret superpowers? It was too terrifying, many people exclaimed in surprise. However, some of the older generation cultivators were even more astonished. The Immortal Palace was the ultimate technique of the Nine Heavens' holy ground. It was rumored that the Nine Heavens' holy ground's grand mystique, when cultivated to the end, could form a 9-layered immortal palace. He wondered what level the 9th firmament saint was using now. At this moment, the palace above the saint of the 9th firmament shone brightly. The energy was like a vast ocean, surging forward. Judging from its power, it should be the 3rd level of the celestial palace. An expert exclaimed. 3 layers of immortal palaces? Lin Xian coldly snorted. Holding the ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand, he undid the 2 layers of seals on the ancient sword and resisted. 10,000 streaks of light shone, and a heaven-shocking sound erupted. The void in front of them was shattered, and everything was blasted apart. He actually managed to block the 3rd layer of the immortal palace. This immortal palace's palace master was too terrifying, right? How could his sword energy be so powerful? The cultivators in the passage exclaimed, unable to believe the scene in front of them. Damn brat, I don't believe that you can block my second attack. The saint of the 9th firmament clenched his teeth and roared. He activated the celestial palace above his head again. At the same time, 9 palm shadows appeared in the sky and surrounded the celestial palace. 9 heavens divine palm. 9 resplendent palms floated up and down in the sky before slamming down mercilessly, shattering the void. The surrounding people trembled. They could feel a shocking killing intent coming from the palm. The 9 firmament's divine palm was the ultimate technique of the 9 firmament's holy ground. Combined with the attack of the immortal palace, the power was so strong that it defied the heavens. It seemed that the saint of the 9 firmaments was really angry. At this moment, the saint of the 9 heavens descended from the sky like a god of death. Lin Xian struck out with the 5 elements sword art. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth elemental sword qi weaved through the air. The sword qi also caused the expressions of the surrounding experts to change. Boom! Boom! The 9 heavens divine palm was incomparably terrifying. It descended from the sky like a divine palm that could destroy the world. Lin Xian brandished his ancient sword and unleashed the 5 elements sword technique to contend against it. Sword qi crisscrossed, divine light danced, and a terrifying murderous aura swept across the world. The 2 of them exchanged 10 moves, and the 9 shocking strikes of the 9 heavens divine palm were actually completely blocked. Not only that, the other party didn't seem to have received any damage. This was too inconceivable. This was a world-shaking divine ability, the 9 firmament's divine palm, and it was actually shattered by 9 swords. No one dared to believe it. The saint of the 9 firmament looked gloomy. He realized that ordinary attacks were useless. Even if he used his ultimate technique, he would not be able to do anything to the other party. Damn it, looks like I can only use my trump card. Kid, I admit that you're very strong. Ordinary attacks and divine abilities can't hurt you at all. However, do you think that's all I have? I will let you experience my true strength. At this point, the 9 firmament saint's eyes lit up. His hands quickly formed a seal, and his body emitted a powerful aura. The immortal palace above his head became even more dazzling. Crack, a low voice rang out as a door slowly opened in one of the celestial palaces. What? The door of the immortal palace can be opened? What was going on? The experts in the surrounding passageways were also stunned when they saw this scene. They had never heard of this before. From the looks of it, this should be the 9th firmament saint's trump card. But what exactly was in the immortal palace? Was it about to appear? Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. He had seen the immortal light in the immortal palace before. It could be said that it was unusually sharp and made him feel as if his life was in danger. Therefore, when he saw the door of the immortal palace open, he did not dare to be careless. The great dragon sword soul in his body circled and transformed into a dragon shadow that coiled around his body. Swoosh, a beam of immortal light cut through time and space. It flew out from the door of the immortal palace and charged forward. This beam of light was too fast and too dazzling. Before the people around could react, there was a loud boom in front of him. Then, Lin Xian was sent flying. Heavens, what happened? What was that light? Did it come from the immortal palace? That kid was sent flying, and he was bleeding. He must have been seriously injured. Could it be that he was killed in a single move? That's possible. The immortal light that flew out from the immortal palace was definitely a fatal blow. Even the saint would be killed if he was careless. How dare you fight with me? Now you know how powerful I am. You don't know what death is. Seeing his opponent vomit blood and fly backward, the Nine Firmament Saint smiled cruelly. He strode forward, and the immortal palace above his head became even more dazzling. At that moment, he was like a celestial king. He came before Lin Xian and looked down on him. Now, go to hell for me. The Nine Firmament Saint raised his hand, and endless power surged. However, at that moment, Lin Xian, who had been lying motionless on the ground, raised his head. The corners of his mouth curled up in a cold smile. Oh no, seeing his opponent smile, the Nine Firmament Saint's heart skipped a beat. He realized that he had been tricked. A sense of danger welled up in his heart. The Nine Firmament Saint quickly retreated. Buzz, however, he was still too late. This was a trap that Lin Xian had carefully set up. How could he let his opponent escape? He swung his sword. The ancient dragon abyss sword turned into a giant dragon and slashed out. Splat, blood spurted out and dyed the sky red. An arm flew off. The Nine Firmament Saint screamed. His hair was disheveled, and he seemed to have gone mad. Ah! My arm, what? Everyone in the passageway was stunned. What happened? The Nine Firmament Saint was injured, and his arm was chopped off. What was going on? The situation had changed so quickly that they were completely confused. In front, Lin Xian slowly stood up. The great dragon sword soul flickered on his body. There was a beam of immortal light in the dragon's head. It was the fatal blow that the Nine Firmament Saint had delivered. However, the great dragon sword soul had caught it. Therefore, Lin Xian did not suffer much damage. The blood was also deliberately caused by him. His goal was to bait the Nine Firmament Saint and make him let down his guard. That way, he would be able to succeed. Sure enough, he chopped off his opponent's arm. Ah, damn brat, I'm going to kill you. The Nine Firmament Saint roared crazily. He grabbed the severed arm with his palm and reconnected it. His body glowed, and the severed arm was once again intact. However, the Nine Firmament Saint's face was extremely ferocious. He really could not understand how his opponent had caught his beam of immortal light. Do you think you're the only one with a trump card? Lin Xian sneered. Although his opponent's immortal light was powerful, he was too naive to think that he could kill him with it. Brat, you forced me to do this. No matter what price I have to pay, I want you dead today. The Nine Firmament Saint's voice was cold. A terrifying murderous aura surrounded all directions. The experts in the passageway were so frightened that they trembled. Heavens, could it be that the Nine Firmament Saint still had a trump card? That was for sure. After all, he was the saint of the Nine Firmament sacred ground. He had many cards in his hands. The immortal light was probably not his only trump card. That's right. Everyone guessed correctly. The Nine Firmament Saint did have a trump card. Moreover, it was an even more powerful trump card. The Ninth Firmament Saint's expression was cold as the immortal palace above his head bobbed up and down. This time, the door of the immortal palace opened again, and an even more terrifying murderous intent spread out. Immortal light again? The surrounding experts were shocked. Someone said that it might be 2 beams of immortal light, then its power would be more than doubled. They wondered if the kid could withstand it. 2 beams of immortal light? Lin Xian sneered. He had already received 1 beam, so this immortal light was no threat to him. If he could receive it once, he could receive it a second time. Even if there were 2 beams of immortal light, he was not afraid. Humph, kid, you will regret it. The Ninth Firmament Saint sneered as the immortal palace above his head became more and more dazzling. Whoosh! A figure walked out of the immortal palace. What? A figure? There was actually someone living in the immortal palace. The surrounding experts were stunned. No, it shouldn't be a real person. It should be condensed with energy. That's too scary. I thought an immortal had appeared. Immortals were just legends. No one knew if immortals existed in the world. However, the person who walked out of the immortal palace was definitely heaven-defying. I guess that kid might not be able to withstand it. Everyone was discussing intensely. Lin Xian was also stunned. To be honest, he did not expect that it would be a human figure who walked out this time. His face darkened, and his expression was extremely solemn. Because the intense murderous intent brought by this figure was even more terrifying than the previous beam of immortal light. What was this figure? Lin Xian did not know, but he felt a chill run down his spine. Damn it. The ninth firmament saint actually had such a powerful trump card. Kid, how is it? Are you trembling? Ha 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 ha, this is what you get for provoking me. Even if you kneel down and beg me now, I won't let you go, the ninth firmament saint sneered. His face became pale, without a trace of blood. Obviously, using such a trump card was a huge burden on him. Now, go to hell for me. With a roar, the figure who walked out of the immortal palace above moved. Like a ghost, he streaked across the sky and instantly arrived in front of Lin Xian. Boom, with a palm strike, energy whistled and enveloped Lin Xian. With a loud bang, Lin Xian was pushed back, his blood and qi churning inside his body. What a terrifying palm power. Lin Xian was shocked. This was definitely at the level of a saint. Furthermore, it was a very powerful one. If the nine firmament saint attacked again, it would be two saints against one. That kind of situation was much more dangerous than before. However, what surprised Xiaochen was that the nine firmament saint did not charge over. He did not cooperate with the terrifying figure to attack together. What was going on? Could it be that he was very weak now, or was it because he had used his trump card that he couldn't make a move? Lin Xian couldn't understand. Whoosh, his figure flickered as he used the demigods and semi-devils. His speed suddenly exploded, and he dodged the attack of the immortal palace's shadow. He charged toward the nine firmament saint. Seeing this, the celestial palace above the saint's head circled around him, blocking the shocking attack. It's useless, kid. Don't even think about killing me. With the celestial palace around, you can't kill me at all. As expected, Lin Xian was pushed back by the celestial palace. The figure charged over again. Xiaochen was entangled with the figure. So that's how it is. I really can't attack. Seeing this, Lin Xian completely relaxed. The nine firmament saint couldn't attack. There was only one figure. Although it was extremely powerful, it couldn't do anything to him. It's just a figure, and you want to kill me? What a joke. Today, I'll show you that your so-called trump card is nothing in front of me, Lin Xian's voice resounded in all directions. Nothing in front of you? You really don't know what's good for you, kid, keep being stubborn. You'll know later how powerful this figure is, the nine firmament saint didn't care at all. This figure was even more terrifying than the immortal light. It could even kill a saint. However, to use it, he had to pay a huge price. First, the energy in his body was almost exhausted. Moreover, he couldn't attack now. Therefore, unless it was a last resort, the nine firmament saint didn't want to use this trump card. But now, he was forced into a corner. Even if he was weakened, he had to kill his opponent. Buzz, sure enough, the figure was expressionless. It charged at Lin Xian like a flickering light. The monstrous aura made people tremble. Heavens, this is definitely the combat strength of a saint. This figure was really too terrifying. The nine firmament saint was indeed terrifying, moreover, this figure was not afraid of attacks or death at all. It could be said that it was indomitable. I wonder how that kid will block it, everyone was talking about it. They all looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian let out a long roar. Sword chi erupted from his body. His invisible combat strength increased. He held the ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand and swept through the surroundings like a sword god. Dragon-shaped sword chi surged. Sword chi filled the sky. 1 slash, 2 slashes, 3 slashes. Lin Xian didn't talk nonsense. His combat strength increased infinitely. Each slash was stronger than the previous one. At the ninth slash, heaven and earth exploded. The figure from the celestial palace was sent flying. Countless cracks appeared on its body as if it was about to shatter. He was so powerful, the surrounding people were shocked. The 9 Firmament Saint's scalp went numb. He didn't expect that his trump card would be shattered by his opponent. How was that possible? Why was his opponent's combat strength stronger than before? He couldn't believe it. Damn it, with a roar, the 9 Firmament Saint couldn't care less. His figure flashed and he rushed forward. He merged with the figure from the celestial palace. When the two of them merged, an earth-shattering power erupted and swept through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Whoosh, a crack appeared in the void. The 9 Firmament Saint appeared again. His aura was much stronger than before. Kid, go to hell. After merging with the mysterious figure, the 9 Firmament Saint attacked again. He slapped out, causing Lin Xian to vomit blood and fly backward. This time, I won't give you any chance. The 9 Firmament Saint's voice was cold. He swore that he would kill Lin Xian. After succeeding in one move, he attacked again. Countless rays of light above his head were like heavenly blades, attacking Lin Xian. The 9 Firmament Divine Palm appeared again. Bang! Bang! Lin Xian was sent flying again, spitting blood from the corner of his mouth. However, the aura on his body became extremely fierce. The dragon sword spirit roared. Lin Xian unlocked the 3rd seal on the ancient dragon abyss sword. Do you think you're the only one with a trump card? Today, I'll let you see my trump card. With a swing of the sword, heaven and earth dimmed, and the celestial palace was sent flying. With the second slash, the 9 Firmament Saint was sent flying. Damn it! He was actually so powerful, the 9 Firmament Saint's skin went numb. He turned around and left. He didn't dare to continue fighting because he had merged with the figure and used his trump card. After such a long time, he still couldn't take down his opponent. His opponent's combat strength was getting stronger and stronger. He didn't dare to delay. If he stayed any longer, he would probably become weak. Therefore, he was ready to retreat. His figure flashed, and he flew into the distance. However, Lin Xian would not let him go. He waved his hands, and the ancient sword exploded again. A ball of fiery light appeared. A sword shadow fell from the sky and tore the void apart. Poof, the sword split the 9 Firmament Saint's body in half. Blood splattered everywhere. The Saint of the 9 Firmament floated in the sky. Blood and internal organs flowed out. What? The Saint of the 9 Firmament was killed, everyone went crazy. They could not believe it, that was the Saint of the 9 Firmament. How could he be killed just like that? If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would not have believed it. Whoosh, Lin Xian resealed the ancient dragon abyss sword. His face was a little pale. He looked ahead and furrowed his brows. He realized that the body that had been split in half did not die. Instead, it merged again and was taken into the immortal palace. The immortal palace emitted a mysterious light. It turned into a stream of light and disappeared. Only a voice was left in the world. Damned brat, I'll remember today's sword. I'll return it to you in the future, humph, the next time we meet, I'll kill you with my own hands. Lin Xian replied coldly. He did not chase after the Saint of the 9 Firmament. The immortal palace was too mysterious. He could not break it with his current strength. However, it was enough this time. He had killed the Saint of the 9 Firmament. Even if the Saint of the 9 Firmament did not die, his combat strength would be greatly reduced. It was impossible for him to return to his peak in a short period of time. It could be said that he had killed a powerful enemy. Whoosh, Lin Xian exhaled slowly and landed. He looked around and said coldly. Why? How long do you want to watch? Get lost. Otherwise, don't blame me for killing. His cold voice blasted the void. The people in the passage felt their scalps go numb. Many of them turned around and ran. What a joke. The Saint of the 9 Firmament had been killed. They did not dare to stay. However, not everyone ran away. 3 figures did not leave. Instead, they came to the palace. Seeing this scene, the people that were fleeing also stopped and turned their heads to look. What are these people trying to do? Are they going to fight? Lin Xian furrowed his brows when he saw the 3 figures approaching. What? Do the 3 of you want to die? Kid, you don't have to threaten us. Those 3 sword strikes were powerful, but you must have used up too much energy to use your trump card. How many battles do you have left? Do you think you're bluffing to scare us off? Do you think that's possible? The 9 Firmament Saint Sun wants to kill you for the treasure, right? Hand over the treasure you obtained, and the 3 of us can let you live. Otherwise, you will lose your life here today, you're courting death. How dare you 3 ants try to snatch my treasure? Lin Xian snorted coldly, his eyes bursting with piercing sword light. Ants, brat, you're really blind. We just don't want to reveal our identities. Do you really think we're ants? The auras of the 3 of them suddenly erupted like a mountain torrent, enveloping the entire sky. This power was simply too strong. This was definitely an expert. So valiant. Who were these 3 people? In the passageway, the remaining people were extremely surprised. They found that the 3 of them were shrouded in black fog, and they couldn't see clearly. Thinking about it, he must have done so in order to conceal his identity. A guy who doesn't even dare to show his face dares to be arrogant in front of me. Lin Xian looked at the 3 of them, and a murderous intent appeared in his eyes. Indeed, unlocking the 3rd level of the ancient sword had consumed a lot of his energy. However, not everyone could target him. Since you're not cooperating, don't blame the 3 of us for being impolite. The man in black in the middle sneered. He stretched out his large hand, covering the sky and earth, and grabbed in front of him. Buzz poof, Lin Xian attacked decisively. He swung his sword and slashed at the large palm. With a bang, the palm was split open. Blood turned into a rain of blood and fell. That person grunted and retracted his palm. Damn it. Let's attack together and kill him. The 3 of them were shocked. They didn't expect the other party to have such strength after using his trump card. It seemed that they had to go all out. The 3 of them turned into 3 phantoms and charged over in a triangular formation. The ancient dragon abyss sword swept out and forced 2 of them back. The other person came to Lin Xian's side. Whoosh, a black longsword appeared in the hand of the man in black. The sword light shone, sending chills down one's spine. Hee hee, die, kid. The man in black sneered. The killing intent on his body surged. The sword was about to stab him. But suddenly, his body trembled because he saw a pair of golden eyes. What kind of eyes were those? They carried endless power. In an instant, the man in black was stunned. He felt his soul being sucked into a strange space. Bang! Lin Xian punched out and exploded the man's head. The headless corpse fell to the ground, dyeing the ground red. What? How could this be? How could he be so powerful? Damn it, it's a soul attack, let's go. The remaining 2 men in black turned around and ran. Initially, they thought that the other party was very weak, so they joined forces. However, even though the other party was weak, he was not someone they could fight against. Therefore, the 2 of them quickly ran away. In an instant, the 2 of them entered the passage and were about to disappear. But suddenly, the 2 of them stopped in midair and screamed miserably. This scene was extremely strange because the others could clearly see that the 2 of them did not suffer any injuries. However, the 2 of them screamed like pigs being slaughtered, causing one's scalp to go numb. 3 seconds later, the 2 of them stiffened and fell to the ground. Their eyes were wide open, and there was no trace of life. Anyone else who wants to attack me, step forward. Lin Xian's cold voice sounded as he looked around. Hearing this, everyone fled, not daring to stay for even a second. In an instant, everyone in the hall had left. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. He took out 2 pills, swallowed them, and left the hall. Shuttling through the passage, Lin Xian found a remote stone house. There were no treasures inside, and it was very simple. He set up a formation seal, then his figure flashed and entered the black earth. Hey 2, help me watch the situation outside. I want to cultivate. Lin Xian gave some instructions, then sat down cross-legged. With a flip of his palm, he took out the small bronze cauldron he obtained. The small cauldron was very thick and heavy. Although it was small in size, it was as heavy as a mountain. It was engraved with rune markings, and the top was sealed by countless runes, carrying with it an ancient power. Lin Xian activated the great dragon sword's soul, activated Tianji's body, and carefully broke these seals. After about half a day, he finished breaking all these seals. Crack, he opened the small bronze cauldron. In the next moment, his pupils shrank because the moment he opened it, a strange pill fragrance drifted out. Smelling the pill fragrance, Lin Xian felt his entire body warm up. The strength he had consumed was recovering at a very fast speed. What a magical pill, Lin Xian was excited. He had obtained a treasure. Just the pill fragrance alone had such an effect. This was definitely a heaven-defying pill. He was also an alchemist, so he naturally knew the effects of this pill. Not to mention him, even an invincible king would be greatly tempted. With a wave of his palm, a pill floated out of the small bronze cauldron. The purple pill was the size of a longan fruit. It was covered with pill patterns and was very mysterious. Lin Xian couldn't understand it. However, it didn't matter if he didn't understand it, as long as it was effective. With a flip of his palm, he swallowed this purple pill. But as soon as he swallowed it, his eyes widened, and there was even a trace of regret. He was too careless. The power of this pill was far beyond his imagination. At this moment, it was like a furnace of heaven and earth, burning fiercely in his body. That violent energy turned into a turbulent sea, swimming in his meridians as if it wanted to burst his body. Damn it, suppress it, Lin Xian roared and quickly ran the longevity incantation. The longevity incantation was very magical, crazily absorbing the energy in his body. However, this energy was far beyond Lin Xian's imagination. There was too much, like a vast sea, endless. This surprised Lin Xian. He knew that he had underestimated this pill. This pill from tens of thousands of years ago was really too terrifying. The grade was probably unimaginable. Although his longevity incantation was very mysterious and could absorb infinitely, his body couldn't bear it. Thinking of this, Lin Xian's eyes flashed with a fierce light. He quickly urged the dragon sword's soul and at the same time, absorbed the energy in his body to awaken. The dragon sword's soul was an offensive saint technique with unlimited potential, but it was still in the growth stage at this moment. Lin Xian was now in the early 7-star stage, and he could fight against an early 8-star peerless mighty figure. If the dragon sword's soul went all out, it could even fight against a mid-8-star peerless mighty figure. Although it was only the difference between the mid-stage and early stage, the real strength could be said to be the difference between heaven and earth. A mid-8-star peerless mighty figure could easily kill a few early 8-star powerhouses. The gap between them was huge. With the absorption of the dragon sword's soul, the violent energy in his body was finally diverted. Lin Xian's body also avoided the consequences of exploding. This made him sigh in relief. He formed a seal with both hands and slowly closed his eyes, beginning to absorb the energy in his body with all his might. At the same time, he was looking forward to it. I wonder how far this ancient pill will allow him to advance his cultivation. Lin Xian was cultivating inside the black earth. The place where he was staying was very remote. And because of the concealment of the formation, no one disturbed him for a while. Just like that, he quietly absorbed the ancient pill. On the other side, after separating from Lin Xian, No Flower was being chased by the Black Yak. This big black yak was an elite warrior of the Demon Imperial Palace. His strength was valiant, and he wasn't from the younger generation. Instead, he was a veteran elite warrior. His strength had reached the peak of the early stage of 8 stars. Especially that pair of horns, they were absolutely no weaker than a heaven-step treasured artifact. Therefore, the Black Yak was very aggressive in its pursuit. However, No Flower was not weak. As the holy son of Lanrua Temple, his strength was incomparably powerful. His cultivation had reached the early stage of 7 stars. His combat strength had reached the early stage of 8 stars. In addition, he had a mysterious bloodline and a precious treasure like the soul anchoring pearl. Therefore, when he used his full strength, his combat strength was equivalent to a mid-stage 8 stars peerless powerhouse. Although the Black Yak was an early stage 8 stars powerhouse, his combat strength increase was not as good as No Flower's. At full strength, he was only equivalent to a mid-stage 8 stars powerhouse. Therefore, the two were locked in a fierce battle. In the end, No Flower directly used another Buddhist great magical power, the demon sealing spell. This was a kind of magical power that was specially used against the demon race. It had a strong restraining effect on the demon race. However, it was very difficult to cultivate. Moreover, once this magical power was used, it would also produce a vicious aura. One must go into seclusion to cultivate Buddhist doctrine in order to eliminate the vicious aura. Therefore, unless it was a last resort, these Buddhists were not willing to use it. At this moment, no flower was being chased anxiously, so he used it without hesitation. As soon as the demon sealing spell was used, the black yak's strength was sealed and suppressed. In the end, he was defeated and quickly fled. No flower breathed a sigh of relief. He moved and found a quiet place to open his small bronze cauldron. In addition, other warriors were looking for opportunities on their own. Of course, most of them were running for their lives because there were too many traps and arrays in this ancient tomb. However, there was one thing that spread like wildfire. That was, the 9 Firmament Saint was slashed by a sword. This battle was seen by more than a dozen Holy Land warriors, so in the end, the news spread. And it spread more and more widely. For a time, many Holy Land warriors were talking about it. And in the ancient tomb, the first thing that those warriors who met asked about was that the 9 Firmament Saint was slashed by a human. They all wanted to confirm whether it was true or not. Because it was too shocking. God, was the 9 Firmament Saint really slashed by a sword? What kind of ruthless person was this, to be so terrifying? Was the 9 Firmament Saint dead? The people of the 9 Firmaments Holy Land were going crazy. The 9 Firmament Saint was not dead. Although he was slashed in half, his body was taken away by the immortal palace. He should be able to survive. However, it was not that easy to recover. Who was it? How could he be so strong? Could it be an elder of a holy land? No, it was Lin Xian, the temple master of the immortal palace. What, the temple master of the immortal palace? How was this possible? Although he was the temple master of the immortal palace, he looked like a young man. He should be a saint of the younger generation. Yes, how could he slash the 9 Firmament Saint? Could it be that this guy's strength increased greatly? I don't know. Anyway, I saw it with my own eyes. He slashed the 9 Firmament Saint in half with a sword. As for whether his strength increased greatly, I don't know. I heard that the 9 Firmament Saint was chasing him for a treasure in his hands. Could it be the treasure map of the 6 Tao patterns? No, it seems to be something else. That kid might have gotten other treasures from other places. No way, this kid's luck is too good. He got the treasure map of the 6 Tao patterns, and he got other treasures. Indeed, it was enough to make people jealous. However, his strength was indeed shocking. The 9 Firmament Saint was so terrifying that even a mysterious phantom walked out of the immortal palace, but he could not defeat him. Other than the top saints with sacred bodies and divine bodies, no one could defeat him. That was not necessarily true. Although the 9 Firmament Saint was a saint, he was only at the average level among the various saints. The geniuses of the other holy lands had many trump cards. If they really attacked, that kid would definitely not be able to resist. Discussions broke out. However, no matter what, the fact that the 9 Firmament Saint was slashed in half by Lin Xian was still shocking. Everyone who heard it felt their scalps go numb. In the end, this matter was still known by the 9 Firmaments Holy Land martial artists. In the end, the 9 Heavens Sacred Ground martial artists found out about this. One of the teams had a total of 7 people. 2 elders were leading the team, and the remaining 5 were young disciples. When they heard the news, it was like a bolt from the blue, and they were stunned. What? Their holy son had been struck by someone. Was he killed? They were all panicking. If the 9 Heavens Holy Son had died here, it would be a big deal. First of all, they could not bear the consequences. They could not answer to the sacred ground. Moreover, they would become the laughingstock of all the sacred grounds. They would not be able to raise their heads again. Moreover, the fall of the Holy Sun would not only damage their reputation, but it would also be a huge blow to the 9 Heavens Sacred Ground. The cost of nurturing a Holy Son could be said to be heaven-defying. The resources were unimaginable. Therefore, they could not afford it. They quickly asked around and found out that the 9 Heavens Holy Son was not dead. He was still alive. This made them heave a sigh of relief. However, these people were still furious. Damn immortal palace. How dare they kill the Holy Son of the 9 Heavens Sacred Ground? Is that Lin Xian? We must catch him and tear him to pieces. Yes, no one dares to provoke the nine heavens' sacred ground, no matter who it is, they must pay the price. These martial artists of the nine heavens' sacred ground were murderous. They began to search for Lin Xian everywhere. Of course, they did not forget the most important thing. That was to quickly find the nine heavens' holy son. Although the nine heavens' holy son had not been killed, he must be very weak. If he was targeted by someone else, he would be in danger. Needless to say, there were people who had designs on the nine heavens' holy son. After all, he was a holy son with many treasures in his hands. It could be said that he was a small treasure trove. Normally, no one dared to provoke them, because whether it was their personal strength or their background, they were all frighteningly big. But it was different now. The nine heavens' holy son had been struck by someone. Even if he was still alive, his strength would be greatly reduced. And now, more importantly, he was completely separated from the people of the nine heavens' sacred ground. Now, he was alone and helpless. If they made a move now, they could do it secretly and frame Lin Xian and Immortal Palace. It could be said that it was killing many birds with one stone. Therefore, some people really did have such an idea. You two don't need to follow me anymore. Go find the nine firmament saint's son, kill him, and take his things. A young man in a blue robe with a jade-like face said coldly. He stood with his hands behind his back facing the crowd. Behind him, there were two mysterious figures whose faces could not be seen clearly. After receiving the news, the two of them immediately took action. With a sway of their bodies, they turned into two streaks of light and left the area. Saint Son of the Nine Firmament, since you are so weak, don't blame me for being rude. This green-robed figure gradually became hazy and illusory. From afar, it was as if 7 stars were connected together. Soon, he also disappeared into the void. It wasn't just this green-robed man. On the other side, there was a man whose entire body was shining like a fiend god sitting cross-legged. His eyes flickered, but there was no one around him. His hands continued to form seals, and soon, a beam of light shot out from his body and turned into a human figure. As soon as the silhouette appeared, its body flickered with the light of a demonic god before it was sucked into its body. Go and kill the nine firmament saint. The figure sitting cross-legged was also surrounded by 108 fiend gods. Her cold voice sounded. The light figure in front of him disappeared. These people were from the other sacred grounds, and they were ready to make a move. However, within the nine firmament sacred ground, there were also people who had the same idea. The status of the saint was very special in the sacred ground. He was the number one of the younger generation, and if nothing went wrong, he would become the sacred leader of the sacred ground in the future. It could be said that countless people were envious of him. Normally, those holy son candidates were not strong enough. But now, they finally had an opportunity. Since you have been injured, don't blame me for being rude. This was also a young man with a cold face, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. In the next moment, his body was wrapped in mist, and he also turned into a stream of light and charged out. For a time, many people were looking for the nine firmament saint, wanting to kill him. The elders of the nine firmament sacred ground were even crazier. They searched like crazy, and at the same time, sent out assassination teams to assassinate the people of the Immortal Palace. Under their crazy actions, they really succeeded. One of the disciples of the Immortal Palace was killed, and 3 others were injured. However, the people of the nine firmament sacred ground did not stop there. Instead, they became more and more aggressive. They even wanted to kill everyone from the Immortal Palace. If not for Moron Qingqing and Xianxia, who were saintesses and had 2 super sacred grounds behind them, they would have been killed. These people of the nine firmament sacred ground wanted to attack them. Damn it, the martial artists of the Immortal Palace gritted their teeth in anger. They did not expect that the nine firmament sacred ground would dare to attack them. What was worse was that they were now scattered, and they could not find elderly, Xing Tian, and the others. The remaining young disciples were also geniuses, but under the siege of the elders of the nine firmament sacred ground, they could not hold on. For a time, they could only hide temporarily and send a distress signal to elderly, Xing Tian, and the others. However, they were still caught by the nine firmament sacred ground. Among them, a team of 7 people surrounded 3 Immortal Palace martial artists. Not good, run. When the three young martial artists of the Immortal Palace saw this, they quickly retreated, wanting to leave. However, among the 7 people, there were 2 elders, and the rest were 5 geniuses. Whether it was strength or numbers, they were far superior to them. Therefore, the 3 martial artists of the Immortal Palace were trapped. Among them, there were 2 men and 1 woman. The 2 men shouted coldly. "Damn it, what are you trying to do? How dare you attack our Immortal Palace? Are you tired of living? What are you trying to do? Of course, we are going to kill you. Your palace master is so reckless, daring to go against our 9 firmament sacred ground. Now is the time of your death. Not only will I kill you, but I will also kill everyone from the Immortal Palace. I will let your palace master know what regret is. Capture the 3 of them first, and don't let them die so easily. I want to torture them to death. I want to let everyone know that no one dares to provoke us." The 2 elders of the 9 firmament sacred ground gave the order. The 5 young disciples behind them rushed forward. Courting death, the 3 young Immortal Palace martial artists roared angrily. They used all of their strength to fight against it. After a great battle, they were still defeated. The 3 of them were injured, and there was not much strength left in their bodies. "Haha, you still want to fight with us? You are really reckless." A disciple of the 9 firmament sacred ground walked forward and trampled one of the martial artists of the Immortal Palace to the ground. Buzz, dozens of sword lights appeared in his hand, and all of them pierced the body of the Immortal Palace disciple. Poof. Poof, poof. 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 Poof, poof. 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 How is it? Have you tasted pain? Kneel down and beg for mercy. Apologize to the 9 heavens holy ground. I can give you a quick death. You're courting death. We, Immortal Palace, will not let you off. Just you wait. Our palace master and elders will come to kill you soon. Kill us? Sure. Let them come. We're looking for them, the people of 9 heavens holy ground sneered. They stabbed a few more times, and blood dyed their bodies red. The martial artist of Immortal Palace struggled madly. Not only him, but his other disciple was also being tortured. The last female disciple was not tortured. However, the other disciples of 9 heavens holy ground grinned maliciously. "Girl, you're pretty good looking. I wonder how the women of Immortal Palace taste. Don't worry, yours truly will make you feel good later." At this moment, the martial artists of 9 heavens holy ground were no longer people of 9 heavens holy ground. They were clearly a bunch of beasts. "Arg, we, Immortal Palace, will not let you off," the female martial artist screamed madly. Her face was filled with helplessness. There was no one around her. Only 2 people of 9 heavens holy ground were walking towards her. She wanted to escape. However, the space around her was frozen in an instant. Her energy was frozen as well. The ones who attacked were not disciples of 9 heavens holy ground, but 2 elders. Under the power of 2 elders, the female martial artist of Immortal Palace could not resist at all. She closed her eyes as tears streamed down her cheeks. She regretted not using her last chance to self-destruct. Who knows, she might have been able to drag 2 of them down with her. But now, she could not even self-destruct. Poof. Poof. I love to see you guys of Immortal Palace in despair. This makes me feel good. The 2 martial artists of 9 heavens holy ground grinned maliciously as they walked towards each other. The other 2 martial artists of Immortal Palace who were lying on the ground howled madly. "Damn you! Bastard! If you dare to touch her, I will not let you off." Their bodies were covered in blood as they howled madly. "Won't let me off? Poof. You guys can't even save yourselves. What do you have to let me off? Is there anyone else here? This is our 9 heavens holy ground's territory." As he spoke, one of the 9 heavens holy ground disciples grabbed the female cultivator in front of him. Ah, pung, pung. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the void as a red light shot out, slapping the 2 9 heavens holy lands cultivators away. Endless light shone down as the 2 9 heavens holy lands cultivators were sent flying, crashing through the void. Half of their bodies were directly smashed open, blood and internal organs spilling all over the ground. Ah, the 2 of them rolled on the ground, screaming crazily. Light flickered on their bodies as they tried to repair the damage. The remaining people of the 9 heavens holy ground were stunned. The 2 elders' faces darkened. Their gazes pierced through the void like lightning. The remaining 3 disciples roared madly. "Who is it? Get the hell out here. How dare you attack us? Are you tired of living?" Angry roars could be heard. Hope appeared in the eyes of the 2 immortal palace cultivators on the ground. That immortal palace female disciple even more so opened her eyes, her face full of shock. Originally, she had already given up all hope, thinking that it would be very difficult for her to escape the clutches of the devil. But who would have thought that at the very last moment, there would be an unforeseen event? Someone had come to save her. Who was it? Was it a strong cultivator from Immortal Palace? The elders of the 9 heavens holy lands also thought so their expressions were extremely grave. "Damn it, you sneaky bastard, get the hell out of here," shouted a disciple furiously. However, as soon as he finished speaking, his body was pierced through. A red claw pierced through his back and directly crushed his heart. Pung, that person fell to the ground, twitching nonstop. The people next to him were scared out of their wits. "Damn it," the 2 elders of the 9 heavens holy lands roared furiously and threw a punch at the red claw. Dang, an earth-shattering collision sound spread in the air. Their palms violently slapped the red claw, like a golden spear and armored horse. The void around them shattered. The elder took 3 steps back, his face pale. It was as if he had slapped a red mountain. His entire arm was numb. However, what shocked him was that the red claw was completely fine. There was no crack at all. F***ck. How dare you hit Master Long? Do you want to die? Behind them, an arrogant voice sounded, a roar shaking those people. Those people began to tremble, the chi and blood within their bodies roiling. A demonic beast, could it be a flood dragon? They were shocked. The voice was too strong, like a dragon's roar. It made them tremble. The people of the 9 heavens holy lands thought that the people of Beast King Palace had come. But soon, they were stunned. That was because they saw a red silhouette walking over. Damn it! Crawling snake. It's the crawling snake from Immortal Palace. They were so angry that they gnashed their teeth. The 3 cultivators of Immortal Palace were excited. "Master Long, hurry up and save us." They naturally recognized that it was the snake beside Master Long. "Don't worry, Benhuang is here. He won't let you be in danger." The crimson dragon waved its claw, and countless red lights flew forward, turning into a cloud and enveloping the 3 of them. Whoosh, the 3 of them recovered from their injuries. How magical! Master Long is so powerful. The 3 cultivators of Immortal Palace were excited. They had never seen the crimson dragon fight before. They didn't expect it to have such a magical technique. It was worthy of being Master Long's subordinate. It was really strong. The 3 of them were too excited. The people of the 9 heavens holy lands, on the other hand, were gloomy. The other party had just appeared and injured 2 of their disciples, and even killed one of them. This method was too fierce. Moreover, what made them even more worried was whether or not the other party had come alone. If Immortal Palace's army came, they might not be able to escape. But after looking for a long time, other than the other party, no one else appeared. They heaved a sigh of relief. Humph, the 2 elders revealed a ferocious look. "Crawling snake, you actually came alone, and you dare to be arrogant in front of us? Later, we will peel off your snake skin. Not bad, your claws are also very sharp. It is suitable to be used as a weapon and armor, F***ck. You actually dare to have ideas about Benhuang. You really don't know your place." The crimson dragon was angry. He didn't attack, but waved his claw. 9 lackeys, come over here." 9 lackeys? What was that? Could it be that there was really an ambush? The people of the 9 heavens holy lands were nervous. The 3 disciples of Immortal Palace were also confused. Why was this name so melodramatic? Just as they were confused, more than 10 figures walked out of the passage in front of them. They were very fast. The 9 of them in front even flashed and came to the side of the crimson dragon. "Master, you are looking for us, what?" Seeing this, the people of the 9 heavens holy lands were dumbfounded. The 3 disciples of Immortal Palace also opened their eyes wide in disbelief. Heavens! What did they see? The experts from the 9 holy lands were half kneeling on the ground, showing great respect to the Crimson Dragon. Am I dreaming? The people from the 9 heavens holy lands were going crazy. What was going on? Wasn't the other party a snake from the Immortal Palace? How could he control the people from the other holy lands? Moreover, those experts were half kneeling on the ground, even the people from the other holy lands did not receive such treatment. What was going on? They were all stunned. The 3 from the Immortal Palace were also stunned. They could not understand what was going on. The 9 people kneeling on the ground were naturally the 9 experts that the Crimson Dragon had subdued. These 9 people were tough bones before, but after being tortured by the dark red divine dragon's various methods, these people were afraid. This was because they realized that their bodies and souls could not resist the other party's torture. Since they could not resist, they might as well be obedient lackeys. After all, they also wanted to live. Catch a few of them, but don't kill them. Damn it, how dare they go against Benhuang? I'm so angry. The Crimson Dragon pointed at the martial artists from the 9 heavens holy lands and said with gritted teeth. Hearing this, the 9 lackeys stood up. Their eyes were cold as they looked forward. Humph. People from the 9 heavens holy lands, kneel down and be our master's pets. If you do, I can spare your lives. One of them said coldly. As he spoke, lightning surrounded his body, and a sea of lightning surged around him. Seeing this, the people from the 9 heavens holy lands were even more stunned. An expert from the 1,000 thunder holy lands. Damn it, how could you submit to a snake? Could it be that you are under an illusion? Or some kind of restriction? They were really shocked. Humph, stop talking nonsense and come over here obediently, another cold voice sounded. This person was from the 5 Elements Palace. As he spoke, the 5-colored light around his body formed a huge mountain that floated above his head, bringing with it an infinite pressure. People from the 5 Elements Palace. People from the Illusion Palace, people from the 4 symbols holy lands, heavens. The people from the 9 heavens holy lands were going crazy. What was going on? Why did the martial artists from the other holy lands become the other party's lackeys? Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and take action, the Crimson Dragon said impatiently. Hearing this, the 9 lackeys didn't dare to hesitate any longer. They all unleashed their ultimate techniques and charged forward. The endless thunder sea, the terrifying 5 elements mountain, the sky full of sword radiance, and the terrifying saber radiance. All of a sudden, the 9 experts made their moves and surrounded the people of the 9 heavens holy ground. How could these people from the 9 heavens holy ground withstand it? Of their 5 young disciples, 1 was killed, 2 were severely injured, and the remaining 2 were scared out of their wits. The other 2 elders also had ugly expressions on their faces. They roared and went crazy, using all their strength to stop him. However, other than the 9 lackeys, there were another 5 or 6 experts waiting for them. The young disciples were subdued in an instant. The 2 old men roared furiously. After all, they were peerless almighties with great strength. However, at this moment, the dark red dragon said, "The 9 of you will deal with 1. Leave the other 1 to me." Whoosh. The battlefield was divided into 2 sides. The Crimson Dragon personally entered the battlefield and displayed the great magical ability of the Dragon Clan. In the sky, countless dragon silhouettes weaved about, fighting a great battle with that elder. In the end, the elder's Crimson Dragon was directly sealed. As for the other elder, he suppressed the 9 lackeys with his strength. He was powerful and took advantage of his injuries, forcing the 9 lackeys to retreat. When he saw one of his companions being sealed, he roared and turned to attack the Crimson Dragon. However, the Crimson Dragon used its great magical ability and attacked. Boom, the elder's hands were directly broken. He was scared out of his wits. Damn it, this snake is too strong. I can't beat it. Moreover, there were other experts around. If he continued to fight, he might very well be sealed. Thinking of this, the elder roared and tore through the void to escape. One of the elders was also caught. One of them escaped. The martial artists of the Immortal Palace were stunned. They didn't expect happiness to come so quickly. Ha 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 ha. This is great, looking at the people of the 9 heavens holy ground who were sealed, the 3 of them were filled with killing intent. Among them, 2 of the male disciples directly kicked the elder's face. "Damn it! I'll let you be arrogant. I'll let you attack again." Their feet kicked the other party's face, making a sonorous sound, shaking their feet until they were numb. "Damn old gang noobs, old bastard." How thick-skinned, the martial artists of the Immortal Palace were so angry that they gritted their teeth. They were only at the Almighty level and couldn't break through the defense of a peerless Almighty. However, so what if they couldn't break through? It was very satisfying to be able to step on the other party's face. Sure enough, the elder of the 9 heavens holy ground was so angry that he vomited blood. Their hair stood up, the veins on their bodies were bulging, and their bodies were filled with killing intent. Unfortunately, he was sealed by the Crimson Dragon with an ancient seal. In addition, he was seriously injured and couldn't escape at all. Not only that, the Crimson Dragon was not at ease and even injured his soul. In this way, the elder completely lost the ability to resist. Come. Don't be shy. Step on me to your heart's content, you can step on me however you want. The Crimson Dragon said very heroically. Sure enough, other than the elder, the remaining disciples also received special treatment. Their faces were trampled into mush. Whoosh, the Crimson Dragon waved its claws, and their faces were healed again. Their faces were smashed, and they were healed again. Their faces were smashed, and they were healed again, just like that, dozens of times. These people were on the verge of collapse. They finally experienced what was called despair. What was worse than death? The 9 lackeys at the side sneered. Now, they knew how they were treated, now, they knew why they were so strong and were reduced to lackeys. They couldn't help it. No one could bear this kind of torture. Damn it, how dare you touch us? You're dead, the 9 heavens holy ground will never let you go. The elder roared angrily. As a dignified elder, he had never been treated like this before. What was even more despicable was that a few juniors were trampling on his face. Although they couldn't hurt him, the way the soles of their shoes touched his face drove him crazy. He swore that as long as he escaped, he would tear these people into pieces. He would make them suffer a fate worse than death. F***ck. You dared to threaten me just now. What's with that look in your eyes? One of the disciples of the Immortal Palace directly slapped over, causing the void to tremble. His arm was numb, and the surrounding space was cracked. The elder's face didn't shatter, but there was a clear palm print on his face. F***ck. This is so F***king awesome. Come, the 2 of you give it a try. The disciple seemed to have discovered a new world and hurriedly called out to the other 2. The other 2 disciples also walked up. They also gave it a try and found that it was indeed satisfying. For a moment, the 3 of them were very busy. The void trembled, and thunder rumbled. The elder fainted from anger. Damn it, how could they be so weak? The Crimson Dragon curled its lips and looked at the remaining 4 disciples of the 9 heavens sacred ground. The 2 whose bodies had been smashed had also recovered. They were extremely weak. Looking at the Crimson Dragon, they trembled. The Crimson Dragon came to the side of the 2. These 2 were the ones who wanted to humiliate you. The female martial artist nodded, and a murderous look appeared in her eyes. Very well, I'll give you a chance. The Crimson Dragon waved its claws, and a sharp sword appeared in the air. You can turn them into eunuchs with your own hands. What? Hearing this, the 2 martial artists of the 9 heavens sacred ground turned green. They felt a chill down their legs, and a huge fear appeared in their hearts. What, eunuch, damn it, no. You can't do this to us, please, let us go. You can step on me, but you can't turn me into a eunuch. Do you still need lackeys? I can be your lackey, the 2 of them screamed crazily. They were unwilling to be tortured like this. One had to know that this was something that no man would be willing to do. However, the female disciple's eyes lit up when she heard this. Did you think of letting me go back then? She was not a weak little girl, but an expert who had experienced hundreds of battles. If not for the Crimson Dragon, she could not imagine what would have happened to her. Therefore, now that he had the chance to take revenge, how could he be soft-hearted? With a sneer, the female disciple grabbed the sharp sword in the air. The aura on her body exploded like a flood. The biting cold murderous aura pierced through the clouds, forming countless swords in the sky. No, beauty, you can't do this to me, I was wrong before. I was just fooling around with you, the two of them cried as they spoke. We can't do anything. We are also disciples, and we can only listen to our elder. If there's anything, you can look for our elder. They were about to cry. Anyway, their elder had fainted now. He could not hear this. They quickly pushed the blame to their elder. Seeing this scene, the 9 lackeys beside him felt goosebumps all over their bodies. F***ck. This guy was too shameless. He actually dared to push the blame to the elder. Fortunately, their elder had fainted from anger. Otherwise, he would probably explode from anger if he heard those words. Thinking about how they had been treated in the past and then looking at the current situation, the 9 lackeys felt that they had been so happy before. Now you know how to beg for mercy? It's too late, that female disciple didn't care at all. She waved her sharp sword and pierced through the void. Ah, one of them screamed miserably. Blood was gushing out of his vital parts. That feeling of shattering was 100 times more intense than any other pain. Hearing the sound that sounded like a pig being slaughtered, the other male martial artists felt their scalps go numb. However, that female disciple was indeed very excited. She turned her head again to look at the other person. The man's body started to tremble. He quickly knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. I beg you to spare me, I won't dare to do it again. I'll work like a horse for you, I'll be your lackey, okay, what a joke. Seeing his companion hovering between life and death, he didn't want to suffer. However, the answer was definitely no. That female martial artist from Immortal Palace kicked him to the ground and then waved her sword. Another scream sounded. The 2 Nine Heavens Holy Ground martial artists who weren't tortured fainted from fear. It was too cruel. They couldn't bear to watch it. The 9 lackeys were also scared. However, that female disciple from Immortal Palace was very satisfied. This feeling of revenge was simply too satisfying. Alright, wake them up and let them be our new lackeys. Then, let's set off. The Crimson Dragon waved her hand and the 9 lackeys immediately woke up the 9 Heavens Holy Ground martial artists who had fainted. When that elder and disciple found out that they had also become the new lackeys, they had the urge to vomit blood. Damn it, after being beaten so much and suffering so much, they still couldn't escape the fate of becoming a lackey. However, they didn't dare to resist because they were afraid that the other party would stab them in the vital parts. The group set off again. On the other side, the 9 Heavens Holy Ground elder who had escaped was so angry that he was gnashing his teeth. He was really mad. He didn't run away. Instead, he hid and prepared to watch. When he saw that his companions were all tortured and became lackeys, he couldn't bear it anymore. He couldn't bear it anymore and used his trump card. He took out an old, yellowed scroll and used his blood to write down names one after another on it. The entire scroll was densely packed. Blood floated around and countless names shone. Then, the scroll floated in the void. The 9 Heavens Holy Ground elder formed a seal and burned the scroll. Whoosh, the space cracked open, and one figure after another appeared around him. This was not an illusion, nor was it an illusion. They were real people. Those 9 Heavens Holy Ground martial artists who were all over the ancient tomb were all teleported over. This was their very important trump card. They wouldn't use it unless they had no other choice. However, this 9 Heavens Holy Ground elder couldn't bear it anymore. So, he used his trump card. In an instant, dozens of experts were summoned. However, other than the 9 Heavens saint who didn't appear, all the other people who had written down their names appeared. What's going on? Why did they use the blood sacrifice teleportation? After the elders and disciples appeared, they asked one after another. Could it be that there was news of the saint? No, there was no news of the saint. However, the old man told him what he had seen earlier. What? Those guys really dared to do that? Damn it. They've gone too far, kill them. You must kill them. These elders were furious. Each of them was filled with killing intent. There were too many experts around that snake. They didn't know what method he used to subdue so many of them. We're outnumbered. We're no match for him. That's why I used the blood sacrifice teleportation to summon you. We have to save our people and kill them all, that snake is very strange. I think he must have some secrets. Capture him and torture him out. In the future, we can control other experts too. These people went over murderously. Finally, the two sides met. Damn it, let our people go, the people of Nine Heaven's holy ground roared. The elder gritted his teeth. His eyes were like divine lamps. Oh, the reinforcements are here. The Crimson Dragon sneered. 9 lackeys, go, the 9 lackeys rushed out. However, at this time, the elder who was running away snorted coldly. He waved his hand and countless Nine Heaven's holy ground martial artists behind him walked over. Each of them was filled with killing intent. Seeing this, the 9 lackeys' faces changed and they quickly retreated. They left after images in the sky. The Crimson Dragon also exclaimed. Damn it, so many people came. The 3 immortal palace martial artists became nervous again. Among the lackeys, the elders and disciples of the 9 Heavens sacred ground were crying emotionally. Elder, save us, you must save us, kill him. You must kill him, I want to tear him into pieces. They roared like crazy, but what awaited them was a few slaps. The Crimson Dragon sent them flying, and now you want to escape? They haven't saved you yet, 9 great lackeys, cover us. The dark red divine dragon gave the order. At the same time, it spoke to the 3 immortal palace martial artists at its side. Let's leave quickly. There are too many of them. We'll be at a disadvantage if we continue fighting. He was a wily old fox. He wouldn't do anything that would put him at a disadvantage. If it was a one-on-one fight, he wouldn't be afraid of any elder. He could even kill them. But there were so many of them. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't win against them. Therefore, he quickly retreated with the 3 immortal palace martial artists. The 9 lackeys also wanted to escape, but unfortunately, their lives were still in the hands of the Crimson Dragon. Therefore, they could only obediently resist. But this time, there were too many people from the 9 Heavens sacred ground. In an instant, they were surrounded by more than a dozen figures. They couldn't exert any strength at all. The remaining people were like a sharp sword, piercing through the sky and killing the Crimson Dragon. The Crimson Dragon roared and his body expanded. The dragon blood in his body surged and wrapped around the 3 immortal palace martial artists, increasing his speed. However, the people from the 9 Heavens sacred ground were determined to kill them. Moreover, their companions were still surrounded by the enemy. How could they let them go without saving their companions? Therefore, they chased them all the way and finally came to an empty cave. Buzz! Buzz! The 3 elders of the 9 Heavens sacred ground formed a seal and raised their hands. 3 phoenix phantoms covered the sky and covered the entire space. The dark divine dragon was blocked and stopped. The army behind them charged over and completely surrounded them. Master Long, what should we do? Seeing this, the 3 immortal palace martial artists were terrified. The Crimson Dragon's face was gloomy. Beside him, the 9 Heavens sacred grounds lackeys who were tied up laughed wildly. Ha 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 ha. Did you see that? This is what you get for provoking us, you're dead meat, they gritted their teeth. Finally, they had a chance to take revenge. However, the Crimson Dragon smashed half of their heads with a slap, and there were many cracks on their bodies. If you dare to threaten me, I'll kill all of you with a single slap, damn it, let our people go. Seeing this, the army of the 9 Heavens holy ground roared in anger. This time, there were dozens of them, and they were not afraid of any sudden changes. This was unless Immortal Palace's great army also came. However, they suspected that this dragon didn't have any summoning and transport items in its hands. Otherwise, the Crimson Dragon Immortal Palace martial artists. Indeed, Immortal Palace's 3 individuals were also asking about it. The dark red divine dragon shook its head. This emperor didn't have that kind of thing, but perhaps little Xianxia had it. What now? The 3 of them felt as if the sky was falling. However, the Crimson Divine Dragon waved its arm. Don't Immortal Palace martial artists, in an instant, he set up layers of array formations, enveloping the surroundings and forming a defensive barrier. Then, the Crimson Dragon said, don't worry, although I can't contact the Immortal Palace martial artists, I can contact Xianxia. Let him save us. Contact the Palace Master, the immortal palace martial artists were excited. As long as they could contact the palace master, they could contact Xianxia, elderly, and the others. When the immortal palace martial artists came, they would have hope. Therefore, the immortal palace martial artists were relieved. The 9 heavens sacred ground martial artists snorted coldly. You want to trap us with an array? You want to call for reinforcements? Not so easy. 9 heavens divine palm, an elder stood out and waved his palm. Light shone in the sky, and the whole space shook violently. 9 large palms appeared in the sky and slammed forward in an overwhelming manner. Pung pung pung, the fierce collision shook the sky and the earth. The bright light screen shook as if it would break at any time. But in the end, it did not break. It was blocked. It could be blocked. Inside the formation, when the 3 immortal palace martial artists saw this scene, they were extremely excited. The 9 heavens sacred ground martial artists frowned. Damn it, what kind of array is this? How can it be so strong? The Crimson Dragon sneered. Idiot, you think you can break my array so easily? How can it be? His attainments and formations had far surpassed their imaginations. On top of that, he had many treasures in his possession. Therefore, the formations he created were incomparably powerful. How can a peerless almighty break it? If one is not enough, then 2. 3. I don't believe that I can't break your defensive array. The 9 heavens sacred ground martial artists were filled with killing intent. Sure enough, the 3 elders descended from the sky like gods and demons, and their bodies were emitting a strong aura. The 3 of them used their ultimate skills and attacked the array below. Sure enough, the light screen shook violently. It seemed that it could not take it anymore. But in the end, it resisted. Damn it, he was actually able to resist it. The 3 peerless almighties were shocked. This is impossible. At this moment, the 9 heavens sacred ground martial artists finally screamed. So what? I don't believe that he can resist all of us. Everyone, listen up. Attack together. In the sky, dozens of figures flashed, and a vast sea of energy surged. Seeing this, the Crimson Dragon's face changed. Damn it, do you really think that Ben Huang is easy to bully? I'll let you taste some pain first. The Crimson Dragon waved his dragon claws again. 4 killing arrays descended from the sky, enveloping the 9 heavens sacred ground martial artists. Let's see if you can break my array. Sure enough, the killing arrays were extremely terrifying. They turned into a peerless killing intent and enveloped the 9 heavens sacred ground martial artists. Ah, the 9 heavens sacred ground martial artists screamed and fought back madly. The elders also roared in anger. Damn it, is this snake an array master? How can he have so many arrays? Under the siege of the 4 killing arrays, the 9 heavens sacred ground martial artists temporarily gave up on attacking and started to fight back. Seeing this, the 3 martial artists from Immortal Palace heaved a sigh of relief. The Crimson Dragon sneered. This is Ben Huang's strength. Do you see? If Ben Huang uses all his killing arrays, it'll be easy to kill you. He snorted and ignored the people in front of him. Instead, he stared at the 5 lackeys of the 9 heavens sacred ground. In the next moment, he said coldly, the 5 of you, get over here. Make dinner for Ben Huang. As he said that, he took out a few demonic beasts from his storage ring. This one is steamed, this one is barbecued, and this one is braised. Make some food for me. Otherwise, I have plenty of ways to torture you. The Crimson Dragon opened his mouth and spat out clouds of chi, which evolved in the air. Tables, chairs, pavilions, and all kinds of exquisite decorations appeared in the cave. Those who didn't know would think that it was a palace. The 3 martial artists from Immortal Palace were dumbfounded. The Crimson Dragon waved his dragon claws. Stop looking, come and enjoy. I have spiritual fruits, spiritual wine, and spiritual tea. What do you want? He waved his hand and the tables were filled with all kinds of food. This was great. Ben Huang loved to eat, following Lin Xian and Whitey, he also loved to eat barbecued meat and spirit fruits. If it was in the past, he would have skinned these demonic beasts alive. The 5 lackeys of the 9 heavens holy ground had no choice. They wanted to resist, but after a few slaps, they screamed in pain. Therefore, they could only bite the bullet and cook for the other party. Outside, the experts of the Nine Heavens Holy Ground who were fighting against the killing array vomited blood. Ah, damn it. This was too despicable. They were fighting with their lives to fight against the killing array, but the other party was enjoying his dinner so leisurely. All kinds of braising and steaming, this made them mad. They were the hunters, okay? The other party was surrounded by them, but why didn't he look anxious at all? They all regretted coming here. The commotion here naturally attracted the attention of the surrounding martial artists. Those martial artists couldn't find any treasures in a short time, so they came to investigate. When they saw this scene, they exclaimed. More and more people came to watch, and there were about 100 people discussing. What was going on? Were the people of the Nine Heavens Holy Ground fighting against the Immortal Palace? Sure enough, the news of the Nine Heavens Holy Ground being attacked by the main force of the Immortal Palace was true, otherwise, the Nine Heavens Holy Ground wouldn't be so crazy. Look at that snake, aren't they Lin Xian's lackeys? They were trapped by the Nine Heavens Holy Ground? Trapped? What a joke. They were enjoying life, and the people of the Nine Heavens Holy Ground were fighting with their lives. Who do you think is trapping who? These people discussed animatedly, and they were shocked. Then, someone in the crowd screamed, F***CK. Which snake are they cooking for? Are they from the Nine Heavens Holy Ground? What's going on? Aren't they fighting? Why are the people of the Nine Heavens Holy Ground cooking for the other party? Inside the array, the three martial artists of the Immortal Palace looked around and said loudly, What do you know? These people are the lackeys of our Lord Long. What? Lackeys, everyone's mouth twitched, and the experts of the Nine Heavens Holy Ground who were fighting against the killing array vomited blood. Bullshit. Who are your lackeys? Damn it, I'll kill you, don't give me the chance, or I'll make you regret it, they were furious. They were the elders of the Nine Heavens Holy Ground, and yet, they had become the lackeys of a snake. Moreover, they were being watched by so many people from the Holy Lands. How were they going to survive in the future? The Crimson Dragon didn't care about these things. He took out a small formation and began to contact Lin Xian. Although it was enjoying the show, it knew that the people of the Nine Firmaments Sacred Emperor would still be in danger after breaking the killing array. That was why they had to contact Lin Xian and have him lead Immortal Palace's army over. The Crimson Dragon began to transmit messages to the array formation. The formation flickered, and the message was sent out. Little Xian, hurry up and reply when you see the message. Ben Huang was about to be besieged. The Dark Sorcerer God sighed as he ate the golden roasted meat. How was he in any danger? Ancient tomb, in a stone house. Inside the Black Earth vessel, Lin Xian was cultivating when a certain array formation inside the Black Earth vessel suddenly moved. It shone brightly. Seeing this, He Tu floated over and waved his broken sword to open the array formation. Then, the cries of the Crimson Dragon God could be heard. Kid! Save me, Ben Huang is trapped, the Nine Heavens Holy Ground is sending an army to kill us. Hurry up and come. Otherwise, you won't be able to see Ben Huang. The Crimson Dragon's cries echoed in the Black Earth vessel. It sounded very miserable. Those who didn't know would think that they were being hunted down. When He Tu heard this sound, he shook his sword and floated back to where Lin Xian was. At this moment, Lin Xian was still cultivating with his eyes closed. How could Rizalong be hunted down so easily? He Tu thought for a moment and didn't interrupt Lin Xian. After all, this breakthrough was very important. If he could successfully break the array formation, Lin Xian's strength and cultivation would rise to another level. Therefore, He Tu didn't have the heart to interrupt. Moreover, in his opinion, the Crimson Dragon was a wily old fox that had lived for thousands of years. He had the bloodline of the Dragon Clan and even had the Dragon Clan's great skills. He wouldn't be killed so easily. Then let him be hunted down for a while. He Tu waved his sword and stopped in midair. On the other side, the Crimson Dragon began to eat and drink after sending the message. The three Immortal Palace martial artists also ate and drank. The 5 lackeys of the Nine Heavens Holy Ground stood by the side, carefully waiting on him. Not far away, the Nine Heavens Holy Ground experts were fighting against the 4 killing arrays. Among them, one of the killing formations was sent flying, and the remaining 3 killing formations were also dimming. Oh, not bad, not bad. In such a short time, they were able to break one of my killing arrays. These 9 heavens holy ground people are not bad. The Crimson Dragon looked at the battlefield in the distance while eating and nodding slightly. Although he had broken one killing array, he wasn't too worried. More and more martial artists gathered in the surrounding passageways. Even the martial artists who were passing by were alarmed by the intense fighting sounds. They thought that someone had found a treasure, so they couldn't wait to rush over. However, after rushing over, they found out that there was no treasure. Instead, there were people fighting to the death. Whoosh, friends from the 9 heavens holy ground, do you need our help? More than 10 figures flew over from one of the passageways. Their bodies were surrounded by 5 colored light, forming the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The people from the 5 elements palace were here. The surrounding experts exclaimed. The 5 elements saint was among them. That's right, the people from the 5 elements palace were here. Moreover, the 5 elements saint was leading them. When the 5 elements saint saw this, a fierce light flashed in his eyes. He gnashed his teeth in anger at the dark red divine dragon. Now that there was a good opportunity to kill him, how could they miss it? Thank you very much. The 9 heavens holy ground elders were overjoyed when they saw this. Great! With the help of the 5 elements saint and the 5 elements palace, they would be able to break the killing array faster and faster. At that time, it wouldn't be difficult to break the other party's defensive array. As expected, with the addition of the 5 elements palace's experts, the second killing array was easily broken. I'll help you too. The 10,000 lightning saint led 7 or 8 experts from the 10,000 lightning holy ground and appeared from another passageway. Even the 10,000 lightning saint was here, the surrounding martial artists exclaimed, but the people from the 9 heavens holy ground were excited. Great! The 10,000 lightning saint is here too. Even the heavens are helping me. They knew that the 5 elements palace and the 10,000 lightning holy ground had a grudge against the other immortal palace, especially the palace master who was suitable for the other side. Now that the 3 sides were working together, how could a small snake resist? When they caught the snake, they would interrogate Lin Xian about his whereabouts and secrets. Sure enough, with the 3 holy lands joining forces, the remaining 2 killing arrays shattered. All of a sudden, the 3 forces were like 3 huge mountains, pressing down on the void as they walked towards the Crimson Dragon. F***CK. What's going on? Damn it, the 5 elements Crimson and the myriad Thunder Holy Land are here too. The Crimson Dragon could no longer stay calm. He threw away the golden barbecue in his hand and floated up into the sky. Damn it, this is not good, Master Dragon, what should we do? The 3 martial artists from the Immortal Palace were also worried. Previously, they could still fight against the 9 heavens holy land with their array. But now, the myriad Thunder Holy Land and the 5 elements palace were here too. They could not fight back at all. Don't panic. Damn it, these guys dare to come out at this time. Just wait, I won't let them go. The Crimson Dragon would remember this grudge. He swore that he would not let them go, however, this was all in the future. The most important thing now was to solve the crisis in front of him. He could not let them join forces to break the array. Otherwise, his defensive array would not be able to withstand it. It seemed that he could only use that thing. The Crimson Dragon gritted his teeth and decided to use one of his trump cards. With a wave of his dragon claw, another array floated out. However, this array looked very strange. It was like black quicksand, surrounding his defensive array. It formed a black circle. The black circle was more than 10 meters wide. It was like a black river flowing continuously, shining with a strange light. What is this? The surrounding martial artists were stunned. The experts from the 3 holy lands sneered. It's useless. No matter what you are, you can't escape death today. Indeed, they were very confident. With the 3 holy lands joining forces, who could fight back? Even the clan of the ancients would not be able to fight back, right? Not to mention, a small, crawling snake. Go, the elders of the 9 heavens holy land, the 5 elements Saint Sun, and the Saint Sun Wanlei waved their hands, and the experts from the 3 holy lands stepped forward. This time, they sent 9 people. The 9 experts' auras pierced through heaven and earth. Their figures were like demon gods, crushing the void. One could imagine how terrifying these 9 people were. Their figures were like lightning as they flew forward. The energy in their bodies surged like wild beasts, causing people to tremble. Soon, they arrived before the black quicksand. Facing this black quicksand, they didn't care at all. The 9 of them struck out with their attacks, hitting the quicksand. The quicksand spun rapidly. The black sand was very soft and it absorbed all the attacks. It could be said that these attacks had no effect on quicksand at all. It was like punching cotton. Damn it, what is this thing? The 9 experts frowned, and 3 of them snorted coldly. The king's domain enveloped them, and in the next moment they stepped into the black quicksand. Since he couldn't break through, he would just force his way through. The others were also puzzled. What exactly was the black quicksand? Soon, they were screaming. This was because they had finally discovered the use of the black quicksand. The 3 experts entered the black quicksand, and in the next second, they suddenly disappeared. Swish, 2 people appeared in the distance of the palace, while the other person disappeared. What was going on? What happened? Why did those experts suddenly withdraw? Everyone around was stunned. The people from the 9 heavens sacred ground, the 5 elements palace, and the 10,000 thunder sacred ground also frowned. What was going on? They hurriedly asked, and the other 2 people flew over from the corner of the palace. I don't know. As soon as we entered, we were teleported away by a force. Teleported away, could it be a teleportation array? Hearing this, some people turned pale with fright. They looked at the black quicksand and gasped. The black quicksand was actually a teleportation array. Anyone who entered would be teleported. No wonder the dragon was so relaxed and calm. It turned out that he had such a treasure by his side. Yes, if they couldn't break the black quicksand, they wouldn't be able to reach the dragon, let alone break the array. Ha 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 ha. The crimson dragon laughed loudly. Come, 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 sons of the 3 sacred grounds, hurry up and attack your grandpa dragon. The people from the 3 sacred grounds vomited blood when they heard the clamor. Damn it, this was too damn it, a snake dared to be so arrogant in front of them? He was courting death. Go, attack, since it's an array, we're afraid of being damaged. I don't believe that he can ignore all the attacks. The 5 elements saint's expression was solemn, and the 1,000 thunder saint's face was gloomy. The elders from the 9 heavens sacred ground also roared. In an instant, the experts from the 3 sacred grounds attacked again. This time, there were more people, more than 20 of them. They were connected as one, as if they were thousands of mountains. Terrifying attacks were launched one after another. The sky was full of flames, shocking lightning, 5-colored light, and a surging sea. All kinds of energy appeared in the sky, and the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The surrounding martial artists all retreated. However, after a series of attacks, the people from the 3 sacred grounds were dumbfounded. Damn it, this was impossible, they didn't receive any damage at all. What kind of array was this? Could it be that all our attacks were teleported back? How could there be such a terrifying array in the world? The people from the 3 sacred grounds were dumbfounded. The crimson dragon snorted coldly. You want to break my world's end near at hand array so easily? You must be dreaming, this array formation was his latest masterpiece. Previously, when he was in the treasury of the Immortal Palace, he had read a lot of information about ancient arrays and combined it with his own knowledge. Finally, he had created such an array. This array was called the World's End Near at Hand Array. It had the ability to teleport people randomly. After entering, who knew where they would be teleported to? Even the Crimson Dragon didn't know. Seeing that the black quicksand had really blocked the people from the 3 sacred grounds, the 3 martial artists in the array heaved a sigh of relief. The 5 lackeys of the 9 heavens sacred ground were pale and in despair. The 3 sacred grounds couldn't do anything to this snake. How was this possible? Were they going to be its servants for the rest of their lives? No, they screamed crazily in their hearts. This kind of life was worse than death. However, it was impossible for them to die. Because the Crimson Dragon had started to torture the people from the 9 heavens sacred ground with the 3 martial artists from the Immortal Palace. His purpose was naturally to provoke the experts outside the array. Sure enough, when the 5 lackeys of the 9 heavens sacred ground were stepped on and slapped, the experts outside were so angry that they vomited blood. Ah! Damn it, I'll definitely kill you all, let go of our people, they were about to go crazy. This was a slap in the face. The Five Elements Palace and the 10,000 Thunder Sacred Ground were also roaring, but they didn't feel any psychological pressure. Because there was no one among the lackeys. But was there really no one? The Crimson Dragon looked at the two holy lands and sneered. Originally, he didn't plan to attack the two of you. However, the two of you didn't know what was good for you and dared to jump out and oppose Benhuang. Then, don't blame me, 9 big lackeys, get over here. This voice was like a clap of thunder, spreading in all directions. Whoosh! Whoosh! 9 figures flew over from the distant passageway. As soon as these 9 people appeared, they half knelt in the void. Greetings, Master. What? Seeing this scene, the surrounding people went crazy. The faces of the Five Elements Palace and the 10,000 Thunder Sacred Land instantly sank. Their faces were as black as the bottom of a pot, as they realized that 7 of the 9 lackeys were actually from the Five Elements Palace and the Myriad Thunder Sacred Land, the remaining 2 were from the Taiyu dynasty. 9 lackeys, I order you to slap each other, the harder the better. If I go soft on you, don't blame me for being impolite, the Crimson Dragon ordered. Hearing this, the people in the distance felt their scalps go numb. As for the Five Elements Palace and the 10,000 Thunder Holy Land, they roared furiously. They were really mad. Previously, when they saw the people from the 9 heavens holy ground being slapped in the face, they did not feel anything. But who would have thought that it would be their turn so soon? Not only were the 9 lackeys in the hands of the Crimson Dragon, but their souls had also been implanted with slave imprints. Therefore, at this moment, although they were instinctively unwilling, once the Crimson Dragon activated this kind of mark, they simply could not control themselves and began to interact with each other. The crisp sound of a slap rang out, shaking the heavens and splitting the earth. Those people's faces were shattered in an instant, but they were all experts and could recover instantly. Thus, in an instant, countless slaps were heard. The Crimson Dragon raised his wine glass and said to the people in all directions, "Come, come, come. Today, Benhuang invites everyone to watch a show. It's free. You don't have to be afraid. Just enjoy it." Heavens, what happened? What was wrong with these people from the Holy Lands? Was he caught in an illusion? This crawling snake was too heaven-defying. Using the people of the Holy Land as lackeys? He even slapped him in the face in public. This was the same as taking the lives of those Holy Lands. That's right, if they couldn't kill this snake, they would really lose all their face. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it even if you beat me to death. F***ck, even if I saw it with my own eyes, I still wouldn't believe it. The other warriors in the passageway were stunned. The people of the Five Elements Palace and the 10,000 Thunder Holy Land were furious. The 2 saints, in particular, were brimming with killing intent. Attack! Capture them for me. Hearing this, the 2 elders of the Five Elements Palace took action. They stretched out their hands, and countless rays of light flashed in their palms, instantly enveloping those people. The people from the 10,000 Lightning Holy Land were the same. They had to capture him. Otherwise, they would be utterly humiliated. The dark red divine dragon sneered at the sight of this. You want to take him back? Do you think that's possible? Attack him? Kill them all. He formed another seal, and the seals in those people's minds trembled. Roar, kill. Those people roared out angrily, their eyes completely red. They didn't recognize anyone, directly attacking the large hand in the sky. In an instant, he had destroyed their attacks. Furthermore, they were charging toward the Five Elements Palace and the 10,000 Lightning Holy Land. Humph, the Five Elements Saint snorted, and a cold murderous intent appeared in his eyes. Buzz, he rushed out of the Five Elements Mountain and blasted it forward. With a loud boom, the 3 figures in front of him were instantly blasted into a bloody mist. Nothing was left. They were directly killed, the surrounding people exclaimed, and the people of the Five Elements Palace were stunned. They didn't expect their saint to be so decisive and ruthless. They had killed all of their own people. They were already under his control, and they were no longer his own people. The Five Elements Saint's cold voice rang out, and everyone felt their scalps go numb. On the other side, the 10,000 Thunder Saint also attacked. An ice thunder divine spear pierced through the air, nailing the people who came in. In an instant, the 9 lackeys were mercilessly killed by the 2 saints. Blood rained down from the sky. When the people of the immortal palace saw this, they were extremely shocked. The Crimson Dragon also frowned. He sneered. How shameless! They even killed their own people. To be honest, he didn't expect the two saints to be so ruthless. When the people of the Nine Heavens' holy ground saw this, a hint of madness appeared in their eyes. Among them, a few elders discussed and decided to attack. Those people probably wouldn't be able to survive. Otherwise, they might be able to use them to blast open the array. A few elders nodded. In the next moment, they suddenly formed seals, and a strange aura exuded from their bodies. Not good, the Crimson Dragon's face changed. F***ck. You guys are too shameless, he roared and completely distanced himself from the 5 lackeys of the Nine Heavens' holy ground. At the same time, his body expanded and turned into a giant dragon, enveloping the 3 martial artists of the immortal palace. Boom! Boom, boom! The 5 lackeys of the Nine Heavens' holy ground suddenly exploded, and a violent energy swept out. Everything was annihilated. The light shone brightly, and the energy surged. What happened? The surrounding people were stunned. They didn't expect the 5 lackeys of the Nine Heavens' holy ground to suddenly explode. What was going on? Could it be that the people of the Nine Heavens' holy ground had attacked? They looked at the sky. Sure enough, the elders of the Nine Heavens' holy ground looked extremely cold. There was still a fierce aura left on them. It was indeed them who had attacked. It seemed that the Nine Heavens' holy ground was also ruthless. The people of the 5 Elements Palace and the Thousand Thunder Holy Ground were overjoyed. This is great. This energy will definitely be able to tear open the array, it might even be able to kill the snake. Everyone's gaze shifted to the front. There were indeed countless cracks on the defensive array in front of them. Some parts were even directly broken, and a few black holes appeared. This is great. The array is broken, I wonder how the snake is doing. They looked over. However, at this moment, a scream came from within the light. F***ck. It hurts. Who the F***ck did it? Don't let Benhuang catch you, or I'll kill you. The scream made everyone's scalp tingle. What? That guy is not dead, however, judging by the scream, even if he is not dead, he is half dead. The people of the Nine Heavens' holy ground sneered. Great! As long as they can injure the other party, it will be much easier to capture him. However, when the light that filled the sky disappeared, they were dumbfounded. What happened? Impossible. The other party is not injured at all. How is this possible? They were all crazy. Because they found that the other party's body was black, as if he was struck by lightning. However, there were no cracks on the other party's body, and there was no blood flowing. The other party was not injured. Damn it. What kind of physique is this? Even the holy son of the Demon King Palace did not have such a physique, right? They were all crazy. They didn't expect a snake's physique to be so strong. The people from the Nine Heavens' sacred ground went crazy. They did not expect a snake's body to be so strong. The Crimson Dragon grimaced in pain. Although it didn't split open, the pain was very obvious. He stared at the Nine Heavens' sacred ground. Damn it, I will roast you all later, humph. You don't even have an array and you still dare to be arrogant? The 5 Elements Saint sneered. Kill, countless people charged forward. However, although the defensive array was broken, the World's End near-at-hand array was still intact. This made everyone frown again. Don't worry, we also have an array master on the way. The people from the 5 Elements Palace and the Myriad Thunder Sacred Ground spoke. Hearing this, the people from the Nine Heavens Sacred Ground's eyes lit up. They already had an array master in their team. However, it would take a lot of time to break the array. But now, the other 2 sacred grounds had also sent array masters. With the 3 of them working together, they did not believe that they could not break it. Moreover, this array was too coveted. If they could master it, it would definitely be a heaven-defying defensive method. Sure enough, after waiting for half a day, a figure appeared in the passage. The array masters from the 5 Elements Palace and the Myriad Thunder Sacred Ground had arrived. 4 white-haired old men walked over shakily. They looked at the black quicksand in the sky, and their eyes lit up. On the Nine Heavens Sacred Ground side, an array master also walked out. The 5 array masters came forward together, ready to break it. Heavens, this is a teleportation, how did this snake do it? It's too exquisite, it's definitely not made by him. I think he must have gotten a treasure in this ancient tomb. The 5 array grandmasters said. They did not think that the black quicksand was made by the snake. Moreover, it did not matter whether it was made or not. They would work together to break it. With the 5 array masters working together, they were indeed very powerful. The Crimson Dragon and the 3 members of the Immortal Palace were in danger again. One could imagine that once the world's end near at hand array was broken, what awaited them would be the merciless slaughter of the 3 sacred grounds. Xianxia, where the hell are you? Come quickly. The Crimson Dragon took out the array disc again and sent a message. Black Earth. Lin Xian opened his eyes, and a vast aura erupted from his body, like 100,000 volcanoes erupting at the same time. Violent energy blasted out in all directions. Fortunately, he was now in the cultivation room of the Black Earth, so he didn't cause any impact to the interior of the ship. Middle stage 7 star, Lin Xian stood up and clenched his fists. His eyes shone with a sharp light. He was too excited. You've broken through. The black soil floated in. Lin Xian grinned and asked. How many days has it been? 7 days. 7 days. Lin Xian took a deep breath, his heart filled with excitement. In just 7 days, he had advanced from early 7 star to middle 7 star. No one would believe him if he told others about it. One had to know that under normal circumstances, it would take 1 to 200 years for a King Realm cultivator to break through from primary to intermediate King Realm. As for him, he only needed 7 days, and it was done. This was absolutely heaven-defying. Of course, all of this was due to the ancient medicinal pill. What surprised him even more was that not only did he break through, but the great dragon sword soul had also awakened further. Now, his combat power was equivalent to a mid-8 star peerless almighty. If the great dragon sword soul went all out and displayed its maximum combat power, he could compete with a late 8 star peerless almighty. This didn't include his trump cards like the Black Earth and the Saint's Hand Bone. If he used those trump cards, he could even kill a late 8 star almighty. This filled Lin Xian with confidence. According to his estimation, he had only explored half of the Saint's ancient tomb. There should be more heaven-defying treasures in the latter half. By the way, there shouldn't be anything happening these few days, right? Lin Xian asked. Rizalong sent 2 distress signals, but I saw that you were cultivating, so I didn't interrupt you. Distress signals? Lin Xian frowned. What's going on? Listen to it. Hei-Tu took the disc array over, and Lin Xian listened to it. It was indeed sent by Rizalong. He frowned. He knew the strength of the Crimson Dragon. It was at the level of a saint. Even the other saints wouldn't be able to do anything to it. But now, it actually sent a distress signal. This meant that it was definitely in danger. When he heard the second message, he understood what was going on. The Myriad Thunder Sacred Ground, 5 Elements Palace, and 9 Heavens Sacred Ground were really courting death. Hei-Tu, use the array to lock onto Rizalong's position and fly over. No problem, leave it to me. Hei-Tu began to control it. Soon, the Black Earth flew over like a stream of light. On the other side, in the main hall, the world's end near at hand array had become dim. Under the joint efforts of the 5 top array masters, it was gradually being suppressed. F***CK. It's been 5 or 6 days. Why isn't Lin Xian here yet? Could there have been an accident? The Crimson Dragon looked at the surrounding scene with a gloomy face. Because Lin Xian wasn't here, he was in trouble. He estimated that his world's end near at hand array could only last for 2 or 3 days. After 2 or 3 days, it might be broken by the other party. When the army came, it would be difficult for him to deal with it. Even if he could escape, he would be seriously injured. This wasn't what he wanted. Another day passed. The 5 array masters were excited because they felt that one day, they would be able to break it. The people of the 9 Heavens Sacred Ground, 5 Elements Palace, and 1,000 Thunder Sacred Ground were also excited. Their eyes shone with a sharp light. Crawling snake, prepare to die. The people of 5 Elements Palace sneered. The people of the nine heavens' sacred ground gritted their teeth. However, at this moment, 7 or 8 rays of light came from afar. These 7 or 8 rays of light were very fast. There was a floating immortal palace above them, shining down thousands of rays of light. The people of the nine heavens' sacred ground were here. Could those immortal palaces be the saint of the nine heavens? Sure enough, this scene made the experts of the nine heavens' sacred ground all turn their heads. Buzz, their eyes shone with a piercing light as they went up to greet them. "How is it? Have you found the saint?" they asked anxiously. However, the 7 or 8 people who came had ugly expressions. Some of the elders even wailed. "Ah, we are guilty. The saint has been killed." "What? The saint has been killed? How is this possible? Didn't they say that the immortal palace took him away after he was struck?" This news was like a bolt from the blue, and it stunned the experts of the nine heavens' sacred ground. The 5 elements palace, Thousand Thunder sacred ground, and the surrounding experts were all stunned. Especially the 5 elements saint and Thousand Thunder saint, their expressions were ugly. They were holy sons themselves, so they knew how difficult it was to kill a holy son. But now, the saint of the nine heavens had been killed. What was going on? Was the saint of the nine heavens really killed? By who? Could it be Lin Xian? In the distance, the 5 array masters also stopped what they were doing and frowned. The Crimson Dragon laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. Who asked you to be so arrogant and find trouble with Benhuang? How is it? The saint has been struck by someone." He was too happy. He was annoyed that he had been trapped here for the past few days. Now that he heard the news, it was as if he had eaten an iced watermelon on a hot summer day. The eyelids of the 3 immortal palaces' martial artists twitched wildly. Could it be that the temple master had made a move? They had also heard that their temple master had struck the other party with a sword. Damn it! Is it Lin Xian? The elders of the nine heavens' sacred ground roared crazily. Their eyes were red, and their bodies were filled with killing intent as if they had turned into demons. This news was too much for them to accept. Impossible! This is impossible! Among them, an elder in a white robe roared. Ah, damn it, another elder went crazy. No. I believe. A few elders cried, and their tears turned into blood rain, falling in the air. Not good. Retreat. The faces of the surrounding martial artists all changed. That was because they felt a shocking killing intent coming from the front. Puff, puff. Those who were slow in running were directly blasted away. Many of them were pierced by the killing intent. Defend. Even the people of the 5 elements palace and the Thousand Thunder sacred ground on the side were holding up their domains and armors as they retreated. They realized that the people of the nine heavens sacred ground had really gone crazy. Kill. 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 Those experts' killing intent pierced through the sky. With the immortal palace, how could he be killed? An elder questioned. This immortal palace was a supreme treasure. However, the 7 or 8 experts who rushed over gritted their teeth. We don't know. When they arrived, only the immortal palace was left. The nine heavens saint's storage ring was gone, and all the treasures on his body had been plundered. His body was split in half, and his soul was completely destroyed. He couldn't live at all. As for the murderer, we don't know. These elders' faces were also incomparably ugly. If this news were to spread back to the sacred ground, it would definitely be a huge shock. One had to know that the sacred ground had spent a lot to cultivate a saint. But now, he had fallen in this ancient tomb. This was definitely a huge earthquake. Find the murderer. We must find the murderer. Cut him into pieces. Otherwise, we won't be able to answer to the sacred ground. These elders had really gone crazy. Among them, many turned their heads and stared at the Crimson Dragon. It's them. It must be the people of the immortal palace. Kill this snake. Kill that Lin Xian. Kill everyone from the immortal palace. Avenge our saint. F***ck. What nonsense are you spouting? The dark red divine dragon was shocked. Which F***king I did you see us do it? Killing the holy sun was also a big deal, and the Crimson Dragon was unwilling to admit it. It's you, no matter what. Lin Xian must die. If it were not for him, the holy sun would not have been injured, and no one would have dared to attack the holy sun. Therefore, the main culprit was still Lin Xian. Kill. These people roared crazily and attacked like crazy. However, due to the presence of the world's end near at hand formation, those attacks were all teleported away. However, these people had gone crazy. Dozens of Nine Heavens Holy Ground cultivators attacked without any regard for their lives. There were even people who directly entered the world's end near at hand array. At this moment, 2 attacks were sent towards the Crimson Dragon. One of them was even sent in. Ha 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 ha. This is great. This was a random teleportation. As long as we try a few more times, we will definitely be able to enter. That elder roared madly. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he mercilessly struck out with his palm. Damn snake, go to hell. They had gone crazy. They could not accept the fact that their holy son had been killed. Therefore, they vented all their anger and killing intent on the Crimson Dragon. This scene stunned all the surrounding martialists. Even the Crimson Dragon did not expect that the other party could be teleported to him randomly. The probability was too small. The person who was teleported was an elder. He was a peerless almighty. At this moment, his body was filled with killing intent that pierced through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. That piercing aura seemed to be able to destroy the entire world. Feeling this killing intent, the surrounding cultivators felt their scalps go numb. Sure enough, these people from the 9 heavens holy ground were going crazy. How could an ordinary peerless almighty release such a terrifying killing intent? Boundless light surged, and a violent energy was about to swallow the Crimson Dragon and the 3 immortal palace cultivators. The 3 immortal palace cultivators felt their scalps go numb. They thought that they were young geniuses, but under such a terrifying killing intent, they did not have any strength to fight back. They felt the void around them freeze, and the energy in their bodies was also frozen. They could not resist at all. Roar, the Crimson Dragon roared, and the dragon's roar turned into a sound wave that surged forward to fight back. The heavens fell and the earth cracked. At the same time, he swung his dragon tail, and a red river slashed out like a heavenly blade. Bang! Bang! Earth-shattering sounds were heard, and the 2 forces of energy dissipated in the sky at the same time. Seeing this, the surrounding crowd was in an uproar. The people from the 9 heavens holy ground were stunned, and so were the people from the 5 elements palace and the myriad thunder holy ground. The elder of the 9 heavens holy ground had gone crazy and launched a shocking attack, but he still could not do anything to the other party. One had to admit that the other party was too strong. Its strength was probably not comparable to these saints and elders. Damn it, what kind of species is this, a variant of the heavens and earth? The myriad thunder saint's face was gloomy, and the 5 elements saint's eyes were like divine lamps. It seemed like it was indeed a variant of the heavens and earth. Thinking about it, it must have some kind of powerful flood dragon bloodline. Otherwise, his physique would not be so strong. So what if he has the flood dragon bloodline? Today, he has provoked us, so he must die. Ah, go to hell. Just as the 2 saints were talking, the elder of the 9 heavens holy ground and the Crimson Dragon were still exchanging close to 100 blows, and the surrounding area was shattered. There was not a single spot in the entire hall that was intact. Damn it, did they really think that Ben Huang was a pushover? The Crimson Dragon was also angry. It waved its dragon claws and formed 2 arrays, which overlapped and protected the 3 martial artists from the immortal palace. At the same time, its body swayed, and it turned into a giant dragon, roaring and attacking. The Dragon Clan's grand super skill was activated, and countless red lights in the sky were like red swords, resisting the attack. After another 300 blows, the elder of the 9 heavens holy ground screamed as half of his body was smashed by the Crimson Dragon's claw. Blood mist filled the air, and the elder of the 9 heavens holy ground screamed. He entered the black quicksand and was sent out. He did not appear in the main hall, and no one knew where he was. But soon, a roar came from afar. The elder with half of his body came out from a passage, and the half of his body had already recovered. His face was incomparably pale. Damn it, the elder roared crazily. He did not expect that with his strength and the 9 heavens holy ground's grand super skill, he would not be able to defeat the other party. In the distance, the people of the 5 elements palace and the myriad thunder saints' eyes lit up. They had finally found a way to kill the other party. Hurry! Everyone, get into the black quicksand. Although it was a random teleportation, there was still a certain probability of being teleported to the other party's side. As long as they were near the other party, they would immediately kill them. They would use all their trump cards. He had to use all of his trump cards. The 5 elements saint and the myriad thunder saint gave the order. The elder of the 9 heavens sacred ground roared, and everyone from the 9 heavens sacred ground rushed over. On the other side, the people of the 5 elements palace and the myriad thunder sacred ground also rushed over. They were continuously transported by the black quicksand. However, after many attempts, 3 of the Almighties finally arrived near the dark red divine dragon. Not good, Lord Dragon, be careful. In the array behind, the 3 martial artists from the immortal palace were scared out of their wits when they saw this scene. If the 3 of them worked together, they would probably be able to kill even the saint. Therefore, at this moment, the Crimson Dragon was in absolute danger. Sure enough, the Crimson Dragon was pushed back as soon as they exchanged blows. F***ck. Ben Huang is in so much pain. The Crimson Dragon rolled in the sky and bared his teeth. His eyes were glowing red, and his body was emitting a murderous aura. With a swing of his tail, the 3 martial artists from the immortal palace were sent into the black quicksand. At the same time, he said, "Hurry up and leave, teleport out. Don't stay here." The 3 martial artists from the immortal palace entered the black quicksand and were completely teleported out, disappearing from the main hall. Seeing this scene, the martial artists from the 3 holy lands roared, "Damn it! Don't let me be teleported too." They shot out layers of light, and the 3 king domains floated in the air, completely sealing the space where the Crimson Dragon was. "Damn it, do you really think that Ben Huang can't do anything to you?" Seeing the 3 of them glaring at him, the Crimson Dragon was also angry. He was from the dragon race, and when had he been beaten up like this? In the next moment, he spat out a mouthful of dragon blood. The dragon blood turned into a sharp sword and flew out instantly. Poof, an elder of the 5 elements palace screamed. His body was pierced, and a terrifying bloody hole appeared. His internal organs were all shattered. However, this elder was still a peerless expert. Although the injury was serious, it wasn't fatal. Whoosh, the elder of the 5 elements palace retreated. The power of the 5 elements palace rolled in his body, and his internal organs were instantly regenerated. However, his face was extremely pale, and his eyes were filled with fear. "Damn it! Be careful. This guy was too strange." The surrounding martial artists were also stunned. A mouthful of blood was enough to severely injure a peerless almighty. Heavens, what kind of blood is this? Is it divine blood? The other 2 almighties wore solemn expressions. They shot out countless beams of light. Among them, the almighty from the 9 heavens holy ground shot out a pagoda with 9 floors. The Crimson Dragon floated in the sky and shrouded it in radiance. The old man from the 10,000 thunder holy land was wearing a thunder battle robe. Terrifying thunder and lightning covered the entire sky. The elder of the 5 elements palace took out a large amount of elixirs and swallowed them. His pale complexion also became rosy. Boom! A 5-colored cauldron rushed out of his body and floated in front of him. Then, he attacked again. The 3 experts besieged the Crimson Dragon again. For a moment, the Crimson Dragon was in danger. Even though he was from the Dragon clan, even though he was an old monster, he was still forced to retreat. However, this was already shocking. Because an ordinary peerless almighty would probably be killed very quickly if he was surrounded by 3 experts of the same level. However, the Crimson Dragon had persisted for so long without being killed. It had to be said that it was indeed shocking. However, everyone knew that it was only a matter of time before he was killed. Unless reinforcements arrived. However, would the people from the immortal palace really come? It had been so many days, but they had not come. Perhaps they did not even know what had happened here. "Damn snake, go to hell!" The elder of the 9 heavens holy land roared. The 9-story pagoda above his head turned into a towering mountain and pressed down. On the other side, the elder of the 10,000 thunder holy land formed streaks of tribulation lightning and struck down. The powerhouse of the 5 elements palace activated the 5-colored cauldron and directly smashed through the void. He wanted to suck the Crimson Dragon into the cauldron. The Crimson Dragon could not dodge the 3 peerless attacks at all. He roared and sent the five-colored cauldron flying. At the same time, he relied on his strong body to resist the lightning that filled the sky. However, he could not resist the last 9 stories of the pagoda. It was about to envelop him. Go to hell, snake. Seeing this, the elder of the 9 heavens holy land turned serious. The surrounding powerhouses of the 9 heavens holy land laughed wildly. There was a crimson light in their eyes, and they looked like demons. At this moment, a sword light appeared and directly struck the 9-story pagoda. With a clang, the 9-story pagoda was sent flying. What? It was blocked. The surrounding martial artists exclaimed. Old Zhang of the 9 heavens holy land even took a few steps back. He stopped and shouted coldly. Who is it? How dare you interfere in my business? Get over here and die. He was really crazy. How dare someone interfere in the current situation? Who is so reckless? Humph. I think you should be the one getting over here and die. A cold voice sounded. The void split open, and a young figure descended. What? Damn brat. It's you. Seeing this, the elder of the 9 heavens holy land was stunned. 5 elements palace, myriad thunder holy land, and the surrounding martial artists all looked over. In the next moment, they were all stunned. Lin Xian. It's you. Ha 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 ha, brat, I wanted to kill you. I didn't expect you to take the initiative to come to me. The elder of 5 elements palace laughed loudly. The people of myriad thunder holy land snorted coldly. Seems like you don't want to take the road to heaven. Since you're here today, don't even think about leaving. Brat, I'll tear you to pieces. The people of the 9 heavens holy land were even more murderous. The 4 powerhouses in the sky descended from the sky and surrounded Lin Xian. To be honest, they were too excited. They did not expect the murderer of their holy son to be here. Below, the crimson dragon saw Lin Xian and heaved a sigh of relief. He quickly took out some treasures and swallowed them. At the same time, his body swayed and he appeared in the sky. Brat, be careful. These guys from the 9 heavens holy land are crazy. Their holy son was killed by someone, and now they suspect you? Killed? Yes, I did kill him with my sword. Lin Xian admitted directly. Hearing this, the surrounding people felt their scalps go numb. The crimson dragon explained. No, after you killed him, someone else killed him. This time, his body and soul were destroyed. Someone else killed him? Hearing this, Lin Xian was stunned. He did not expect so many things to happen while he was cultivating in seclusion. The 9 heavens holy son was killed, a holy son was killed just like that. This was indeed a big deal. No wonder the people of the 9 heavens holy land were so crazy. However, what did this have to do with him? Humph, this 9 heavens holy son is really unlucky. Lin Xian sneered. Hearing this, the people of the 9 heavens holy land were so angry that they vomited blood. Ah! The elder screamed. Damn brat, don't try to deny it. You killed our holy son. Today, we must kill you. We will use your blood to pay tribute to our holy son. We must catch you, pull out your tendons and skin you alive, and send you to the 18 levels of hell. You will not be able to escape. Kill him. Avenge our holy son. The martial artists of the 9 heavens sacred ground roared. The people of the 5 elements palace and the myriad thunder sacred ground also gathered around. Brat, looks like you are going to die today. I don't know what kind of grudge you have with the 9 heavens holy son for you to kill him like this. The 5 elements saint said coldly. The myriad thunder saint sneered. Yeah. Can't we talk it out? Why must you kill him? The 2 of them were very sinister. Although they did not know who did it, they had already identified Lin Xian as the murderer. This way, they could kill this person together with the 9 heavens sacred ground. F***ck. You 2 are so shameless. Which eye of yours saw us do it? The crimson dragon cursed. These 2 holy sons are too sinister. He wished he could cook them and eat them. Lin Xian's face also darkened. He stared coldly at the 5 elements saint and the myriad thunder saint. Let me say it again. I did not kill the 9 heavens holy son. But the two of you might be killed by me on the spot. Lin Xian indeed wanted to kill the Five Elements Saint and the Myriad Thunder Saint. These two had gone against him time and time again. Did they really think he would not kill them? Don't try to deny it. You killed him. Admit your guilt. The Myriad Thunder Saint and the Five Elements Saint sneered. Brat, go to hell. The elders of the Nine Heavens' sacred ground roared. Dozens of them attacked together. The sky was filled with light and exploded in front of them. There were so many experts. No one among the Almighties could stand up to them, let alone the Holy Sons. Lin Xian didn't take it head-on. His body flashed as he used demigods and semidevils to dodge in the sky. After the breakthrough, his speed had increased tremendously compared to before. Coupled with the heaven-defying speed of the demigods and semidevils, he was able to move faster than before. For a moment, his figure was erratic and his speed was beyond the imagination of these people. What incredible speed, the surrounding martial artists exclaimed. They discovered that such a violent power actually didn't hit the other party and allowed him to escape. Five Elements Seal, Thunder Purgatory, the Five Elements Saint Sun and the Myriad Thunder Saint Sun used two sealing mystic abilities to completely seal the entire hall. They would never allow him to escape. So what if you did? I don't believe that you can hide forever. The two holy princes sneered. The people of the Nine Heavens' holy ground roared in anger. Their gazes were like heavenly blades that pierced through all directions. Over there. Soon, they locked onto Lin Xian again. Brat, you have to pay with your life for killing my holy son. This time, I will definitely not let you leave alive. Lin Xian was infuriated. He sneered. You said I killed him? Good. Then I'll take it that I killed him, so what if I killed him? Speaking of this, an extremely violent aura erupted from his body. It was like a storm that swept in all directions. As soon as this aura appeared, the surrounding people trembled and a look of horror appeared in their eyes. What a terrifying aura, how could this brat be so strong? The Five Elements Saint Sun and the Myriad Thunder Saint Sun were even more shocked. Impossible, how could his aura be so strong again? The two of them were really crazy because they realized that the other party's aura was on par with theirs before. But now, the other party's aura had surpassed theirs. How could this be? Damn it, where did this brat go when he disappeared? Could it be that he had a fortuitous encounter? Exclamations rang out one after another. The Crimson Dragon also exclaimed. Brat, you broke through? Lin Xian nodded. He pulled out the ancient dragon abyss sword and pointed it forward. You won't let me go? You killed my immortal palace's disciples and trapped my companions. Now you want to kill me? Do you think I will let you go? Come on, who wants to die first? His cold voice was accompanied by countless rays of sword light. At this moment, he was like a sword god that everyone looked up to. Humph, so what if you've become stronger? We have so many people. It's easy to kill you, the Five Elements Saint Sun said coldly. The Myriad Thunder Saint Sun also gritted his teeth. Damn it, the other party had broken through in such a short time. It really made them jealous. Kill. The martial artists of the Nine Heavens' sacred ground were even crazier. Indeed, so what if he had become stronger? They had so many people. Why would they be afraid of him? Swoosh. Swoosh, several elders of the Nine Heavens' sacred ground charged forward. Boom, a big bright palm covered the sky like countless clouds. It carried a supreme divine power and slammed down from the sky. As soon as this power came out, the surrounding people's scalps went numb. It was too violent. The four elders were enough to destroy everything. Probably no one present could contend against them. Buzz, looking at this terrifying attack, Lin Xian's eyes emitted two rays of sharp light. The sword chi on his body shone brighter and brighter, constantly rising. Swoosh, his body was like a flickering shadow, quickly dodging the sharp palm. At the same time, he appeared in another space. Whoosh, the ancient dragon abyss sword was swung, as if a giant dragon was roaring. Boom, this sword light enveloped one of the elders. A scream was heard, and blood spurted out. The elder who was enveloped by the sword light was cut in half. However, he did not die immediately. His miserable scream reverberated, and his internal organs and blood stained the void red. What, cut in half with a sword? Another sword strike, the surrounding people were stunned. That elder was a peerless almighty. He was extremely powerful. However, he was cut in half by the other party's sword. The eyes of the martial artists of the Five Elements Palace and the myriad thunder sacred ground twitched wildly. The people of the Nine Heavens sacred ground screamed. This was impossible. How could he be so powerful? That was not the other party's trump card. That was just a casual sword light that split one of their elders in half. No. They could not believe it. In the battlefield, the other three elders of the Nine Heavens sacred ground were also facing a formidable enemy, and they quickly retreated. They came to the side of the elder who was cut in half, wanting to save him first. Buzz, a golden rune appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. The next moment, the elder who was cut in half screamed again. His body, which was originally healed, kept rolling in the sky. His aged face was contorted in a twisted manner. Not good, a soul attack. The expressions of the remaining three elders changed. Such a strange method, perhaps only a soul attack could do it. Damn it. Save him. They struck out with unparalleled magical power and poured it into the old man's body, wanting to save him. However, the elder's neck tilted, and he was no longer breathing. Dead. A peerless almighty was killed just like that. Everyone was stunned. What kind of method was this? This was too heaven-defying. What kind of strength had the other party reached? Damn it. How is this kid so strong? This scene made the faces of the Five Elements Saint and the Myriad Thunder Saint turn dark. Their hearts raced. The one who was killed was an 8-star saint. Even they would have to put in a lot of effort to kill him. However, his opponent had effortlessly killed him with 2 moves. Such means were shocking. Damn it. Xianxia, you're amazing. Behind them, the dark red divine dragon cried out in surprise when it saw the scene. But soon, he laughed wildly. Ha 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 ha. Awesome. This is awesome. Who asked you to be so arrogant? Damn it. Kill them all. A strange voice sounded in the sky. Everyone was silent, completely stunned. The people of the Nine Heavens sacred ground were even more shocked. Soon, they reacted. Damn it. This kid is too strong. Attack together. Don't give him a chance. Attack together? Do you think you can keep up with my speed? Lin Xian's body kept changing positions in the sky. Every time he appeared, these people would exclaim. He was too fast. Their souls could not keep up. How could they fight him? If the other party kept moving at high speed, they would not even be able to touch the corner of his clothes. At this moment, the people of the Nine Heavens sacred ground were extremely sullen. They had thought that they could avenge their saint today, but they did not expect the situation to turn out like this. The people of the Five Elements Palace and the Myriad Thunder sacred ground were also solemn. However, they did not retreat. Because they felt that the other party was too terrifying. They had to kill him today, otherwise, if the other party continued to grow, he would become a great enemy of the 3 sacred grounds. Everyone, don't hold back anymore. If you have any trump cards, use them all. The Five Elements Saint said coldly. The aura on his body also burst out quickly. A 5 Elements mountain appeared above his head. Today, he would die without a doubt. The Myriad Thunder Saint took a step forward, forming a purple sea of lightning around his body. Use the Heavenly Palace. The few elders of the Nine Heavens holy ground retreated one after another. They gathered together and struck out a series of hand seals. Whoosh, the Heavenly Palace that originally belonged to the Nine Heavens Saint floated in the sky, emitting thousands of rays of light. It was as if the palace had really fallen from the celestial realm. A shocking force burst out from his body. Everyone watching felt their scalps go numb. What the hell is this? Wasn't this the Nine Firmament Saint Sun's divine ability? No, the Nine Firmament Saint Sun was already dead, but the immortal palace was still here. This was not the Nine Firmament Saint Sun's divine ability. This must be one of the treasures of the Nine Heavens holy ground. Precious treasure? Are you saying that the Ninth Firmament Saint possessed an extremely terrifying weapon and was killed by someone? Heavens, who was it that did it? No wonder the people from the Nine Heavens holy ground didn't believe him. The surrounding people exclaimed and discussed animatedly. There were all sorts of speculations in their hearts. The people of the Nine Heavens holy ground were indeed aggrieved. The immortal palace in their hands was a precious treasure of the Holy Land. It could be said to be incomparably terrifying. Even if the Saint of the Nine Firmaments encountered an extremely terrifying enemy, no one below the level of an invincible king would be able to break out of the immortal palace. However, why had their holy son been killed, they simply couldn't understand. In the sky, immortal light blossomed with incomparable radiance as the mysterious door slowly opened. A terrifying aura was emitted from his body. Feeling this aura, everyone's expression changed and they kept retreating. It was too terrifying. This aura could kill everyone. Lin Xian's expression was also solemn. He never dared to be careless when facing the immortal palace. His body swayed and the dragon sword realm appeared beside him, wrapping him up and turning into the shadow of an azure dragon. However, at this time, the 5 elements red and the 1,000 Thunder Holy Lands trump cards were also displayed. His sword light that filled the sky dimmed. Seeing this, Lin Xian snorted coldly. Competing with trump cards? Do you think you're the only ones with trump cards? Buzz, boom, a golden light appeared in the sky, and a white bone floated in the air. An extremely violent aura swept out in all directions. Boom, boom. Boom, the immortal palace trembled, and the 5 elements mountain shook. The lightning in the sky dimmed. The entire sky couldn't bear it at all, and countless cracks appeared. The surrounding martial artists spat out blood and were sent flying. Damn it! What is this thing? They were going crazy. A small bone in the sky could emit such an aura. Did it have to be so terrifying, a saint? This is a saint's item, damn it, he actually has such an item, the elders of the 5 elements palace screamed, and the people of the 1,000 Thunder Holy Land felt their scalps go numb. The people of the 9 Heavens Holy Land were even more shocked. How could they resist a saint's item? Everyone, don't panic. He's just a small almighty. How could he fully unleash the power of a saint? If he unleashed it, he would probably be destroyed in both body and soul. Therefore, although the saint's bone was powerful, it wasn't impossible to resist. The 5 elements saint said coldly. Hearing this, everyone quieted down. Indeed, so what if it was a saint's item? If it couldn't unleash its full power, it would still be useless. Although they didn't have a saint's item, they could still unleash the full power of their trump cards. In this way, it wasn't impossible to resist the saint's bone. As expected, the 3 Holy Lands trump cards in the sky blocked the saint's aura. Seeing this, the people of the 3 Holy Lands heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Xian sneered. This scene was completely within his plan. What he wanted to do was to block these people's trump cards. As for killing these people, he would do it himself. Lin Xian's figure flickered as he charged over like a flickering shadow. The dragon sword realm above his head covered the entire sky. Thousands of sword chi flew out like a rain of swords, enveloping everyone in front of him. Courting death. These people were enraged. Lin Xian dared to challenge the elites of the 3 Holy Lands alone, too arrogant. Too arrogant, they fought back crazily. Behind them, the Crimson Dragon also charged forward. He opened his mouth and spat out 7 to 8 killing arrays. At the same time, he swung his tail and rushed into the crowd to kill. Whoosh, a dragon flame spewed out, and many people screamed. The Crimson Dragon was like an old monster, sweeping across the sky. He had been too aggrieved before. Now that he had seized this opportunity, how could he not fight back? In an instant, a great battle broke out in the sky. Whoosh, Lin Xian appeared near the 9 Heavens Holy Land in an instant. He slashed out with the ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand. Pung pung pung, clang, the sound of an intense collision rang out. Those 9 Heavens Holy Land martial artists fought back. In the end, their weapons were instantly cut into pieces. Damn it. Not good. Heaven-class treasure, these people's scalps went numb as they frantically retreated. So what if it's a heaven-class treasure? I have one too, an elder roared. He held a long spear in his hand and charged forward. With a clang, the spear collided with the ancient dragon abyss sword, and a bright light burst out. Heaven and earth shook, and many people were sent flying. Kid, don't think that you can be arrogant just because you have a heaven-class treasure. The elder held a long spear in his hand, and his killing intent was awe-inspiring. Kid, don't think that you can be arrogant just because you have a heaven-grade artifact. The old man held a long spear in his hand, and his killing intent was awe-inspiring. Let's see if your heaven-grade spear or my sword is more powerful. Lin Xian instantly unlocked the 3 seals on the ancient sword. An incomparably violent sword chi slashed out. 1 slash, 2 slashes, 3 slashes, the elder's arm went numb, and his long spear was sent flying. He spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Both of his arms were completely shattered, turning into a bloody mist. Damn it! How could his strength be so strong? The light on the elder's body soared into the sky, and he frantically retreated with his heaven-grade spear. Want to leave? Not so easy, didn't you want to kill me? Come, I'll give you a chance. Lin Xian turned into a sword light and chased after him. Damn it, seeing this scene, the injured elder's scalp went numb. The others from the 9 heavens holy ground charged over. Not only that, the people from the 5 elements palace and the 10,000 thunder holy ground also charged over. Countless attacks shattered the area in front of him. However, Lin Xian's speed was beyond their expectations. In an instant, he dodged these attacks. The remaining energy shockwaves were all destroyed by the sword chi on his body. Moreover, these people were attacking Lin Xian while resisting the thousands of sword lights in the sky. It could be said that they were in a mess. Lin Xian easily dodged the attacks and once again came in front of the injured elder. Old bastard, do you think you can kill me just because you have more people? Lin Xian's eyes exploded with a biting cold killing intent. Since the people from the 3 holy lands wanted to kill him, then he would not be lenient. He wanted to see who would be the one to kill who today. Courting death. The elder was so angry that he vomited blood. You're just a little kid, what qualifications do you have to say such words to me, is that so? I'm a little kid? You're an elder? So what? Today, I'll kill you, an elder. Sword chi erupted from Lin Xian's body. Everyone's expression changed, and even a few experts who rushed over were directly sent flying. A series of dragon roars and sword cries rang out, piercing through the 9 heavens. At this moment, the entire hall had turned into a world of sword Tao. Everyone was trembling. Even the 5 elements saint and the myriad thunder saint were shocked. The 2 of them looked at each other and quickly charged over. They wouldn't give the other party a chance to make a move. However, Lin Xian was even faster. Pung, the sword slashed down and landed on the heaven-tier treasured spear. The huge force caused the elder to be sent flying again. There were even more places on his body that had collapsed. Other than his head, which was still intact, the rest of his body was torn apart. The old man was scared out of his wits. Light blossomed from his head, and a mysterious rune flickered between his eyebrows. He was protecting his soul because he knew that Lin Xian had a terrifying soul attack. He didn't want his soul to be destroyed in an instant. If that happened, he would really be dead for sure. Shua, Lin Xian disappeared and dodged the attacks of the myriad thunder Saint Sun and the 5 elements Saint Sun. In the next moment, he arrived before the old man once more. At this moment, the old man's body was glowing and he had recovered. His face was extremely ugly. At this moment, he had swallowed countless treasures and even swallowed 2 elixirs that could increase his combat strength. Buzz, he held the long spear, and a bloody light burst out from his eyes. Damn brat, go to hell, the long spear danced, and a terrifying and violent power accompanied by a murderous aura pierced out. In an instant, it enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian didn't care. Countless sword lights surrounded his body, forming a green dragon that coiled around him. Thousands of sword chi destroyed all the power around him. Swallowing elixirs? That's your trump card, you're such an elder? You want to use elixirs to increase your strength against a young junior like me? What a joke. Shameless, damn it. I'll kill you. The old man was furious. How dare Suemo look down on him? What right did Suemo have to look down on him? He was a peerless almighty. An elder of the sacred land, an expert who dominated a region. When had he ever been looked down on by a young man? He roared crazily, and the void in front of him was completely broken. However, he couldn't hurt Suemo at all. What peerless almighty? What elder? In my opinion, you're just a piece of trash who climbed to this position in 1,000 years. If I want to kill you, it'll be like slaughtering a dog. At the end of his words, the great dragon sword soul in Lin Xian's body exploded again. A dragon roar resounded in all directions. Boom, the ancient dragon abyss sword released an unparalleled power. The current Lin Xian could completely withstand the power of the three seals. Therefore, the ancient dragon abyss sword was unstoppable. Sky-shattering. Battle song. Chaotic pattern. God Punisher, the four killer moves exploded, and the void below was completely destroyed. The violent sword intent swept through the 9 heavens. The old man couldn't dodge or resist at all. His body exploded and turned into blood. Even his soul was directly destroyed by the piercingly cold sword light. In the sky, only a purple spear was left. Along, Lin Xian waved his hand, and the purple spear was sent flying. The crimson dragon swung its tail and caught it. Seeing this, the people of the 9 heavens sacred ground screamed crazily, "No, damn it. Give us back our treasures, ah. You actually dared to kill our elder. I won't let you go." They were all crazy. Mo actually killed their elder, that was a peerless almighty. And a peerless almighty who used a heaven-grade artifact, they couldn't believe it at all. At this moment, those young disciples had faces filled with fear as they retreated non-stop. What a joke. How could they fight against such a terrifying person? All the disciples retreated, and the elders went forward. Kill him for me. The elders of the 9 heavens sacred ground also understood this, so they hurriedly let the young disciples use the array to attack from afar. As for the elders, they would fight in close combat. The 5 Elements Palace and the Thousand Thunder Sacred Ground used the same method. Among them, the 5 Elements Saint and the Thousand Thunder Saint took the lead to attack. They knew that they couldn't wait any longer. They had to kill Mo, otherwise, they wouldn't even be able to sleep well in the future. Boom. Boom, boom. The 5 Elements Saint and the Thousand Thunder Saint joined forces and attacked Lin Xian. Countless sword lights flashed above Lin Xian's head, shattering the void. He stopped and stared coldly at the 2 saints. Just as well, I'll get rid of the 2 of you today. Along, Lin Xian roared. The crimson dragon swung its tail and swept away a group of people with its long spear. At the same time, he said, "Understood." He naturally understood what Lin Xian meant. With a wave of its dragon claw, black quicksand swept out and enveloped the Thousand Thunder Saint and the others. Suddenly, they were randomly teleported out. Damn it, seeing this, the 5 Elements Saint roared and retreated quickly. Originally, he wanted to join forces with the Thousand Thunder Saint to kill Mo with absolute strength. But before they could attack, the Thousand Thunder Saint was randomly teleported away. This scene was indeed beyond his expectations. The 10,000 Thunder Saint had been randomly teleported away before he even started attacking. This scene was indeed beyond his expectations. Therefore, he had to stop. Lin Xian looked at him and sneered disdainfully. Why, without the 10,000 Thunder Saint, you don't dare to attack? What a piece of trash. Coward, get lost, you ant. You're not worthy of my attack, what? He actually called the 5 Elements Saint a piece of trash? Coward? In the distance, those people did not leave. They were watching from afar. When they heard that, their scalps went numb, and their hearts beat wildly. Who dared to call the 5 Elements Saint a coward, a piece of trash? No one in the younger generation was qualified to say that. However, at this moment, the other party said it without hesitation. The 5 Elements Saint's face was terrifyingly dark. You're courting death, he was really mad. Indeed, without the 10,000 Thunder Saint, he did not have full confidence. However, it was just a lack of confidence. This did not mean that he was afraid of the other party, nor did it mean that he feared the other party. How dare the other party call him an ant? How dare he call him a piece of trash? He could not tolerate it. Kid, do you really think I can't beat you? The 5 Elements Saint's voice was cold. I just want to find a safe way. Since you're so reckless, I'll kill you alone. The 5 Elements Saint was really angry. He said coldly, listen, back off. Don't attack. I want to kill him alone. Saint, when the people of the 5 Elements Palace heard that, they were extremely anxious. The 5 Elements Saint snorted. What? Didn't you hear what I said, or are you saying that even you don't believe me? Do you think I'm a piece of trash? Once he said that, the people of the 5 Elements Palace did not dare to speak. What a joke. The 5 Elements Saint was a powerful existence. At such a young age, he had defeated all the heroes and obtained the position of the saint. How could such a person be a piece of trash? How could he be an ant? Forget it, let the saint do it himself. Yes, the saint's strength was definitely not something that this kid could imagine. Kid, you're dead meat. Our saint has been suppressing his strength. Today, he will show it all. You'll definitely die, what? The five elements saint suppressed his strength. When the people in the distance heard that, they were shocked. Lin Xian sneered. Suppressing his strength? Don't flatter yourself, if you have any tricks up your sleeves, just use them. Today, I'll let you know what it means to be invincible. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous. Every word he said transformed into countless sword waves that blasted out in all directions. For a time, no one could get close to him. Kid, you don't have to provoke me. I'll show you. I will let you see the true five elements world. The five elements saint's expression was cold as he quickly formed five seals. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth revolved around him. The five elements seal was undone, a cold voice sounded. The five elements saint's power exploded again, reaching the peak. A terrifying power of the fifth form swept across the surroundings. Everyone took a few steps back. So powerful, the five elements saint's power had indeed skyrocketed. Heavens, could it be that he really suppressed his strength? What was he trying to do? Cries of surprise could be heard. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Indeed, his opponent's strength had increased. But so what? Today, he had to kill him. I was planning to use my 5 phases world to deal with Leaf Doudenier and Sage Sun Alcade. Who could have guessed that I'd use it on you instead? But you can die in peace now. Sure enough, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth elemental light appeared around the five elements saint. They connected with each other and formed a strange world. Although it was called a world, it seemed to be the other party's domain. However, it was not an ordinary domain. It was an extremely strange five elements array that was formed by combining it with the five elements saint's domain. Its power was much stronger than a simple domain. Humph, the five elements saint snorted and waved his arm. Golden light flashed and turned into countless golden spears that flew forward. Each spear was flowing with a biting cold murderous aura. Even a peerless almighty would not dare to touch it lightly. How terrifying. Was this the five elements world? It was indeed powerful. That's right, this attack is much stronger than before. I wonder if that brat will be able to withstand it. Discussions broke out one after another. The people from the five elements holy land were paying close attention. The people from the 9 heavens holy land did not go forward. It was not that they did not want to go forward, but the five elements saint's domain made it impossible for them to go forward. The five elements saint's five elements world enveloped the space around Lin Xian. If they went forward, they would probably be attacked. Therefore, they retreated to the side to watch. Facing the thousands of golden spears, Lin Xian waved his sword and smashed all the spears with the power of annihilation. Clang! Clang, clang! 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 Everyone's blood boiled. Who do you think you are? How dare you call yourself the five elements world? It was just a space formed by a domain and an array. Watch how I break it for you. Lin Xian sneered. Indeed, if one was not a sage, one would not dare to call their domain a world. This five elements saint was so arrogant that he dared to call his domain a five elements world. You're courting death, the five elements saint roared. How dare his opponent look down on him? In the next moment, the power of the five elements in the five elements world formed a five-shaped spear in his hand. Boom, with a thrust of the spear, the sky fell and the earth cracked. The terrifying long spear shattered the sword light that filled the sky. It then charged towards Lin Xian in a ferocious manner. Lin Xian used the demigods and semi-devils to dodge quickly. At the same time, he waved the ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand again. Clang, with a crisp sound, the five elements spear was cut in half, and the terrifying power of the five elements disappeared. What? It was cut in half, the surrounding people exclaimed. The people from the five elements palace were even more shocked. They didn't dare to believe that such a terrifying weapon had a power that was extremely close to that of a priceless treasure. However, it was cut in half by his opponent's sword. This was too unbelievable. Is this your five elements world? It's so pitifully weak. Lin Xian sneered. The chaotic Heaven Destroyer sword and the Five Elements sword appeared and disappeared mysteriously. The Five Elements world trembled as if it was about to collapse. It was too powerful. Everyone trembled. At this moment, the combat power that Lin Xian displayed was really terrifying. It filled all of them with despair. The Five Elements Saint kept retreating, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. Several cracks appeared on his body. Finally, he stopped and roared at the sky. The power of the Five Elements in his body exploded. "Kid, you forced me to do this." He roared crazily. Boom, boom. Boom, in his Five Elements world, the sky was filled with dazzling lights. 5 figures appeared in the void. These 5 figures were overflowing with light and color. Their faces were exactly the same as the Five Elements Saint. Clones. Seeing this scene, many people exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, they had seen such a remarkable ability before. However, it was usually divided into 2, or at most 3. It was rare to see someone like the Five Elements Saint who could split into 5 clones. "Damn brat, you've completely infuriated me. Today, I'll let you know my final trump card." A cold voice sounded from all directions. The 5 clones spoke at the same time. A terrifying murderous intent pierced through the clouds. Lin Xian frowned. 5 clones? It was indeed beyond his expectations. But so what, the other party couldn't even defeat him. Did he think he could overturn this situation with just a few clones? What a joke, you're no match for me, and neither are your clones. Even if you have 50 clones, I can still destroy them, let alone 5. Lin Xian's sonorous voice shook the 9 heavens. In the next moment, the roar of a dragon and the cry of a sword could be heard from his body. Countless violent sword chi slashed forward like mountains. Raging waves, the cold voice reverberated in the air. The 5 clones in the sky shouted together and formed the same seal with their palms. Then, they suddenly opened their mouths. The seawater in the sky surged, and a blue light shrouded the entire sky. It was so bright that people couldn't open their eyes. In an instant, the boundless sea swept forward and completely surrounded the sword chi. Boom! Boom, boom! The void collapsed in an instant, and the surrounding people's expressions changed drastically. The weaker ones were sent flying while vomiting blood. The stronger ones also felt their chests tighten, as if thousands of mountains were pressing down on their heads. Oh no, this is not ordinary seawater. This is 1001-layer water. A drop of seawater was as heavy as Mount Tai. What? 1001-layer water. Is this the legendary water? Damn it, the Five Elements Saint is so terrifying. He has mastered 1001-layer water. Everyone was terrified and retreated madly. Even the Crimson Dragon retreated to the side. The water was too terrifying. When it appeared, it was like 1,000 mountains crying out in unison. As expected, the seawater in the sky bent countless sword chi. Many of the sword chi were even broken in the middle. Kid, do you see that? With my trump card, you're no match for me at all, the 5 figures on the opposite side sneered, and a terrifying murderous aura erupted from their eyes. Indeed, Lin Xian was also under attack. He felt that the chi and blood in his body were about to solidify, and his body was about to be crushed into a bloody mist. 1001-layer water? As expected, he had some trump cards. However, it was still not enough. With a cold snort, the great dragon sword spirit erupted once more. A powerful force swept out in all directions. The 1001 heavy water around him was completely wiped out by the sword light. Whoosh! Lin Xian stepped into the air, and with each step, the image of a dragon appeared beneath his feet. Terrifying roars rang out, blasting apart the seawater that filled the sky. Sky-shattering, a beam of sword light flew out and exploded in the sky, splitting into pieces. Heaven and earth shattered. The 1001 heavy water was mercilessly torn apart, and a huge black hole appeared. All the seawater in the sky flowed into the black hole. You want to devour my 1001 heavy water? What a joke! In the distance, the 5 Elements Saint sneered. The 5 figures formed hand seals again and the black hole collapsed. The 1,000-pound heavy water flowed out once more. They turned into dozens of water dragons and roared in the sky, wanting to completely suppress Lin Xian. As expected of the 1001 heavy water, it was indeed terrifying. If even the black hole could not swallow them, then there was probably nothing that could withstand their weight. All the surrounding experts exclaimed. The people from the 9 heavens sacred ground and 10,000 thunder sacred ground revealed a cruel smile. The people from the 5 elements palace looked even more ferocious. You want to compete with our saint? You're still far from it, you can't devour them? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He did not expect Sky Shattering to be unable to devour these things. However, so what? If he could not devour them, then he would completely destroy them. His great dragon sword spirit was not to be trifled with. Boom, Lin Xian waved his long sword, and the aura of the dragon sword gushed out. Suddenly, the 1001 heavy water that was close to him all sizzled, then turned into water vapor and drifted into the sky. More and more of the 1001 heavy water was destroyed, turning into water vapor that filled the sky and shrouded the surroundings. In the end, dozens of water dragons were completely destroyed and no longer existed. You want to hurt me with a mere 1001 heavy water? What a joke, what other tricks do you have? Use them, or you won't have a chance. Lin Xian held his sword and strode forward. What? He actually destroyed the 1001 heavy water, moreover, he did it so easily. Heavens, who exactly is this kid? Why is his sword light so sharp? He can actually destroy the 1001 heavy water. Everyone was stunned. The 1001 heavy water could not be destroyed at all. Even the black hole could not devour it. However, the other party destroyed all the water with just a few swings of his sword. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would not have dared to believe it. Damn it, the 5 elements saint's expression became extremely ugly. He did not expect the other party to be able to destroy his 1001 heavy water so easily. It was really hard for him to believe. However, he soon became ferocious. His trump card was not just the 1001 heavy water, blazing red lotus, North Pole Earth. The 5 clones formed seals again, and the attributes on their bodies changed into the fire and earth attributes. The power of fire and earth surged out, and between heaven and earth, flames burned, forming countless lotus flowers that danced in the fire. The mountains crushed the rift as they charged toward Qin once again. They completely enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian waved his dragon sword domain and transformed into a true dragon. The dragon opened its mouth and spat out seawater. The dragon swayed its tail and knocked away the surrounding mountains. Buzz, thousands of sword chi burst out from the dragon's body and slashed in all directions. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. It was as if the sun was about to be destroyed. The power of fire and earth were destroyed again. The sky was filled with terrifying sword light. The tide of energy terrified everyone. They had completely retreated from the main hall and hid in the surrounding passageways. There was nothing they could do. The energy was too terrifying. Let me show you what the true power of the 5 elements is. Lin Xian's eyes burst out with a piercing cold light. He floated in the void like a god fiend. Whoosh, he waved his sword and simulated everything in his body. The 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth appeared around him. Then, the 5 elements began to evolve under the effect of the great dragon sword soul. Boom, black flames danced and turned into black suns one after another, crowding the sky palace. There were thousands of them densely packed together. Each of them contained terrifying power that would make the eyelids of peerless almighties twitch. Now that thousands of them appeared together, there was probably nothing that could resist. 10,000 suns burning the sky, Lin Xian waved his sword, and thousands of black suns smashed forward like meteors. Boom! Boom, boom! The 5 elements saint was struck by lightning. His 5 elements world shook, and countless cracks began to appear. The 5 clones also vomited large mouthfuls of blood. Damn it, be destroyed for me, the 5 elements saint roared crazily and attacked with the 1001 heavy water again to resist. But at this moment, Lin Xian's second attack came. The power of metal flashed quickly and formed golden swords in the sky. 108,000 golden swords were filled with murderous aura and filled the sky. Everyone could not help but kneel down. Metal slaying, shaking the heavens, 108,000 swords descended together with Lin Xian's wave. The 5 elements saint spat out blood and flew backward again. More cracks appeared on his five elements world. The 108,000 swords pierced through his five elements world, and the five elements world was quickly destroyed. The five clones were also covered in cracks. Two of the clones exploded with a loud bang. The five elements saint was severely injured, and his face was filled with madness. 10,000 trees descend, the five elements saint roared crazily, and the power of wood flashed. Bang, countless forests appeared around Lin Xian, covering the entire sky. The trees began to absorb Lin Xian's power, trying to suck him dry. Humph. Let me show you what the true power of wood is. Lin Xian's sword radiance flashed, and he destroyed all the primeval forests. He pointed his sword at the sky. Heavenly tree, heaven and earth trembled, and the void above cracked open. A green tree fell from the sky. This green tree was too terrifying. It was surrounded by green light and covered with mysterious patterns. It was like a heavenly tree, and it completely suppressed the five elements saint. Puff, the five elements saint spat out blood, and his five elements world shattered again. The surrounding people were stunned. What is this? How can this kid have such a terrifying superpower? They were stunned, because they had never seen the great dragon sword soul's imitation superpower. They were terrified. The five elements saint could not believe it. He looked at the heavenly tree that fell from the sky, and his face was filled with shock. Impossible. How could his five elements power possibly be more powerful than mine? I don't believe it. Half of his body was smashed by the heavenly tree. Not only that, the heavenly tree took root in his five elements world, and it quickly absorbed his power, causing his five elements world to shatter. The five clones were destroyed at the same time. Not good, Saint. The people from the five elements palace could not hold it in anymore. Although the five elements saint had said that he wanted to fight one-on-one, the situation was very dangerous now. If they continued to fight one-on-one, their saint would be killed. They could not bear the consequences. Therefore, the people from the five elements palace rushed forward crazily. Damn brat, go to hell. These people unleashed terrifying attacks towards Lin Xian. At the same time, they attacked the heavenly tree. Whoosh, Lin Xian shifted his position and dodged in an instant. However, the heaven-reaching divine wood was able to withstand the attacks that filled the sky, and began to emit rumbling sounds. It was covered with countless cracks, but for a moment it did not shatter. That was because if one were to look carefully, one would be able to discover that those cyan streams of light were actually tiny sword auras. At that moment, those sword auras were extremely sharp. Damn it! These people went crazy and attacked again. Finally, they shattered the heavenly-reaching divine wood. The sky-reaching divine tree collapsed, shattering the void. The entire ancient tomb seemed to be on the verge of shattering. The holy sun! These people exclaimed and rushed forward, wanting to rescue their holy son. Without the suppression of the sky-piercing sacred tree, the five elements saint retreated quickly. But in the next moment, he screamed. This was because he discovered that Lin Xian was once again charging towards him. Damn brat, how dare you! The people of the five-element palace were furious. Lin Xian actually dared to kill their holy son. How despicable, Lin Xian sneered. Why? Can you kill me? Can't I kill you? His body emitted a piercingly cold light as he unleashed his four killer moves, shattering the void. The five-element sword formed a five-element formation around him. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. The four killer moves sent many people of the five-element palace flying. The five-element sword formation was surrounded by sword auras and murderous intent. Many people were blocked. The five-element saint was also affected and kept retreating. Lin Xian could not escape. Lin Xian held his sword and charged forward. The elder of the five-element palace roared. You're courting death. They unleashed the power of the five elements. Mountains crisscrossed in the sky. Flames and seawater filled the sky, making splashing sounds. The entire sky was completely shattered, but all of this was split apart by the sword. Boom, Lin Xian stretched out his palm, and the sun and moon in his hand spun, sending an elder of the five-element palace flying. Lin Xian threw out another punch. The black dragon roared and sent another elder flying. There were not many experts around the five-element saint. The elders of the five-element palace screamed crazily. Fellow cultivators of the Nine Heavens Sacred Ground and the Myriad Thunder Sacred Ground, attack together and kill this kid, attack. Hearing the cry for help, the people of the Nine Heavens Sacred Ground roared. The people of the Myriad Thunder Sacred Ground also rushed out. Although they could not use the Immortal Palace's trump card, the other party also did not have the Sage's Hand Bone. With so many of them, they could definitely kill the other party. Are you trying to bully me with numbers? Have a taste of Benhuang's array. The Crimson Dragon also roared. At this moment, he did not hold back. He opened his mouth and spat out killing arrays one after another. In an instant, an intense battle broke out. It was extremely terrifying. The surrounding cultivators retreated crazily again. They did not dare to stay any longer and could only watch from afar with their souls. The three sages' movements were earth-shattering. They wanted to destroy the entire ancient tomb. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon felt a strong impact. Damn it, they have too many people. The Crimson Dragon roared angrily. A crazy light appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. With a wave of his hand, he tore a corner of the sage's hand bone. Boom! A terrifying aura spread out. Boom! The Immortal Palace was blasted away, the Five Elements mountain was overturned, and the Sea of Lightning was torn apart. The terrifying aura of a sage swept out in all directions. The cultivators of the three sacred grounds vomited blood and were sent flying. Two of the sacred grounds' elders did not dodge. In an instant, they were killed by the aura. Their bodies and souls were destroyed, and they no longer existed. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon were also affected. The two of them were very fast and kept retreating. They did not suffer too much damage. However, the aura in their bodies was tumbling. Damn it, this kid is crazy. The people in the passage were terrified. The cultivators of the three sacred grounds were roaring crazily. This was the result of a lose-lose situation. The other party dared to do this. Could it be that he did not want to live anymore? They could not understand. Among them, the elders of the Nine Heavens Sacred Ground roared. Activate the Immortal Light, use your trump card. Suppress the sage's hand bone. Otherwise, we won't be able to escape. They were really afraid. If the other party went crazy and wanted to fight to the death, no one would be able to survive. In the distance, the Immortal Palace was fixed in the void, emitting thousands of rays of light. The mysterious door slowly opened. 3 rays of immortal light slashed out. It was like a sword from the gods, making people tremble. Once the immortal light appeared, even a peerless almighty would be killed in an instant. They collided with the sage's hand bone and were directly shattered. What? It was so terrifying, the cultivators of the Nine Heavens Sacred Ground felt their scalps go numb. Just a strand of aura was enough to shatter their trump card. This was really too shocking. The people of the Five Elements Palace and the Thousand Thunder Sacred Ground did not dare to be careless. They also activated their trump cards. Among them, the Five Elements mountain flew over again. This time, 5 runes appeared on it, emitting an unparalleled power. It wanted to seal the entire world. Sure enough, everyone in the hall seemed to have been frozen in place. The people from the Nine Heavens Sacred Ground and the Myriad Thunder Sacred Ground cried out in horror. Fellow cultivator, help us break the seal. The Five Elements Palace elder waved his staff and broke the seal on these people. These people frantically retreated. The people in the passageway were filled with terror. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon's pupils shrank. They felt that their bodies had been imprisoned by the void, and they could not move at all. They could only watch as the terrifying attack came toward them. Look, those two have been frozen. The martial artists in the passage were shocked when they saw this. That was for sure. Once the Five Elements seal was activated, it would seal the heavens and earth. Nothing could escape. Didn't they see that the elites from the other 2 sacred grounds were also sealed? If the Five Elements Palace had not broken the seal, they probably would not have been able to escape. What? It's so terrifying. Those people trembled. Indeed, they felt a sealing power revolving around them. Furthermore, this was because they were very far away from the sealing power. One could only imagine how Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon were suppressed. Ha 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 ha. When the elders of the Five Elements Palace saw this scene, they all laughed loudly. See? This is the power of the Five Elements Palace's treasure. The Five Elements Saint also heaved a sigh of relief. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Previously, the other party had caused him to suffer such serious injuries. He swore that he would cut the other party into pieces. He would not let the other party die so easily. He wanted to torture the other party. The people from the Nine Heavens Sacred Ground and the Myriad Thunder Sacred Ground also surrounded them. They all laughed maliciously. Among them, the people from the Nine Heavens Sacred Ground looked even more ferocious. "Fellow cultivator, can you let us deal with this kid?" They were too angry because the other party might have killed their saint. If they did not capture the other party, they would not be able to explain it to their sacred ground. First, cripple their cultivation and break their limbs. They will not be able to escape. The people from the Myriad Thunder Sacred Ground said viciously. "Yes, I want to see his body and soul destroyed with my own eyes." The Five Elements Saint was filled with killing intent. Waves of killing intent and malicious voices echoed between heaven and earth. The people in the passage were shocked when they heard this. Heavens, it's over. These two are probably not going to survive, that was for sure. Although he was strong, he was still unable to contend against the three holy lands. What a pity. Such a genius could very well become a great emperor in the future. So what? A genius who couldn't grow up was nothing. Sighs could be heard one after another. These people were all sighing for Lin Xian. However, the people from the three holy lands were sneering. The elders of the Nine Heavens Holy Ground and Five Elements Palace could no longer hold themselves back and rushed forward. The two of them instantly arrived near Lin Xian and Crimson Shinong, wanting to destroy their cultivation bases. Then, they cut off their limbs. Humph, upon seeing this, Lin Xian snorted coldly. Looking at the elder of the Nine Heavens Holy Ground, a sharp light flashed in his eyes. Golden runes shone in the sky. Although he couldn't move at the moment, his eye technique wasn't affected. Indeed, the elder of the Nine Heavens Holy Ground screamed in agony as his body contorted uncontrollably. He retreated like a madman as the black necklace on his neck broke into pieces. This was the weapon that protected his soul. Under the effect of soul ignition, it broke into pieces. Ah, the elder of the Nine Heavens Holy Ground screamed in agony. His soul was severely injured, and he screamed in agony. This scene caused everyone to be stupefied. They didn't expect that even though Lin Xian was immobilized, he could still injure an almighty with just a look. Such a move was heaven-defying. Damn it. This kid's soul power is still there. Hurry up and defend. Seeing this, the people of the Nine Heavens Holy Ground roared in anger. They took out all the soul defense weapons they could use to protect their souls. The people of Five Elements Palace and Nine Heavens Holy Ground did the same. Whoosh, among them, the elder of Five Elements Palace had already arrived in front of the Crimson Dragon. He revealed a sinister smile. This was because the Crimson Dragon didn't have the same eye technique as Lin Xian. Wah, the Crimson Dragon indeed didn't have any eye technique. At this moment, he opened his mouth and spat out a ball of dragon flame. The dragon flame contained a trace of dragon blood. It immediately covered half of the elder of Five Elements Palace. The elder screamed in agony as half of his body melted. He flew back while screaming in agony. Damn it. What kind of move is this? It's fire. He actually has such a strange flame. Once he killed this snake, he would definitely take out his inner core. Angry roars and roars could be heard. The people of Five Elements Palace stared at the Crimson Dragon. The people of Nine Heavens Holy Ground stared at Lin Xian. Kill, they charged forward once again. After immobilizing their opponent, they were still injured. This made them feel ashamed. This could be said to be a great humiliation. They had to kill their opponent alone. Humph, the Five Elements Saint snorted. This time, he was going to do it himself. Although he was severely injured, the Five Elements Palace had many treasures to help him suppress his injuries. His damaged body had also recovered. However, his face was still a little pale. He stared at Lin Xian. Kid, I'll pay you back 10,000 times, no, 100,000 times for the injuries you received. He once again formed a Five Elements world and circled behind Lin Xian before beginning his attack. He was afraid of Lin Xian's eyes. Seeing this, Lin Xian laughed. Five Elements Saint, I have to say, you're really a piece of trash. I've been immobilized, but you don't dare to attack me directly, ha 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 ha. Merciless laughter rang out, and the people of Five Elements Palace cried out. The Five Elements Saint was so angry that he vomited blood. The people around him were terrified. Yes, Lin Xian was already in such a state. It could be said that other than his eye technique, there was nothing else he could do. Such a person was no different from a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. However, the Five Elements Saint didn't even dare to attack him directly. He only sneaked behind his opponent to attack. It had to be said that it was indeed surprising. It seemed that the Five Elements Saint was completely frightened by his opponent. The people of Five Elements Palace roared. So what? As long as we kill you, our saint is still invincible. Invincible? How could a piece of trash like him be called invincible? Lin Xian snorted. No matter what, you'll definitely die today. The Five Elements Saint's cold voice came from behind. A terrifying killing intent mixed with the Five Elements realm pressed down. This time, the Five Elements Saint didn't hold back. Buzz. Buzz, Lin Xian couldn't move, and he didn't use his eye technique. Countless sword chi burst out from his body, as if it had turned into a rain of swords, rushing toward the back. Boom. Boom, boom. The sky full of sword chi blasted on the Five Elements realm, making shocking collisions. Heaven and earth trembled again, and countless cracks appeared. What? He can still attack, oh my god, it can't be. Wasn't he immobilized? Those people were crazy. The people from the Nine Heavens Sacred Ground and Myriad Thunder Sacred Ground were shocked. The people from the Five Elements Palace were even more shocked. That's not right. The Great Five Elements Seal not only seals the body, but it can also seal one's strength. How did he manage to attack? These people have gone crazy. The Five Elements Saint was even more shocked. He did not expect his opponent to be able to release sword chi. No matter what, his opponent could not escape now. He activated the Five Elements power like a madman. On the other side, the people from the Nine Heavens Sacred Ground and Myriad Thunder Sacred Ground attacked again. They used their most powerful super skills, wanting to cripple Lin Xian together. As long as they crippled him, he would not be able to cause any more trouble. At that time, they would be able to slaughter him. Brat, let's see how you die this time, the elders from the Five Elements Palace sneered. The people from the Nine Heavens Sacred Ground looked even more ferocious. I will use your blood as a sacrifice to our saint, Brat, you are too arrogant. Do you really think you are invincible? There are many people who can kill you. The people from the Myriad Thunder Sacred Ground said coldly. The three sacred grounds emitted a dazzling light that enveloped Lin Xian. It's over. That brat is dead. When the surrounding people saw this, they sighed. The Crimson Dragon also roared. He let out a dragon roar and tried to break free. However, he could not do so for the time being. Lin Xian felt a sense of danger, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. What? You want to kill me with just the Great Five Elements seal? You are still far from it. His aura exploded as the great dragon sword soul in his body circulated. Rays of sword light appeared on his body. A dragon-shaped sword shadow appeared on his body and kept circling. The surrounding sword light became more and more piercing as if it was going to pierce through the sky. Damn it. Attack. Don't give him a chance to resist. The Five Elements Saint roared. He felt that something was wrong with his opponent. Especially his opponent's sword chi. He had experienced it many times. It was so sharp that it made him feel despair. Therefore, he would not give his opponent a chance. Ka ka ka, roar. However, they had underestimated Lin Xian and the great dragon sword spirit. The power unleashed by the number one offensive saint art in the world was definitely beyond the imagination of these people. The roar of a dragon and the cry of a sword rang out. Between heaven and earth, the dragon sword's shadow slashed in all directions. Countless cracks appeared in the void, with Lin Xian as the center, spreading in all directions. Boom, the space he was in completely collapsed, and black holes appeared one after another. Lin Xian, on the other hand, let out a long howl. His figure flashed, and he instantly escaped from the black hole. What? He had escaped, how could this be? Damn it, hurry up and kill him, angry shouts rang out one after another. The people of the three holy lands were stunned. The warriors in the surrounding passageways were even more shocked. Roar, the crimson dragon also let out a dragon roar. Its huge body shook the void as it escaped from inside. Damn it, you actually dared to trap Benhuang, I'll cook you all and eat you later. At this moment, the crimson dragon's body expanded, and it turned into a true peerless demon king. The dragon blood in its body surged. With a swing of its dragon tail, it directly shattered the void. It was like 100,000 mountains pressing down. The people of the three holy lands vomited blood. Kill, Lin Xian also let out a roar. The great dragon sword spirit continued to rise, and the ancient dragon abyss sword was swung out. Spurt, an elder of the myriad thunder holy land, was sent flying. The lightning crutch in his hand was split into 3 pieces. His body was also split into 3 pieces, floating in the sky. Ah, a miserable voice rang out. That elder was screaming non-stop. Lin Xian, on the other hand, swept out in all directions. Not good, damn it. Counterattack, the 5 elements saint, myriad thunder holy land, and 9 heavens holy land roared crazily. They realized that the other party's combat strength had increased again. Damn it, could it be that the other party did not use his full strength before? How could it be? Is he trying to run? Seeing the 5 elements saint keep retreating, Lin Xian sneered. The azure dragon hand stretched out and turned into a coiling dragon picture, enveloping the other party. Scram, the 5 elements saint roared and struck out his 5 elements whirled to fight against the coiling dragon picture. The 2 forces collided in the sky, creating a tsunami-like energy wave. The coiling dragon picture was blocked, and the 5 elements saint was also forced back. Whoosh, a dragon's shadow appeared under Lin Xian's feet. He was extremely fast, and in an instant, he was near the 5 elements saint. You felt good when you sneak attacked me, right? Now, have a taste of my attack. The 4th seal on his ancient dragon abyss sword was undone, and an unbelievable sword chi burst out. No, the 5 elements saint screamed and instantly summoned his 5 clones to resist. However, this sword was truly too terrifying. His 5 clones were destroyed in an instant. His main body was also sent flying, vomiting blood. The 5 elements world was split into 2 by the sword. Another sword slashed out, and everyone felt their scalps go numb. They were scared out of their wits by this sword chi. The 5 elements saint screamed again and again. This time, one of his arms was chopped off. He wanted to escape, but at this moment, a golden light appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. A pair of cold golden eyes appeared in the sky. Ah, the 5 elements saint screamed. His soul seemed to have been ignited, and he rolled in the sky. His speed of escape also slowed down. Sky-piercing sword, the dragon sword shadow appeared on Lin Xian's body and enveloped him. He held the ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand, and the 4 seals were undone. He turned into a sharp sword light and flew out. Whoosh! Poof! All the light between heaven and earth dimmed, and only a sword light was left in the sky. At this moment, everyone stopped attacking. They turned their heads and stared blankly at the scene. With a poochie sound, blood splattered everywhere. No, the people from the 5 elements palace screamed. The people from the 9 heavens sacred ground and the myriad thunder sacred ground gasped. This was because the 5 elements saint's head had been chopped off, and his corpse fell to the ground. However, the 5 elements saint was not dead. His head screamed and turned into a stream of light, trying to break through the void and escape. How could he escape? Lin Xian stretched out his hand, and the sun, moon, and stars revolved around him, sealing the entire space. In the next moment, he grabbed the 5 elements saint's head and brought it to his side. Then, he activated soul ignition and completely burned his soul into ashes. Whoosh! Lin Xian held the 5 elements saint's head with one hand and the ancient sword in the other. He swept it in all directions. Who else, if you want to die, come here, stunned. Everyone was stunned. The people from the 3 sacred grounds were stunned. The people in the passageway were all trembling. Fear, infinite fear, spread throughout their bodies. That was the 5 elements saint, the top genius of the younger generation. The future master of the 5 elements holy land was actually killed by someone here. Is this kid still human? Demon King, he is definitely a Demon King, in the future, they must not provoke him. Those people swallowed their saliva. The people from the 3 sacred grounds came back to their senses and roared crazily. Among them, the people from the 5 elements sacred ground kept screaming. The elders wailed, and their tears turned into a rain of blood that sprinkled all over the place. Dead. Their holy son had been killed in front of everyone, his head was even in the other party's hand, this made them want to die. How were they going to explain it to the sacred ground when they returned? Kill him. You must kill him, the people of the 5 elements palace roared crazily. At this moment, they had lost their minds. Everyone's eyes were red, and their bodies were surrounded by a murderous aura as if they had turned into demons. The people of the 9 heavens sacred ground were also roaring. They did not expect that apart from their holy son, even the 5 elements' holy son had been killed. This was definitely an earth-shattering earthquake. Although the people of the 10,000 thunder sacred ground were frightened, they were relieved. Fortunately, their holy son had been randomly teleported away by the black quicksand. Otherwise, he would probably be dead now. Therefore, at this moment, the elders of the 10,000 thunder sacred ground were secretly delighted. But soon, these people of the 10,000 thunder sacred ground were stunned and even frightened. Their faces were as black as the bottom of a pot. That was because in a passage next to them, a thunderous figure cut through the void and quickly arrived at the main hall. The 10,000 thunder holy son, this figure was the 10,000 thunder holy son. Previously, he had been randomly teleported away by the black quicksand, but he had finally returned. As soon as he appeared, the 10,000 thunder holy son released a sea of lightning that filled the entire sky. He roared coldly, "Damn brat, come and die." He was really mad. Before he could make a move, he had been teleported away. Moreover, the teleportation distance was very far. He had spent a lot of effort to rush back here. Therefore, he swore that he would join hands with the 5 elements holy son. He would torture him to death, but soon, he was stunned. Because he realized that no one responded. The entire main hall was silent. Everyone looked at him with a strange expression. The elders of the 10,000 thunder sacred ground were even more furious. The people in the passage also swallowed their saliva. The 10,000 thunder holy son had come at this time. Wasn't he walking into a trap and dying in vain? Sure enough, the elders of the 10,000 thunder sacred ground roared crazily. Holy son, leave quickly. Leave quickly, they were about to go crazy. Previously, they were secretly delighted that their holy son was not here and could avoid a calamity. However, they did not expect that just as they finished speaking, their saint would charge over from afar. They had to quickly remind the chosen to leave. Otherwise, who knew what crazy things this kid would do? Leave quickly. What did he mean? The 10,000 thunder saint's son was stunned. He frowned. Why did these elders want him to escape? What did she mean by that? She didn't look up to him. He snorted coldly and turned to look at Lin Xian. His eyes were filled with murderous intent as he thought, "Damn brat, I will definitely." Before he could finish, he was stunned. He realized that Lin Xian was holding a head in his left hand. That head belonged to the 5 elements saint. Damn it, what happened? The 10,000 thunder saint shuddered, and his heart almost jumped out of his chest. The 5 elements saint's head was held in the other party's hand, and there was no sign of life. What was going on? Could it be that the 5 elements saint was killed? Holy son, leave now. Seeing the 10,000 thunder sage in a daze, the 10,000 thunder sage's elders roared angrily again. At the same time, they rushed over crazily to protect the 10,000 thunder sage. The 5 elements saint has been killed by this kid. Holy son, leave now, the elders roared again. What? He was really killed. The 10,000 thunder sage's pupils shrank, and his mind went blank. How could this be? The 5 elements saint was a genius like him. How could anyone kill him? Even if other saints wanted to kill them, it would be very difficult. After all, everyone was of the same level and had many trump cards. Unless it was an invincible challenger or a peak 8-star. A late-stage 8-star powerhouse could defeat a saint, but it was impossible to kill him. Therefore, the 10,000 thunder sage did not believe it at all. Although the 9 firmament saint had been killed before, they did not think that it was Lin Xian who did it. They knew how difficult it was to kill a saint. They said that Lin Xian was the murderer to find an excuse to kill him. but now, the five elements saint had been killed by him. He couldn't help but suspect that the ninth firmament saint might have been killed by the other party as well. Thinking of this, a trace of horror appeared in the 10,000 Thunder Sage's eyes. He did not dare to stay any longer and turned to escape. "Brat, you just wait and see what happens this time. It won't end like this, let's go." Of course, the 10,000 Thunder Sage did not want to admit that he had escaped, so he left a few words and left with his men. At least, he would not lose too much face. "You want to leave? I think you'd better go to hell and accompany the five elements saint, that way, the two of you won't be lonely on the road to hell." Lin Xian's murderous aura surged as he charged over again. "Damn it, how dare you attack our saint?" the elders of the 10,000 Thunder Sacred Ground roared crazily. Lin Xian waved his hand and threw the five elements saint's head out. With a bang, it was blown up by the elders of the 10,000 Thunder Sacred Ground. Damn it, when the people of the Five Elements Palace saw this, their eyes turned red. They stared at Lin Xian with murderous aura. At the same time, they also stared at the elders of the 10,000 Thunder Sacred Ground. The elder of the 10,000 Thunder Sacred Ground hurriedly said, "Brothers of the Five Elements Palace, this has nothing to do with us. The Five Elements Saint was killed by this kid. We should join forces and take him down." "Take me down, Humph, you're already trying to escape. Do you want to drag the Five Elements Palace down with you?" Lin Xian began to sow discord. Sure enough, the people of the Five Elements Palace looked unfriendly. They stared at the 10,000 Thunder Sacred Ground with cold eyes. The people of the Nine Heavens Sacred Ground also walked out. The 10,000 Thunder Sacred Ground obviously wanted to retreat now because their saint had not been killed. However, the people of the Five Elements Palace and the Nine Heavens Sacred Ground were different. Their saint had been killed by the other party, but they still wanted to fight to the death with the other party. "Do you want to leave, 10,000 Thunder Sage?" The people of the Five Elements Palace gritted their teeth. The elder of the 10,000 Thunder Sacred Ground braced himself and said, "You've seen it too. This kid's strength is too terrifying. I think we should leave for the time being and think of a long-term plan. Otherwise, more people will die." As soon as these words came out, the faces of the people of the Five Elements Palace and the Nine Heavens Sacred Ground turned black. What a joke! How could they stop it this time? The murderous aura on their bodies became stronger and stronger. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He stared at the 10,000 Thunder Sage and said, "I've said it before. You can't escape." As he spoke, he raised his hand and slashed with his sword. A terrifying sword light slashed forward. "Get lost." The 10,000 Thunder Sage roared, and the elders were scared out of their wits. Bang, the 10,000 Thunder Sage's lightning palm was split open by the sword. Not only that, he felt that his entire arm was cracked. A sword wound appeared on his arm. Blood gushed out and even his bones were exposed. Damn it! How could his sword chi be so powerful? The 10,000 Thunder Saint's expression changed in an instant. He did not dare to fight back. After all, his opponent had killed the Five Elements Saint. He was afraid that his opponent's strength had surpassed his. Boom, the 10,000 Thunder Saint roared, and lightning intertwined in the sky, forming a sea of lightning. He turned around and left. However, he was still one step too late. Lin Xian waved his hand, and 108,000 golden swords quickly intertwined and cut off the 10,000 Thunder Saints' escape route. At the same time, the sky-reaching divine wood descended from the sky, trying to suppress him. Boom, the divine wood was like a giant pillar that crushed the void, tore apart the sea of lightning, and blasted the 10,000 Thunder Saint's body. Pfft, the 10,000 Thunder Saint vomited blood and flew backward. All the bones in his body were shattered. Ah! He flew out for a long time before he stopped. Then, with a roar, lightning crackled all over his body, and all the broken bones were reborn again. Damn kid, don't go too far. The 10,000 Thunder Saint roared crazily. He was a saint after all. How dare his opponent treat him like this? That drove him crazy. What? You want the treatment of a saint? You want me to be respectful to you? Fine. Lin Xian sneered. Then I'll invite you to die. He turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed out. The biting cold sword light shrouded the void and slashed forward. The Thunder God bracelet, the 10,000 Thunder Saint was also angry. He opened his mouth and spat out a Thunder God bracelet. It was covered with terrifying runes. It was one of his trump cards, called the Thunder God bracelet. At this moment, the Thunder God bracelet appeared in the air and whistled forward. Boom! In an instant, it shattered the sword light that filled the sky and erupted with an incomparably powerful lightning power. The Thunder God bracelet was a trump card. It was said to be indestructible and could destroy everything. That brat surnamed Lin also walked the path of a firm and fierce cultivation method. Between the two of them, who would be the stronger one, the martial artists in the passage were discussing animatedly. They were somewhat looking forward to it. The 10,000 Thunder Saints' confidence also soared after his successful attack. From the looks of it, the other party was only SOSO. Could it be that the other party had used the Saint's hand bone to kill the 5-element Saint? Although he hadn't seen it, he didn't believe that the other party could kill a holy sun by relying on his own strength. In the next moment, he activated the Lightning God's bracelet again and charged forward. Instantly, the surrounding sword chi was all sent flying. Ha 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 ha. You're just SOSO. Today, I will avenge the 5-element Saint. The 10,000 Lightning Saint Sun let out a long roar. Instead of running away, he attacked. The Holy Sun, these elders were worried about the 10,000 Thunder Saint Sun. They wanted to remind him to leave. However, Wan Leixing still rushed over and fought with Lin Xian. Seeing this scene, the corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled into a strange smile. Great 5-element seal, a cold voice came out of his mouth. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. What? Great seal of 5 elements? What was this kid talking about? He also knows the 5 elements Great Seal. Heavens, what kind of joke was this? The Great Seal of 5 elements was the supreme secret technique of the 5 elements palace. Other than the 5 elements Saint and a few of the elders, no one else could learn it. This kid is obviously not from the 5 elements palace. How could he know the Great Seal of 5 elements? That's right. I think he's just trying to scare the 10,000 Thunder Saint Sun. Although that kid also knows the power of 5 elements, he can't use the Great Seal of 5 elements. However, these people were soon stunned. This was because they found that the Lightning God's bracelet was fixed in midair. Buzz. Buzz, buzz. The Lightning God's bracelet shone brightly, and countless lightning runes flashed on it. It was very terrifying. However, at this moment, it couldn't move at all. Not only that, but the 10,000 Thunder Saint Sun's body was also stiff, as if he had been enchanted. What? He was really sealed. How could this be? These people were so shocked that their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The people of the 5 Elements Palace screamed. Whoosh! In front of him, a sword light slashed over and slashed the 10,000 Thunder Saint Sun, sending him flying. The 10,000 Thunder Saint Sun's armor was split open. Blood flowed out like a river of blood, dyeing the void red. Poof, he kept retreating. Ah! The 10,000 Thunder Saint Sun roared crazily. He was finally frightened. It was too terrifying, his opponent's strength was far beyond his imagination. He didn't dare to fight anymore. Revenge for the 5 Elements Saint Sun could go to hell, he just wanted to take back the Lightning God's bracelet and leave quickly. Boom, the Lightning God's bracelet trembled, and endless lightning burst out like a vast sea, piercing through the surrounding void. Whoosh, it directly broke all the seals and rushed out. Lin Xian was surprised. He didn't expect the Lightning God's bracelet to break through. He didn't expect the Lightning God's bracelet to break through his seal so quickly. He simulated the Great Seal of 5 Elements through the Great Dragon Sword's soul. Although it wasn't the real Great Seal of 5 Elements, the effect of the seal was not weak at all. It seemed that the Lightning God's bracelet was powerful enough to escape. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. The 10,000 Thunder Saint Sun heaved a sigh of relief. The Lightning God's bracelet on his head turned around and fled. It turned into a flash of light and tore through the void. Just as he was about to escape, a divine dragon's tail slapped over and smashed half of his body. He was sent flying again and vomited blood. Who was it? The 10,000 Thunder Saint Sun roared. He was about to go crazy. It's me, the Crimson Dragon sneered. Your magic treasure is not bad. Leave it to Ben Huang. The Crimson Dragon's eyes lit up as he stared at the Lightning God's bracelet. That was a good thing, the Crimson Dragon was very happy. Previously, he had snatched a Heaven Stage Elementary Treasure Chi Spear, and now he was eyeing the Lightning God's bracelet. The Heaven Stage Treasure Chi Spear had the sole imprint of a peerless powerhouse on it, but the Crimson Dragon had forcibly sealed it. After the battle, he would slowly erase it. At this moment, he grabbed a spear and stabbed it out. Between heaven and earth, thousands of spear lights shot forward like rainbows. Stinky snake! Get lost! The 10,000 Thunder Saint Sun was furious. He waved the Lightning God's bracelet to fight against it. A shocking collision sounded, but at this time, on the other side, Lin Xian also waved his long sword. He slashed the Lightning God's bracelet with his sword. The Crimson Dragon roared and waved his dragon claws, which kept enlarging. Like a red mountain, he enveloped the Lightning God's bracelet. Ha 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 ha, the Lightning God's bracelet is mine. The Crimson Dragon laughed strangely. Ah! Seeing this scene, the 10,000 Thunder Saint Sun's expression changed. The elders of the 10,000 Thunder Saint Sun roared. Damn it! He put down the Lightning God's bracelet. They attacked like crazy, trying to take back the Lightning God's bracelet. However, they were all destroyed by Lin Xian's sword chi. A sword slashed across the sky, cutting off the connection between these people and the Lightning God's bracelet. The Crimson Dragon grabbed it to the side, wanting to take it back. However, at this time, his expression changed. Because a terrifying killing intent suddenly erupted from the Lightning God's bracelet. It gushed out like a flood. A terrifying killing intent suddenly burst out from the Thunder God bracelet. It gushed out like a flood, damn it, the Crimson Dragon threw the Thunder God bracelet out in an instant. However, he was still affected. Bang, he was sent flying. A crack appeared on his dragon claw, and blood flowed out. Damn it! Benhuang was in so much pain, the Crimson Dragon grimaced in pain and quickly drank all the dripping dragon blood. Its blood was very precious. It was unwilling to leave it for others to benefit. Lin Xian was also surprised. He knew that the Crimson Dragon's body was strong. Even a heaven-grade treasure might not be able to break it. But now, there was a crack. What exactly was that shocking killing intent? It was the killing intent of an invincible king. There was actually the killing intent of an invincible king in the Thunder God bracelet. The Crimson Dragon cried out. Damn it, how dare you trick Benhuang, what? The killing intent of an invincible king, no wonder. The people in the passage also understood. Indeed, they had seen the strength of the Crimson Dragon before, but they did not expect this killing intent to be the killing intent of an invincible king. An invincible king was a terrifying existence that they looked up to. A single glance could kill a peerless almighty. It could be said that it was extremely terrifying. The people of the Myriad Thunder Holy Land had gloomy faces, and the Myriad Thunder Holy Sun's face was even colder. Damn it, they couldn't kill him, they were too surprised. As these people knew, the killing intent of an invincible king could easily kill a peerless almighty. However, the other party didn't die. It was only a crack on his claw. This kind of injury was nothing to people of their level. Kid, be careful. This Thunder God bracelet is too damn evil. The dragon blood on the Crimson Dragon surged, and the crack on his claw was healed. Lin Xian's expression was extremely solemn. He did not expect that the Thunder God bracelet would contain the killing intent of a king. This was definitely something that could threaten his life. However, what puzzled him was that if there was such a terrifying killing weapon, why didn't the other party directly use it before? If that was the case, perhaps his injuries would be even more severe. Could it be that the killing intent of an invincible king couldn't be triggered? He could only use it passively? Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. He felt more and more that it was possible. Moreover, he guessed that invincible kings wouldn't have too much killing intent. Otherwise, the 10,000 Thunder Saint would not have escaped. The elders of the 10,000 Lightning Holy Land would not be so nervous. Thinking of this, the corner of his mouth raised into a cold smile. If that was the case, then things would be much easier. Humph, it's just a strand of the killing intent of an invincible king. You want to kill me? You guys are too naive. Lin Xian attacked again. What? This brat actually dared to resist the killing intent of an invincible king? Was he tired of living? Could it be that he still had some sort of trump card to rely on? The martial artists in the passageway discussed animatedly. As for the people from the 10,000 Lightning Holy Land, their faces darkened. Damn it, the 10,000 Thunder Saint waved his hand and controlled the Thunder God bracelet to rush out. Brat, you are too arrogant and ignorant. Today, I will let you know the power of an invincible king's killing intent. Sure enough, between heaven and earth, a terrifying killing intent circulated, piercing through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Everyone trembled and crawled on the ground. Lin Xian also felt a great crisis. Countless sword lights surrounded his body, forming a dragon sword phantom that roared in the void. It fought against the killing intent of an invincible king. There was a loud rumble, heaven and earth trembled, and Lin Xian retreated with a trace of blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Seeing this, the 10,000 Thunder Saint laughed wildly. Did you see that, brat? An ignorant ant like you dares to compete with an invincible king. A wisp of killing intent can destroy you. What are you so arrogant for? Even if you hurt me, it was the power of an invincible king, not your power. I really don't know where you get your arrogance from. Lin Xian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes became brighter and brighter. It's just a wisp of killing intent, not the true body of an invincible king. Do you really think you can kill me? So what if you're an invincible king? Next, I'll let you have a taste of the pressure of a sage. Lin Xian tore another corner of the sage's seal. Boom, a force that swept across heaven and earth surged out, and the killing intent of an invincible king was swallowed up like a boat in a storm. Damn it, this scene made the people of the 10,000 Thunder Sacred Ground roar crazily. The people of the 9 Heavens Sacred Ground and 5 Elements Palace also retreated to resist the pressure of the sage. But fortunately, this time, Lin Xian only tore it for a short while and then sealed it again. This made everyone breathe a sigh of relief. The people of the 10,000 Thunder Sacred Ground were gloomy. The killing intent of an invincible king in their Thunder God bracelet had been obliterated. Even if there was a wisp left, it was very little and couldn't exert its power at all. Ha 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 ha. The killing intent of an invincible king is nothing in front of a sage. The Crimson Dragon sneered arrogantly. Keep acting tough. Come and kill Ben Huang. Let's see if your invincible killing intent can still work. Lin Xian also brandished his sword and charged forward. The ancient dragon abyss sword turned into a giant sword and slashed down from the sky, crushing the void. It slashed on the Thunder God bracelet. With a boom, the Thunder God bracelet was sent flying again. At the same time, the sharp sword light slashed toward the 9 Heavens Saint. The 9 Heavens Saint's face changed drastically. He knew how powerful the sword chi was. If even the Thunder God bracelet couldn't resist it, he was afraid that his body wouldn't be able to resist it. So, he quickly retreated. At the same time, he controlled the Thunder God bracelet to float above his head to resist. However, the power of the great dragon sword's soul was beyond his imagination. If he still had the killing intent of an invincible king, he might be able to resist it. But now, the Thunder God bracelet alone couldn't resist at all. Sure enough, after 3 slashes, the Thunder God bracelet was sent flying again. The 4th slash cut the 10,000 Thunder Saint in half. The saint, the elders of the 10,000 Thunder Sacred Ground went crazy. They went crazy and even burned their spiritual power. They rushed forward crazily, trying to save the 10,000 Thunder Saint. Half of them rushed toward the 10,000 Thunder Saint, while the other half crazily attacked Lin Xian. All kinds of secret techniques and treasures were thrown out desperately. Lin Xian didn't resist. His body shook and quickly retreated into the distance. This is great. After saving the saint, the people of the 10,000 Thunder Sacred Ground breathed a sigh of relief. Boom. Boom, boom. The 10,000 Thunder Saint's broken body was also reassembled. His face was pale and full of horror. Damn it, run, run, he didn't dare to stay here any longer. 6 or 7 elders gathered around him, and there were many disciples of the 10,000 Thunder Sacred Ground around him to protect him. The group of people quickly retreated. Lin Xian didn't chase after them. Instead, he sneered. Mysterious golden patterns appeared in his eyes. Not good, it's a soul power attack. Saint, quickly defend, the elders of the 10,000 Thunder Sacred Ground shouted crazily. They used all their soul defense treasures to cover the 10,000 Thunder Saint. The elders of the Thousand Thunder Sacred Land shouted frantically. They covered the Thousand Thunder Sacred Sun with their soul defense magic treasures. The Thousand Thunder Sacred Sun even activated his magic treasure. The opponent's soul power was no weaker than the sword chi. In fact, it was even weirder, therefore, they didn't dare to be careless. They didn't expect that Lin Xian's soul power attack wasn't aimed at the Thousand Thunder Sacred Sun. Instead, it was aimed at an elder next to the Thousand Thunder Sacred Sun. This elder was very close to the Thousand Thunder Sacred Sun, just to his left. Moreover, just now, this elder even gave his soul defense magic treasure to the Thousand Thunder Sacred Sun. It could be said that there was no defense at all. It had to be said that these elders were really dutiful. They would rather have their souls destroyed to protect the Thousand Thunder Sacred Sun. However, this also gave Lin Xian a chance. Lin Xian didn't use soul ignition. He used another magic power. Divine guidance. It was a kind of controlling eye technique. In other words, it could temporarily control someone's soul and thus that person. Lin Xian's current soul power was so powerful that it had surpassed that of a peerless almighty. Coupled with the heavenly secret divine eyes, although the opponent's elder was also a peerless almighty, he was still controlled in an instant. A strange light appeared in his eyes, and his body was out of control. A long saber appeared in his hand, and then he slashed at the Thousand Thunder Sacred Sun. He raised his hand and the saber fell. The Thousand Thunder Sacred Sun was split in half, and blood spurted out. What's going on? The Thousand Thunder Sacred Sun was split in half. What happened? Everyone was stunned. Could it be that Lin Xian made a move again? No. Who was it? It was the elder of the Thousand Thunder Sacred Land. The martial artists in the surrounding passageways went crazy. Not to mention them, the people of the Five Elements Palace and the Nine Heavens Sacred Land were also stunned. Those of the Thousand Thunder Sacred Land were even crazier. Damn it, what are you doing? The people next to him hurriedly sent the elder flying with a palm strike. The elder's bones were broken, and half of his body turned into a bloody mist. He screamed miserably and flew out, smashing through the void. However, the pain also woke him up from the illusion. When he found out what he had done, he screamed like a madman. No. Damn it. That wasn't my intention, I'm being controlled. However, the people from the 10,000 Lightning Holy Land reacted as if they were facing a great enemy, and refused to allow them to approach. On the other side, the 10,000 Thunder Saint screamed crazily. He didn't expect to be struck by his own people. This caused his injuries to worsen. Fortunately, although he was seriously injured, it was not fatal. His body slowly healed. However, right at this moment, an ice-cold voice sounded from behind him. Do you still want to recover? Go to hell and accompany the Five Elements Saint. No. The 10,000 Thunder Holy Sun roared crazily, save me. The elders of the 10,000 Thunder Holy Land went crazy. They wanted to save him. However, it was already too late. During the chaos just now, Lin Xian showed his extreme speed and arrived behind the 10,000 Thunder Saint. A dragon-shaped sword shadow condensed in his hand. With a slash, the great dragon sword spirit annihilated everything, directly destroying the opponent's mind and spirit. Boom, the 10,000 Thunder Saint's body, which had not yet recovered, exploded again and turned into a bloody mist. This time, not even his bones were left. He turned into a rain of blood, scattering in all directions. That soul was also destroyed by the piercingly cold sword light. The great dragon sword spirit was unparalleled, the 10,000 Thunder Saint was killed, heavens, everyone was going crazy. This was the third holy sun that had fallen. Although the ancient tomb was dangerous before, no holy sun had fallen. But who would have thought that 3 holy suns would fall in succession? Moreover, they were not killed by the powerful array formation in the ancient tomb. They were killed by a young man with great power. It's over. Great earthquake. It was definitely a great earthquake. The 3 holy lands would probably go crazy and hunt them down regardless of everything. Sure enough, the 10,000 Thunder Saints screamed crazily. They began to burn their spiritual power, and their murderous aura was monstrous. At this moment, they could kill gods and Buddhas. Not only the 10,000 Thunder Saint, but also the 5 Elements Palace and the 9 Heavens Holy Land. At this moment, they also attacked recklessly. They sealed off all directions. They swore to kill the other party. Lin Xian waved his hand, and Rizalong quickly came in. He raised his hand and summoned the black earth, and the two of them entered. At the same time, Lin Xian completely tore open the seal of the saint's hand bone. Suddenly, a terrifying force surged out and flooded the entire space. Oh no, run! The people in the passage were so scared that their scalps went numb. They turned around and fled. In an instant, they were enveloped by the saint's pressure. They turned into a large bloody mist. Only some experts were able to escape. However, their bodies were also shattered. Only one of their heads remained intact and reassembled in the distance. Their faces were filled with horror. Hurry up and leave, these people did not dare to stay any longer, and they did not want to know how the battle was going. The saint's pressure was too terrifying. Damn it, was that kid crazy? How could he resist this power? Could it be that he wanted to die together with them? These people were terrified as they fled. In the main hall, the people from the three holy lands screamed again and again. They did not expect that the other party would dare to activate the saint's pressure. Previously, although they were terrified by the saint's hand bone, their lives were not threatened. Because they knew that the other party did not dare to go all out. Otherwise, it would be difficult for the other party to survive. But now, the other party had gone all out. Why, they could not understand. In an instant, many elders and geniuses were pierced by the saint's pressure. Their bodies split open in the sky and turned into a bloody mist. It was sad and beautiful, but it made people despair. Hurry up and recall our land tokens, the elders of the three holy lands roared as if they had gone mad. An immortal palace floated over, and the door opened, storing the remaining people inside. A purple lightning pool descended, spreading terrifying lightning, and also enveloping the remaining elders of the myriad Thunder Holy Land. In the sky, the Five Elements flag rolled and enveloped the surviving people of the Five Elements Palace. These three magic treasures had been resisting the saint's hand bone previously, so they could not use them. But now, the saint's hand bone had completely erupted, and they could not resist it. They quickly used these three magic treasures to protect the remaining people and prevent them from being killed. The remaining people had all gone into hiding. In the space, there was only the saint's pressure and the sea of blood that filled the sky. Although the people of the three holy lands had used their super trump cards, only a small number of people survived. About 1/5 of them. The rest of them were all killed. Moreover, even if they hid in their trump cards, they still suffered a fierce impact. The three magic treasures kept retreating, swaying in the sky. On the other side, inside the black earth, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon heaved a sigh of relief. They looked outside through the light screen. When they saw that the three holy lands had suffered heavy losses, the two of them laughed. The Crimson Dragon sneered. You let these guys chase us. Now you know what it's like, but it's a pity that we didn't kill them all. It's already very good to be able to do this. It's impossible to kill them all. If we hadn't used the hand bone to block their three magic treasures, I'm afraid it would have been very difficult to kill the Five Elements Saint and the Thousand Thunder Saint. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. The black earth kept swaying in the sky, also suffering a strong impact. However, this was a super spirit ship. Although the impact was fierce, it couldn't be broken at all. Therefore, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon weren't worried. They stabilized their bodies in midair and quickly communicated with each other. Lin Xian frowned. I'm very curious. Who killed the 9 Firmament Saint? You really didn't do it? The Crimson Dragon asked. Lin Xian shook his head. That's strange. That guy had the immortal palace. It seemed that this immortal palace could withstand the pressure of a saint. However, the 9 Firmament Saint was killed. What kind of method was this? Could it be that there were others who had the saint's magic treasures? Boy, be careful. Those who came in this time were all extremely terrifying people. There were even existences like the Saint Physique, who knew if there were any mysterious people hiding here. For example, the Yi family and the Yaoguang Sacred Land both had imitations of extreme weapons. If the power was fully unleashed, it would be extremely terrifying. It was not inferior to the pressure of a saint. Perhaps there was another reason. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. What was the reason? The Crimson Dragon asked. A mole. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Remember when I used divine attraction to injure the Thousand Thunder Saint? They couldn't react at all. Even if the Thousand Thunder Saint was heavily protected, I still succeeded. Therefore, a mole was the most difficult to guard against. You mean, someone inside the Nine Firmament Sacred Land killed the Nine Firmament Saint? The dark red divine dragon sucked in a breath of cold air. What was he after? The Nine Firmament Saint's death was a great shock. Even if these people returned alive, they would be punished by the Holy Land. The Holy Land would definitely not let them off easily. What if the death of the Ninth Firmament Saint was beneficial to that person? For example, he could become the new son of Saint. You're saying that it was done by a successor candidate. The Crimson Dragon instantly understood. Indeed, the position of the Holy Son was very coveted. However, the Holy Son was usually very powerful and had a lot of support. It was impossible for others to plot against him. However, if a Holy Son was seriously injured and his whereabouts were unknown, then it was a different story. If he could quietly get rid of the other saints, there was a possibility that the other saints would become the next generation of saints, then he would have the chance to become the future master of the Holy Land. To everyone, this was another form of temptation. Even the inner members of the Nine Heavens Holy Ground would do something like this. After all, the human heart was the most vicious. Forget it. This matter has nothing to do with me. Let them fight each other. It would be best if they were torn apart, Lin Xian sneered. He prepared to take back the saint's hand bone and leave. Forming a seal with his palms, Lin Xian cast a few seals and floated out of the black earth. He flew forward, wanting to seal it again. However, this time, he frowned. What's going on? The seal has failed. Lin Xian frowned. The Crimson Dragon was also puzzled. It shouldn't be. Let me try. He waved his dragon claws and cast a few seals. However, this time, he also failed. F***ck, what's going on? Could it be that the seal can't work? Xiaoxuanzi, how big of a seal did you tear? It's not too big. It's the same as before, 3 seals. Previously, when Lin Xian fought against the battle tribe Shan Wuhan, he tore this kind of seal. At that time, he also successfully resealed the saint's hand bone. But now, he realized that he couldn't reseal it. This was too unbelievable. When he fought against Shan Wuhan, he was only an early-stage 7-star king. Now, he was already a mid-stage 7-star king. His strength and cultivation had undergone earth-shattering changes. It could be said that it should be easier to seal it. But now, he realized that it was not like that at all. Oh no, this is strange. Something must have gone wrong. Damn it, this ancient tomb is too sinister. The Crimson Dragon was also scared. He had a feeling that this ancient tomb was definitely not simple. Now, the saint's hand bone was very likely because of the ancient tomb. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, the seal on the saint's hand bone outside was broken again. Even more terrifying pressure swept across the area. This time, not only the entire hall, but the surrounding passageways and the distant space were all affected. Oh no, the black earth was instantly sent flying. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon's blood was also boiling. In addition, the martial artists of the 3 holy lands in the Immortal Palace, the Lightning Sea, and the 5 element flags were so scared that their scalps went numb. They could no longer care about anything else and quickly retreated. They turned into a stream of light and tore the void apart. Lin Xian did not leave. He stared at the saint's hand bone. Now, he could also leave safely. However, he still had to seal the hand bone. So, he stayed here. Crack! Crack, crack! At this moment, the surrounding void quickly shattered, and black holes appeared one after another and spread in all directions. Oh no, it's this situation again. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon's expressions changed. At this moment, not only them, but all the martial artists in the ancient tomb exclaimed. These people were scattered in all directions. Some were fighting for treasures, some were killing, and some were resisting the array formation. At this moment, without exception, cracks appeared in the void around them. This scene was extremely similar because not long ago, they found that there were 99 heads of invincible kings in the bronze cauldron. Then, the void shattered, and they were teleported in all directions. Now, the same thing was happening. Damn it, what's happening? These people screamed crazily. Could it be that someone else found the 99 heads of invincible kings? In the Yi family, Yi Wudao frowned. In the wavering light sacred ground, the wavering light saint's eyes flickered. The 108 godly demon halos around his body protected him. Could it be that there was something similar to the bronze cauldron and the 99 heads in the ancient tomb? Not only them, but Gu Santong, Wu Hua, Morong Qingqing, Shen Jingqiu, Xing Tian, and all the other experts were stunned. In the next moment, they were swallowed by the black hole and could not resist at all. On Lin Xian's side, the black earth was also swallowed by the black hole. Damn it, Lin Xian roared and used his last chance to cast another set of seals and float out. He did not know what happened next. The world spun and the surroundings were dark. After an unknown period of time, light finally appeared. This is, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon hurriedly looked outside. They saw that the outside was incomparably vast and boundless. What is that place? Is it another strange space? The Crimson Dragon was shocked. Is it another strange space? The Crimson Dragon was surprised. Lin Xian shook his head. No, look at the ground below. It's exactly the same as the ground of the palaces in the ancient tomb. It's filled with a desolate aura. I think we should still be in the ancient tomb. I guess that this should also be a large hall. It's just that the hall is too spacious, and I couldn't see anything at all. Damn it, we've been teleported again. Could it be that the bone of the saint has triggered some mechanism in the ancient tomb? That's possible. Lin Xian nodded. The Crimson Dragon's mouth twitched. Xiao Xuanzi, do you think the pressure emitted by the bone of the saint has triggered the corpse of the saint? Don't talk nonsense. Hearing this, Lin Xian was so scared that his scalp went numb. They couldn't even resist a wisp of the saint's pressure. If the ancient saint buried in the ancient tomb was resurrected or his corpse mutated, all of them would be finished. Not to mention the clan of the ancients, the peerless sacred grounds, or even the black earth, they couldn't do anything. The saint was too far away from them. One look from the saint could probably kill all of them. The Crimson Dragon was also shocked by his own thoughts. Impossible. He's been dead for tens of thousands of years. It's impossible for him to be resurrected. Suddenly, the Crimson Dragon exclaimed. Kid, the bone of the saint is back. Sure enough, they discovered that on the floor of the black earth, there was a white bone of a hand lying quietly. At this moment, the bone of the saint was sealed again. Great! Seeing this scene, Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief. He waved his hand, and the bone of the saint floated into his hand. It's indeed sealed. He was worried that they would be teleported away. What would happen to the bone of the saint? Wouldn't they lose it? He didn't expect it to come back on its own. This is very strange. Don't move. Let's see where we are first. In the sky, spatial cracks appeared, and figures appeared one after another. It seemed that other than Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon, the others had also been teleported to the vast and boundless hall. More and more people appeared, and as soon as they appeared, they began to shine with boundless light as they formed a protective barrier. Then, he looked around in bewilderment. What was that? When they saw the black spirit boat floating in the sky, they all looked as if they were facing a formidable enemy. With a flash of light, the spirit boat disappeared. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon appeared in the void. It was that brat. These people were shocked. They didn't expect it to be Lin Xian. We were teleported here as well. Lin Xian said indifferently. He didn't want to start a war for no reason. These people heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that the other party had been teleported here just like them. Damn it. What was going on? What happened? These people discussed animatedly. They didn't know that it was caused by Lin Xian's saint's hand bone. Otherwise, these people would have gone up and fought Lin Xian to the death. Young master, Xing Tian also teleported over. He immediately took a step forward and arrived beside Lin Xian. Other than him, Elder Li, Elder Lu, Elder Wang, Peacock, Hu Yidao, and the others all rushed over from all directions. Elder Brother Xian. Morong Qingqing also came. Lin Xian, Elder Brother. Xianxia ran over cheering. Lin Xian hugged the two of them in his arms and asked with concern. Are the two of you injured? Seeing this scene, the others were envious and jealous. F***ck. This is the pinnacle of life, that damn brat, how dare he show off his love on the spot, someone go and destroy him, the sound of gnashing teeth could be heard. Boom, they stopped talking because a golden figure was teleported out of the sky. This person was tall and had a golden body. He was exuding vitality like an ancient demon god. Yi Wudao, why do I feel that his aura has become stronger again? Heavens, did this saint physique obtain some heaven-defying opportunity and breakthrough? Everyone screamed in fear. The saints and saintesses also looked as if they were facing a great enemy. Indeed, they felt that Yi Wudao's aura was much stronger than before. Moreover, it wasn't his full strength. It was just the aura that he occasionally emitted when he stood there casually. He had broken through. The four symbol saints clenched their fists. It was unbelievable that he had broken through a small realm in such a short time. The saintess of the illusion palace's eyes also flickered. As expected of a saint physique, he actually had such a great opportunity. A prince of the Nine Li dynasty was also very envious. After Yi Wudao appeared, he stood in the void and looked around. Soon, he saw Lin Xian and greeted him with a smile. Lin Xian also responded. Behind Leaf Dao Denier, the other elders and experts of the Yi clan hurried over to join him. After him, the Alcade Saint also arrived, and the light on his body became even brighter. Why do I feel that the Alcade Saint's aura is even stronger than before? After the Alcade Saint appeared, he also looked around. The light on his body was so bright that no one could see his expression clearly. Only his eyes were like divine lamps. Powerful figures arrived one after another. Among them, there was a handsome man in a green robe. He was handsome like a banished immortal. He was the Taishan Saint of the Taishan Sacred Ground. As soon as he appeared, the light on his body quickly disappeared, and he looked like an ordinary person. Everyone glanced at him and didn't pay attention to him. Because his aura seemed to be slightly weaker than the Alcade Saint and Yi Wudao. More and more people gathered. Among them, people from the Nine Heavens Sacred Ground, 5 Elements Palace, and 10,000 Thunder Sacred Ground had all arrived. However, these people didn't know what had happened. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so calm. Among them, there was a man in the Nine Heavens Sacred Grounds crowd. His eyes were shining, and he looked very excited. When he looked up and saw Lin Xian in the sky, he immediately sneered. Kid, let's see how you'll die later. He was a candidate of the Nine Heavens Sacred Emperor. Previously, he had done something big. If this matter spread, he believed that it would definitely shock everyone. Moreover, no one would suspect him. Everyone would suspect Lin Xian. In this way, not only did he benefit from it, but he also framed others. It could be said that he had killed many birds with one stone. Around them. Where exactly was this place? The others were discussing it. Those elders also gathered together and began to quickly discuss the matter. Boom. Boom. However, at this moment, the sky split open again, and 3 powerful auras came over. As soon as the auras appeared, the void collapsed. Everyone's hair stood on end, and they retreated crazily. Some of the martial artists who retreated too slowly were directly sent flying. Damn it. Who is it? There's danger. Hurry up and defend. Cries of alarm sounded one after another. Everyone was on guard, but when they saw the attackers, they were stunned. In the sky, 3 black holes appeared. An immortal palace floated, and a lightning pool spread out. A 5 elements flag swayed in the sky. The 3 artifacts appeared in the sky. They didn't attack, but the aura that they emitted casually sent those people flying. Heavens! So powerful, this was the trump card of the 5 Elements Palace, 10,000 Thunder Sacred Ground, and 9 Heavens Sacred Emperor. Why did they use it? What happened to them? Everyone was discussing. The people from the Myriad Thunder Sacred Ground, 9 Heavens Sacred Ground, and 5 Elements Palace were also stunned. They quickly flew up to welcome them. They're here. Below them, the saint from the 9 Heavens Sacred Ground sneered. Whoosh, in the sky. The immortal palace opened, and 7 or 8 elders walked out. They were not staggering, but their faces were pale and there was blood on their bodies. It was a shocking sight. What happened? The elites from the nine heavens sacred ground who came to welcome them saw this scene and their hearts beat wildly. They had a bad premonition. Could it be that they had encountered a killing array in the ancient tomb? The others were also puzzled. The people from the Five Elements Palace and 10,000 Thunder Sacred Ground became nervous. Even the Nine Heavens Sacred Ground elder who came out of the Immortal Palace was injured. Then, would the people from the Lightning Pool and Five Elements Palace be affected as well? Sure enough, when the people from the Lightning Pool and Five Elements Palace walked out, they were also stunned. Because these people's auras were weak, and their eyes were red. Their killing intent was shocking, and their bodies were covered in a bloody light. What happened? They asked, and the others also watched with wide eyes. But in the next moment, they were stunned. Because the elders of the three sacred grounds were crying together. They were crying like crazy, it was as if they were newborn children. Heavens, what's going on? Are these elders in a daze? A peerless almighty expert was actually crying? These people couldn't believe their eyes. The elites from the three sacred grounds who came to welcome them were also stunned. What happened? Their hearts were beating faster and faster. It seemed that the situation was more serious than they had imagined. Wait, where's the saint? Where's the saint? The people from the three sacred grounds finally reacted. So many elites had come, and the others seemed to have arrived as well. Only the saints of the three sacred grounds were missing. Could it be that the saints of their sacred grounds were trapped by some kind of array? Our holy son has been killed. The people from the Five Elements Palace were the first to scream. What? This voice was like a bolt from the blue, and the elites from the Five Elements Palace fainted on the ground. The others also cried out in surprise, not daring to believe their own ears. The Five Elements Saint was killed? Heavens, that's impossible. I don't believe it, what a joke. Who dared to attack the Five Elements Saint? Who could kill the Five Elements Saint? Everyone was discussing it. In the crowd, the saint from the Nine Heavens Sacred Ground. What's going on? He was stunned. He was waiting for news. He knew that the saint of the nine firmaments had been killed. If this news came out, it would definitely shock the world. However, the Five Elements Saint had actually been killed. Heavens, was he the one who killed the Nine Firmament Saint? Why was the Five Elements Saint killed as well? What exactly happened? He didn't know. The other saints and saintesses also frowned. Yi Wudao, the Alcade Holy Son, and the Prince of the Grand Xia all had grave expressions on their faces. Morong Qingqing and the others were also puzzled. Lin Xian coldly snorted. As expected, these people still came out alive. Our holy son has also been killed. We won't be able to answer to the Holy Land. The elders of the Nine Heavens Sacred Ground and the Myriad Thunder Sacred Ground screamed in agony. Their faces were filled with despair. The people from the other two holy lands were also stunned when they heard the news. The three holy sons had all been killed. The countless experts, holy sons, and holy daughters in the hall were all dumbfounded at this moment. To be honest, when they first heard that the Five Elements Saint had been killed, they didn't believe it. However, when they thought about it carefully, it wasn't impossible. Although the Five Elements Saint was powerful, he was only average among all the holy sons. If there was a powerful holy son with enough trump cards, it wasn't impossible for him to kill the Five Elements Saint alone. However, no one was willing to kill a holy son and defend a holy land. Therefore, at first, they suspected that it might be some itinerant cultivator or a lunatic like the twin kings of Middle Ground. However, when they heard that the Nine Heavens Saint and the Myriad Thunder Saint had also been killed, they couldn't accept it. They couldn't accept it. What a joke, the death of a holy son might be an accident. However, three holy sons had died together. What was going on? Could it be that they had encountered a peerless killing array in the ancient tomb? Their hearts beat wildly. After all, this was the ancient tomb of a holy son. There were some things left behind that they couldn't resist at all. For example, if the 99 heads of the invincible kings were released, not to mention 3 holy sons, even 30 holy sons wouldn't be able to resist it. The people from the 3 holy lands were too unlucky. Could it be that they had encountered a peerless killing array at the same time? The others discussed animatedly. The 9 heaven saint's face was also gloomy. How could there be such a coincidence? Well, it'll help me cover it up. However, that kid got off easy. He looked at Lin Xian. The eyes of the holy sons and holy daughters of the other holy lands flickered. The powerhouses of the 3 holy lands hurriedly asked. Damn it, what did you say? How could our holy son be killed? What's going on? What's going on? Tell us, who killed our holy son? Could it be that it was really a peerless killing array in the ancient tomb? It wasn't a peerless killing array. The elders of the 3 holy lands went crazy. They looked around. Then, they stared in a direction. The surviving elders roared and pointed forward. It's him. It's that kid. He was the one who killed our holy son. What? It wasn't a killing array? It was killed by someone. Who was it? Was it really the twin kings of Middle Ground? These people went crazy. They followed the fingers of the 3 holy lands elders and looked into the distance. Along the way, those martial artists who were pointed in the direction instantly dodged. Even the elders and holy sons also dodged. Their scalps went numb. What kind of joke was this? They didn't kill any holy son, and they didn't want to be the scapegoat. Therefore, in an instant, everyone ran away faster than rabbits. However, there was a group of people who didn't dodge. They were the people of Immortal Palace. Everyone looked in that direction. When they saw Lin Xian and the powerhouses of Immortal Palace, their scalps went numb. They weren't the twin kings of Middle Ground, but the people of Immortal Palace. Could it be that the powerhouses of Immortal Palace killed the 3 holy sons? But that shouldn't be the case. No matter how powerful the powerhouses of Immortal Palace were, they couldn't compete with the 3 holy lands. After all, if the 3 holy lands joined forces, even a clan of the ancients like the Yi family would have a headache, let alone Immortal Palace. For a moment, countless eyes fell on Lin Xian and the others. Among them, Xianxia, Morong Qingqing, and the others were also stunned. Peacock, Hui Dao, and the others were also confused. The martial artists of Immortal Palace were even more stunned. Elder Li, Elder Wang, and Elder Lu were stunned as well. Xing Tian shouted coldly, "Nonsense!" Elder Li also stood out. "If you want to fight, we'll accompany you, but don't use such unnecessary excuses. We're not afraid of fighting you." The other 2 elders stood out. They were emitting powerful auras. The martial artists of Immortal Palace behind them also had cold expressions. What a joke! How dare they slander them? They wouldn't take the blame. Damn it, do you think we're afraid of you? Today, we'll kill all of you. The people from the 3 holy lands had gone mad. Their murderous aura surged like an ocean, sending chills down everyone's spines. What was going on? The surviving elders were going crazy. They were even willing to burn their life force and soul to attack. Could it be that this brat really did it? Holy Maiden, everyone retreated. Seeing that a battle was about to break out, the elders of the Purple Dawn Holy Land and the Jade Lake Holy Land cried out in alarm. Their Holy Maiden was still beside Lin Xian. Lin Xian released the 2 girls and said, "You two, go back to your respective holy lands." "Big brother Xian." Morong Qingqing shouted. Xianxia was also confused. They realized that Lin Xian hadn't explained anything. This made them have a thought, but they didn't dare to be sure. "Be good and go back." Lin Xian patted them on the back. Then, with a burst of energy, he pushed the 2 of them out. When the 2 of them returned to their respective sacred grounds, they still wanted to go back. However, they were held back by their respective elders. What a joke! Seeing the 3 holy lands fight to the death, they didn't want their holy maiden to take any risks. "Kid, you'll die today. No one in the heavens or on earth can save you. I'll use your blood as a sacrifice to our holy son. Don't worry, I won't let you die so easily. I'll pull out your tendons, skin you alive, and refine your soul. I'll suppress you in hell forever. You and the rest of the Immortal Palace will not be spared." The cultivators from the 3 holy lands surrounded Lin Xian and the others with murderous intent. The others retreated frantically, afraid of being caught in the crossfire. However, Wu Hua, Gu Santong, Yi Wudao, and the others frowned. Wu Hua chanted Ba. "Brother Lin, do you need help?" Yi Wudao stepped forward. "If you want to fight, I'll accompany you." His golden blood surged to the sky, making people want to kneel. Seeing someone step forward, the cultivators from the 3 holy lands frowned. The surviving elders went crazy. Whoever dared to stop them would be dealt with together. They'd really gone crazy. What? Were these people from the three Holy Lands crazy? Were they going to wage war against the remote antiquity families? Lin Xian also spoke up when he saw the atmosphere becoming increasingly tense. That's right, I did kill the 5 Elements Saint and the 10,000 Thunder Saint. What? Everyone was stunned. Heavens, what is he saying? He had killed 2 holy sons. No way, this brat actually admitted it. How could this be? How could he possibly have the strength to kill 2 saints? I don't believe it. What exactly happened? Even Leaf Dao Denier and No Flower were stunned. They also didn't expect Lin Xian to admit it. Previously, they had acted because they felt that the people from the 3 Holy Lands were being unreasonable. That was why they couldn't just stand by and watch. But now, the other party had actually admitted to it. This made them feel as though they had no justification for their actions. Humph, Lin Xian spoke again, but I didn't kill the 9 Firmament Saint's son. I don't know who killed that unlucky guy. But if you people from the 9 Firmament Holy Lands want to put the blame on me, I don't mind. Anyway, killing 1 more or 1 less doesn't make a difference to me. No difference? The corners of everyone's mouths twitched. You killed a saint, do you think you're chopping cabbage? At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. They really couldn't understand what had happened. How could the other party kill 3 saints in a row? The martial artists from the 3 Holy Lands who didn't know the truth were furious when they heard this. All of them were filled with murderous intent. Damn brat. Kneel down and accept your death, kill him. You must kill him. Avenge our saints. Originally, they didn't believe that their saints had been killed. But now, it seemed that their 3 saints might really have been killed. Moreover, the murderer was the person in front of them. The elders of the 3 Holy Lands were trembling with anger. Good. 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 Brat, you've got guts. You actually dared to admit it. In that case, kneel down and accept your death, not only you. None of the people from the Immortal Palace will live. I want all of you to have a taste of living a life worse than death. Killing intent filled the air. The people from the 3 Holy Lands were like killing gods as they surrounded Lin Xian and everyone from Immortal Palace. Elder Brother Xian, Elder Brother Lin Xian, Morong Qingqing and Xianxia were extremely nervous. The others also frowned. Of course, there were also many people who sneered. They thought that Lin Xian and the Immortal Palace were too arrogant. They actually dared to kill the saints. They deserved to die. Immortal Palace's side was also furious. The other party was actually so overbearing. Even if their palace master killed these holy children, so what? Did they really think that the Immortal Palace was easy to bully? They didn't think that Lin Xian would kill these people for no reason. Lin Xian must have his reasons for killing the 3 saints. They also knew that the 3 saints weren't good people. They had targeted their palace master more than once. Sure enough, Lin Xian said in a deep voice. I killed them because they deserved to die. If you don't agree with me, feel free to attack. I'll take it. Lin Xian wasn't afraid. At most, he would tear the saint's hand bone. He didn't believe that these people could resist. Don't talk nonsense with him, kill. The elders of the 9 Heavens Holy Lands, 5 Elements Palace, and 1,000 Thunder Holy Lands roared. Countless figures charged over. Attack, Xing Tian and Elderly roared as well. The people from the Immortal Palace all attacked. A great battle broke out. However, there were too many people from the 3 Holy Lands. It could be said that they were 3 times more than Lin Xian's side. Therefore, Lin Xian's side was at a disadvantage for a while. The surrounding Holy Lands began to discuss when they saw the scene. The Immortal Palace was too reckless. 1 against 3, this was a situation of certain death, unless they had some kind of trump card. So what if they had a trump card? Did they think that the 3 Holy Lands were pushovers? The strength of these Holy Lands wasn't too different. Moreover, the 3 Saint Emperors working together was enough to make up for everything. Even the clan of the Ancients wouldn't dare to start a war with them. This time, the Immortal Palace was doomed. Many people sneered. Sure enough, the people from the Immortal Palace were forced to retreat. The eyes of the people from the 3 Holy Lands were red like the eyes of demons. Do you really think that you can contend against us? Do you really want to kill all of you? Morong Qingqing and Xianxia cried out when they saw the scene. They wanted to send people from the Holy Lands to help. However, they were stopped by their elders. Holy Maiden, you can't. This isn't a game. Yes, this isn't an ordinary battle. The death of the holy sons of the three holy lands had made these people go crazy. If they attacked now, they would definitely fight to the death with the three holy lands. Although the Jade Lake and Xianxia holy lands were powerful, they didn't want to offend the three holy lands for no reason. Don't worry, Holy Maiden. At the critical moment, we will help and save Lin Xian. Xianxia and Wavering Light Holy Lands elders said in a low voice. Hearing that, Morong Qingqing heaved a sigh of relief. Shen Jingqiu also said, Granny Qian, you said it yourself. You have to help later. On the other side, Yi Wudao, Wu Hua, and the others' eyes also flickered. Although they also wanted to help, the current situation was simply too complicated. They did not dare to act rashly. However, they also decided that they would definitely help at the critical moment. Humph, Lin Xian snorted coldly. He was going to take out the Black Earth and shoot them a few times. He would kill a few peerless almighties first. However, before he could make a move, Elderly roared from the side. Are you comparing numbers? You're too naive, Buzz. Elderly waved his sleeve and scattered 10,000 rays of light. The surrounding people were surprised because they could see that the 10,000 rays of light were actually hundreds and thousands of beans. Each one of them was like a golden bean floating in the sky. What kind of divine ability was that, or was it a Dharma treasure? The surrounding people were shocked. They did not know what the other party was doing. The people from the three holy lands sneered disdainfully. A mere bean was enough to make them cower. What a joke. They had to kill the other party until not a single one was left alive. However, they were soon stunned. In fact, his expression had even become extremely ugly. The crowd uttered cries of astonishment. Heavens! What kind of divine ability was that? Everyone was stupefied because the golden bean was trembling in the sky. Then, they suddenly enlarged and turned into many figures. The world trembled rapidly, and the void cracked, unable to withstand the energy. 1, 2, 3, hundreds and thousands of figures appeared in the sky. As soon as these people appeared, they roared in the void. The energy sound waves caused the blood of the surrounding people to churn. The surrounding martial artists retreated. The elders of the Holy Land stared at the scene in front of them. They sucked in a breath of cold air because the figures that appeared in front of them were truly too strange. They looked like humans, but their lower bodies were the tails of snakes. They held long sabers, spears, and spears in their hands. Terrifying killing intent swept in all directions. What was that? Puppet mechanisms, the martial artists discussed animatedly. The people from the three holy lands were also stunned. One of the young men sneered. They were just puppets. How could they compete with us? He was really courting death. He rushed forward, wanting to kill those puppets. He was a genius of the Nine Firmaments Sacred Emperor. No matter how strong the puppet was, how could it be compared to them? Kill! With a furious roar, light filled the sky and turned into a silver arc that slashed forward. The void was instantly sliced in half. From this, one could imagine how terrifying that attack was. Clang! Among them, a figure with a human body and a snake tail stabbed out with a spear. Bang! It collided with the silver light and made a clanging sound. The heavens fell and the earth cracked as thunder rumbled. The silver light was shattered, and the bronze spear pierced through the void, smashing into the body of the genius from the nine heavens' holy ground. What? Everyone was stunned by the scene. Especially the people of Nine Firmaments Saint Emperor, they screamed like crazy. The expressions of the others turned ugly. What kind of puppet was this? This was too terrifying. The one who had attacked was a young prodigy. Although he was not as strong as the saint, he was still an extremely powerful almighty. However, he was actually unable to contend against his opponent's spear. The level of these puppets was too terrifying. If there was an army of puppets like this, no one would be able to resist it. However, they had never heard of anyone who had such a terrifying puppet technique. No, damn it. Impossible, the people of Nine Firmaments Sacred Emperor roared. At this moment, an elder of the Yi family narrowed his eyes. This was not a puppet technique, this was Magic Bean soldiers. What? Magic Bean soldiers. As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned. A few elders who were like living fossils trembled in fear. Magic bean soldiers, could this be the legendary superpower? Rumor had it that this was an immortal technique. How could these people, immortal technique, everyone trembled. Anything related to immortals was definitely the most mysterious and powerful. How could these people from Immortal Palace have such a strange superpower? Could it be that they were really related to immortals? They did not know. Their faces turned pale. Now, they finally understood why Immortal Palace dared to go against the three Holy Lands. With this superpower of magic bean soldiers, they could instantly gather thousands of experts. They could definitely go against the three Holy Lands. Damn it, the people of the three Holy Lands roared in anger. They were also stunned by the other party's move. For a moment, they did not attack. Instead, they stood there in bewilderment. Immortal Palace's people all heaved a sigh of relief. They cheered and sneered. Lin Xian was also stunned. He did not know that Immortal Palace had such a superpower. It seemed that Immortal Palace was even more mysterious and powerful than he had imagined. He knew that although he was now the palace master, the Immortal Palace he had come into contact with was probably only the most superficial things. The real core was probably still in the hands of the old palace master. As for Immortal Palace's true strength and foundation, he did not know what level it had reached. Perhaps other than Xia Jiuyo, no one else knew. So, are we still going to fight? The corners of his mouth curled up as he asked indifferently. The Crimson Dragon sneered again and again. Were the three Holy Lands that strong? Come and attack together. Let's hurt each other. With this superpower and so many powerful puppets, they definitely did not fear the three Holy Lands. Therefore, Immortal Palace's side was full of confidence. In particular, the Crimson Dragon pointed at these people and cursed. Others were embarrassed to curse, but he couldn't care less. Come, come, come. Grandsons of the three Holy Lands, fight 300 rounds with Ben Huang. Ben Huang will definitely roast each and every one of you into golden roasted meat, that damned snake. You're courting death, kill him. You must kill them, so what if they have superpowers? They're just high-level puppets. Do they really think they're immortal arts? That's right. How can puppets be compared to us? They were truly driven mad, and once again, they charged over. In an instant, the two sides fought. Boom boom boom, the people of the three Holy Lands rushed up. When Elderly saw this, he snorted coldly and formed a seal with his palm. Boom, at the front, thousands of humanoid puppets wielded weapons and let out a roar. They wore bronze armor, and runes lit up and flickered incomparably. They turned into a green wave and surged forward. Bang bang bang, the attacks of thousands of top-notch puppets were incomparably powerful. They collided with the three Holy Lands. Immediately, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Boundless energy swept in all directions. The surrounding martial artists all retreated, not daring to be affected at all. Bang bang bang, the surging green wave was like a heavenly blade that slashed at the people of the three Holy Lands. Puff, those young martial artists vomited large mouthfuls of blood and were sent flying with miserable screams. There was nothing they could do. The elders could resist, but their strength was not enough. They were sent flying in an instant. In fact, many of them turned into blood and scattered in the void. Many martial artists from the sacred lands were turned into blood and scattered across the void. The scene was extremely tragic. Ah! Damn it! Seeing this scene, the powerhouses of the three sacred lands roared crazily, "Use your trump cards." They once again used the Immortal Palace, Lightning Pool, and 5-element flags to kill these top-notch puppets. Elderly snorted coldly and formed a seal with his palm again. Thousands of top-notch puppets roared. The runes on their bodies flickered quickly and circled continuously, forming a huge phantom in the sky. This phantom also had a human body and a snake tail. It held a desolate ancient artifact in its hand and emitted a desolate aura as if it had crossed time and space. Is this a half-demon? Many young disciples were puzzled. The living fossils trembled. Don't talk nonsense. That's a totem. Legend has it that countless years ago, the ancestors of the human race had a human body and a snake tail. This Immortal Palace is too terrifying and mysterious. I'm afraid they're even more terrifying than we imagined. What? Totem. The surrounding people were stunned. The eyes of the Yi family, Jade Lake Sacred Lands, Dao One Sacred Lands, and other powerful sacred lands flickered. The elders of the imperial dynasties also had solemn expressions. In Morong Qingqing, Shinjingqiu heaved a sigh of relief. Their expressions softened, and they even smiled. That's great. The more powerful Immortal Palace is, the safer Lin Xian will be. They were also more at ease. However, the elders behind them were completely stunned. Previously, they had planned to save the other party's life in a critical moment. But now, it seemed that there was no need for that. The other party's foundation was beyond their imagination. In the sky, the huge totem emitted a desolate aura and quickly pressed down. It collided with the trump cards of the three sacred lands. An even more intense explosion sounded as if the world was about to be destroyed. At this moment, all the martial artists of the sacred lands activated their armor and defenses to resist. They were like small boats swaying in the wind. Boom! 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 Suddenly, an even more terrifying murderous aura appeared in the violent energy. 7 beams of light pierced through the entire space like pillars. They tore apart the storm that filled the sky. Damn it, what happened? Could it be that Immortal Palace used another trump card? The surrounding people were terrified. They all trembled and could not help but want to kneel down. This power was too strong. Even the Immortal Palace, the lightning pool, and the 5 elements banners in the sky were trembling non-stop. How could this be? How could they possess such powerful strength? The expressions of the people from the 3 holy lands changed. Could it be that it was the pressure of a saint again? They thought that Lin Xian had unraveled the saint's hand bone and produced this power. Immortal Palace's side was similarly shocked. This was because Lin Xian did not use the saint's hand bone. He looked around and found that other than Elder Li's Bean soldiers, no one else had used any other terrifying trump cards. Then what was with this terrifying aura? Elder Li also noticed this point, and his expression was uncertain. Elder Li, don't do anything, Lin Xian said from the side. He had a feeling that there was something wrong with the tomb. Sure enough, Elder Li nodded and withdrew the huge totem in the sky. The 1,000 top-notch puppets quickly retreated and circled around them. It had disappeared, the totem's aura had disappeared. The eyes of the powerful cultivators outside flickered. Whoosh, the light that filled the sky was pierced through. Finally, everyone could see the scene in front of them clearly. What was that? They were stupefied, because they discovered that the trembling power that made them feel despair wasn't released by Immortal Palace. It was not released by the 3 holy lands either. It was something else. The 3 holy lands were also stunned. What exactly was that? Damn it, it was not someone from Immortal Palace. In the space between them and Immortal Palace, 7 streaks of light appeared. To be more precise, they were 7 coffins. 7 bronze coffins appeared on the ground. They emitted a heavy aura. The 7 streaks of murderous aura that connected heaven and earth were released by these 7 bronze coffins. As soon as they appeared, it was as if they were 7 demonic mountains that pressed down on everyone's hearts. It was so heavy that they could not breathe at all. Each of the 7 bronze coffins was incomparably huge, as if they had existed for countless years. From the sky, they looked like the 7 stars of the Big Dipper. In fact, there were stars engraved on the 7 bronze coffins. Big Dipper coffin, everyone swallowed their saliva crazily. They were facing a great enemy with the sudden appearance of the bronze coffin. Whose coffin was that? Who was buried inside? Why would it appear at this time? Could it be that they had encountered some kind of restriction when they were fighting earlier? Would it be dangerous for them after it appeared? They had no idea. Boom. Boom, crack, while they were still in shock, one of the bronze coffins suddenly began to tremble. Damn it. What happened? Could it be that it was going to turn into a corpse? Everyone was terrified. No, they had to stop it. They were too terrified because the corpses and heads they had discovered so far were at least invincible kings. Moreover, the Yin soldiers from before had also left a huge shadow on them. Therefore, they did not allow the bronze coffin to revive. They did not allow the things inside to come out. In an instant, countless people unleashed formation after formation to seal the coffin. They flew down, wanting to completely seal the coffin. Boom, the people from Five Elements Palace were the closest. They were the first to set up the Five Elements Great Seal. Buzz. Buzz. 5 mysterious runes floated down and enveloped the bronze coffin. Phew. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Bang, damn it. Not good, they cried out in alarm again because they discovered something. The Five Elements Great Seal. It was shattered in an instant. Above the bronze coffin. A flickering star. It directly broke through the Five Elements Great Seal. The bronze coffin trembled even more violently. Ice whirled, a delicate shout sounded, and countless ice spread out. Immediately, the trembling bronze coffin was sealed in ice. Not only it, but the surrounding space was covered in snow, turning into a world of ice and snow. An elder from Moon Palace made a move. However, everyone did not relax and still looked over. Sure enough, in the next moment, the world of ice and snow melted quickly, turning into countless puddles of water that sank into the ground and disappeared. The bronze coffin was still trembling more and more violently. Don't hesitate, hurry up and make a move, the Yi family elder said coldly. The people from Wavering Light's sacred land also shouted coldly. In an instant, everyone in the surroundings made a move. The sky full of light condensed, trying to seal the bronze coffin below. However, before they could make a move, the bronze coffin in front of them cracked open. Damn it! It opened. Everyone trembled and almost fell from the sky. They did not expect the coffin to open so suddenly. Could it be that the corpses inside had mutated? These people had skin and hair. Whoosh. When the bronze coffin was halfway open, a pale hand grabbed the edge. Then, a figure sat up. Crack. Crack, the purple figure walked out of the coffin and floated in the air. What's that? Everyone was stunned. They finally got a clear look at the figure. To be exact, it wasn't a human. It was very strange. It was very similar to the puppet from before. It had a human body, but its body was covered in scales. There was a tail behind it that looked like a snake's tail. However, it had a different tail. The snake's tail was very smooth, but the tail was covered with poisonous thorns. As it swayed, it easily shattered the void. Monster beast, everyone was shocked. They didn't expect that the thing that came out of the bronze coffin was not a human, but a monster beast. What was going on? Everyone was stunned. They had encountered all kinds of strange things before. They had even encountered the heads of 99 invincible kings. However, those people from before were all humans. They didn't look like monsters at all. However, one of the Big Dipper coffins that appeared now was a monster beast. What was going on? Were the other 6 demonic beasts as well? They didn't know. They couldn't fight against one of them. That was because the monster with purple scales and a purple tail in front of them was floating in the air. 2 white flames suddenly appeared in its eye sockets. Attack, boom. Boom, boom. Countless powerhouses attacked, turning into a sky full of energy that slashed at the fist technique. In an instant, the purple figure was shrouded. Light exploded, sword chi and saber light flashed. The space in front of them exploded in an instant, turning into nothingness. This is great. Was it destroyed? Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Although the other party had come out, it definitely couldn't withstand the attacks of so many people. Gulp. Gulp, suddenly, a purple light appeared in the sky. It was like a heavenly saber that cut the sky open. Boom, the energy was also cut open. A pair of purple hands destroyed everything. A purple silhouette walked out from within. Whoosh. Whoosh, it wasn't injured. How was that possible? Damn it, was it still human? What level had this corpse reached? Everyone was stunned. The purple monstrous beast didn't receive any damage at all. What was even more frightening was that a few large purple mouths grew out of the other party's body, rapidly absorbing the surrounding energy as though they were enjoying delicious food. Not good, he was going to attack. Boom, the purple palm blotted out the sky and covered the earth as it slammed toward them. It was as if 100,000 mountains were pressing down on them. With a loud rumble, many people were forced back, and the violent energy in the sky was also torn apart. Damn it! He was actually so powerful. From the looks of it, his strength had surpassed that of a peerless almighty. These people were terrified. They didn't expect the other party to be so powerful. Furthermore, from the looks of it, the corpse that had been dead for tens of thousands of years had mutated and come back to life. Foolish humans, how dare you trespass into the tomb of the demon race's saint? All of you must die, a cold and emotionless voice reverberated between heaven and earth. Ancient tomb of a demon saint, what? How could this be? How could he be a saint of the demon race? This is clearly the tomb of our human race's saint. All the martial artists from the Holy Lands and great sects were stunned. Lin Xian also frowned. Because from the previous signs, all of the methods belonged to the human race. Whether it was those Dao patterns or the treasures, all of the 99 heads belonged to the human race. This was obviously the tomb of the human race's saint. But now, the Big Dipper coffin had appeared, and the corpse inside had come back to life. It actually claimed that this was the tomb of the demon race. Impossible, what was going on? Everyone was dumbfounded. Moreover, more people were puzzled. This corpse had been here for tens of thousands of years. How could it come back to life? That was too abnormal. They didn't know the reason, but when they thought about it, it was similar to the Yin soldiers. It wasn't a true resurrection, the one that came out of the bronze coffin was already so powerful. If the other 6 bronze coffins came out, wouldn't they be able to defeat everyone? No, they had to kill him quickly, and stop him. Why don't we run away? All kinds of discussions could be heard. Many people's eyes flickered as they stared at the bronze coffin. They didn't know what was inside the bronze coffin. They felt that there was a need to investigate. Behind them, the people of the Demon King Palace were overjoyed. That was great. Finally, someone from the demon race appeared. I told you, this is the tomb of our demon race's saint. Those despicable humans didn't believe me. Now, they know how powerful we are. What should we do now? Should we go up and meet up with the powerful corpse and kill these humans together? An expert voiced his opinion. However, Yan Ryu shook his head. Do you want to be the target of public criticism? Do you think you can exterminate all humans? If one of them goes out, all the holy lands and major sects in the world will attack the Demon King Palace. Do you think the Demon King Palace can survive? If the Saint Physique dies here, I'm afraid the Yi family outside will bring extreme weapons to attack. Hearing about extreme weapons, the experts of the Demon King Palace trembled and a trace of fear appeared in their eyes. What should we do? The others asked. Huatiandu's eyes flickered. We can stay here and watch. Let them kill each other. The people of the Demon King Palace didn't move forward. Instead, they retreated to a corner. At this moment, no one paid attention to them. After all the Holy Land's warriors were staring at the purple figure in front of them as if they were facing a great enemy. The people in front of them were also discussing. Let's fight. We have to get rid of this demonic beast. Otherwise, we won't be able to move forward. 5 Elements Palace, 9 Heavens Holy Ground, and the 1,000 Thunder Saints people were gloomy. They wanted to take revenge, but they didn't expect this to happen. They gritted their teeth and stared at Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted. Why? Do you still want to fight? I don't mind playing with you guys. As he spoke, the top-grade puppets around him flickered with mysterious runes and formed a powerful force that intimidated everyone. Damn it. Brat, just you wait. I won't let you guys off. The people of the 3 Holy Lands gritted their teeth and didn't continue to attack. Compared to Lin Xian, the purple demonic beast in front of them was a bigger threat. Lin Xian sneered. Elderly waved his hand and kept the top-grade puppets. These were trump cards that couldn't be used for too long. He would only use them in times of danger. Seeing this scene, the 4 Symbols Holy Lands, the Yin Yang sect, the Tuoba family, and the others all had gloomy expressions. Originally, they wanted to let the other party take the lead and use these puppets to kill the purple demonic beast. They wanted to exhaust the Immortal Palace's trump cards. However, they didn't expect the people of the Immortal Palace to be so decisive and put away their trump cards in an instant. A young expert from the Tuoba family didn't give up and snorted. Fellow cultivator, why did you put them away? These top-grade puppets don't have life and can't feel pain. Moreover, they are very strong. They are the most suitable to deal with the purple demonic beast. As soon as these words came out, everyone turned their heads to look. The faces of the people from Immortal Palace changed. Lin Xian snorted coldly, flicked his finger, and a sword wave flew out, directly killing the young powerhouse who spoke. Damn it. What are you doing? The people of the Tuoba family roared crazily. They didn't expect that the other party would dare to attack them. Moreover, it was a fatal blow right from the start. They couldn't react at all. Give me a reason to protect you? Lin Xian asked coldly. Hearing this, everyone fell silent and didn't speak. That's right, when Immortal Palace was besieged and killed, they didn't go forward to help. Now they wanted the other party to protect them. How was that possible? Damn it. We're all humans. Now that we're facing the demon race, we naturally have to unite against a common enemy. The people of the Tuoba family wanted to use righteousness and reason to suppress the other party. After Lin Xian heard this, he sneered disdainfully. Are you all humans? In my eyes, you're not humans. You're just a bunch of animals. What qualifications do you have to say that you're all humans? The people of the Tuoba family were so angry that they vomited blood. They were a dignified family of spirit seekers, dominating a region. When the major Holy Land saw them, they had to be polite. But now, someone actually scolded them in public. How could they endure this? They must kill them. This kid was too arrogant. Damn kid, kneel down and kowtow. Countless angry roars sounded. Lin Xian's body erupted with endless sword light. If you want to die, I can fulfill your wish. As soon as the sword light appeared, it swept through the 9 heavens and 10 earths, causing everyone's scalp to go numb. Damn it. His strength had become stronger again. This sword chi was so terrifying, no wonder he could kill the 3 saints. His strength was much stronger than before. Could it be that this kid had also broken through? Exclamations sounded one after another. At this moment, the Alcade saints' eyes flickered. Zhongzhou twin kings' faces were ferocious. Yi Wudao smiled. As expected of Brother Lin, he didn't let him down. Wu Hua also chanted Ba, and the corners of his mouth raised into a smile. Both he and Lin Xian had obtained a small bronze cauldron. Inside the small cauldron, he had obtained a great opportunity. Come to think of it, Lin Xian should be the same. Stupid humans, even now you're still killing each other. Go to hell, the Purple Monster King's cold voice resounded once more. His palms blotted out the sky and covered the earth, sweeping in all directions. From the looks of it, he should be a protector, protecting the peace of this ancient tomb and hunting down all outsiders. Dodge quickly. Seeing this attack, the Holy Land martial artists were so scared that their scalps went numb. They fled like crazy. Pong, the void cracked open, and a huge black hole appeared. Boundless energy surged and swept out in all directions. Many people vomited blood and were sent flying. Boom, however, the experts from the various holy lands also made their moves. Leaf Dao Denier roared, and golden light erupted from him, making him look like a golden sun. Then he thrust his hand out, unleashing a massive sealing mark. Wang, on the Alcade Saint's body, phantoms of gods and demons filled the sky. Above his head, a ball of holy light condensed and flew out quickly. Kill, the middle ground twin kings roared. Demonic chi and Buddhist light flickered. It was strange and terrifying. Apart from them, the other saints and saintesses all made their moves. The young disciples weren't the only ones. The powerful elders and living fossils were also making their moves. Wang, Lin Xian circled around him. Under his control, the 5 forms of sword chi also flew forward. Flying flower, Morong Qingqing waved his hand, and petals filled the sky, forming a huge light blade that slashed down from the sky. Purple chi from the east. Shun Jingqiu's face was cold, and her jade-like hands kept waving. Purple chi floated in the sky, carrying with it a supreme divine might. When these people attacked together, it was truly terrifying. Nothing could resist them. No matter how powerful the Purple Monster King was, he was still forced back. That's great, he was not invincible. Seeing this scene, everyone was overjoyed and their confidence increased. If they joined forces, they might be able to kill him. Roar, the Purple Monster King was forced back, and he was mad with anger. White flames flickered in his eyes, and an incomparably mysterious power erupted from his body, sweeping in all directions. The attacks from the elites of the various sacred lands were all sent flying or disappeared into the black hole. Quickly, form a formation. These elders and saints might be able to withstand such a violent attack, but those young warriors simply couldn't withstand it. Many of them were directly blasted to pieces. Therefore, the elders hurriedly asked the young disciples to form a powerful formation to resist. As expected, the foundations of the various sacred lands were terrifying. The young disciples formed a formation, and its power multiplied. It could resist the energy attacks that filled the sky. "Damn humans, you have angered me. I will kill all of you." The purple monster king's voice was cold. Wang, his body expanded, and he turned into a peerless monster king that was as big as a purple mountain. The power in his body suddenly erupted. Mysterious runes appeared on his body one after another, and they were incomparably flickering. Dao patterns, those were Dao patterns, damn it. He had been refined. The elders of the Yi family, the Gu family, and the other clan of the ancients screamed. The elites of the various imperial dynasties also narrowed their eyes. Not good. Retreat, they retreated crazily. However, it was too late. A purple fist tore through the void. Terrifying energy rushed toward Lin Xian and the others. Lin Xian and the others felt a great sense of danger. The sky was filled with sword chi. He frantically activated the great dragon sword soul, and it exploded to the extreme. Lin Xian's defense was not the strongest, but his attack power was strong. He used offense as defense and destroyed all the energy that rushed toward him. He dodged the fatal attack, but the aftershock of the energy still knocked him back. His blood boiled. The people of the Immortal Palace were safe because the three elders had used their trump cards. The other saints and experts also displayed their trump cards one after another. The replica dragon pattern cauldron and the golden sword all flew out. On Morong Qingqing's side, a huge lotus flower wrapped around them. On Xin Jingqiu's side, countless purple clouds surrounded her, making her look like a fairy. Although these people also used their trump cards, they were all knocked back. Their attacks were also shattered. Although their lives were not in danger, many of them still vomited large mouthfuls of blood. The formation formed by the young disciples was torn into pieces in an instant. Many of them were directly blasted into a bloody mist by the punch. Damn it, how could he be so strong? Those who were still alive were extremely terrified. The elders' faces were gloomy. Lin Xian also frowned and asked, "Are you saying that the light flickering on the body of the lecherous demon king is Dao patterns? Could it be that he is a saint?" He was too shocked. He now knew that Dao patterns could only be formed by saints. Those below saints could not form them at all. They could only observe. However, Dao patterns appeared on the body of the purple demon king. And there was more than one. There were 8 densely packed Dao patterns. This was too terrifying. If this was really the corpse of a saint, then none of them would be able to stop it. It was better to think of a way to escape as soon as possible. No, that was not it. Palace Master, this was not the corpse of a saint. The Dao patterns on his body were probably engraved by someone else. Engraved? Who had such great strength? Lin Xian was shocked. Suddenly, his pupils constricted. You mean, a saint engraved it? Why would a saint engrave Dao patterns on this demon king? Was it just to protect it? That's right, it should be to protect it. Elderly said. With such a powerful corpse guarding it, even if an invincible king came, he probably wouldn't be able to steal the last thing. Could it be that there was some shocking treasure in the saint's ancient tomb? Xing Tian frowned. The crimson dragon's eyes lit up. Do you think it could be the saint's inheritance? Hearing this, everyone's hearts beat wildly. The saint's inheritance. That was the essence of the saint's lifelong learning. If no accidents happened, anyone who could obtain it would be able to grow into an invincible king. Or if they were lucky, they might become the next saint. This made everyone's heart beat faster. It was much more precious than any heavenly treasure or earthly treasure. But soon, he smiled bitterly. Even if there was really the saint's inheritance, so what? With the current situation, they couldn't resist at all. Moreover, this was only one of the bronze coffins. If all 6 of them came out together, no one would be able to resist. Now, they should think about how to escape. Not only Lin Xian and the others guessed so, but the other Sacred Lands martial artists were also discussing. They also guessed that there was a possibility that there was the saint's inheritance. The people of the Demon King Palace in the distance were even more excited. They were the most suitable to cultivate the demon saint's inheritance. After all, although they were half demons, the blood of the demons flowed in their bodies. Some of them were even mutants. The demon saint's tradition was very important to them. If they could get one, there would be a living demon saint in the Demon King Palace. In that case, the strength of the Demon King Palace would undergo an earth-shattering change. No, they must get the last inheritance of this saint's ancient tomb. The people of the Demon King Palace clenched their fists. Huatiandu was even more excited. Kill, they must kill him. The various sacred lands discussed. He attacked again. The elders of the Yi family made their move. Leaf Dao Denier was even more powerful than Yang Qi, and as he did, a golden domain sprang up around him. Endless golden light enveloped the entire sky. Weng, the wavering light saint, pushed the replica dragon pattern cauldron. The elders of the wavering light holy land behind him pushed together and poured all their energy into the dragon pattern cauldron. Weng, the imitation dragon pattern cauldron, kept getting bigger and bigger, crushing the void. The two dragons on it seemed to have come alive. Earth-shattering energy poured down in torrents. The Grand Xia Empire. The prince of the Great Xia dynasty also wielded his golden sword. The sky was filled with golden swords, and they slashed down from the sky. Taishan Holy Land. A young man stretched out his palm. In the center of his palm, there were 99 stars revolving around. It was extremely mysterious, as if it was a universe. At this moment, everyone was attacking madly. Furthermore, this time around, those people had all used their most powerful trump cards. Elder Wang, Elder Liu, please protect our disciples. The rest of you, follow me and attack. Lin Xian instructed. He did not order everyone to attack. He held back because he was afraid that the people of the Five Elements Palace would suddenly assassinate him. With the two elders guarding, the rest of the young disciples retreated to the back. Lin Xian, the Crimson Dragon, Xing Tian, Elder Li, and Peacock attacked together. Damned human, go to hell, in front, the Purple Demon King roared. The 8 Dao patterns on its body flickered rapidly. Weng, the 8 Dao patterns flew out and shone brightly, forming a Dao diagram in the sky. It pressed down. The Dao diagram was extremely hazy, but it was like a millstone that could destroy the world. Everything that collided with it was turned to dust. Nothing could stop it. Slash, the prince of the Great Xia dynasty roared. The golden sword slashed down on the Dao diagram, making a clanging sound. Then, the golden sword was sent flying. On the imitation dragon pattern cauldron, the two dragons roared and turned into two dragon shadows that rushed over. They clashed with the Dao diagram. But soon, they were also destroyed. Lin Xian's sword chi collided with it and was also sent flying. Not only that, nothing could stop it. Saber light, sword chi, spatial power, sea of fire, wind, fire, lightning. In short, all kinds of energy were useless in front of the Dao. Pung pung pung, everyone was sent flying again. Many people vomited blood. Some of their bodies even cracked. A few unlucky elders were hit by the Dao diagram. Their bodies collapsed and could no longer reassemble. How terrifying! A trace of the Dao diagram's energy was enough to kill a peerless powerhouse. Everyone trembled in fear. Lin Xian also retreated. He frowned. The enemy was so strong. Why didn't these people retreat? On the side, Xing Tian explained, young master, it's not that simple. The foundations of the various sacred lands are very strong. They probably have many trump cards that they haven't used yet. Not to mention them, Immortal Palace also has many trump cards that we haven't used yet. We haven't used them yet. Lin Xian was shocked. Forget about their Immortal Palace for now, their Immortal Palace was perfectly preserved. Apart from them, the other weaker ones all withdrew from the battlefield. Therefore, there were no casualties for the time being. However, many of the other sacred lands' geniuses had been killed. Were the sacred lands still not going to use all their trump cards? It had to be said that the sacred land sects were really patient. Weng, just as they were discussing, a green stream of light suddenly streaked through the void in the distance. Everywhere it passed, the void shattered. Everyone looked up frantically. Damn it, what kind of power was that? They all trembled uncontrollably. Even Xianxia, Morong Qingqing, Yi Wudao, and Wu Hua, who had top bloodlines, were shocked. Whoosh, an earth-shattering sound rang out. The bronze coffin that the purple fiend had crawled out of was broken in half. What was going on? What happened? Everyone was shocked. Why would someone attack the bronze coffin? Could it be that they had found some clues? They were puzzled. The green light flashed in the sky and disappeared. Ah! The purple monster king let out a shrill cry. Damn it, its power was weakening, and the Tao patterns on its body were quickly dimming, as if they would disappear at any time. What was going on? Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Was the purple fiend going to be killed just by breaking the coffin? Could it be that the coffin was the key? Everyone was stunned. Who was so powerful? Even the powerful array masters in their sacred lands did not notice this weakness. The purple fiend was also unwilling. It turned its head, and white flames jumped in its eye sockets as it stared into the distance. Damn it, you're not human. Everyone followed his gaze, their hearts thumping wildly. Demon Imperial Palace, it's the people from Demon Imperial Palace, oh my god, it's actually Demon Imperial Palace, everyone came to a realization. The people from Demon Imperial Palace were half demons, and the blood of the demon race flowed in their bodies. No wonder they could find the other party's flaw. However, who was the one who attacked just now? What was that green light? Was it their trump card? These people didn't know. There was also one thing that they were very puzzled about. These people from Demon Imperial Palace said that this was the ancient tomb of a demon saint the moment they entered. At first, they didn't believe it. Now, they had doubts. Could it be that Demon Imperial Palace knew more than them? For a moment, everyone looked at Demon Imperial Palace with unfriendly expressions. After all, no matter how powerful the other party was, it was only a sacred ground. There were many sacred grounds here. If they joined forces, they might be able to take down the other party. Humph, seeing the gazes of the sacred grounds, Huatiandu snorted coldly. A purple bead rushed out of his body, emitting a powerful demon chi. The demon chi emitted made the warriors of the sacred grounds frown. Of course, there were also saints who sneered. Wasn't it just a trump card? They had won too, however, soon, these saints were stunned and began to tremble uncontrollably. Beside Huatiandu, a beautiful woman walked out. A green light flickered on her body. As soon as the aura of the green light appeared, it seemed to carry a supreme pressure, making people want to kneel down and worship it. Damn it! What kind of aura was this? How could it be so powerful? The expressions of the elders of the sacred grounds also changed drastically, and their faces were filled with fear. Could it be a treasure of a saint? This aura was too terrifying. Moreover, they discovered that it was this green light that directly shattered the bronze coffin earlier. Boom boom boom, while the warriors of the sacred grounds were exclaiming, the purple demon king in front also roared angrily. The Tao patterns on his body finally disappeared completely. His body also slowly shrank, and finally returned to normal. The white flames in his eye sockets disappeared. His entire body became a corpse again. This is great. It was broken. When the warriors of the sacred ground saw this scene, they were pleasantly surprised. The people of Demon Imperial Palace also heaved a sigh of relief. They looked at Yanryu and were also extremely nervous. To be honest, not to mention those humans, even they didn't know what the cyan light in Yanryu's body was. Attack! Take the bronze coffin back! Yanryu ordered. Huatiandu also coldly shouted. The experts on the Demon King Palace's side all attacked. Not good. Stop them. Although the sacred ground still didn't know what was inside the coffin, they still didn't know. But when he saw the people from the Demon Imperial Palace make a move, those elders also roared in anger and attacked one after another. For a moment, all kinds of light flashed in the sky, fighting until the sky fell and the earth cracked. The bronze coffin below was once again shattered by this violent energy. The huge coffin was shattered into hundreds of pieces and fell apart. Whoosh, one of the experts from the Wind Dynasty, God, took a look and cried out in alarm. Tao pattern. There were Tao patterns carved on it, what? Tao pattern. Could it be that the Tao pattern on the Demon King's body came from the coffin? They had seen how terrifying the Tao pattern was. So now, they were frantically attacking. For a moment, everyone was crazily snatching. Whoosh, Lin Xian stretched out his palm, and the azure dragon palm circled and whistled. He directly grabbed 3 pieces and dragged them back. Damn it, put them down, an expert from the Nangong family roared, but he was sent flying by Xing Tian's slap. On the other side, Yu Wudao was incomparably powerful and also obtained a few pieces. The prince of the Great Xia dynasty, Wu Hua, and the others also attacked. Morong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu also obtained a few pieces. In the sky, the number of coffin fragments decreased, and everyone fought even more fiercely. At this moment, the sound of metal trembling rang out and instantly spread throughout the surroundings. These people trembled and almost fell from the sky. They stopped fighting and turned their heads to look down in bewilderment. Below, a bronze coffin was rapidly trembling. Not good. Something was coming out again. Everyone was scared out of their wits. The one that came out previously had already frightened them. It killed many of their disciples. If not for the mysterious woman from the Demon King Palace, their losses would probably be even more serious. Hurry up and attack, shatter that bronze coffin. They had already guessed that the bronze coffin was the corpse's Achilles' heel. As long as they could shatter it, the corpse inside would not be able to revive. Kill. The experts of the sacred lands attacked and quickly attacked the trembling bronze coffin below. Boom. Boom. After a series of attacks, they were dumbfounded. They discovered that the bronze coffin was intact and there was not a single crack on it. The people from the Demon King Palace also frowned. They attacked, but it was also ineffective. Therefore, they looked at Yan Ruyu. Yan Ruyu frowned, and the green light on her body bloomed again. She raised her jade-like hand and was about to attack. However, at this moment, a cold voice came from the bronze coffin below. If you attack again, don't blame me for being merciless and killing you. Hearing this voice, Yan Ruyu frowned. She lowered her hand and did not attack again. Instead, she turned around and said, "Let's go." She flew straight ahead. Hu Tiandu's eyes flickered as he gritted his teeth and roared, "Follow." The people from the Demon King Palace left. Although they did not know where the path led, they did not stay there. The cold voice they had heard before was filled with killing intent and a thick demonic aura that they could not resist. They knew that this was also a powerful demon king. It was even more terrifying than the previous demon king. The remaining warriors of the sacred lands were shocked. They did not expect that a voice would come from the bronze coffin before it was opened. Moreover, it scared away the people from the Demon King Palace. This phenomenon was even stranger than before. Could it be that the thing inside was even more terrifying? They gritted their teeth and attacked crazily again. Boom, the bronze coffin below trembled. A wave of power swept out like a heavenly blade, slashing in all directions. It collided with the energy. Reckless humans, all of you can go to hell, not good. Retreat. It was too powerful. In the sky, the power caused the surrounding warriors to tremble. They retreated crazily. They quickly left. Exclamations sounded one after another. These elders and powerhouses of the sacred lands had made a decision. They let the saints lead with the young disciples. These elders and powerhouses would stay here and fight. Go, Yi Wudao shouted coldly and quickly left. In addition to the young Yi family disciples, there were 2 or 3 powerhouses guarding him. As for the rest, they stayed behind. Yi Wudao led the young disciples of the Yi family into the sky and flew into the distance. Wavering Light Sacred Land, Daoi Sacred Land, Moon Palace, and Taishan Sacred Land. All the sacred lands and sects did the same. Lin Xian did the same. Only Xing Tian remained by Lin Xian's side. The 3 elders remained behind. Big Brother Xian, Big Brother Lin Xian, Morong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu also brought people over. They turned into a torrent and rushed into the distance. Boom, as soon as they left, an earth-shattering energy came from behind. The young cultivators who were leaving turned back. They saw a sky full of light that tore through heaven and earth. Even though they were so far away, they still felt a wave of fear and trembling. It was too terrifying. These elders had all used their trump cards. It was incomparably terrifying. Ignorant humans, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish, an even colder voice sounded. A black shadow covered heaven and earth, devouring all the light. Following that, angry roars could be heard. The black shadow continued to devour everything in front of it and seemed to be spreading in all directions. Seeing this scene, the young cultivators felt their scalps go numb. They fled as if they had gone mad. Hurry up and leave. Lin Xian also led the cultivators of Immortal Palace, Morong Qingqing, and Qiu'er. They turned into streams of light and disappeared into the sky. They flew and flew for about half a day. Finally, a light screen appeared in front of them. It was incomparably hazy. The young cultivators who were fleeing all stopped. They looked at the light screen in front of them and frowned. They couldn't pass through it. They were blocked. Damn it, angry roars rang out one after another. The young cultivators even used their trump cards and charged forward. However, they still couldn't open it. The light screen in front of them flickered with flowing light. There was clearly the power of Tao patterns on it. Perhaps even an invincible king couldn't open it. Damn it, there was no way. What should they do? Should they go back, or should they wait here for the battle to end? Everyone was discussing. Many of them looked at Yi Wudao, Wavering Light Saint, and the others. They wanted to see what these top geniuses could do. Brother Lin, what do you think? Leaf Dao Denier didn't respond. Instead, he looked over at Lin Xian. A golden light appeared in Lin Xian's eyes and surrounded him. Although the hall was huge, it was enveloped by a light screen. There were Dao runes flickering on the light screen. Obviously, there was nowhere to run. He raised his head and looked at the sky. There was a ceiling high up in the sky. The ceiling was decorated with the sun, moon, and stars. It was like the universe. From the looks of it, it was an extremely terrifying formation. Thinking about it, it would be difficult to break it. The ground was also filled with veined patterns. However, Lin Xian frowned. This time, through his heavenly secret divine eyes, he discovered that there seemed to be a tunnel underground. Attack downwards. Lin Xian pointed down and said in a deep voice. Attack downwards? Everyone was stunned. What kind of joke was this? There were also formation runes below. That's right. Even if he could break through the ground, so what? Since there's no path below, why don't I just attack from above? Many people shook their heads, not believing that Lin Xian was right. However, Leaf Dao Denier and Flowerless nodded. Alright, let's attack from below. We'll help too. Shun Jingqiu and Morong Qingqing also stepped forward. At the same time, they called for the martial artists of their respective sects to attack together. Damn it, how could Leaf Dao Denier and the others trust that kid? The people of Taiyi Dynasty, Five Elements Palace, Yinyang Sect, and Tuoba family gnashed their teeth. They didn't have a good relationship with Lin Xian, so naturally, they didn't want to listen to Lin Xian. However, even Leaf Dao Denier and the others were attacking downwards. It was useless for them to resist. Let's see what's down there. The martial artists of Five Elements Palace, Nine Firmaments Divine Emperor, and Myriad Thunder Sacred Land snorted. They didn't attack because Lin Xian had killed their holy son. Why would they help him at this time? Leaf Dao Denier glanced at them and said coldly. If you don't want to fight, then scram. This place doesn't raise trash, you. They were so angry that they vomited blood and trembled. However, there was nothing they could do. Their opponent was a holy body. They couldn't beat him. They could only attack together with dark faces. These young disciples were all geniuses, and they had their holy sons and holy daughters opening the way for them. Damn it, he's too strong. We can't blast it open. These people were shocked. They had so many people and such powerful strength, but they couldn't blast it open. Lin Xian frowned. That's not right. Are they from Demon Imperial Palace? Why aren't they here? He looked around and found that there were still many people from the Holy Lands and sects who hadn't arrived. It seems that they went in a different direction from us. How about this? Let's lure all of them here and gather everyone's strength to blast it open. Alright, hearing this, Leaf Dao Denier raised his palm, and a golden light burst out and swept in all directions. Sure enough, when the martial artists in other directions saw this scene, they all turned their heads. That's the Yi family's holy body, what happened? Is there a battle? No, it seems to be a signal for summoning. Let's go over and take a look. Someone exclaimed. The martial artists in other directions flew in the direction of the golden light. Soon, more and more people gathered. Whoosh, the people from northern plains had arrived, the people from southern ridge had also arrived. The people from Demon Imperial Palace had also arrived. Everyone exclaimed. Sure enough, in the distance, Hua Tiandu and Yan Ruyu led the experts from Demon Imperial Palace and rushed over. Wu ji in the sky, a squeak sounded, and then, a beautiful figure descended from the sky. It's holy daughter Yao Guang, everyone exclaimed as they stared at that beautiful face without blinking. The people from Yao Guang Holy Land heaved a sigh of relief. They didn't see the holy daughter before and thought that she had also fallen. Now that they saw her, they were naturally relieved. Isn't that Whitey? Shen Jingqiu saw the snow-white monkey in holy daughter Yao Guang's arms and immediately exclaimed. Morong Qingqing and Lin Xian also forgot about it. Crimson Dragon, damn, why is this little guy here? Holy daughter Yao Guang walked forward, wanting to meet up with holy son Yao Guang. But at this time, Whitey jumped away from her arms and returned to Lin Xian's shoulder, jumping excitedly. What? Everyone was stunned, and so was holy daughter Yao Guang. She turned her head to look at Lin Xian and called out softly. Little guy, come here. However, Whitey ignored her at all. Holy daughter Yao Guang took out a few more spirit fruits, wanting to attract it over. The junior shook his head. Holy daughter Yao Guang frowned, and the faces of those who followed her turned black. This guy wants to leave after eating his fill? How can there be such a good thing? Damn monkey, get over here, a martial artist roared, but holy daughter Yao Guang waved her hand to stop him. In the next moment, she walked forward with pulsating footsteps. Young master, can you transfer your little monkey to me? I like it very much. A good show is coming. Everyone was excited. Even holy son Yao Guang turned his head to look. Lin Xian shook his head and said, I think you are wrong. Whitey is not a pet, he is my partner. Between us, there is no such thing as a transfer of ownership. If he wants to follow you, he will naturally leave me. But now it seems that he still prefers to stay with me. So, don't force him. Yao Guang Saintess's eyes lit up. Her face was gloomy. The disciples behind her roared. Damn it. This monkey had eaten so many of their treasures along the way, but now, he ignored them. This made them vomit blood. They wanted to attack, but they were stopped by Yao Guang Saintess. Since that's the case, I won't take away your love. Yao Guang Saintess turned and left. That's it, everyone was surprised. Those from 5 Elements Palace and 9 Heavens Holy Land gritted their teeth. They were still hoping that Yao Guang Saintess would fight with them. If that was the case, Yao Guang Saintess and Yao Guang Saintess would be able to kill each other. Of course, this was only their beautiful wish. Yao Guang Saintess wouldn't attack Lin Xian because of a monkey. Everyone, I've called everyone here for an important matter. Yi Wudao said in a deep voice. There were Dao runes blocking in all directions. We can't leave. After Brother Lin's investigation, he discovered that there might be another world underground. So, let's attack the ground together. What? There's a way out underground, the newcomers were discussing animatedly. The Demon Imperial Palace's martial artists' eyes lit up. Indeed, they had changed many directions, but they couldn't leave. They also thought of attacking the ceiling, but the array in the sky was even more terrifying. They couldn't leave with their strength alone. No one tried to go to the ground. They didn't expect that the most important thing was still on the ground. This time, the number of people was twice as many as before. Everyone joined forces again, and violent power poured out, bombarding wildly for 2 hours. Finally, a crack appeared on the ground. Great, a crack has appeared. Hurry up and attack. Yi Wudao roared, and the power in his body erupted. Imitation dragon pattern cauldron, golden sword, gods, Buddhas, terrifying saber light, terrifying sword chi, and dragon roars sounded. The crack on the ground became bigger and bigger. Dang, Lin Xian's ancient dragon abyss sword hit it, and the crack became bigger. Spiderweb-like cracks spread in all directions. The last attack was made by Yan Ruyu. Another green light appeared in her body and slashed down. As soon as the azure light appeared, everyone felt their scalps go numb. Even Lin Xian felt his blood churn within his body. The great dragon sword soul roared uncontrollably. Leaf Dao Denier's blood surged, and everyone looked on in shock. Buzz. The ground beneath their feet completely collapsed, and a huge black hole appeared. Get down, light blossomed from everyone's bodies. Battle armors appeared, and they all walked down. What is this? After going down, they frowned. Although they had left the vast hall, they found that they had not left the ancient tomb. Below him was still an ancient wall, exuding a desolate aura. Clearly, he had experienced countless years. Let's go and take a look. Many martial artists from the Holy Lands were excited. They took the lead and rushed out. Although they didn't leave the ancient tomb, they had at least left that terrifying bronze coffin. Moreover, this place was so well hidden. Perhaps there were some heavenly treasures. Most importantly, they were concerned about the sage's legacy. Humph, foolish human. Even if there is a sage's inheritance, it belongs to our demon emperor palace. You humans can't cultivate our demon saint's legacy. The people from the demon imperial palace sneered. The powerhouses from the Holy Land snorted. Whether or not it is the demon saint's legacy is uncertain. Humph. Just wait and see. The people from the demon imperial palace snorted. After walking for a while, the faces of the martial artists from the Holy Lands darkened, and they even frowned. Because the passage below was completely different from the one outside. Although there was an ancient aura and the vicissitudes of time. However, the runes here were different from the ones above. After walking for about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, they found that the surrounding walls were all carved with demonic beasts. Each of them had a green face and fangs, and they were strangely shaped and emitted a demonic aura. Damn it, what is this place? Could it be a demonic beast nest? Why are there so many demonic beast carvings? Many people frowned. The people from the demon imperial palace were excited. These carvings were all demonic beasts of heaven and earth. Ha 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 ha. As expected, this is our demon saint's tomb. Damn it, could it really be the demon saint's tomb? But what was going on with the situation up there? They were very puzzled. In front of them, another empty cave appeared. There were 12 demonic pillars around it, supporting the entire cave. There were also strange beasts carved on them, as if they would come to life at any time. Let's take a break. The attack just now drained me of my strength. Many people complained, and they all stopped here. This place was very spacious, enough for everyone to rest. Therefore, the various holy lands rested here. The people from the demon imperial palace were the most excited. They walked around the 12 pillars and looked carefully. The crimson dragon also looked around, as if looking for treasures. The powerhouses of the other holy lands, the saints, and the saintesses all heaved a sigh of relief. They had finally left the terrifying Big Dipper coffin. Now, they could no longer feel the terrifying pressure brought by the Big Dipper coffin. Damn it, I really don't want to stay here any longer. There's no exit. I want to leave. Some people couldn't take it anymore. After all, they had never experienced such a dangerous thing. In particular, the 99 invincible kings' heads and the Big Dipper coffin shocked them too deeply. They were afraid that if they stayed any longer, they would die here. Of course, there were also some who didn't care. Although it was dangerous here, there were many treasures, and many of them had broken through. Under normal circumstances, they would have needed to cultivate for hundreds of years before they could break through. However, in just 1 or 2 months, they had broken through. How could they let go of such an opportunity? No matter how dangerous it was, they had to try. Cultivation was a path that defied the heavens. In front, a few powerhouses of the Gu family stood up. A middle-aged man formed a seal with his palm. 9 ancient runes appeared on his fingertips and imprinted in the void. Pooh! The void was torn open, and a black hole was created that led to the void. What are the people of the Gu family trying to do? The surrounding people also turned their heads in puzzlement. Lin Xian and the others also narrowed their eyes. Soon, they were shocked. That was because they discovered that a light image suddenly appeared in the void of the black hole. Why is the image so blurry? Light filling the sky? Where is this? Could this be the place where the battle took place? Sure enough, when they looked carefully, they found that the light image was indeed the scene of their elders fighting the Big Dipper coffin. What method is this? The Gu family is too powerful. It must be a spatial technique. Great, we can see the battle situation. Those people were excited. However, after watching for a long time, their expressions did not look good. That was because their elders did not have the upper hand. They were extremely terrified. So many elders and powerhouses of the Holy Lands had used their trump cards, but they were still unable to suppress a dead corpse. What level is that corpse? It's so terrifying. Needless to say, they were invincible kings. Not necessarily. The reason why the corpses were so powerful was because of the runes on their bodies. Those runes were so mysterious that even invincible kings couldn't control them. Only saints could. That was why the corpses were so powerful. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the screen in the sky. They were watching the battle. Unbeknownst to them, something was happening in another secret chamber not far away from them. The chamber was covered in dust. Evidently, it had been here for countless years. There were 8 statues in the 4 corners of the chamber. They were strangely shaped, in the shape of 8 beasts. Each one of them was fierce and lifelike. Those who didn't know better would think that they were real. Buzz, all of a sudden, the eyes of the 8 demonic beast statues glowed with a green light. Their eyeballs actually swiveled a little. Crack! Crack, crack! Crack! The bodies of the statues began to shake, and dust fell from their bodies. The statues had come to life. They could sense the pure bloodline of the beasts. They could sense the aura of humans. Trespassers of the ancient tomb, die, a cold voice came from the 8 statues. If one looked closely, they would see that they were 8 bats. After the dust fell from their bodies, they were blood-red in color, as if they were made of blood. If anyone else were here, they would definitely cry out in shock. The shape of these 8 blood-colored bats was very similar to the legendary exotic beast of heaven and earth, the Bloodwing Bat King. They were also the protectors of this ancient tomb. They were refined by someone using unmatched magical power, and their corpses were planted with Dao patterns. Even though they were dead, they had to protect the tomb at all times. Now that they sensed the aura of humans, they instantly woke up. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh! The 8 Bloodwing Bat Kings tore through the void and disappeared from the chamber. Outside, in the cave, Lin Xian, Yi Wudao, and the others were all watching the screen in the sky. They were extremely nervous. The battle inside the screen was too intense. So many elders of the sacred land had brought along shocking treasures, but they were locked in a fierce battle with the bronze coffin. In the sky, countless runes emitted mysterious power. Damn it, who was buried in the bronze coffin? Why was it so powerful? This guy was much stronger than the purple beast king from before. This was only the 6th bronze coffin. Who knew what was in the first coffin? The young cultivators discussed spiritedly. When they talked about the first bronze coffin, their bodies trembled. However, the saints didn't think so. They had full confidence in their elders and the sacred land. They knew that their elders had many trump cards, and from the current situation, they hadn't used all of them. In other words, the current situation wasn't the most dangerous. To say, as long as their elders used all their trump cards, it wouldn't be a problem. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream rang out, echoing throughout the cave. The others quickly turned their heads over, only to see a young disciple lying on the ground, twitching non-stop. His body deflated like a deflated balloon and turned into a human skin. The blood inside was completely gone. The people from the Great Development Holy Land shouted furiously because the young disciple who had just died was from their Great Development Holy Land. The others were also shocked. They stood up, no longer looking at the light screen in the sky. Instead, they looked around. Their eyes were like lightning as they scanned the surroundings. Who is it? Come out! Another blood-curdling scream rang out. A cultivator from the Taishan sacred land fell to the ground and turned into a human skin. Damn it! Everyone, be careful, the Taishan son of Saint roared as 99 stars circled around him, covering the entire area instantly. Yi Wudao, the Alcade Saint, Wu Hua, and the others all snorted and rushed out with their king domains. Lin Xian's sword chi burst out. Morong Qingqing's lotus flower danced. Xianxia was surrounded by purple chi. They were facing a great enemy. Among them, the Taishan Saint and the Taishan Saint quickly checked the corpse that had turned into human skin. Soon, they frowned. Their pupils constricted. That was because there were 4 marks on the corpse's neck. They were very thin. It seemed that someone had bitten the neck and sucked the blood dry. The surrounding people gasped when they saw the scene. In the next moment, they all turned their heads and stared at the people from the Demon King Palace, who were still looking for treasures. Damn you guys, how dare you fight here? The people of the Demon Imperial Palace felt a great pressure and stopped. They turned their heads and snorted. Stupid humans, how dare you frame us? We didn't do this at all. You want to fight? If you don't like it, then fight. These half-demons from the Demon King Palace had very bad tempers. Nonsense. Who else could it be other than you monsters? Our human race doesn't have such an evil blood-sucking technique like the human chain. Damn it, I said it wasn't us. If you don't like it, then fight. The Demon King Palace cultivator's demonic chi burst out and swept around. Yan Ryu also frowned. Huatiandu snorted, and a murderous look appeared in his eyes. The two sides were facing each other and were about to fight. At this moment, countless runes suddenly lit up in the surroundings. Under their feet, the same runes flashed in the sky. A terrifying power instantly enveloped them. Oh no, it's an array, run! These people's expressions changed drastically. They turned into light and dodged. However, it was already too late. Many people crashed into the light screen and were bounced back. Damn it, they roared crazily. The entire cave was completely enveloped by a large array. They couldn't escape at all. Moreover, this array was very strange. As soon as it appeared, it emitted a monstrous blood aura that made one's soul tremble. Their blood was about to freeze. Oh no, they were hit. The saints and saintesses' faces were gloomy. Lin Xian's eyes also flickered. They were indeed careless. This was the ancient tomb of a saint, and it was definitely extremely dangerous. They actually didn't take precautions before. Now that they were trapped by the array, it would probably be very difficult to escape. Damn it, they didn't expect that after escaping danger, they would be trapped in an array again. They didn't know if this was a killing array. Those young martial artists were trembling. The people from the Demon King Palace also shouted coldly. Did you see that? Damn humans. I've said it before, we didn't do it. Huatiandu and Yan Ryu didn't speak. They looked around, their eyes flickering. Ryu, did you notice? The aura of this array is so familiar. Indeed, looking at the runes and the way it was set up, it seemed to be a demon race array. This was indeed the ancient tomb of a demon saint, a demon race array. When the surrounding people heard this, their expressions changed, and they all became uneasy. Demon race's array. When the surrounding people heard this, their expressions changed, and they all became uneasy. Lin Xian also frowned. He said to the disciples of the immortal palace beside him, "Be careful." Ha ha ha, it is indeed our demon race's array. The half-demons laughed. Damn humans, do you see that? This is our demon saint's ancient tomb. You mere humans want to touch our demon saint's ancient tomb? You deserve to die. The people of the Demon King Palace sneered. Clang, suddenly, a stream of light appeared, turning into a blood-red light and fighting in front of them. An expert from the Demon King Hall roared in rage as he was sent flying, coughing up blood. Half of his body had been slashed apart. Damn it! Who is it? The people of the Demon King Palace roared, thinking that it was the martial artists of the sacred lands who attacked. Stupid half-demons, it was clearly the array that attacked. So what if you want the demon saint's ancient tomb? Do you think your Demon King Palace can survive in this array? The Saint of Dian sneered. Damn it, this is impossible. The people of the Demon King Palace gritted their teeth. Huatiandu shouted coldly, "Release your aura. I don't believe that the demon race's array will target us." Boom. Boom, boom. The surrounding array runes flickered, drawing out countless blood-red light that attacked in all directions. It enveloped the people of the Demon King Palace. At the same time, the martial artists of the sacred lands were all attacked. Damn it, why is it like this? The people of the Demon King Palace roared. The array was actually attacking them. How is this possible? They had already released their demonic aura, so why was it still like this? They couldn't understand. The saints and saintesses of the sacred lands shouted coldly, "Hurry up and defend! Hurry up and attack!" Buzz, the dragon sword domain appeared on Lin Xian's body, quickly transforming into countless sword chi that intertwined. Boom! Boom! The blood-red light collided with it, producing an earth-shaking sound, shaking Lin Xian's blood and chi. On the other side, countless flower petals danced around Murong Qingqing to block the attack. The purple chi that filled the sky enveloped Xianxia. Everyone tried to defend themselves, but they were all hit by the impact. Their expressions changed. Damn it! What kind of formation was this? Why was it so terrifying? The defensive armors of the weaker young disciples were instantly pierced through by the blood-red light, and many of them were split in half. Damn it, Leaf Dao Denier roared, unleashing his golden domain to cover the Yi clan disciples. The Yaoguang saint controlled the imitation dragon pattern, and the cauldron floated above the Yaoguang sacred land disciples. The Grand Xia dynasty, the Ninli dynasty, the Four Symbols Holy Land, the Dian Holy Land, and the Taishan Holy Land. All the holy sons took out their trump cards to protect the martial artists of their holy lands. On Lin Xian's side, he similarly opened up the dragon sword domain, enveloping Immortal Palace's martial artists. Damn it, what kind of array is this? How could it be so terrifying? Boom! Just as the cultivators of the Holy Land exclaimed, the people of the Fiend Monarch Palace in the distance roared. A surging scarlet light filled the sky, creating a scene of apocalypse. These people from the Demon King Palace had strong physiques and fierce means. Logically speaking, it should not be difficult for them to block the attack. However, at that moment, they were roaring in anger. Many of the Demon Imperial Palace's martial artists were even pierced through. Even Hua Tiandu took out a purple pearl. It froze a piece of land. Damn it! How could this be? The people of the Demon Imperial Palace gritted their teeth. Because they realized that this array was attacking them more fiercely than the humans, it seemed to be specifically targeting them. Impossible. This is the ancient tomb of the ancient saint of the demon race. It's the demon race's array. Why would it target us? It should be killing the humans. The people of the Demon Imperial Palace went crazy. Even Yan Ruyu and Hua Tiandu frowned. They also could not understand. When the martial artists of the various holy lands saw this scene, they sneered. Demon Saint's place? Now, have you tasted the power of the Demon Saint? These people naturally noticed this and sneered. They did not expect this array to be so evil. It seemed to be specifically targeting the people of the Demon Imperial Palace. Boom, boom. Boom, suddenly, the surrounding void trembled, and the runes flickered even more. Blood-red saber lights appeared in the void, slashing in all directions. Boom, heaven and earth trembled, and cracks appeared on the defenses of the Nasi powerhouses. Damn it, how could it be so terrifying? The saints and saintesses felt their scalps go numb. On Lin Xian's side, the dragon sword domain whistled and was attacked. He shouted coldly, and the dragon sword domain rotated, emitting countless sharp sword lights to contend with the attack. The two collided, and the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The blood-red saber lights were sent flying, but they did not shatter. This scene shocked Lin Xian even more. One had to know that the sword chi emitted by his great dragon sword soul was extremely sharp. Nothing below a heaven-grade treasure could resist it. However, these blood-red saber lights did not shatter, and there were not even cracks. Kid, be careful. This seems to be the work of a saint. Damn it, it's too evil. We're trapped. The Crimson Dragon's face was gloomy, and he gritted his teeth. In Murong Qingqing, Xianxia led the people of the two holy lands and merged. The three holy lands joined forces to resist. Don't panic. This formation has existed for so long, and it definitely won't be able to display its original power. It's not that we can't resist it. Although Lin Xian was attacked fiercely, they could still resist. However, they did not know how long the formation could last. They could hold on for a short period of time, but as time passed, they would be in danger. After all, they were humans. Although they were powerful, their strength was not endless. Moreover, this formation had existed for tens of thousands of years, and it must have its own energy. As time passed, they might really be killed. No, I can't let this continue. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Attack. We must break this formation. He was a formation master, so he naturally knew that passively defending was not the best way. Taking the initiative to attack was the way to go. Set up the universe formation. Behind him, Xing Tian shouted coldly. The cultivators of Immortal Palace moved quickly. They combined to form a strange large formation. This was an extremely terrifying offensive formation of Immortal Palace. It was extremely terrifying. At this moment, the young disciples displayed it, and its power was indeed boundless. On the side, Xianxia and Morong Qingqing also organized their disciples to counterattack. Among them, the Jade Lake Sacred Ground set up the Green Lotus Sword formation. Purple Afterglow Sacred Ground, Purple Afterglow Six Directions formation. When the other saints and saintesses saw this scene, they also shouted coldly. They also set up the unique formations of their respective holy lands. Wuhua and the monks of Lanrua Temple formed the Dragon Subduing Tiger formation. Yin Yang formation, Five Elements formation, Four Symbols formation, Big Dipper formation, all kinds of formations appeared one after another. They attacked crazily, resisting the blood-colored saber light that filled the sky. On the side of Demon King Palace, they also fought back with all their might. The cultivators of Demon King Palace formed the Eight Desolation Blood Sea formation. Huatiando activated the purple bead, emitting thousands of rays of light to resist. Any blood-colored saber light that approached was instantly blasted away. However, Demon King Palace seemed to be the focus of the attack. The Demon King Palace seemed to be the focus of the attack. Therefore, they were under a lot more pressure. Although the 8-directional blood sea array was terrifying, it gradually became fragmented and could not withstand the attacks. Humph, Yan Ryu snorted coldly as a green light appeared in her eyes. A green stream of light rushed out from her body and slashed forward. In an instant, the surrounding blood-colored sword light shattered. This scene shocked everyone. The dark red divine dragon cried out in surprise. Damn, this chick is too strong. Sure enough, after one attack, Yan Ryu controlled the green stream of light to destroy all the surrounding blood-colored sword light. The crisis of the Demon King Palace was resolved. Buzz buzz buzz, the void trembled again, and 8 blood-colored figures appeared in all directions, freezing the heaven and earth. Everyone's expression changed. They looked up at the sky with fear in their eyes. Be it the Demon King Palace or the elites of the sacred grounds. Lin Xian also frowned. Sure enough, something else had appeared. Furthermore, these 8 figures were accompanied by tremendous auras as soon as they appeared, which were stronger than the crimson saber glow from before. Demonic beasts, Xing Tian's pupils constricted. At this moment, everyone looked up at the sky. Ah! Exclamations of surprise were heard. Between heaven and earth, the 8 blood-colored figures were extremely terrifying. They seemed to be formed by blood-colored light and emitted a powerful aura. Huge blood-colored wings were hidden behind their backs, and when they flapped, they brought about a strong demonic wind. What are these? Bats? Someone exclaimed. No, they were indeed bats. And judging from the aura, it should be the Bat King. Damn it, the Dayan Saint's face instantly turned gloomy. He recalled that they had a disciple who had his skin sucked dry. Could it be that the Bat King did it? Kill, a genius from the Dayan sacred ground charged forward. Damn you, stinky bat, return my junior brother's life. A blue sword light flashed across the sky and shone in all directions. It was like a wave as it slashed forward. Along with it was a loud roar. The surrounding people exclaimed. This sword technique was terrifying. Judging from its power, it was definitely at the level of a top-notch almighty. Buzz poof, there was a scream as the blue sword light in the sky shattered. The genius from the sacred ground who attacked was sent flying, and his arm turned into a bloody mist. What? How could he be so powerful? Everyone was stunned. The saint son of Dian's pupils constricted. The other saints and saintesses also gasped in astonishment. What did they see? A crimson bat king had severely injured a genius from the sacred land with just a flap of its wings. Wasn't this method a little too terrifying? What realm had these blood-red bat kings reached? They did not dare to imagine. So powerful, at the very least, it was an 8-star Supreme Demon King. Moreover, it was not an ordinary Supreme Demon King, it was very likely that he was in the middle to late stages. Thinking of this, everyone's heart turned heavy. Humph, so what? It's just a demonic beast. I'll kill it. A young man from the Nangong family walked out. This young man was very handsome, and his body shone with boundless light. Nangong Saint, the surrounding crowd exclaimed. They did not expect that a saint-level genius was about to make a move. They watched the battle nervously. Nangong Xianxia soared into the sky and stared at a blood bat king in the sky. The blood-colored bat king was challenged. It flapped its blood-colored wings, which turned into dozens of sharp saber lights that slashed toward Qin Mu. Boom! Boom! The void was shattered in an instant. Soon, dozens of saber lights shrouded Nangong Xianxia. Nangong Xianxia sneered. An unparalleled power erupted from his body and formed a sphere that spread out in all directions. Boom! The saber lights hit the sphere and made an earth-shattering sound. Boom! Boom! The saber lights were shattered and turned into a bloody mist. Nangong Xianxia laughed. You want to hurt me with mere saber lights? Go to hell. As he spoke, he threw out a palm. His palm covered the sky and was completely black. It was as if a demonic mountain was pressing down. The sky was torn apart in an instant. The violent energy caused the surrounding young disciples to exclaim. Boom! The palm hit the blood bat king and completely shrouded it. This is great. He hit it, the disciples of the Nangong family cheered. Humph! Let's see how he dies. How dare you be arrogant in front of me? You're courting death. Cold laughter could be heard. Nangong Xianxia revealed a smug smile. It was nothing in front of his black demon palm. However, the next moment, he was stunned. What was going on? He felt that his opponent had not turned into a bloody mist under his black demon palm. Whoosh, the huge black demon palm was raised, and countless winds and clouds changed. The surrounding people widened their eyes and looked forward. Damn it! How could this be? He's not injured, that's impossible, the people of the Nangong family were the first to exclaim. The geniuses of the other sacred lands were also shocked. Lin Xian frowned. Yi Wudao's eyes were like golden lightning that streaked across the void. Damn it! How could this be? Nangong Xianxia was also stunned. His black demon palm was a unique technique. Even a pinnacle almighty would be smashed into pieces by such a palm strike. Even a peerless almighty would be seriously injured. However, his opponent was not injured at all. There was not even a crack on his body. Damn it! Go to hell, the black demon palm struck again. This time, its power was even more violent than before. It could be said that it could destroy heaven and earth. Boom, an earth-shattering sound could be heard. The entire cave shook, and large cracks spread in all directions. However, Nangong Xianxia's face turned even uglier. He was the attacker, so he could naturally sense the situation of the Blood Bat King under his black demon palm. The Blood Bat King was still intact. Whoosh, suddenly, the black demon palm broke into pieces. A blood-colored crack appeared, and two blood-colored wings pierced through the void and destroyed the black demon palm. Damn it, Nangong Xianxia retreated. Cracks appeared on his palm, and blood flowed out. His handsome face became extremely distorted. Saint, the martial artists of the Nangong family exclaimed and rushed over. The others all looked ahead in horror. It was too terrifying, the blood-colored bat was so terrifying. It could injure a saint, the opponent's strength was completely above that of a saint, moreover, the opponent had only flapped his wings. He did not even move his body. This made the faces of all the saints and saintesses turn gloomy. Damn it! What the hell was that? Many people were horrified. The people of the Fey Imperial Palace exclaimed. Damn it! It was the Blood-Wing Bat King. It was a mutated beast, wasn't it said to be extinct? How could it appear here? And there were 8 of them. The blood-winged bat king was an ancient peerless beast. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This ancient tomb was too strange. It even had such an ancient beast that was about to go extinct. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh! The 8 blood-winged bat kings moved at this moment. They flapped their blood-colored wings and formed a blood-colored tornado that swept in all directions. The martial artists of the various sacred lands suffered a violent impact. The tornado was even more terrifying than the saber light from before. Quickly block it, Lin Xian snorted coldly and activated the dragon sword domain. It roared in the sky and tore apart the surrounding tornadoes. The other saints and saintesses also used their ultimate skills to resist. Whoosh, the 8 blood-winged bat kings moved. The moment they appeared, they brought along a powerful storm and a terrifying blood aura. Those array attacks were instantly shattered. Among them, 5 of the blood-winged bat kings charged towards the human sacred lands. The other 3 charged towards the demon imperial palace. The faces of the people of the demon imperial palace instantly turned green. One had to know that no matter how powerful they were still just a sacred land. There were so many sacred lands on the other side, but they were only attacked by 5 blood-winged bat kings. Their sacred land was attacked by 3 blood-winged bat kings. How could they contend against this? Moreover, these were not ordinary blood-winged bat kings. Any one of them could easily injure a saint-level genius, sure enough. In an instant, miserable cries came from the demon imperial palace. More than a dozen martial artists of the demon imperial palace were instantly torn apart. A large bloody mist filled the air as miserable cries sounded. It was like hell on earth. The other disciples were also affected and vomited blood as they flew backward. In the blink of an eye, the demon imperial palace was severely injured. Damn it! Get lost, Hu Tiandu's eyes instantly turned red. He activated the purple orb and shot out a ray of piercing cold light. Bang, an earth-shattering sound rang out. A blood-winged bat king was blocked and forced back. But soon, it charged over with a howl. It did not suffer any injuries. Damn it, Hu Tiandu roared and attacked again, fighting with the blood-winged bat king. The other 2 charged towards Yanryu. This scene caused everyone's hearts to tremble. Yanryu snorted coldly and formed a seal with her palm. Immediately, a green treasure bottle appeared in her hand, and thousands of rays of light shone down, enveloping her body. Boom boom boom, the blood-colored tornado collided with it, making a clanging sound, but it did not break. This scene made the people of the demon imperial palace heave a sigh of relief. However, they did not relax. Because the 2 blood-winged bat kings had already reached Yanryu's side. What was going on? In the distance, the martial artists of the various sacred lands also exclaimed. They were attacked by 5 blood-winged bat kings. In an instant, a great battle broke out. However, the holy sons and holy daughters used a wisp of their souls to investigate the situation at the demon imperial palace. When they saw the 2 blood-winged bat kings attacking Yanryu, they cried out in alarm. From the looks of it, the target of these bat kings seemed to be that mysterious woman. What's going on? Just what kind of identity did that Yanryu have? How could he alarm 2 blood-winged bat kings? It should be noted that they had saint bodies on their side, and the saints and saintesses only had 5 saint bodies. One Yanryu had actually attracted 2 of them. Could it be that the other party possessed some kind of unique bloodline? Or perhaps, his status in the Demon King Palace was very special, they didn't know. Lin Xian also became nervous when he saw this. Yanryu was Zhao Shui that he had set his mind on. He did not wish for anything to happen to her. Pong, damn it, Lin Xian roared. He saw that Yanryu had been sent flying, but fortunately, he didn't seem to have suffered any injuries. On the other hand, the people from the Demon Imperial Palace went crazy. Among them, a few powerful demon kings roared. Protect the young master, they charged towards the blood-winged bat kings as if they had gone mad. Boom. Boom, the battle was very intense. The sky full of attacks collided with the blood-winged bat kings, making sonorous sounds. However, the attacks did not break through their bodies. Impossible, damn it, could it be that these are invincible demon kings? Those powerhouses screamed because it was too unbelievable. Their attacks were extremely swift and fierce. Even if they were peerless demon kings, they would have been blown apart long ago. No, they were not ordinary demon kings. It seemed that they had been refined like the Big Dipper coffin outside. They might also have Tao patterns on their bodies. This was no longer a demon king. It should be a guardian of the tomb. Their defense was astonishing and their combat strength was powerful. They must be careful. Cries of alarm sounded one after another. Sure enough, although Lin Xian had a lot of people on his side, the attacks of those young disciples could not hurt the Bloodwing Bat Kings at all. Even a single saint could not do it. They had to join forces to suppress them. This was too strange. Every single thing in this ancient tomb was extremely terrifying. One had to know that these saints and saintesses were all peerless geniuses who dominated the world. Which one of them did not dominate a region? Now, they were only tied with one demon king after joining forces? No one would believe it if they told others. Moreover, what shocked them even more was that the 5 Bloodwing Bat Kings were not attacking alone. The 5 of them joined forces to form a strange formation that enveloped everyone. At that moment, Lin Xian and the others began to roar in anger. Lin Xian also knew that this was not everyone's true strength. For example, Yi Wudao, the Alcade Saint, and the others probably still had a lot of trump cards that they had not used. Not to mention them, even he did not use the Saint's hand bone. Black Earth. Pfft, in the distance, the Illusion Saint screamed. One of his arms was torn off and instantly turned into human skin. Among them, a Bloodwing Bat King charged towards him and kept absorbing his blood. Damn it, get out of my way, the Illusion Saint was so scared that his face turned green. He roared angrily, and his severed arm instantly regrew. A majestic force surged out. The Bloodwing Bat King was sent flying. Phew, the Illusion Saint exhaled. His face was pale. It was too dangerous. He was almost killed just now. When the other saints and saintesses saw this scene, their expressions turned solemn. The younger disciples were scared out of their wits. It was too terrifying. Even a saint would be killed if he was not careful, let alone them. Oh no, don't get hurt by it, Lin Xian shouted coldly. His soul was super strong, and he instantly realized that something was wrong with these Bloodwing Bat Kings. Their strength was constantly rising. Damn it, don't let them suck blood. They can increase their combat strength, Lin Xian shouted coldly again. What? Hearing this, everyone sensed it. Sure enough, they found that the Bloodwing Bat King's combat strength was getting stronger and stronger. Damn it, if this continued, they would definitely die. They could not delay any longer. They had to use their land cards. The Illusion Saint gritted his teeth and took out an illusion pearl. It emitted a strange and bright light. As soon as the illusion pearl was taken out, it tore apart the sea of blood and the terrifying red storm. The other saints and saintesses also used their trump cards. However, these Bloodwing Bat Kings were too terrifying. They were puppets that had been refined with saint artifacts. They were the guardians of the ancient tomb. Therefore, even if they used their land cards, these saints and saintesses would not be able to kill them in a short time. On the other side, the people of the Demon Imperial Palace were roaring. They were severely suppressed. Damn it. He really deserved to die, why are they targeting us? We also have the blood of the demon race flowing in our bodies, those experts roared angrily. They really couldn't understand. Why would the array specifically target them? Yan Ryu and Huatiandu's faces were gloomy. Damn it, bloodline. They're here for our bloodline. Huatiandu gritted his teeth and hurriedly protected Ryu. He couldn't let her get hurt. The eyes of the experts of the Demon Imperial Palace also turned red. They crazily protected Yan Ryu. They resisted the attacks of the 2 Bloodwing Bat Kings. They had no choice. Firstly, they had to listen to Huatiandu's orders. Secondly, Yan Ryu's identity was too special. Not only to the Demon Imperial Palace, but to the entire demon race, it was extremely important. They couldn't let her suffer any losses. Kill. The eyes of the 2 Bloodwing Bat Kings bloomed with a strange green light. They stared at Yan Ryu. Kill. Cold roars sounded. That's right, their target was indeed Yan Ryu. Of course, they wouldn't let those humans go. You want my blood? Humph. What a good idea, Yan Ryu snorted coldly. She didn't expect that these guardians would attack her in this ancient tomb. Could it be that the deceased ancient sage of the monstrous tribe was plotting against her? But how many tens of thousands of years had it been? Didn't he die long ago? On Yan Ryu's body, a green light surrounded her like a bunch of lotus flowers, completely enveloping her. Pung pung pung, the green lotus phantom was very tall, like an immortal flower. It danced in the air, turned into a divine rainbow, and swept out. With a bang, one of the Bloodwing Bat Kings was sent flying. The Bloodwing Bat King smashed through the void and directly retreated far away, rolling countless times before stopping. But in the next moment, it screamed and charged over. The two Bloodwing Bat Kings attacked crazily. They waved their wings, sharp claws, and teeth, constantly biting the Green Lotus Phantom. The Green Lotus Phantom was bitten into pieces and would shatter at any time, but it recovered in an instant. It grew and multiplied endlessly as if it was indestructible. It blocked the attacks of the two Bloodwing Bat Kings. This scene shocked everyone. Heavens, how could Yan Ryu be so terrifying? She could actually resist two Bloodwing Bat Kings alone. How could this be? Could it be that her strength far surpassed the saints? These people were all crazy. Yi Wudao, the Yaoguang Saint Sun, the Daoi Saint Sun, the Grand Xia Prince, the Central Continent Twin Kings, and the others all wore solemn expressions. They felt a huge pressure. Someone had actually surpassed them. Humph, impossible. That girl must have some kind of super trump card. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to resist it. The Twin Kings of the Central Prefecture snorted coldly, and the Alcade Saint Sun's eyes flickered. Her Green Lotus Phantom was terrifying, and it was definitely a precious treasure. Leaf Dao Denier didn't say anything. Instead, he shouted coldly, unleashing his Golden Spirit Domain and unleashing deadly attacks on the Bloodwing Bat King. All of a sudden, the power of the saintly physique was displayed. It was earth-shattering as it fought with the Bloodwing Bat King. Lin Xian and the others also fought back with all their might. However, Lin Xian did not display his full combat strength. He had been accumulating strength all this time. Who knew if there was something even more terrifying after these Bloodwing Bat Kings? Now, all he had to do was protect himself. Their immortal palace's side could still hold on for now. Shen Jingqiu and Morong Qingqing were not in any danger. In the distance, Yan Ryu displayed a powerful Green Lotus Phantom and temporarily resolved the crisis. All of this made Lin Xian breathe a sigh of relief. Ruzalong, quickly search and see if you can break this formation. At the same time, Lin Xian activated his heavenly secret divine eyes, trying to control one of the Bloodwing Bat Kings. However, his eye technique was reflected in an instant. There was an even more terrifying backlash force that surged toward him. It was very bloody and wanted to devour his soul. Soul Ignition. Lin Xian activated the secret art of soul ignition in an instant, burning away the cold, bloody energy. Damn it. There was indeed something mysterious in these Bloodwing Bat Kings' bodies. He guessed that it should be something like a Dao pattern. Otherwise, it couldn't be so powerful that it could resist his heavenly secret divine eyes. Roar, the battle situation in front changed again. The bodies of the three Bloodwing Bat Kings suddenly expanded. Blood-colored patterns appeared on their bodies. They opened their bloody legs and enveloped the people of the Demon Imperial Palace. The expressions of the people of the Demon Imperial Palace changed instantly. They felt that the blood in their bodies was rapidly draining. Not good. They want to forcefully rob us of our blood. The expressions of the experts of the Demon Imperial Palace changed drastically. Damn it, this is the Bat King's innate ability. They actually activated their bloodline power. Hurry up and activate our own. Countless angry roars rang out. The people of the Demon Imperial Palace quickly activated their bloodline power to resist. The Bloodwing Bat King was a mutated species of heaven and earth in ancient times. It was an extremely terrifying peerless beast. In addition to their ferocious nature, their bloodline power was extremely terrifying. They could directly rob others of their blood. This kind of method was extremely strange and impossible to guard against. For a moment, the people of the Demon Imperial Palace screamed. Huatiandu threw out a purple bead that kept expanding. It was like a purple sun that fixed the sky and resisted. On Yan Ryu's side, the green lotus illusion on her body also expanded. It turned into a divine tree of heaven and earth that enveloped all the people of the demon imperial palace. On the other side, the 5 Bloodwing Bat Kings also activated their deprivability and forcefully robbed the martial artists of their blood. The young martial artists instantly screamed. Their faces were pale. Blood rushed out of their bodies and turned into rivers that flew into the sky. The 5 Bloodwing Bat Kings crazily devoured. Many of the weaker ones were directly turned into human skin. Their blood was forcefully taken away. The Immortal Palace side was also affected. The disciples of the Immortal Palace screamed. Their armor and King's domain were useless at this moment. The blood in their bodies flew out uncontrollably. Seeing that they were about to be sucked dry, Lin Xian shouted coldly. Great Dragon Sword Soul, in the spirit domain, countless dragon-shaped sword energies flew out and slashed towards the sky. Boom boom boom. Countless cracks appeared between heaven and earth. The blood that filled the sky flowed back. The martial artists of the Immortal Palace cried out in shock. That's great, they felt like they had just survived a great festival. Seeing this scene, the other saints and saintesses all followed suit. They slashed the void, wanting to stop it. However, almost no one succeeded. They couldn't cut off this connection at all. Damn it, how could that kid cut it off? Could it be that there was something special about his sword chi? The surrounding saints and saintesses couldn't understand. How could they know that the Great Dragon Sword Soul's attack was unparalleled? It could destroy everything. The deprivability could also be destroyed. Of course, the other saints and saintesses did not have the Great Dragon Sword Soul, but some powerful saints and saintesses had other means. For example, the Golden Sword, Dragon Pattern Cauldron, only in heaven and earth, and the power of the Saint Physique could all destroy the divine power. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, however, after such a long time, it would still be a great crisis for the human race. Perhaps, other than a few saints and saintesses, everyone else would be killed. Damn it! Lin Xian roared and rushed into the sky. His body emitted a powerful light as he waved the ancient dragon abyss sword in all directions. Streaks of sharp sword waves burst forth like heavenly swords, shattering the void. They were saved, everyone exclaimed as they felt their blood returning to their bodies. In the next moment, they looked at Lin Xian. It was this kid who saved them. At this moment, they had mixed feelings. The saints and saintesses looked at Lin Xian's figure with solemn expressions. His opponent's sword chi was simply too sharp and too bizarre. Lin Xian ignored them. His figure flashed and instantly arrived at the side of the Demon Imperial Palace. With a few slashes, he broke the Bat King's divine power. They were saved. The people of the Demon Imperial Palace also heaved a sigh of relief. They looked at Lin Xian with complicated expressions. Yan Ryu smiled. Thank you, young master, for your help. She wanted to smile. Beautiful, Hua Tiandu snorted, but he still said, thank you for your help. I will remember this favor. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, in the sky, the 8 Bloodwing Bat Kings stopped attacking. They stood in 8 different directions and stared coldly at Lin Xian. Lin Xian felt a great pressure. It was extremely dangerous to be stared at by so many peerless demon kings. Hoof, he snorted and sword chi rushed out from his body, shattering the void and destroying the powerful pressure of the 8 demon kings. Lin Xian stood in the sky and looked in all directions. Everyone, I think we should work together. Brother Lin, do you have any ideas? Yu Wudao asked. The other saints and saintesses also looked up. Among them, the 5 Elements Palace, the 9 Firmaments Divine Emperor, and the Tai Dynasty were furious, but they did not say anything. This was because the other party's sword technique was very powerful. It was able to destroy that kind of blood-sucking divine ability. To them, this was undoubtedly a life-saving straw. They didn't dare to provoke him now. Lin Xian's eyes flickered as tens of thousands of sword beams radiated from his body. He was like a sword immortal. My companion is an array master. He should be able to find the key to breaking the array. When the time comes, we can attack together and break this array. Then, he could leave this place. However, during this period, I ask for everyone's cooperation. Cooperate. Hearing this, the expressions of the people from the Nangong family and the Yinyang sect changed. They remembered what had happened before. Previously, when they were trying to break the 8 trigrams formation in the secret room, they had worked together with the other party. However, at that time, they were not too willing. In the end, they were tortured to death by the other party. The current scene was extremely similar to the one before. This made them gnash their teeth and their faces turn ashen. However, there was nothing they could do. The other party's attainments in formations were far above theirs. Alright, no problem. We'll listen to you. Yi Wudao nodded. Wu Hua also made a statement. The Prince of the Great Xia also said that it was fine. Since the top saints had said so, the other saints and saintesses didn't dare to have any objections. Rizalong, it's up to you. Lin Xian said. She opened up the dragon's word domain, and countless dragon-shaped sword beams surrounded her, cutting off the blood-sucking divine ability. The Crimson Dragon led the people from the various sacred lands to begin breaking the array. However, the array wasn't that easy to break. There were still 8 Bloodwing Bat Kings eyeing them covetously. As expected, as soon as they began to break the array, the 8 Bloodwing Bat Kings attacked like crazy. This time, their strength was even more terrifying than before. Rays of blood-colored light shot into the sky like a surging sea of blood. Although Lin Xian had temporarily suppressed the blood-sucking divine ability, the Bloodwing Bat Kings were still very terrifying without it. For a moment, screams sounded again. They split into 2 groups. One group broke the array, while the other attacked. Lin Xian roared and slashed out with his sword. He sent a Bloodwing Bat King flying as he roared loudly. Qingqing, Jingqiu, you and Rizalong break the array together. I'll attack with Wu Hua and the others. Morong Qingqing, Shen Jingqiu, lead the others and the Crimson Dragon to break the array. On the other side, Lin Xian, Wu Hua, Yi Wudao, Yaoguang Sage, and the others began to attack. Of course, in addition to them, countless geniuses and powerhouses also attacked. They destroyed a part of the world. However, the 8 Bloodwing Bat Kings were too terrifying. Their bodies were like heaven-grade treasures that couldn't be broken at all. After a fierce battle, the Bloodwing Bat Kings were sent flying countless times, but each time, they would quickly charge back. It was as if they were endless and couldn't die. Lin Xian's side was miserable. The better ones had exhausted their strength, and the worse ones were injured. In fact, 2 of the saints were torn apart and almost killed. Humph, Yan Ryu snorted coldly. She took off a bronze octagonal bell from her waist and shook it gently in her hand. Ding ding dang dang. A crisp sound was heard, and suddenly, the void shattered. Not good. It seemed to be Flower Protector. The surrounding people's faces changed. They didn't expect that the other party would have a Flower Protector. Damn it, weren't the 3 Flower Protectors taken away? How could there be a 4th one? Someone exclaimed. Even Lin Xian was surprised. Yi Wudao and the Yaoguang Sage were also surprised. The 3 Flower Protectors had been divided among the 3 of them. They didn't expect another one to appear in the other party's hands. Defend! Exclamations were heard. Everyone retreated. The light of Flower Protector blasted the Bloodwing Bat Kings, sending them flying again. Buzz buzz buzz, mysterious runes appeared on the Bat King's body. Their bodies seemed to be flowing with blood. It was incomparably demonic. A terrifying demonic aura filled the air. No, help me. I can't unleash the full power of Flower Protector. Indeed, although Yan Ryu was powerful, she was only at the level of a Skypride. Although Flower Protector was terrifying, they couldn't unleash its full power yet. Attack! Lin Xian also took out Flower Protector. Not only him, but Yi Wudao and the Yaoguang Sage also took out Flower Protectors. 4 Flower Protectors floated in the sky, stabilizing the 4 sides of Heaven Palace, and then began to shake. They attacked carefully, controlling all the sound waves within a certain range to avoid being affected. Flower Protectors were very powerful. Although they could only unleash a trace of power, if they attacked, the martial artists below the level of an almighty would be turned into ashes in an instant. Roar! The 4 Bloodwing Bat Kings roared and pounced on Flower Protector, fighting against him. As for the other 4, they charged over once again. The 4 Bloodwing Bat Kings roared and pounced on Flower Protector, fighting against him. As for the other 4, they charged over once again. Damn it, Leaf Dowdenia roared. Their flower protector could only pin down 4 of them. They needed other methods to deal with the other 4. However, Yan Ryu began to breathe a sigh of relief. There were only 4 left, and the danger to them had greatly decreased. It wasn't that they couldn't defeat them. Thinking of this, a green light appeared on her body, and she slashed out, sending one of the closest ones flying. Everyone attacked together, suppressing them. Kill! Angry roars rang out one after another. The cultivators of the various holy lands charged over, forcing the 4 Bloodwing Bat Kings to retreat. That's great, everyone cheered wildly. They saw hope. However, the 4 Bloodwing Bat Kings roared, an endless bloody light spread out from their bodies. Buzz, buzz. Buzz, 4 more blurry figures appeared beside them, and they began to combine and transform, forming another 4 Bat Kings. Damn it, how is this possible? Are they clones? The Alcade Saint waved his palm, sending one of the condensed Bat Kings flying. However, he found that there were no cracks on the other party's body, and it was also terrifying. Not good, I'm afraid it's not clones, damn it, what is this? It can't be broken, exclamations sounded, and despair appeared in everyone's eyes. At this moment, the Bloodwing Bat Kings that were fighting against the 4 flower protectors also split into 4 clones. The 8 Bat Kings became 16 Bat Kings, each one was incomparably powerful, and their bodies were like heaven step artifacts. Their attacks were even more powerful. Damn it, no, I don't believe it, everyone was in despair. It was already difficult for them to fight against the 8 Bat Kings. Now that the number had doubled, what could they do? 16 Bloodwing Bat Kings, how could they fight? Everyone's faces were filled with despair. Leaf Dowdenier, the Alcade Saint, and the others' faces were gloomy. Unless they used all their trump cards, could they kill the other party? They had no confidence in their hearts. Ka, boom, at this moment, the Crimson Dragon exclaimed. Great, the array is broken. Everyone, run, kid, let's hurry up and leave, the Crimson Dragon roared. Lin Xian and the others' eyes lit up. In an instant, his dragon sword domain enveloped everyone from Immortal Palace and flew into the distance. Let's go, he called out to Murong Qingqing and Xianxia and left quickly. Off to the side, Flowerless, Leaf Dowdenier, the Grand Xia Crown Prince, the Alcade Holy Sun, and the others all shouted coldly. They took their people and left. It was impossible for them to fight back now. There were 16 terrifying Bat Kings, and they simply couldn't fight back. They could only hurry and escape. Those who were too slow would probably be killed. Whoosh! Whoosh! Everyone fled in all directions. Everyone fled in different directions. Their speed was extremely fast. Some were even willing to burn their spiritual power, take secret pills, and use secret techniques to increase their speed. Roar! The 16 Bloodwing Bat Kings chased after him. One of them headed toward the Demon Emperor Palace, and the other toward Leaf Dowdenier. One of them charged towards the Gu clan. These 3 great saints were very powerful, but they acted alone. The others had more or less joined forces. Roar! Among them, 2 of the Bat Kings charged toward Lin Xian's side. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian's face darkened, and the Crimson Dragon cursed. F***CK. Why are there 2 of them? They were about to go crazy. Even Leaf Dowdenier and the Gu clan had won. Why were there 2 of them on their side? Could it be that the Bloodwing Bat Kings had recognized their strength? But what kind of joke was this? They suddenly felt the treatment of the Demon Emperor Palace. Damn it, Xingtian also roared. Shen Jingqiu and Murong Qingqing also focused their gazes. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He roared, and the dragon sword domain turned into an azure dragon, enveloping everyone and increasing his speed again. However, the 2 Bloodwing Bat Kings followed closely behind. In the end, they even cut off their path. Not only them, but the others were also affected. In an instant, a great battle broke out. Kid, let's fight. We have so many people. I don't believe we can't kill him. Don't you have Flower Protector? Let's set one first. Lin Xian nodded, and the Flower Protector floated above his head. To be honest, they weren't particularly afraid of the 2 Bloodwing Bat Kings. Lin Xian had many trump cards on his side. There was also the sage's handbone and the black earth. Buzz buzz buzz, but in the next moment, his face turned green. Because he found that the two Bloodwing Bat Kings had once again transformed into clones, and there were 3 more. Damn it! 5 Bloodwing Bat Kings appeared on their side in an instant. How were they going to fight? They were not the only ones. Roars could be heard from other places as well. The Bloodwing Bat Kings that were besieging the sacred ground also transformed into clones. More Bloodwing Bat Kings appeared. For a moment, screams were heard. No, why would they transform into clones? Lin Xian supported the Dragon Sword domain and floated the Flower Protector, blocking the void. They didn't act rashly. The 5 Bloodwing Bat Kings were also waiting. There must be a reason. There must be a reason. Why did these guys have clones? Damn it, why is this happening? Lin Xian thought quickly. Previously, they were targeting Yanryu, and now they were targeting them. Not only that, the Gu family and the Yi family were also heavily impacted. Could it be bloodline? Lin Xian's pupil shrank. Bloodline, what bloodline? The Crimson Dragon was puzzled. Lin Xian said. Yes, it must be bloodline power. We don't know Yanryu's identity, but it seems that her status seems to be stronger than Huatiandu, the sage of the Demon Imperial Palace. Thinking about it, her bloodline power must be very terrifying. So, these Bloodwing Bat Kings targeted her before. In addition, the Gu family and the Yi family were ancient families with the bloodline of the Great Emperor. Especially Yi Wudao, who was a sage. So, they received special targeting. Wu Hua also had a mysterious bloodline, and there were other saints and saintesses. All the major sects, as long as they had bloodline power, were targeted. We have more on our side. Ruzalong, you don't have to say it. If the Demon Imperial Palace knew about your bloodline, they would go crazy. Qingqing and Qiu'er also have amazing bloodlines, and Peacock has the bloodline of the Great Bright Lord. That's why we are being targeted. Damn it, it's really like that. The Crimson Dragon thought for a while and found that Lin Xian's guess was right. Everyone's expression changed. But it shouldn't be. 5 of them had bloodlines, so how could there be 5 of them? Among the others, there must be bloodline power. That should be because their bloodline power was not enough. Whether it was Ruzalong, Qiu'er, Qingqing, Yi Wudao, or Wu Hua, their bloodline power was the best. It could be said that it shattered the past and present. These Bloodwing Bat Kings were guardians. Could it be that the Demon Imperial Palace gave an order before he died? Did he ask them to collect the best bloodline power? Then what was the use of collecting it? Lin Xian still couldn't figure it out, but he guessed that it was most likely the case. These Bloodwing Bat Kings were indeed used to collect bloodline power, which was why they were targeted. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1 more to go. Temple Master, what bloodline power do you have? Peacock asked from behind. Lin Xian shook his head. I don't have any bloodline power. No, hearing this, everyone was stunned and couldn't believe it. Their temple master was so powerful, but he didn't have any bloodline power. That was too unbelievable. That wasn't right. Who was the extra one targeting? The Crimson Dragon frowned. It's me. The 1-pound Xing Tian said, I have a spatial bloodline. As expected, the Crimson Dragon sighed. That made sense. However, let's think about how to deal with these 5 big guys. It seems that if we don't move, they won't move either. Why don't we just stay here and waste time with them? Xing Tian, take out the Black Demon ship. The other disciples boarded the ship and controlled it. Yes, Xing Tian waved his hand and the Black Demon ship appeared. Immediately, the disciples of the Immortal Palace all entered the Black Demon ship and activated the formation inside to resist. I'll seal one with Flower Protector and another with the Saint's Handbone. There are 3 left. Qingqing, you and Qiu'er take one. Xing Tian, you take Peacock and the others to fight against one. Leave the last one to me and Ruzalong. In an instant, Lin Xian distributed the tasks. These people quickly took action. Lin Xian took out the Saint's Handbone and suspended it in the air. A terrifying pressure emerged, and the entire space instantly froze. Soon, he and Flower Protector sealed 2 of them. These two weapons of mass destruction were already very powerful even before they were unsealed. If the seal was broken, it would probably be sealed directly. However, Lin Xian didn't want to break the seal unless it was absolutely necessary. After all, the appearance of the Big Dipper coffin this time was related to him breaking the saint's hand bone. He couldn't guarantee that something terrifying would happen if he broke the seal again. It was better to resist it himself first. If he really couldn't hold on, he would use it. Erupt together, Lin Xian, Crimson Dragon, Murong Qingqing, Shen Jingqiu, Xing Tian, and the others were all using their own ultimate techniques. Peacock and the rest coordinated their attacks with the Black Demon ship. This battle was earth-shattering, and it took a very long time. It had already lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. Lin Xian and the others were about to run out of energy. Fortunately, they had a lot of natural treasures in their hands. Moreover, the more they fought, the more excited they became, because this was the best battle they had ever had. They could use this to improve their combat awareness and experience. After all, it wasn't something that could happen at any time. Finally, on the 7th day of the battle, Lin Xian felt that it was about time. He began to use his trump card to kill. Whoosh, the great dragon sword soul erupted, and the 4 seals on the ancient dragon abyss sword were undone. A bloodwing bat king was sent flying. There was a sword wound on its body that couldn't be healed. This scene shocked the people at the checkpoint. They didn't expect their temple master's sword chi to be so terrifying. As expected, Lin Xian managed to severely injure a bloodwing bat king with the help of the great dragon sword soul. However, the bloodwing bat king was too terrifying. There were Taoist patterns in its body. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to kill it completely. Kid, use that thing. Didn't you catch a lot of bugs like the gold-devouring bugs? See if you can destroy them. The Crimson Dragon reminded him. Okay. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. He had forgotten about this. When he first entered the cave, he caught 100 of these black bugs, and he could control them with his soul. Now that he used it, the 100 black bugs flew out. They fought against the heavily injured Bloodwing Bat King. The Bloodwing Bat King sent the black bugs flying. However, these bugs were made of darkness magic crystals, and were very sturdy. Their bodies were not inferior to the Bloodwing Bat King's. Therefore, they could fly out and come back again. For a while, the two sides were locked in a fierce battle. However, not only were these black bugs hard, but they could also devour everything. Sure enough, before long, one of the Bloodwing Bat Kings let out a miserable roar. Many holes appeared on its body. They were all bitten by these black bugs. Bite its head. Lin Xian controlled these black bugs to crawl toward the Bloodwing Bat King's head. He guessed that even if there were Taoist patterns, they should be in the head and the heart. Therefore, he split up and attacked the Bloodwing Bat King's head and heart respectively. The Bloodwing Bat King struggled frantically. Its body was overflowing with bloody light, and mysterious runes flashed. However, these black bugs were indeed very strange. They could cut through everything. In the end, they broke the Bloodwing Bat King's heart and brain respectively. They bit the Taoist patterns inside. The Bloodwing Bat King screamed. It was no longer invincible. In the end, it was killed and turned into a bloody mist. Whoosh, the bloody mist drifted in all directions. The Crimson Dragon exclaimed. He felt that his dragon blood had been stimulated. This was great. Could it be that this thing could awaken the power of one's bloodline? Thinking of this, he crazily absorbed the blood. Not only him, but Murong Qingqing, Shen Jingqiu, Xingtian, and Peacock also absorbed the blood. They felt that their bloodline power was boiling. For a moment, they looked at the remaining Bloodwing Bat Kings with shining eyes. Lin Xian was also surprised. However, he did not have the power of his bloodline. However, he had the Dragon Sword Soul. He realized that this thing also had a revival effect on the Dragon Sword Soul. The Dragon Sword Soul was more powerful than before. Although the improvement was not much, Lin Xian could clearly feel it. Kill, Lin Xian was overjoyed. He knew how difficult it was to revive the Dragon Sword Soul. Now that there was such an opportunity, how could he let it go? In an instant, everyone charged forward again. Using this method, Lin Xian killed all the blood-robed Bat Kings one by one. Lin Xian did not kill the last Bloodwing Bat King. Instead, he bit off the Taoist patterns in its head. Through the heavenly secret divine eyes, he directly controlled the Bloodwing Bat King and planted a beast slave mark in its body. Come here. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a golden light. The Bloodwing Bat King stopped attacking and floated over from the sky. It knelt on one knee on the ground and greeted its master, very good. Lin Xian flashed a smile while the others around him sucked in a cold breath. This scene was strange no matter how they looked at it. Such a terrifying Bloodwing Bat King had been subdued. Everyone else heaved a sigh of relief. That was great. This battle was really extremely dangerous. Sure enough, Lin Xian's eyes lit up. He asked, how long has it been? Xingtian calculated. It had been almost a month. Damn, a battle that lasted for a month. These Bloodwing Bat Kings were really terrifying. I wonder how the others are doing? Morong Qingqing frowned. I wonder how the others are doing? Morong Qingqing frowned. They probably didn't feel too good either. Even we barely made it out alive. It was very dangerous. But thinking about it, Yi Wudao and the others must have made it through. Their trump cards aren't any less than ours. Alright, let's rest here and recover our strength. We'll continue on our way. I want to see what's inside this ancient tomb. Everyone sat down cross-legged to rest. After fighting for a month, they had expended a lot of energy. These people rested for 7 days and 7 nights before completely recovering. Then, they quickly set off and left this place. In other places, Yi Wudao, the Gu family, Wu Hua, and the others had also experienced a month of battle. They had used their super powerful trump cards to finally kill the Bloodwing Bat King that was chasing them. After recuperating, they set off again. The Fey Imperial Hall, for Symbol's sacred ground, and the others did the same. However, some of the weaker ones were in trouble. Although they had killed the Bloodwing Bat King in the end, they had suffered heavy losses. The Five Elements Palace and the Myriad Thunder Sacred Ground were even more miserable. Their saints had already been killed. Now that they had encountered such a powerful fake king puppet, half of their disciples were killed. There were even situations where the saints of 2 sacred grounds were killed. The saints of the Illusion Palace and the Namgong family had both fallen. It could be said that this was a very tragic battle. The entire human race had been affected. The more serious ones had half of them killed, while the less serious ones were covered in injuries and had their strength greatly reduced. It could be said that the one that was preserved the most intact was Lin Xian's immortal palace. As they were well preserved, they did not die. They were only injured and exhausted. If the people of the other sacred grounds knew about this, what would they think? They would probably vomit blood in anger. Boom. Boom, boom. Lin Xian and the others flew quickly. They all boarded the Black Demon ship and turned into a black stream of light. Finally, they arrived at another hall. This hall was very majestic. There were demonic pillars around it, and there were engravings under its feet. It looked incomparably sinister. There were also several halls and secret rooms around it. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian formed a seal with both hands. A pair of golden eyes appeared in the sky and scanned the surroundings. He heaved a sigh of relief as he didn't discover any powerful array formations. Collect them separately and be careful. Don't touch the formation. Yes, Peacock, Hui Dao, Ghostly, and the others led the martial artists of Immortal Palace in all directions and began their search. Lin Xian, Crimson Dragon, Morong Qingqing, and the others also split up. Many palaces and pavilions were opened, some of them covered in dust. Yes, there was nothing. Damn it, could it be an empty city? These people are getting a little anxious. It wasn't easy for him to come here. If he didn't bring back some treasures, how could he be at ease? Ah, in the distance, Shen Jingqiu cried out in alarm, "Brother Lin Xian, come quickly." Seeing this, Lin Xian's figure flashed and flew forward. After passing through several pavilions and halls, he finally arrived in front of Shen Jingqiu. After him, the Crimson Dragon, Morong Qingqing, Xing Tian, and the others all arrived. Shen Jingqiu pointed at the hall in front and said, "Brother Lin Xian, look inside. There are treasures." Lin Xian and the others looked inside and then gasped. The Crimson Dragon's eyes were shining. We're rich, the other martial artists of Immortal Palace, Purple Afterglow Sacred Land, and Jade Lake Sacred Land also flew over. When they saw the scene, they were also extremely shocked. Everyone was stupefied because inside the palace, there were countless treasure chi emitting resplendent light. Sabers, spears, staffs, axes, whips, and all kinds of treasures were arranged there. Each of them was like a small sun, emitting a sharp aura. Xiao, did you find this? Lin Xian was surprised. Shen Jingqiu said with a smile, yes, brother Lin Xian. It seems that my luck is really good. I actually found so many treasures. How is it? I'm awesome, right? Xiao is really awesome. Let's split it among the three of us. Lin Xian said. He waved his hand. The martial artists of Immortal Palace walked in. The people of Purple Afterglow Sacred Land and Jade Lake Sacred Land were also extremely shocked. The female disciples of Jade Lake Sacred Land looked at Lin Xian in surprise. The people of Purple Afterglow Sacred Land were also shocked. In the crowd, the grandsons of the elders who opposed Lin Xian had already been killed by the Bloodwing Bat King in the previous battle. Now, they only had gratitude for Lin Xian. The people of Immortal Palace and the two sacred lands quickly walked in and distributed the treasures. Peacock and the others looked at this scene and exclaimed. There were earth-rank treasures inside. They were at least mid-rank treasures, and there were many high-rank and top-rank treasures. There were also a few heaven-rank treasures. This made them extremely jealous. They quickly collected and recorded the treasures. Lin Xian and the others looked at this scene and smiled. Palace Master, we're really rich. Peacock walked out with a smile on her face. She had already counted everything. There were 13,000 mid-rank earth-rank treasures, 2,300 high-rank earth-rank treasures, and 108 top-rank earth-rank treasures. Hearing this, Lin Xian also got these. The dark red divine dragon cried out in shock. Damn, this is too much. They didn't expect that there would be so many treasures in this palace. As expected of a saint's palace, it was indeed incomparably rich. Lin Xian also swallowed his saliva. It was indeed a lot. There are 4 treasures with sky-high prices. We've decided that Purple Afterglow Sacred Land will get 1, Jade Lake Sacred Land will get 1, and Immortal Palace will get 2. Good. Lin Xian nodded. He took the 2 heaven-rank treasures. One was a pagoda, and the other was a long saber. In addition, the remaining weapons could be chosen by Immortal Palace's martial artists. The rest would be rewarded according to their contributions when they returned. Immortal Palace's martial artists exclaimed again and again. They hurried forward to distribute the treasures. Lin Xian gave the heaven-rank pagoda he obtained to Xing Tian. Thank you, young master. Xing Tian was also excited. He didn't expect that Lin Xian would give him a heaven-rank treasure. Lin Xian smiled. This was a great harvest. It was enough to fill Immortal Palace's treasury. The Crimson Dragon went in and glanced around. He put away all the tables and shelves that held the weapons. These things were preserved for tens of millions of years without spoiling. They were definitely treasures. The others thought about it and agreed. Thus, they took away everything that could be taken away. The entire palace was empty. Nothing was left. Let's go. Everyone was happy. Lin Xian nodded and prepared to leave. However, at this moment, he frowned and a golden light appeared in his eyes. Buzz, in the next moment, he stretched out his palm. A huge palm of light grabbed forward. Boom, the void trembled and a secret compartment appeared on the ground. Then, a dark red stone platform appeared. It was more than a meter tall and appeared in the palace. The stone platform was about 2 meters in diameter. There were 17 simple treasures on it. There were flying swords, beads, gourds, and so on. There were a total of 17 items on the mysterious stone platform. They were placed randomly and emitted a terrifying aura. There were even some resplendent lights. Everyone's expression changed when they sensed the aura. Heaven-grade treasures. Heaven-grade treasures again, 17 heaven-grade treasures. These people went crazy. Their eyes were bloodshot, and their breathing was rapid. "Oh heavens," Lin Xian exclaimed. There were still hidden treasures. The others were even more shocked. They did not notice at all. How did the other party find out? His eye technique was too terrifying, Xianxia said. "Big brother Lin Xian, you're too amazing. You can even find them." Lin Xian smiled and pinched Xianxia's face. Then, he walked up. "Qiu'er, Qingqing, come. We'll split them." After all, Xianxia and Morong Qingqing were his women. Lin Xian did not feel bad about giving them treasures. Xianxia and Morong Qingqing received 5 out of the 17 heaven-grade treasures, while Lin Xian received 7. The two women were elated. Beautiful smiles hung on their lips. "Big brother Lin Xian, you're the best." Xianxia tiptoed and kissed Lin Xian's face a few times. Morong Qingqing did not do so. However, she looked at Lin Xian with eyes full of love. "Alright, continue searching. There are so many palaces here. There might be treasures in other places." Lin Yuxuan waved his hand again. At the same time, he gave Peacock, Hui Dao, and Ghostly a heaven-grade treasure each. The 3 of them were overjoyed. "Thank you, Temple Master." They were too excited. These people searched quickly. This time, they were full of enthusiasm. Their eyes were red. In each of the palaces, there were tens of thousands of earth-grade treasures. There were even a dozen heaven-grade treasures. How could they let go of such a huge treasure trove? These people searched carefully, not letting go of even a single corner. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He felt that this place was not simple. Although there were treasures on the surface, the real treasures were hidden in the dark. For example, if he did not take action, these people would not have found the stone platform. It had to be kept here for who knew how many years before it could be taken by other intruders. He then activated his heavenly secret god eyes, and a pair of golden eyes floated in the sky, looking down. Suddenly, he frowned, and a fierce light appeared in his eyes. Whoosh, he floated into the distance. "Kid, what did you discover?" Seeing this, the crimson dragon swayed its tail and followed. Lin Xian came to a remote place. This place was very dilapidated and could not even be called a palace. It could only be called a dilapidated stone house. "Are you sure it's here?" The crimson dragon looked around, then looked at the magnificent palace and frowned. How could there be treasures in such a dilapidated place? Lin Xian was also confused. However, he said that he had indeed used his heavenly fate divine eye to sense a special aura here. It was very unusual. "Xiaobai." Lin Xian took little White out. Whitey's stomach was bulging, and it kept burping. It followed the Yaoguang holy lady and ate a lot of heavenly treasures along the way. Its stomach was bulging. It had been more than a month and it had not refined them yet. At this moment, it was like a small ball. Therefore, it had been hiding in the black earth and sleeping to digest the heavenly treasures it had eaten. Now that it was caught by Lin Xian, the little guy waved its little claws in protest. Lin Xian knocked on it helplessly. "Little guy, how many good things did you eat? Your stomach is still bulging like a ball." Wu Ji Whitey's eyes were wide open as it kept rolling around, looking like a thief. It seemed that it had benefited a lot from following the Yaoguang holy lady. "Alright, hurry up and let me see if there are any treasures here." Little White nodded and began to search with the treasure basin. Soon, its body swayed and it flew forward. Wu Ji pointed at a piece of land behind. "You said that the treasure is here?" Lin Xian asked. Little White nodded and waved its little claws. "Let me see what it is." The crimson dragon waved its dragon claws and clawed forward. The ground cracked, and a deep pit appeared. The crimson dragon's claws made a clanging sound. He frowned. There was indeed something that could withstand his attack. It was definitely not an ordinary item. He waved his claws again, and the ground completely cracked open. It appeared. The crimson dragon cried out in surprise. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. He found something in the deep pit below. That thing was very thin and folded into a square. There were dense patterns on it. It seemed to be a piece of clothing. However, it was too thin. The crimson dragon grabbed it. Sure enough, after the good clothes were unfolded, it was something similar to a Taoist robe. Lin Xian looked at it and found that it was engraved with runes. Its aura was obviously a heaven stage treasure. Moreover, it seemed to be a medium-grade heaven stage treasure, not bad. I wonder how effective it is? Lin Xian was a little happy. In terms of attack power, he was not worried at all. With the Dragon Sword Soul, his attack power could continue to increase. However, in terms of defense, he was much weaker. Among the saints, he was only at the middle level. But now, with this Daoist robe, it was different. Lin Xian carefully checked the Daoist robe and found that there was nothing wrong with it. Then, he put it on. Whoosh, he poured his power into it. Suddenly, countless flames burned on the Daoist robe. It was very strange. Flaming Daoist robe. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Ruzalong, try attacking. After hearing that, the crimson dragon waved its dragon claws, and a sharp light flew out. Lin Xian did not use anything, nor did he flash. He wanted to see how defensive the Daoist robe was. With a clang, the void cracked open, and the red light blasted on it, making a sonorous sound. Lin Xian did not use any power. The attack was completely dissolved by the flames. So powerful, it was definitely a medium-grade heaven stage Daoist robe. Kid, you're rich. The Crimson Dragon was also pleasantly surprised. He did not snatch it. His body was very sturdy. Moreover, he could not wear this robe. No, you have to give me something to compensate me. The Crimson Dragon coaxed and pestered Lin Xian to get 2 heaven stage weapons. Lin Xian would not be stingy with the Crimson Dragon. He had more than a dozen heaven stage artifacts in his possession. Moreover, he was even happier that he had obtained the flaming Daoist robe. With it, Lin Xian's defense could be considered to be sufficient. It would probably be very difficult for ordinary saints to break through his defense. Unless they used some powerful trump cards. Whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh. 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 Whoosh, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon raised their heads. Those people were coming, as expected, they were warriors from the other sacred grounds. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian's figure flashed and flew out. He put away the flames on his Daoist robe. In the distance, the warriors from the Immortal Palace and the 2 sacred grounds who were still searching for other palaces and pavilions also raised their heads. Oh no, they're here. Damn it, hurry up, these people were searching like crazy. If they did not find it, it would be snatched away by the other party. There were people, the warriors from the sacred grounds in the sky exclaimed when they saw this scene. What were they looking for, could it be? It was a treasure, hurry, hurry, look for it too, exclamations could be heard. Previously, they had suffered such heavy injuries that their hearts were itching with hatred. Now that there were treasures, they naturally wanted to snatch them. Otherwise, it would not be able to make up for the resentment in their hearts. Humph, seeing that these people were about to attack, a cold shout was heard. Morong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu appeared in the sky. It's them. The Jade Lake Saintess and Xianxia Saintess, seeing this scene, many people exclaimed in surprise. They did not expect it to be them. It seemed that they had also survived the pursuit of the blood-winged Bat King. No one knew. What happened to their little lover? Humph, it would be best if he was killed. That would relieve the hatred in my heart. The person they were talking about was naturally Lin Xian. However, soon, the people of the Tai dynasty and the Tuoba family were disappointed. Because they saw 2 figures floating in the distance. It was Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon. Damn it, that kid is still alive. Judging from his appearance, he did not seem to have suffered any injuries. How is this possible? How did they escape? The Tai dynasty's crown prince gritted his teeth. The Tuoba family's holy son also had a cold expression. The 5 Elements Palace, 9 Heavens Sacred Ground, and 10,000 Thunder Sacred Ground had also paid a heavy price in order to kill the Bat King. Countless disciples and experts under his command had died. Lin Xian did not pay attention to these people. He looked around and saw Gu Santong, Yi Wudao, Wu Hua, and the others. He immediately smiled. Everyone, how have you been, Brother Lin? I didn't expect you to be here so early. Yes, there are no treasures here. Yi Wudao and Wu Hua laughed. There are indeed many treasures. Hurry up and search, Lin Xian said. Yi Wudao, Wu Hua, and the others were also surprised when they heard that there were treasures. They waved their hands and asked their subordinates to hurry up and search. The people of the Taiyu dynasty and the Five Elements Palace also moved. I wonder what treasures Brother Lin has found during this period of time. A cold voice was heard. It was the Yin sect's holy son. He did not expect that the other party would arrive before them. Moreover, they did not know how long the other party had been here. If the other party had taken all the treasures, they would have suffered a great loss. The Yin saint wanted to check if the other party had snatched any incredible treasures. Why? Do you want to know what I got? Lin Xian's lips curled up. Hand over 10 deity crystals and I'll tell you. Humph, the Yin saint's face darkened. Divine gems weren't cheap. 10 divine gems were a huge fortune. How could he give it to anyone just to get some information? Therefore, his expression was unfriendly. Lin Gongzi, your clothes seem very special. Why haven't I seen you wear them before? In the Yaoguang Holy Land, the Yaoguang saintess said indifferently. Her words immediately attracted everyone's attention. That's right, this Taoist robe looks very ancient and doesn't seem to be something from the modern era. This should be an ancient treasure. It couldn't be the treasure that this brat obtained, right? The saints and saintesses all stared at Lin Xian as they discussed among themselves. However, Lin Xian frowned. This Yaoguang holy daughter seemed to be speaking carelessly, but she was actually trying to sow discord between them. It seemed that she was still holding a grudge about the little white monkey. Indeed, the little white monkey had eaten so many treasures from the other party, but in the end, the other party did not get anything. At that time, the other party had been magnanimous. Now, it seemed that she was indeed holding a grudge. Everyone turned to look at Lin Xian and stared at his Taoist robe. Humph, what? You want my Taoist robe? Think about it first. Do you have the ability to do so? If anyone wants to accompany the 5 Elements Saint and 10,000 Thunder Saint on their way to the Netherworld, I don't mind sending them on their way. Although Lin Xian did not release any terrifying murderous aura, his words made everyone's expression change. Especially the holy sons and holy daughters. They all frowned. The person in front of them was not a kind person, nor was he a weakling. He was a terrifying demon king. He was a powerful being who had killed 3 holy sons. Ordinary people were really no match for him. A bunch of trash. If you don't dare to fight me, then get lost. Disappear in front of me. Lin Xian shouted coldly. That one sentence was enough to intimidate these people. Come to think of it, these people weren't much. You're courting death, kid, don't be too arrogant. Do you really think that no one can deal with you? That's right. Even if the 5 Elements Saint and the others are holy sons, they are only average among us. There are many holy sons and holy daughters who are more powerful than them. The Yin Saint's voice was cold. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Is that so? Then have you surpassed them? Lin Xian stepped forward. Sword chi erupted from his body, forming a terrifying sword chi storm. Are you trying to stand up for the 5 Elements Saint and the others? Or are you trying to prove that you are more powerful than them? But no matter which one it is, go ahead. I'll take it. You're courting death, the Yin Saint was enraged. His opponent was so aggressive that his lungs were about to explode. His Yin sect was an unparalleled sect in middle ground, and he, the Yin Saint, was an outstanding genius. Those princes and princesses had to be extremely respectful when they saw him. But now, he was actually being looked down upon. Moreover, it was in front of all the young prodigies in the world. If he backed down now, he would probably lose all his face. He would never be able to raise his head again. Kid, I'll let you know the price of provoking me. The Yin Saint revealed a ferocious expression. Yin and Yang Qi erupted from his eyes and body. A huge hand that covered the sky slammed down. This hand was as black as ink. It was like a demonic mountain that mercilessly pressed down from the sky. With a boom, the entire space exploded. The surrounding light also dimmed. That terrifying power made the cultivators who were looking for treasures in the distance almost kneel on the ground. It was too terrifying. The Yin Saint was indeed very powerful. It seemed that he was more powerful than the five elements Saint and Wan Lei Xingzi. Humph, Lin Xian snorted. If the other party really dared to attack, then don't blame him for being merciless. He used the heavenly dragon's 8 steps and moved in the sky. Every step he took caused the entire space to tremble violently. Countless large black cracks spread out from under his feet in all directions. The sword qi on his body pierced through everything. It was as if numerous illusory true dragons were rampaging in the sky. It was too terrifying. At this moment, Lin Xian's aura kept rising. It was as if he was a sword god who had descended from the 9 heavens. Everyone could not help but tremble. Even the saints and saintesses furrowed their brows. Many people's expressions changed drastically. Retreat, they quickly retreated and opened up enough space. Indeed, in the next moment, the sword qi erupted and roared in all directions. It destroyed all the terrifying dark energy in the surroundings. Lin Xian did not attack. Just the sword qi on his body was enough to blast away the Black Hand. However, this was the Yin-Yang Saint after all. He was very powerful. Although the Black Hand was shattered, it still pressed down mercilessly. Boom! Boom, boom. The space collapsed. A huge black hole appeared and spread out in all directions as if it was going to swallow everything. The huge black hole spread toward Lin Xian. It looked like it was going to swallow him. Buzz, as expected, Lin Xian was swallowed by the black hole in the next moment. Countless berserk energies kept surging, wanting to destroy him. What? He was swallowed up, that kid didn't dodge. The surrounding people were shocked. The disciples of the Yin-Yang sect even sneered. What a mortal haul, how dare he compete with me, the Yin-Yang Saint, with such strength? He's courting death. They thought he was a powerful figure after all the boasting. They didn't expect him to be so weak. This kid would be seriously injured even if he didn't die. Countless mocking voices were heard. The Yin-Yang Saint also sneered. He exerted more force in his palm, and the Yin and Yang Qi in his body exploded. He wanted to take advantage of the situation and kill Lin Xian completely. The violent energy lasted for a long time before it gradually disappeared. The sky was clear again, and the surroundings were bright again. It was as if the dark clouds had left. Everyone turned their gazes forward. But the next moment, they were all stunned. What? Impossible. I don't believe it, everyone was shocked. The eyelids of the saints and saintesses were also twitching. The Yin-Yang Saint's expression was even worse. He saw Lin Xian's figure floating in the black hole in front of him. However, Lin Xian's body was unharmed. How could this be? His attack could even seriously injure a powerful figure, let alone Lin Xian. He could understand if Lin Xian had used some kind of treasure or secret technique. After all, they were all saints. Who didn't have trump cards, but Lin Xian stood in the void and didn't seem to have used anything. This was unacceptable. Lin Xian didn't have a sacred body. How could he have such a strong physique? Even a sacred body wouldn't be so terrifying. Is this your strength? Just as everyone was stunned, a cold and disdainful voice was heard. Lin Xian stood with his arms crossed as he walked out of the black hole. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyes shone like stars. He walked forward step by step. His ancient Taoist robe fluttered in the wind, making him look like an immortal. What Yin-Yang Saint? You're so powerful. I thought you were an earth-shattering figure. I didn't expect your attack to be so weak, Lin Xian sneered again. Damn it, kid, don't be so arrogant. The Yin-Yang Saint roared. The members of the Yin-Yang sect turned pale and trembled. They really couldn't imagine what was going on. Could it be that his physique had surpassed that of a saintly being? No, it was his Taoist robe. Damn it, this is a treasure. In the distance, the first prince of the Taiyu dynasty screamed. The people of the Tuoba clan and Nangong clan were also shocked. At this moment, everyone stared at the ancient Taoist robe. After the Yaoguang saintess's reminder, they realized that this might be the new treasure that the other party had obtained. However, to their surprise, the power of the treasure far exceeded their expectations. Such a terrifying attack had actually been completely blocked by the defense of the Taoist robe. This was at least a heaven-step treasure. Moreover, it wasn't an ordinary heaven-rank defensive artifact. Damn it, this brat actually had such a treasure. How could his luck be so good? He had to snatch it. Many saints were envious. If they could get their hands on this Taoist robe, their defensive power would not be weaker than a saint physique. To them, this was definitely a huge temptation. The Yin-Yang saint was also tempted. Two balls of black and white flames danced in his eyes, exuding a mysterious power. As expected, it was the effect of this Taoist robe. Humph, brat, what are you so arrogant for? You're just borrowing the power of a heaven-stepped treasure. Without this Taoist robe, you won't even be able to withstand a single blow. However, so what if you have this Taoist robe? Do you think that I can't defeat you? Speaking of this, his eyes shone with a cold light. Such a good thing. You're just a piece of trash. You don't deserve to have it. As he spoke, an unparalleled light exploded from his body. It was like a sun, making it hard for people to open their eyes. The black and white light flashed in the sky, illuminating the entire palace. The space collapsed and shattered. It couldn't withstand this power at all. So powerful, everyone exclaimed. The saints also looked solemn. It seemed that the Yin-Yang saint was going to use his true power. The Yin-Yang sect had the mysterious and terrifying power of Yin and Yang. They were the two most ancient powers in the world. They couldn't be underestimated. The Yin-Yang saint's power was probably beyond their imagination. Sounds of discussion could be heard. These people looked solemn. Even the eyes of Yi Wudao, the Alcade Saint, Wu Hua, the twin kings of Middle Ground, and the others lit up. Indeed, the power of Yin and Yang was mysterious and unfathomable. The Yin-Yang Saint strode forward. The entire sky was shaking. Everyone felt suffocated, as if 100,000 mountains were pressing down on them. Buzz, Yin and Yang Qi exploded, turning into a Yin-Yang image. It circled in the sky, trying to suppress everything. It was obvious that the Yin-Yang Saint was really angry. Boom. Boom, everywhere it passed, the space shattered. It couldn't withstand it at all. Lin Xian also felt a great pressure. He channeled his power into his Taoist robe. Suddenly, flames danced on the ancient Taoist robe, resisting the bone pressure. The power of a mid-grade heaven-step treasure wasn't a joke. After doing all this, Lin Xian looked up at the sky. The Yin-Yang sect? Just nice. Today, I'll experience the power of Yin and Yang and see if it's as the legends say. Lin Xian's sword qi became more and more terrifying. As the sword streaked across the sky, heaven and earth lost their color. The sun and moon dimmed, accompanied by the roar of a dragon. It was too terrifying. At this moment, the saints felt as if the qi and blood in their bodies had condensed. It was as if their bodies had been split in half. They had never felt this before. Many people retreated frantically. Clang, boom, an earth-shattering sound rang out. The yin-yang image in the sky vibrated violently. A huge sword radiance slashed on it. The two collided. Heaven and earth cracked. Countless cracks appeared on the yin-yang image. With the sword radiance as the center, the cracks spread in all directions. It was about to cover the entire yin-yang image. Damn it. Suppress it, the yin-yang saint's pupils constricted. He didn't expect his opponent's sword to be so powerful. The sword was about to shatter his yin-yang image. Roar, with a roar, the power of yin and yang in his body circulated rapidly. As the yin-yang image rotated, two streams of qi drooped down. They were like two black and white dragons, causing the entire space to tremble. This was an earth-shattering battle. Both of them were outstanding prodigies. Now that they attacked, they both used terrifying mystical powers. It was truly a battle between a dragon and a tiger. It was too terrifying. The yin-yang saint lived up to his reputation. That brat was even more terrifying. He actually blocked the yin-yang image. Legend had it that the yin-yang image came from heaven and earth and contained unparalleled power. But at this moment, it couldn't suppress its opponent. The saints and saintesses discussed quickly. Yi Wudao, the Alcade Saint, and the others watched with rapt attention. Boom, streams of sword qi swept across. Suddenly, an even more dazzling sword radiance lit up in the sky. It was like a peerless immortal light. Boom. Crack, finally, the yin-yang image couldn't take it anymore and shattered. It was split in half by the sword. The Yin Yang saint was sent flying. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. He was injured. The Yin Yang saint had actually lost in this competition. All the prodigies exclaimed in disbelief. The Yin Yang sect members screamed crazily, "Saint! Damn it! Damn it!" The Yin Yang saint roared in anger. He did not expect that the other party could really injure him. This was a great humiliation. He snorted and wanted to use his trump card to fight the other party. However, at this moment, several other figures walked up to him. "Wait, brother Yin Yang." A sneer was heard. Hearing this, everyone turned to look. Even the Yin Yang saint frowned. A man in a dragon robe walked over from behind. It was the first prince of the Taiyu dynasty. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people were extremely puzzled. What was the other party doing here at this time? But they also knew that he seemed to have a grudge against Lin Xian. Could it be that he wanted to join forces with the Yin Yang saint to attack him? "What do you want?" the Yin Yang saint asked coldly. The first prince smiled. "Brother Yin Yang, why do you have to fight? There are many ways to get the robe." As he spoke, he sent a message to the Yin Yang saint. "We've already joined forces with the Twin Kings, 5 Elements Palace, 9 Heavens Sacred Ground, 10,000 Thunder Sacred Ground, and the Tuoba family. We're going to attack together with the Nangong family to kill this guy. We're holding him back. When he lets down his guard, we'll kill him." Hearing this, the Yin Yang saint was stunned. Then his eyes shone with a terrifying light. He did not expect so many people to want to kill him. It seemed that he had really angered everyone. But this was good too. The Yin Yang saint suppressed his excitement and did not attack again. At this moment, the first prince of the Taiyu dynasty smiled and said, "Brother Lin, we really like the robe you're wearing. Why don't you name a price? How about 1 divine crystal?" Hearing this, everyone exclaimed. What a joke. How could 1 divine crystal buy such an ancient robe? The first prince of the Taiyu dynasty clearly did not want to buy it. It seemed that he was here to mess things up. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes as his lips curled into a cold smile. This first prince really did not know what was good for him. He did not have a chance to teach him a lesson. Who knew that he would take the initiative to do so? Did he really think that Yi Futian did not know what he was planning? Yi Futian had heard everything when the first prince transmitted the Yin Yang saint. This was because his soul power far surpassed these people, even surpassing them by an entire level. Therefore, Lin Xian was well aware that these people were planning to kill him. This first prince was truly courting death. It seemed like there was a need to kill him. Lin Xian looked ahead, his heart filled with killing intent. At this moment, the Yin Yang saint laughed coldly. "I'll give you 2 divine gems. Brother Lin, can you sell it to me?" The two of them were extremely arrogant, as if they did not put Lin Xian in their eyes at all. The other holy sons and holy daughters frowned. They didn't know what the two of them were up to. I took out 3 crystals. At this moment, the central state twin king stepped forward and strode forward. At the same time, he named a price. I took out 4 of them. I have 5. The Tuoba family, Nangong family, Myriad Lightning Sacred Ground, 5 Element Palace, and 9 Firmament Divine Emperors people stepped forward. Place your bid. It seemed like he really wanted to fight for this ancient Taoist robe. However, the price made people's mouths twitch. Not to mention 10, even 50, or 100 gems. They couldn't buy it. These people were clearly provoking the other party by offering such a low price. Oh no, what were these people trying to do? Brother Lin seemed to be in danger. In the distance, Wuhua also frowned when he saw this scene. This was because he realized that the people who had gone forward to report the price had unknowingly surrounded Lin Xian. Brother Lin, look at how many of us are bidding. Why don't you give us a response? Who do you intend to sell this ancient Taoist robe to? As soon as he said that, the surrounding experts who had made a bid attacked together. Their attacks were very sudden, and they were determined to kill. All kinds of great mystiques and killing moves instantly attacked Lin Xian. The sky was covered, and the void in front of him was instantly blasted apart. Boom! Boom, boom! The violent energy made people tremble, and many people fell to the ground. Not good, Yi Wudao, Wu Hua, and the others cried out in alarm. In the distance, Morong Qingqing, Shen Jingqiu, and the others cried out in alarm. The martial artists of Immortal Palace were shouting crazily. Palace Master, they didn't expect these people to be so despicable. So many of them attacked together, and it was a sneak attack. It's over. That kid is dead for sure. With so many saints attacking, even a peerless almighty would be blasted to pieces. That was for sure. Let him be arrogant again, this time, let's see how he dies. In the distance, the Crimson Dragon, Xing Tian, Morong Qingqing, Shen Jingqiu, and the others quickly flew over. Wu Hua and Yi Wudao also wanted to attack, but the Twin Kings, the First Prince, the Yin Yang Saint, and the others sneered. They joined hands and confronted each other. Damn it, get out of the way. How dare you attack Brother Xian? The Crimson Dragon, Morong Qingqing, and the others roared angrily. Their bodies were filled with biting cold killing intent. Humph, you want to save him? Dream on, today is the day this kid dies, the Yin Yang Saint sneered, and the First Prince's expression was even more ferocious. He dared to go against the Tai dynasty. It's already a miracle that he's still alive. Do you think he can still live? How dare he kill my saint? He deserves to die, that's right. It's too easy to kill him. The Five Elements Palace, the Thousand Thunder Sacred Ground, and the Nine Firmaments Saint Emperor's people also sneered. They had finally avenged their saint. However, amidst the laughter, there was a cold voice. So many people attacking together. You are indeed despicable and shameless. But do you think you can hurt me like this? What a joke. Ignorant, this voice floated clearly into everyone's ears. What? The eyelids of those who attacked were twitching wildly. The surrounding people were also stunned. They all turned their heads to look. A figure appeared in the void in the distance. Was it Lin Xian? His ancient robe fluttered in the wind. He didn't look injured at all. He wasn't injured? That was impossible, the Twin Kings of the Middle Ground were shocked. The Yin Yang Saint, the First Prince, and the First Prince were also crazed. No, even if it was a heaven-grade treasure robe, it couldn't withstand the joint attack of so many people. Indeed, they were crazy. How could Lin Xian resist them? They didn't know that the moment they attacked, Lin Xian had already used the teleportation Black Jade platform to break through the void and teleport out. He didn't receive any energy attacks at all. Humph, you're courting death. How dare you attack me together, get ready. Kneel down and accept your death. Lin Xian's eyes were filled with cold murderous intent. He wouldn't spare any of them. Whoosh, Lin Xian's body swayed as he charged forward. His target was the First Prince of the Tai dynasty. The surrounding people were shocked. They didn't expect Lin Xian to be so powerful. As soon as he was out of danger, he launched a strong counterattack. The Chosen jumped in fright, and the First Prince's pupils constricted. But soon, he revealed a sinister smile. Bang, an earth-shattering sound was heard. Then, Lin Xian was sent flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood in the air and stabilized himself. The ancient robe on his body burned fiercely and neutralized most of the power. What happened? That brat was sent flying. And he was injured? Heavens, I'm not dreaming, am I? When did the First Prince become so powerful? His strength has surpassed that of a saint. Exclamations of surprise were heard. The Crimson Dragon, Morong Qingqing, and the others were nervous again. Originally, they were relieved that Lin Xian had escaped. But now, they were nervous again. Damn it, who is he? How can the First Prince be so powerful? Could it be that he swallowed some kind of pill? Yi Wudao, Wu Hua, and the Alcade Saint were also focused. They didn't understand what had happened. But in the next moment, they were stunned. Because they saw a person. It was an old man with a head full of white hair and an aged face. It was a royal elder. Everyone exclaimed as their eyelids twitched. So that was the case. It turned out that it was not the crown prince of the Tai dynasty who was able to force the other party to retreat with a single palm strike. It was the royal elder who did it. The royal elder's aura was too terrifying. His eyes were like divine lamps that illuminated the surroundings. Obviously, he was a peerless almighty whose cultivation had reached the late-stage 8-star king realm. All the saints looked solemn. Such a peerless elite was a great threat to their lives. However, the first prince, the Yin-Yang saint, the twin kings, and the others sneered. This time, he's dead for sure. Damn it! The dark red divine dragon roared. Morong Qingqing and the others roared. Xing Tian even roared. They wanted to attack, but the twin kings and the others stopped them. You want to save me? Dream on. I'm going to die today. No one can save me. Cold laughter could be heard. Xing Tian roared angrily and was about to attack. However, at that moment, loud laughter could be heard from afar. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Everyone was stunned when they heard that voice. Xing Tian did not attack. Both sides faced each other. For a moment, countless people looked into the distance. They realized that the person who laughed was Lin Xian. Lin Xian stopped, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and stood up. A late-stage 8-star king. Lin Xian said coldly. I've underestimated your shamelessness. You sent a late-stage 8-star king to kill me. Kid, no matter what you say, you're going to die today. The royal elder's voice was cold. You've done me a great favor by asking me to kill you. If you have any last words, leave them. Otherwise, you won't have a chance. You're just a late-stage 8-star king. You want to kill me? You're too naive. Lin Xian stopped smiling, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. A terrifying aura rose from his body. No way, this kid wants to fight a late-stage 8-star king? What a joke. Although he was powerful, the difference between them was too great. This kid seemed to have an incredible trump card. That's right, didn't he say that he had something belonging to a saint? Voices of discussion could be heard, and the royal elder at the front sneered. Brat, so what if you have a trump card? Do you think that as members of the royal family, we don't? He shouted coldly, and a heaven-grade saber instantly appeared on his body, emitting an incomparably terrifying aura. Heaven-rank wrap blade, it seemed that the Taiyi dynasty was well prepared. That's right, the imperial family's elders should have many other trump cards. However, a late-stage 8-star expert could easily kill his opponent with a heaven-grade saber. He didn't even need to use his other trump cards. The imperial family elder held the treasured saber in his hand and revealed a ferocious smile as he walked forward step by step. For me to kill you is no different from crushing an ant. Now, kneel down and kowtow to my Taiyi dynasty, and I can give you a quick death. You want me to kowtow and admit my mistake? Dream on, old man, you will soon regret this. Lin Xian sneered as killing intent surfaced in his eyes. Acting recklessly, in front of absolute power, you can't resist at all. The imperial family elder was unmoved. So what if his opponent had a treasure? He was not strong enough to unleash the power of the treasure. And he was a late-stage 8-star expert. His strength was unimaginably terrifying. He slashed out with his saber, and an incomparably terrifying power pierced through heaven and earth, completely enveloping Lin Xian. Damn it, stop it. Xing Tian, the Crimson Dragon, Morong Qingqing, and Xianxia attacked crazily at this moment. However, the twin kings of Xianxia were not to be trifled with. With so many saints joining forces, they blocked the attacks of Xing Tian and the others for a while. Boom. Boom, boom. 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 Boom, then, a scream was heard. A figure was sent flying, crashing through the void. What? The people who were watching the battle from afar were stunned. That was because they realized that the person who flew backward was not Lin Xian, but the imperial family elder. How was that possible? How could the imperial family elder fly backward? He was a late-stage 8-star expert, and no one could defeat him. Everyone was stunned. Even the Yin-Yang saint, the twin kings, and the crown prince did not attack. They retreated frantically and turned their heads to look behind them. The imperial dynasty's martial artists screamed even louder. Xing Tian and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Although they did not know what had happened, it seemed that Lin Xian should be fine. Brother Xian, Brother Lin Xian, Morong Qingqing, Xianxia also called out softly. In front of them, the light that filled the sky disappeared. Lin Xian stood in the void, unharmed. In front of him stood a blood-red figure, exuding a terrifying aura. What is that? Everyone looked over, and their scalps went numb. Bat King, damn it, it was Bat King, everyone went crazy. They quickly retreated, their faces full of horror. Even Yi Wudao, the Alcade Saint, Wu Hua, and the others looked as if they were facing a formidable enemy. There was nothing they could do. Bat King had left a deep impression on them. Thinking back, how much effort had they expended and how many trump cards had they used before they were able to kill him, but they did not expect him to appear again. For a moment, everyone was in danger. However, Morong Qingqing and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Because they knew what was going on. But the others screamed. That's not right. Why is Bat King standing there and not attacking the kid? Damn it, why does it look like he's protecting the kid? As soon as this voice came out, everyone's eyeballs popped out. How was that possible? Bat King was such a terrifying guardian of the ancient tomb. He did not even care about the people of Demon Imperial Palace and killed them mercilessly. How could he protect a human kid? Everyone could not believe it. In the distance, the people of Demon Imperial Palace were also stunned when they saw this scene. Impossible. How did this kid do it? The powerhouses of Demon Imperial Palace were shocked. Hua Tiandu's face was gloomy. Yan Ruyu, however, narrowed her eyes. Just now, even she wanted to lend a hand and help. She did not expect the other party to turn the tables so quickly. But soon, Yan Ruyu's lips curled into a smile. Ah, an angry roar was heard. The endless void shattered, and an old figure quickly charged over. He carried a murderous aura with him, like a peerless demon. That damn kid, that figure was naturally the first elder of the imperial family. He was sent flying by a huge force just now. He was injured and spat out blood. But what shocked him even more was his spirit. He was about to go crazy. How could the other party send him flying? Could it be that the other party had some shocking trump card? Or was there a hidden peerless expert on Immortal Palace's side? When he flew nearby, he was stunned. He realized that his guess was right. It was indeed not Lin Xian who did it, but it was not an expert from Immortal Palace either. It was Bat King. Bat King, the first elder of the imperial family, trembled, and fear appeared in his eyes. Not long ago, they were chased by Bat King, and it took them a lot of effort to kill him. Now, another one had appeared. Why would the Bat King appear here? Why didn't it attack him? Why did it only attack him? The royal elder could not figure it out. No one could understand. For a moment, countless eyes looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian's voice was cold. Go and kill him. Whoosh, Bat King's body swayed and turned into a red flash of light, rushing forward. What? This guy can control the Bat King. Seeing this scene, everyone went crazy, especially those from the Taiyu dynasty. They were so scared that their scalps went numb. Impossible, how did he do it? Wasn't the Bat King the guardian of the ancient tomb? This was something that was personally refined by a saint. How could it control it? Exclamations and discussions sounded. Whether it was the Yi family, the Gu family, or the Demon King Palace, they were all stunned. Damn it, die! The Taiyu dynasty's elder roared and slashed forward with a huge saber light. The Bat King did not dodge at all and faced the attack head-on. His body flickered with a blood-red light, and he did not suffer any impact. Roar! The Bat King did not waste any time and directly used the deprivability to forcefully seize it. Oh no, the elder's blood, the royal elder screamed. He felt the blood in his body churning and wanting to leave his body. This scene scared him out of his wits. Suppress it, he roared crazily, and his dragon path aura surged, trying to suppress it forcefully. However, other than Lin Xian's dragon sword soul, who could easily destroy it, the others could not do so easily. Even with the dragon path aura, it was difficult to resist for a while. Streams of blood stained his skin and rushed into the sky. No, the royal elder screamed. He detonated the dragon path aura on his body and exploded in the sky, forming countless terrifying black holes. Only then did he cut off the mysterious connection. The royal elder's face turned pale. In just an instant, 1/3 of his blood had been taken away. This mystique was simply too terrifying. Damn it, how could this be? How could he control the rotary Bat King? The royal elder's face was ferocious. The others felt their scalps go numb and they all retreated. The Yin Saint, the twin kings of Xianxia, and the crown prince's faces twitched. They were terrified. If the Bat King targeted them, it would be difficult for them to escape. But the only thing that made them feel at ease was Bat King. If there were a few more, they wouldn't be able to escape. Wang, the royal elder, gritted his teeth and took out a large bronze bell from the void. There were dragons crawling all over it. This was one of his secret treasures, called the Wandering Dragon Bell. It was extremely terrifying. At this moment, he was going to use it to fight against the Bloodwing Bat King. No one made a move. He didn't ask anyone to help because Bat King was too scary. Die for me. After the imperial family elder swallowed the recovery pill, he once again erupted with power. He controlled the Wandering Dragon Bell and charged forward. There was a dragon bell that released 10,000 streaks of light, continuously becoming larger. It was like a great mountain as it rampaged through the sky, smashing through the void. It fiercely pressed forward. Wang, the Bat King, roared. His body swayed, and he disappeared in the air. When he reappeared, he was already next to the first prince. The first prince was so scared that his scalp went numb. Elder, save me! As he screamed, he retreated. Brother Yin Yang, Brother Gemini, save me! He looked to both sides for help. However, the Yin Saint, the twin kings of Xianxia, and the others instantly left, ignoring him. What a joke! They didn't dare to fight against the Bloodwing Bat King. Damn it, a bunch of bastards! The first prince screamed crazily. He didn't expect that the team that had originally teamed up would scatter at this moment. No one helped him. This made him feel a sense of despair. The first prince, behind him, the people of the Tai dynasty screamed crazily. The royal elder exclaimed in shock. Damn it, he controlled the Wandering Dragon Bell to change direction and fly down to rescue the first prince. However, it was too late. The Bat King opened its bloody mouth and swallowed the first prince in an instant. In the sky, the blood-red mouth made cracking noises. When it opened again, only a human skin was left. What? The first prince was killed, everyone cried out in alarm. Their eyes were wide open and filled with fear. The Bat King was too terrifying. Everyone retreated crazily. Even Yi Wudao, Wu Hua, and the others retreated with their people. Damn it! Go to hell, the royal elder went crazy. The first prince was killed. How was he going to explain it to the empress when he returned? He couldn't explain it at all. He could only kill the monster in front of him. Clang, the Bat King didn't dodge at all. Its body was comparable to a heaven-grade treasure, so it slapped out with its palm. With a boom, it collided with the Wandering Dragon Bell. The two collided with an earth-shattering sound. The Wandering Dragon Bell was sent flying. The royal elder also screamed and spat out blood as he retreated. Damn it, the royal elder roared crazily. He turned around and charged at Lin Xian. Since he couldn't kill the Bat Kings, he had to kill the kid. He would use the kid's head to avenge the first prince. He launched a crazy attack. The terrifying energy could even kill a holy sun. However, Lin Xian didn't resist at all. The demigods and semi-devils flashed in the sky at an extremely fast speed. Lin Xian's speed wasn't slower than the royal elder's. Therefore, the royal elder couldn't catch him at all. Ah! I'm so angry, damn kid, don't run if you have the guts. The royal elder was about to vomit blood. He didn't expect the other party to be so fast. Behind him, the people from the Tai dynasty had red eyes. They roared angrily, kill them. These martial artists charged out crazily, but in the next moment, they screamed in pain. The Bat King roared and rushed into the middle of these martial artists, killing them in all directions. It was too terrifying. No one could stop it. Blood mist burst out, and human skins fell to the ground. In an instant, more than a dozen martial artists from the Tai dynasty were killed. No, this scene made the royal elder scream. Many of their elders were outside fighting against the Big Dipper coffin. Most of the people here were young disciples. He was secretly following them. Other than him, there were only 2 other elders in the group. However, he couldn't fight against it at all, so there weren't that many people. Thinking of this, he screamed and charged back again. He swore that he would kill the Bat King. Otherwise, the people from the Tai dynasty would probably be killed by the Bat King. Damn it, everyone, attack together, the Yin Yang Saint roared. He pulled out a Yin Yang blade and roared crazily. Sure enough, the others also responded. Among them, the people from the Five Elements Palace, the 10,000 Thunder Holy Land, and the 9 Firmaments Divine Emperor stood out without hesitation. The people from the Nangong family and the Tuoba family also had sinister smiles on their faces. The twin kings of the central state stared at Lin Xian like lightning. Humph, Lin Xian snorted coldly. Xing Tian, the Crimson Dragon, and Morong Qingqing also stepped out with cold expressions. Extremely terrifying auras surged from their bodies. You want to start a war? Come, come, come. Grandpa Dragon will teach you how to behave, the Crimson Dragon roared angrily. Countless immortal palaces flew over from the distance. In addition, people from the Purple Afterglow Holy Land and the Jade Lake Holy Land also flew over. They stared ahead angrily. Previously, when they cooperated with immortal palaces Lin Xian and the others, they were very happy and obtained many treasures. Now that someone was finding trouble with Immortal Palace, they naturally had to help. On the other side, Yi Wudao, Gu Santong, and Wu Hua also walked up. Their eyes shone with cold light. There were conflicts and alliances between the sacred grounds. At this moment, they chose to stand with Lin Xian. This scene made the Zhongzhou twin kings and the others change their expressions. The Yin Yang Saint also looked gloomy and gritted his teeth. Damn it. Why are the clan of the ancients helping him? Damn it. Damn it. While they were in a stalemate, on the other side, the royal elder was screaming in pain. He was being mercilessly chased by the Bat King and was in a miserable state. Although he was a late-stage 8-star expert and had a heaven-grade treasure, powerful armor, and royal superpowers, the Bat King was even more terrifying. It was a mutated species and was very powerful. Now that it had been refined by the ancient saint of the demon clan, its body was engraved with Tao patterns. It also had the superpowers to steal blood. These superpowers were impossible to defend against. The royal elder was at a disadvantage again. Moreover, his attacks could not hurt the Bat King at all. Even if he was hurt, the Tao patterns in his body could be revived. Last time, the Tai dynasty had gathered a lot of forces to kill the blood-robed Bat King. Now that he was alone, it was already a great fortune for him to be able to resist and not be killed. However, this could not go on. His aura was getting weaker and weaker. He wanted to escape and ask his royal family companions for help. Seeing this, the Tai royal family's faces turned ugly. Damn it. Go and help, this was their royal elder. They could not allow any accidents to happen. Buzz. Buzz, buzz. The Tai dynasty's martial artists could not wait any longer. Hearing Cig's order, they flew out like crazy. But soon, they screamed in pain. They were no match for the Bat King. Screams rang out one after another as blood mist exploded. In front of the Bat King, they could not fight back at all. Not to mention the royal elder who was helping them. Damn it. Run, the royal elder's eyes were red. Other than him, no one else could fight back. So for a moment, the royal family martial artists did not dare to go forward. They retreated in fear. Damn it, the Yin Yang Saint roared. Everyone, let's kill Bat King together. Otherwise, we will all be in danger. Hearing this, the twin kings of the Central Plains and the people of the Tuoba family nodded in agreement. Indeed, as long as Bat King was not eliminated, it would be difficult to ensure their safety. If Lin Xian used the Bat King to deal with them, it would be difficult for them to resist. So now, although they were still safe and sound, they were still determined to get rid of this terrifying Bat King. Boom, in the next moment, these chosens all moved out and charged forward. If you want to fight, I'll play with you. Lin Xian let out a long roar, the dragon sword domain flew out, and countless sword lights flew in all directions. On the other side, Morong Qingqing, Xianxia, Xing Tian, and Anhong attacked together. The terrifying light exploded in all directions, and the crimson dragon opened its mouth to spit out array after array. It enveloped a part of the world. In addition, Gu Santong, Yi Wudao, Wu Hua, and the others also made their moves. Damn it, the Yin Yang Saint and the others roared in anger. They were about to go crazy. Yi Wudao, Wu Hua, Shen Jingqiu, and Morong Qingqing were all peerless geniuses, and they all had terrifying trump cards. Their strength was not any weaker than theirs. In an instant, they were greatly hindered. Damn brat, get out of my way, the Yin Yang Saint roared in anger. He struck out with his palms and charged forward. However, all his attacks were split apart by Lin Xian's sword. Lin Xian sneered. What? You can't withstand such a small attack? Humph, your nightmare is yet to come. Lin Xian sneered, and a piercing light shot out from his eyes. He quickly charged forward and killed the Yin Yang Saint with one strike. Although the Yin Yang Saint was powerful, he was not Lin Xian's match. Therefore, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and a crack appeared on his armor. Ah, the Yin Yang Saint roared in anger. He pulled out his Yin Yang saber and waved it rapidly. A huge black and white saber radiance swept across the sky, slashing toward Lin Xian's Dragon Abyss ancient sword. The two collided with a loud clang. Boom, violent energy blasted in all directions, causing everyone to tremble. With a clang, the Yin Yang saber radiance was shattered. However, the Dragon Rock ancient sword was also blocked in midair. Light appeared on the Yin Yang Saint's body, enveloping his body. Yin and Yang aura roared, and he swallowed all sorts of treasures. Finally, he suppressed his injuries. Damn brat, the Yin Yang Saint's face was cold. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Because his opponent was too terrifying. He had injured him with one strike. How could this be? He could not believe it. He was very powerful, and he was very confident in the power of Yin and Yang. In his opinion, if he pulled out his Yin Yang saber, he would definitely be able to kill his opponent. But he did not expect it to be blocked. Brat, I won't let you off. The Yin Yang Saint sneered in front. He held his Yin Yang saber, and the Yin and Yang qi on his body circulated rapidly. At this moment, he was filled with murderous intent. He could not defeat his opponent previously because he did not use his trump card. Now that he had used his trump card, he did not believe that he could not kill his opponent. Yin Yang slash, Yin Yang split, a huge saber radiance swept across the sky. The Yin and Yang qi swirled, forming a terrifying force. At this moment, everyone around was trembling. Their faces were filled with fear. They felt as if their bodies were being stripped away. There seemed to be a force of life and a force of death in their bodies. This scene was too terrifying. Many people vomited blood and were sent flying. The people from Immortal Palace were also affected. Go to hell, brat, the Yin Yang Saint sneered. His Yin Yang saber directly enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. He also felt this scene. It was as if the two forces were trying to pull him into heaven and hell. Brat, be careful. The power of Yin and Yang is very strange. The Crimson Dragon warned him from outside, but he did not dare to get close. Lin Xian's expression was also solemn. The Yin Yang sect was indeed a great sect that had been passed down since ancient times. The power of Yin and Yang was indeed terrifying and could not be underestimated. However, although the power of Yin and Yang was powerful, the Yin Yang Saint was not very powerful. The other party was indeed a peerless genius and a powerful saint, but that was only in the eyes of ordinary geniuses. In Lin Xian's eyes, the other party's strength was not enough. The power of Yin and Yang? It was indeed powerful. It had reached the peak of perfection. But it's a pity that trash like you can't fully display the power of Yin and Yang, so you can't do anything to me. A cold voice rang out from the terrifying light. Everyone's expression changed. The Yin Yang Saint's eyes turned red instantly. He was so angry that he almost vomited blood. The other party was looking down on him. He could not tolerate it. He was the saint. He was usually high and mighty. When had he ever been looked down on like this? 1 against 1, €7%. Damn it, I will definitely kill you. I'll let you know how much harm my Li gave I #8 you gave V. The other party acknowledged the Yin Yang sect's strength, but not his. He had gone completely mad. The power of Yin and Yang in his body exploded rapidly. the yin-yang blade became even more terrifying. The power of life and death tore the void apart, forming a heaven and a hell that floated in the sky. In heaven, City wanted to tell everyone. They were extremely white and had wings on their backs. Their bodies shone brightly, and they had the most serene smiles on their faces. Their eyes were pure. Behind them were countless palaces surrounded by all kinds of rare beasts. It was like a paradise on earth. This was the best paradise in the world. The space below was constantly tumbling. It was pitch black and filled with the power of death, forming 18 levels of hell. Every floor was surrounded by extremely terrifying evil spirits, and there were no vengeful spirits. One look at it would make one's scalp tingle and one's body tremble. It was impossible to resist. The power of yin and yang completely enveloped Lin Xian, trying to tear him in half. Lin Xian felt the impact. He snorted, and his flaming blade burst into flames. Endless flames surrounded him, resisting the terrifying power. However, this power was too strange. Even though the flaming Taoist robe was a medium-grade heaven-class artifact, it could not completely resist the power of yin and yang. Kid, stop struggling. You can't resist the power of yin and yang. The yin-yang saint stood in the sky and looked down. At this moment, he was like the god of time. His cold and emotionless eyes stared at Lin Xian. Can't resist? You think too highly of yourself, Lin Xian sneered. If it was the sect leader of the yin-yang sect, I might not be able to resist. But you? You are not qualified. Today, I will destroy your heaven and 18 levels of hell. Lin Xian roared. Sword light exploded from his body and slashed in all directions. Dream on, you underestimate the power of yin and yang. Today, you will definitely die, the yin-yang saint revealed a look of disdain. He did not think that Yi Futian could escape from his ultimate move. He had already used this god to kill many powerful kings. Among them were many elders and peerless geniuses. Although the other party was strong, in the face of his sure kill ability, he still couldn't resist. Humph, Lin Xian didn't say anything. With a cold snort, the great dragon sword soul in his body erupted. The sharp sword light on his body grew brighter and brighter, as if it was going to break through the clouds. With a roar, a dragon-shaped sword shadow soared into the sky, transforming into a huge dragon bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws as it charged towards heaven in the sky. Roar, the cries of dragons and swords reverberated in all directions, tearing the void apart. Many of the weaker martial artists in the surroundings were smashed into pieces, causing them to lie flat on the ground. Even the other inceptive sages, experts, and elders who were engaged in battle also turned their heads to look at Zhang Xian in horror. Heavens! This brat's sword skill was really too terrifying. They were incomparably shocked, but at the same time, they rejoiced. That was because they weren't the ones fighting the other party. The peerless geniuses were dumbfounded upon hearing the thought. They had never had such fearful thoughts about anyone before. But now, they actually felt fear towards a young man. Boom! Boom! Intense collision sounded in front of them. The huge dragon shadow charged towards heaven. Its huge body collided with the angels and celestial palaces, instantly erupting with intense light. The terrifying power shattered everything in all directions. Those angels and celestial palaces quickly shattered. Damn it! Kill him for me, the yin-yang saint roared. Those shattered angels and celestial palaces reformed once again. They were the same, emitting resplendent light like the sun. The dragon-shaped sword shadow wanted to completely destroy them. An intense battle broke out. The two forces clashed in the sky. The terrifying impact of the energy made everyone feel despair. But in the end, the celestial palaces and countless angels turned into endless spirit chi with a loud boom. They dissipated in all directions, never to appear again. Puff, the yin-yang saint took a step back and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face instantly turned pale. Damn it! How could it be? Damn it, he actually broke my yang power. He was simply too shocked. But what made him even more terrified was yet to come. That was because another beam of sword will shot out from Lin Xian's body. This time, it was a huge sword with ancient patterns circling around it. It released a terrifying sword intent. This sword seemed to fly out of time and space from ancient times. It directly slashed towards the 18 levels of hell below. The 18 levels of hell were extremely dark. It was the power of death. It was extremely evil. It could take away anyone's life. Now that it felt threatened, the 18 levels of hell shone brightly. Countless vengeful spirits and evil spirits rushed out. They rushed into the sky, emitting a sinister aura that made everyone tremble. Countless vengeful spirits and evil spirits rushed into the sky, wanting to destroy the heavenly sword. But in an instant, they screamed in agony. It was as if their bodies were made of ice that had encountered a raging fire. They emitted sounds time and time again, and even emitted white smoke. Destroy. Damn it, go to hell, the Yin Yang Saint roared. 18 extremely strange demonic faces appeared in the 18 levels of hell. They opened their bloody mouths and frantically devoured the power of the heavenly sword. Oh no! Retreat! Everyone in the surroundings went crazy and screamed. They felt the life force in their bodies rapidly draining away. Many of them even began to age, and their hair turned white. This made them extremely terrified. The saints stopped attacking. They protected the disciples of their sacred grounds to prevent their lives from being taken by this death force. Humph, Yi Wudao snorted coldly. His golden chi surged into the sky. He waved his golden fist and shattered the death force. Ba. Wu Hua formed a Buddhist seal. Countless rays of Buddhist light appeared on his body. They flickered in the sky and blocked the death force. Humph, Xianxia and Morong Qingqing also used their ultimate techniques to block the death force. The Crimson Dragon roared. Its dragon blood surged. The Alcade Saint flashed with 108 god fiends. The Great Xia Prince's sword slashed across the sky. Every expert was using their ultimate techniques to defend themselves, but no one was relaxed, and no one was happy. Because they knew that this was just the aftermath of the death force. Just the aftermath emitted such terrifying power and energy. They had to be careful. They had to admit that the Yin Yang Saint's strength was too terrifying. It seemed that they had underestimated the Yin Yang Saint. The Yin Yang Saint revealed a ferocious expression. Damn brat, now you know my Yin Yang power, you have no chance to regret it, go to hell for me. His expression was ferocious. The Yin Yang sect martial artists behind him also exclaimed in excitement. That's great, as expected of a saint. He's really powerful. That's for sure. When has the Yin Yang sect's Yin Yang power ever been defeated? No one can resist it. No matter how arrogant this brat was, he would eventually fall into the 18 levels of hell. He would be completely suppressed and never be able to rise again. The disciples of the Yin Yang sect were too excited. Lin Xian's power had made them despair. Now that their holy son was able to suppress such a powerful enemy, this was definitely something that they were very excited about. The people of the Taiyi dynasty, 5 Elements Palace, 9 Heavens Sacred Ground, and 10,000 Thunder Sacred Ground were also excited. Even if they couldn't kill him, they would be thrilled to see him fall into the 18 levels of hell with their own eyes. They knew that the 18 levels of hell were extremely terrifying. Once they entered, they wouldn't be able to die just because they wanted to. They would be subjected to the cruelest punishment in the world. They would definitely experience what it meant to live a life worse than death. Morong Qingqing and Xianxia were worried again. They couldn't help but want to help. Lin Xian also felt a great danger. He felt that the life in his body was being taken away. His lifespan was being drained. This phenomenon was very similar to the Bat King's blood deprivation. However, it was far more terrifying than the blood deprivation. It was because he was taking away his life, his lifespan. If his blood was drained, he could still regenerate it. However, if his lifespan was drained, he wouldn't be able to replenish it. Therefore, he didn't dare to be careless. With a cold shout, the great dragon sword soul in his body exploded. The dragon-shaped sword shadow destroyed the surrounding death energy. Instantly, he felt that his life was no longer draining away. This made him heave a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the great dragon sword soul could also destroy the death energy. What's going on? What happened? The Yin Yang Saint was stunned. As the one who attacked, he was the most shocked. Previously, he saw Lin Xian's face turn pale and his lips curl into a hideous smile. He knew that Lin Xian couldn't resist his death energy. However, in just an instant, Lin Xian stopped. His face was no longer pale. It seemed that his life wasn't draining away. But how was this possible? Could it be that the death energy had lost its effect? What a joke! His death energy could definitely take away everything. It was even more terrifying than the Bat Kings. Didn't he see that the saints and saintesses were all hiding far away? He had to be careful. One could imagine how terrifying it was to be enveloped by the death energy. Damn it, what's going on? Could it be that this kid used some secret technique? The Yin-Yang Saint's face darkened. He knew that it was unrealistic to kill the other party like this. After all, as Immortal Palace's lord, the other party definitely had many trump cards. But so what? He did not believe his opponent's land card could resist his force of death. Thinking of this, a ferocious look appeared in his eyes. He once again unleashed a powerful force and poured it into the 18 levels of hell. He even took out 2 secret pills from his storage ring and swallowed them, causing the spiritual energy in his body to erupt like a vast ocean. Roar, roar, roar. As expected, after swallowing the Buddha's secret pill, the 18 levels of hell became even more eerie and sinister. The 18 faces of the devils were extremely ferocious as the power of death exploded out. This caused Lin Xian to be in danger once again. Absorbing energy? I'll let you absorb as much as you want, Lin Xian snorted coldly. A dragon-shaped sword shadow rushed out from his body and rushed downwards. It's useless. Stop struggling. Nothing can resist the power of death. The Yin-Yang Saint sneered disdainfully. Lin Xian did not answer him. This time, he did not slash the power of death at all. Instead, he continued to unleash it. The great dragon sword soul exploded, and waves of terrifying energy swept across the land. It was like a vast ocean, crashing down in all directions. The surrounding space collapsed rapidly, and black holes appeared one after another. No one could see clearly what was happening inside. In the 18 levels of hell below, the 18 faces of the devils revealed greedy expressions. They had never encountered such a powerful force of life before. Such a powerful force. They devoured crazily like beggars who had been starving for a long time and once again found delicious food. Indeed, to them, the great dragon sword soul was delicious food that could make up for their greed. But after absorbing for a while, the 18 ghost faces widened their eyes in shock. Damn it. Stop, enough. They were already full. They could not take it anymore. Although their Yin power could devour everything, there was a limit to it. After all, they were summoned by the Yin-Yang Saint, not the Yin-Yang sect leader. No matter how strong the Yin-Yang Saint was, he was only a prodigy of the younger generation. Therefore, the power they could devour was also very limited. But now, they had already devoured enough life and power. But the life and power above them continued to surge in. They could not devour it at all. But as the Yin-Yang Saint had the death attribute, they could not stop it. Moreover, the Yin-Yang Saint had also gone crazy and used his power recklessly. Therefore, the 18 faces expanded more and more. The entire 18 levels of hell also swelled up as if they had become balloons. Whoosh! Whoosh! Boom! Finally, when it reached its limit, there was a loud boom, and the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The 18 layers of hell exploded and shattered into pieces. The evil demon faces inside were instantly annihilated. Boom! 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 This force was too terrifying. After all, the 18 levels of hell were formed by the power of death. They were extremely powerful. Moreover, they had also absorbed the endless power of the great dragon sword soul. Therefore, this explosion was extremely terrifying. A huge crack appeared in the sky and spread in all directions. Heaven and earth shook. Everyone was pushed back. The weaker ones vomited blood and fainted. The more powerful ones also activated their king's domains to defend themselves. The entire hall shook. Heaven and earth shook as if they were about to be destroyed. Damn it. What happened? Could it be that the brat fought back? Impossible. That brat could not destroy the 18 levels of hell at all. Could it be that he was devoured and refined? Screams rang out. However, the Yin-Yang Saint vomited blood and flew back. This time, he suffered a serious backlash. 3 cracks appeared on his body, almost tearing his body into pieces. His face became incomparably pale, without a trace of blood. Even his eyes were dim and lifeless. He had no choice. His ultimate superpower had been destroyed. Naturally, he was severely injured. The saint, seeing this, the Yin-Yang sect members screamed. They flew out crazily and caught the Yin-Yang saint. They consumed all kinds of heavenly treasures without any regard for their lives. What happened? What happened? Why was the saint injured? Oh my God. Could it be that the brat fought back? Damn it. Did that brat use the power of a saint? Impossible. Screams and cries rang out one after another. They really couldn't understand what was going on. The Tai dynasty, the middle ground twin kings, the 5 elements palace, and the 10,000 thunder sacred ground were all stunned. They were also very surprised. Instantly, their faces became extremely ferocious. They approached the Yin-Yang saint and quickly asked, "Brother Yin-Yang, what happened? Could it be that you failed? That brat is already so powerful?" Screams of surprise rang out. The Yin-Yang saint gritted his teeth. His black hair fluttered. Like a devil, he screamed crazily. "Impossible. I don't believe it. How could he have broken through my ultimate divine power?" The Yin-Yang saint went crazy. He saw heaven being destroyed with his own eyes. But why was hell also destroyed? How did he do it? He didn't know because the black hole had completely isolated everything. He didn't see it at all, nor did his soul capture it. He wasn't the only one. The others were the same. "Humph, is your ultimate divine power that powerful? You want to kill me? You're overestimating yourself," a cold voice was heard. It was like a sharp sword that cut through the void. The sky full of light was mercilessly torn apart, and then a figure walked out. He was surrounded by sword halos, and a dragon's shadow appeared under his feet. It was like a peerless immortal light that made people tremble. "Damn it, it's that guy, he's not injured at all. How is that possible?" Everyone went crazy because they realized that the aura on their bodies didn't weaken. Instead, it became even more violent than before. They didn't know that after the 18 levels of hell exploded, the power of the divine power was greatly boosted. The absorbed power of the great dragon sword soul was completely released. Not only that, but the power was even purer after being refined by the 18 levels of hell. Therefore, the power of the great dragon sword soul increased. Lin Xian was overjoyed. He didn't expect that a battle could increase the power of the great dragon sword soul. This was really an unexpected surprise. So when he came out, he looked at the Yin-Yang saint and smiled. "To be honest, I really have to thank you. If it weren't for you, my strength wouldn't have increased again. So don't worry, I'll give you a quick death later." Hearing this, the Yin-Yang sect martial artists trembled. Their faces were full of fear. The Yin-Yang saint was so angry that he spat out another mouthful of blood. "Damn you, I'm going to kill you, I'll definitely kill you." He was really angry. The next moment, he waved his hand, and an ancient drum appeared in his hand. The drum was white on one side and black on the other. It was very strange. This was a secret treasure of his called the Yin-Yang drum. Once the drum sounded, it could instantly kill a strong enemy. "Go to hell, brat," the Yin-Yang saint roared. He waved his hand and was about to use the Yin-Yang drum. However, he didn't have the chance. A piercingly cold sword light flew out and instantly chopped off his arm. The Yin-Yang saint had just grabbed the Yin-Yang drum when his arm broke. Blood splattered everywhere, dyeing the Yin-Yang drum and the void red. "Ah!" the Yin-Yang saint screamed and flew backward. He covered his wound and kept rolling in the air. The others sucked in a breath of cold air as their scalps went numb. Crack, Yin and Yang Qi flowed around the Yin-Yang saint's body. Instantly, his severed arm grew back. He kept gasping for breath, and his face was ferocious. He wanted to attack again. However, he discovered that the Yin-Yang Valley was enveloped by countless sword lights. For a moment, it was hard for him to break free. As for him, he was once again sent flying by a sword light. Ah, the Yin-Yang saint still wanted to use his trump card, but Lin Xian did not give him the chance. Sword after sword, he swung out in succession. For a time, countless sword lights crisscrossed, forming a sea of swords that enveloped the area. The Yin Yang Saint was forced to retreat continuously. He had no chance to attack again. The armor on his body shattered, and the Yin and Yang energies grew dim. His body split apart, and an arm was hacked off. Not only that, but the next sword strike was even more devastating, directly splitting him in half. Half of his body was completely shattered by the sword light. Buzz, the other half of the Yin Yang Saint's body rushed out. Countless rays of light formed a Yin Yang shield that enveloped him and brought him back. Stay here, 5 elements sword, 5 elements as one. Lin Xian swung his ancient sword, and the 5 elements sword danced in the sky. They quickly combined to form an even sharper divine sword shadow that directly shattered the Yin Yang escape. It even cut the remaining half of the Yin Yang Saint's body in half again. Boom, blood mist exploded. It was a tragic sight. A saint, the Yin Yang sect members screamed. They looked at this scene with despair. Could it be that their holy son had also been killed? The others were also extremely shocked. Those peerless prodigies and powerful cultivators were extremely terrified. Could it be that another saint had died? Boom, whoosh, just as everyone was shocked, a figure appeared in the void in the distance. It was the Yin Yang Saint. At this moment, his face was as pale as paper, without a trace of blood. He looked extremely weak. Boom, with an earth-shattering sound, the Yin Yang drum shattered the sword light that filled the sky. It arrived around the Yin Yang Saint and completely enveloped him. He was not killed. The surrounding people exclaimed. However, the Yin Yang sect martial artists cried out crazily. They were too excited. Their holy son had not been killed, which made them completely relieved. Lin Xian frowned. That was because he was very surprised by this scene. The other party was actually able to survive after such a fierce attack. It was really surprising. Yin Yang Talisman of Life and Death. Yi Wudao said solemnly. Hearing this, many martial artists were puzzled. However, the eyelids of the powerful saints twitched violently. Yin Yang Talisman of Life and Death. Damn it, it's actually that thing. They did not expect the Yin Yang sect to be so cautious this time. Yes, the Yin Yang Saint was really lucky. He actually obtained the Yin Yang Talisman of Life and Death. It seemed that his life was saved this time. What was the Yin Yang Talisman of Life and Death? Lin Xian frowned. It seemed to be a very scary thing. Otherwise, Yi Wudao and the other saints would not be so shocked. Behind them, Xing Tian quickly transmitted his voice. Young master, the Yin Yang Life and Death Talisman is a very scary talisman. It could have been refined by a supreme king or even a saint. It is an exceptional mystique of the Yin Yang sect. It was not an offensive mystique, but a life-saving one. After being refined, it was placed in the Yin Yang saint's body. At a critical moment, it could replace the original body in death. This was equivalent to having another chance to live. Previously, the Yin Yang saint had been able to escape the sword light that filled the sky. It seemed that he had activated the Yin Yang Life and Death Talisman. There was such a magical thing. After hearing this, Lin Xian was very envious. To be able to replace one death. This was an extremely precious item. After all, using this item was equivalent to having a second life. One more life than others. It had to be said that the Yin Yang Saint was really lucky to have such an item on him. Damn brat, I will not let you off. The Yin Yang Saint was trembling with anger. He did not expect the other party to make him use a Yin Yang Life and Death Talisman. This was indeed planted in his body by the Yin Yang sect leader. It was equivalent to having a second life. However, he could not use it on his own. It could only take effect automatically when he was threatened with death. That was why he was still alive. However, this item was extremely rare and was a treasure of heaven and earth. He did not want to waste it like this. He had originally thought that he would use the Yin Yang Life and Death Talisman to save his life when he encountered extreme danger in the ancient tomb. But now, he had used it in advance. Moreover, he had fallen at the hands of a young martial artist like him. The Yin Yang Life and Death Talisman was indeed a good item. Do you have any more on you? Lin Xian sneered and stared coldly at the Yin Yang Saint. Being stared at, the Yin Yang Saint shuddered and almost peed his pants. He did not expect that Lin Fan would dare to attack him. The members of the Yinyang sect also surrounded the Yinyang saint tightly. They were extremely nervous, as if they were facing a formidable enemy. If not for the Yinyang life and death talisman, their saint would have been killed. And now, Lin Xian still wanted to attack. How could they not be nervous? The Yinyang saint's face darkened. He gritted his teeth and said, "Brat, just you wait. I will not let you off." As soon as he finished speaking, he led the Yinyang sect members away without looking back. He even used a secret technique to transform into Yinyang Qi, shattering the void and disappearing. The 5 elements palace, 9 heavens sacred ground, 10,000 thunder sacred ground, Tai dynasty, and Tuoba family were all stunned. The others were also stunned. Their scalps went numb. The Yinyang saint had actually escaped. The Yinyang sect had been defeated. No one could believe it. The Yinyang sect was a powerful sect in Zhongzhou. They were extremely powerful. Together with their Yinyang Qi, they were extremely terrifying. The Yinyang saint was one of the top prodigies of the younger generation. But this terrifying young prodigy had fled. He fled like a stray dog. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would not have believed it. Humph, what a piece of trash. He could not even take a beating. How could he escape so quickly? Lin Xian did not chase after him. He looked at the shattered void in disdain. The other party was no longer a threat to him, so he ignored him. Instead, he turned around and stared at the remaining people. How dare you join forces to assassinate me? Li Yundong thought. Kneel down and accept your death obediently, Lin Xian shouted coldly. His voice was like thunder, exploding in the sky. The martial artists from the Tai dynasty, 5 elements palace, and 10,000 thunder sacred ground who had gone against Lin Xian trembled and almost fell from the sky. Their prodigy elders, on the other hand, looked gloomy. Brat, you are too arrogant. Just then, a ferocious voice rang out. Don't think that you can show off in front of me just because you defeated the Yinyang saint. To be honest, you're still far from it. Now, hand over the ancient Taoist robe obediently, and give me all the resources you've collected. I can only cripple your cultivation and spare your life. Otherwise, if you dare to resist, I'll make sure you lose your life. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was shocked and their scalps went numb. Heavens, who is it? How dare he be so arrogant? Didn't he see that even the Yinyang saint had been struck by the other party? He had almost lost his life here. Now, there was actually someone who dared to provoke Lin Xian. It had to be said that he was truly audacious. However, when they looked up at the figure in the sky, they cried out in surprise. The twin kings of the central state. What? It's him. Was he going to make a move? Everyone was extremely shocked. The central state twin kings were extremely terrifying existences. He was probably even more powerful than the Yinyang saint. Moreover, it was a 2-headed monster. Although it did not possess the power of yin and yang, it possessed the power of light and darkness. When the two completely opposite forces merged together, it would definitely be an extremely terrifying killing move. That's great. If the twin kings of the central state were to make a move, that kid would definitely die. That might not be the case. Don't forget that they had fought before. But that time, the twin kings of the central state had failed. In fact, they were so close to killing each other. Therefore, I think that kid is more powerful. Impossible. Although that kid was powerful, it was absolutely impossible for him to kill the twin kings of the central state. Last time, he had relied on his soul power to launch a surprise attack and cause the twin kings to suffer. Now, with the previous experience, the twin kings of the central state would definitely guard their soul power firmly. Without the soul power attack, that kid would definitely not be a match for the twin kings of the central state. Indeed, I think so too. Discussions broke out. In this battle, they were certain that the twin kings of the central state would win. This was because their reputation in the central state was too strong. Even people like Yi Wu Dao and the great Xia prince did not think that they could win. Not to mention Lin Xian. On the other side, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes as a disdainful smile appeared on his face. I was wondering who it was. So it was you, the 2-headed monster. What, was the lesson I taught you last time not enough? You still dare to provoke me? Do Do you really think that I don't dare to kill you? If you know what's good for you, then get lost and disappear from my sight. Otherwise, I will kill you." At the end of his words, a biting cold killing intent rang out between heaven and earth. It was like a peerless sword light that swept across the world. How terrifying! This Lin Xian was too arrogant. He dared to provoke the twin kings of the central state. Just wait, he will lose without a doubt. Discussions broke out. However, the Crimson Dragon and the others sneered. "Two-headed monster, die for me, you are not a match for Brother Lin Xian. Brother Xian, defeat him." "Ah, you can go to hell for me." The twin kings of the central state went crazy. Their power suddenly erupted. Last time, he had indeed suffered a loss at the hands of the other party. Therefore, this time, he must return the favor. He wanted to kill the other party in front of everyone to prove his strength. Boom, "I represent the gods to punish you." The virtuous one had a merciful expression. Golden light surged from his body, making him look like a Buddha. On the other side, the evil one's black hair danced wildly. Demonic chi surged from his body, making him look like a peerless demon king. Two terrifying auras burst out, sweeping across the world and shattering the surrounding void. Those who were watching the battle frantically retreated to distance themselves. It was too terrifying. It was much more powerful than the Yin Yang Saint's power. It was undeniable that it made people tremble. At this moment, Yi Wudao, Wu Hua, the Alcade Saint, and the others had grave expressions. Morong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu were also worried. Although they had mocked him before, they were still worried for Lin Xian when they felt the power. "Brother Lin Xian, are you alright?" Shen Jingqiu's face was filled with worry. However, the Crimson Dragon laughed. "Don't worry, that kid won't lose so easily." As expected, Lin Xian roared. Sword chi erupted from his body. Sword waves spread out in all directions with him as the center. It collided with the golden light that filled the sky and the terrifying demonic chi. The three forces collided in the air, tearing the void apart. Hundreds of large cracks appeared. Each of them was like a huge canyon. They filled the sky and looked extremely ferocious. The surrounding martial artists were horrified. Just the collision of their auras had caused such a terrifying scene. They wondered what would happen when the two of them fought. It would probably be an earth-shattering battle. Fortunately, this was the tomb of a saint. Even if they fought until the heavens fell and the earth cracked, it was still fine. Even if it was earth-shattering, the saint's ancient tomb would not shatter. Hence, they only needed to distance themselves to a safe distance. Buzz, the three forces collided. After that, Lin Xian made his move. Since the other party was courting death, he would fulfill his wish. His chaotic sky destroyer sword burst out with a terrifying sword light. The Zhongzhou twin kings also roared. The virtuous one waved the celestial treasure wheel while the evil one waved the death scythe. The two of them charged out together. Not only that, but a huge square seal formed above their heads. It shone with thousands of rays of light. It protected their souls. "Brat, we've already protected our souls with our previous experience. You won't be able to break our soul protection. Let's see what you can do without your soul attack." The Zhongzhou twin kings laughed sinisterly as they quickly rushed over. Sure enough, when the surrounding people saw this scene, they cried out in alarm. "Haha, without the soul attack, this brat's strength would be greatly reduced. He wouldn't be a match for the Zhongzhou twin kings. This was for sure. Just wait and see. This time, he's definitely dead." The surrounding people sneered. Lin Xian coldly snorted. The other party was too naive. Did they really think that his strength would be greatly reduced without his soul power? What a joke, his soul power was only his trump card. His true strength wasn't something these people could imagine. In the next moment, he waved his ancient sword. 3 runes unraveled, and a shocking sword light flashed out. Boom, today's collision sounded. The sky fell and the earth cracked. The terrifying power shattered everything in all directions. It even blasted the Zhongzhou twin kings away. What? The Zhongzhou twin kings were blasted away. How was this possible? Everyone was stunned. This was completely different from what they had expected. In their opinion, without his soul power, Lin Xian wouldn't be a match for the twin kings at all. But now, the other party was still incomparably powerful. He directly blasted the Xianxia twin kings away. The twin kings of Central State were also stunned. Their minds went blank. They retreated for a long time before they stopped. Damn it, how could this brat be so strong? Brother, don't be careless. This brat must have obtained some opportunity in this ancient tomb that allowed his cultivation to increase. That's why he could erupt with such power, right? The virtuous one said in a deep voice. The evil child was able to move the demonic energy that filled the sky. He snorted coldly. Damn it, this brat's luck was really good, he actually broke through, but so what? Did he really think that we didn't have any opportunities? Today, we'll let him see how powerful we are, the Xianxia twin kings smiled. They didn't attack again. Instead, they stopped in midair. Soon, light flickered on their bodies. They took out something from their storage rings. It was an array disc with words carved on a stone. It was abnormally old and covered with cracks. 1/3 of the edges had even disappeared. Obviously, this was not the complete thing. However, the Central Province's twin kings were extremely cautious and excited as they held the treasure in their hands. From the looks of it, the value of this stone plate was beyond their imagination. Brat, I'll show you our fortuitous encounter. The two of them grinned and waved their palms, pouring their power into the stone plate. Suddenly, the stone plate trembled, and the patterns on it lit up quickly. It was very mysterious. One rune after another floated out and rotated above them. Wang, an earth-shattering voice rang out as a tall figure walked out from the runes that filled the sky. It was a stone golem. It was 2 meters tall, and its body was filled with the texture of rocks. However, it was full of cracks, and 1/3 of it had even disappeared. Clearly, the degree of damage was the same as the damage to the stone plate. The stone man was summoned by the stone plate. What? Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. What was that? It sounded like the Xianxia twin kings had obtained a treasure from the saint's tomb. But what was the use of this stone man? Attack, or were they puppets? Everyone discussed fervently, but soon, they found out. The stone man should be a kind of attacking puppet. In the sky, the tall stone man's body swayed and directly smashed through the void, instantly arriving in front of Lin Xian. Boom, the stone hand slapped out, forming terrifying black holes one after another, completely enveloping Lin Xian. Lin Xian's body swayed, and he instantly dodged. At the same time, he slashed at the stone man with his sword. Clang, an earth-shattering sound rang out, and sparks flew. However, the stone man was not damaged at all. He only took a few steps back, roared again, and charged forward. What a strong defense! Everyone exclaimed. They had seen how terrifying Lin Xian's sword technique was. He had directly split the yin-yang saint in half with one strike. Even a top-notch saint would have a headache if he saw such sword chi. However, the stone man in front of them. He actually took the strike head-on and was not injured at all. This was really beyond everyone's expectations. Treasure, this was definitely an earth-shattering treasure. This defensive power was even more terrifying than a heaven-grade treasure. No wonder the middle ground twin kings were so excited earlier. They had definitely struck gold. Their luck was too good to be able to find such a treasure in the saint's tomb. Exclamations rang out. Obviously, the stone man's defense was indeed beyond their expectations. Lin Xian also frowned, and his face turned gloomy. What a terrifying defensive power. He knew his own sword technique best. Even a peerless almighty would not dare to take his strike head-on. However, the stone man withstood it. No wonder the middle ground twin kings were so confident. Kid, did you see that? In front of our fortuitous opportunity. Your fortuitous opportunity is nothing at all. In terms of talent, you are no match for us. In terms of fortuitous opportunity, you are no match for us. Therefore, you can die in peace. Is that so? Lin Xian sneered. However, you are too confident. The fortuitous opportunity you are so proud of is nothing at all in front of me. Stubborn fellow, who do you think you are? The stone man's defense is far beyond your imagination. You can't break it at all, the twin kings snorted coldly. Their eyes were filled with disdain because they had tested it before. Even they could not break it. Unless they used a super trump card, it was impossible to kill it. Therefore, they did not believe that the other party could break it so easily. Lin Xian did not say anything. Instead, he stretched out his hand and grabbed a few black bugs. Go, it's time to show your strength. Lin Xian grabbed 5 bugs and threw them out. These bugs danced in the sky and rushed toward the stone man. In an instant, they landed on the honest man. What were those things? The surrounding people were stunned. How many bugs did the other party take out? What kind of joke was that? Was the other party an idiot? How could a few bugs kill such a terrifying stone man? They did not believe it at all. The middle ground twin kings also sneered disdainfully. Kid, it seems that you are really at the end of your rope. In that case, let me finish you off. They controlled the stone plate again and made the stone man attack crazily. However, very soon, the stone men stopped in midair. It was because a small stone had fallen from their bodies. Although it was very small, it still attracted everyone's attention. Especially the middle ground twin kings, their pupils constricted. Damn it, what was going on? Something actually fell down. The evil son was shocked. The virtuous son said, "Brother, don't worry, it must be something else. How could this stone man be damaged?" The evil son's expression returned to normal and he snorted coldly again. However, not long after, a few more small stones fell. Moreover, the stone man's movement in front of him became slower. In fact, a crack appeared on his body. A crack that should not have appeared. Damn it, the stone man was injured. This time, it wasn't just the twin kings. The other chosen powerhouses had also witnessed this scene. They were stunned. What was going on? Such a powerful stone man and peerless sword chi could not break it. At this moment, it was actually damaged. Damn it, it had something to do with that bug. What kind of bug was that? It was so terrifying. They were extremely puzzled. Damn it, aren't those black bugs similar to the metal-devouring bugs? Some powerhouses exclaimed. What? Are you talking about the bugs that were created with the dark night gold in the cave? The others also came back to their senses. They looked carefully and exclaimed in surprise. Damn it, it's really them. They thought that they looked familiar, but they did not think that way. That was because they had suppressed some of those bugs in their sacred grounds. However, they did not dare to use them. Those bugs contained the will of the saints, which was extremely terrifying. They did not dare to use them now. They could only use them after the elders of their sacred grounds refined them. But now, the other party had taken out a few black bugs. Was he not afraid that the will of the saints would leak out and cause some unforeseen events? No, damn it, the stone golem had blasted those bugs away many times. Those bugs all flew back to attack the stone golem. That shouldn't be. Those bugs attacked indiscriminately. Why are they only attacking the stone golem this time? Just as they were feeling puzzled, the stone golem in front of them shattered again, and a few holes appeared on its body. There was also a hole in between his eyebrows, so he stopped in midair. What happened? Why isn't it moving? Everyone was surprised again. Lin Xian, on the other hand, smiled. It seemed that he had indeed destroyed the stone golem. Not only did he have the black bugs, but he also had the heavenly secret divine eye. He discovered that there was a rune in the stone golem's head. Therefore, he asked the black bugs to bite the rune. As expected, the stone golem in front of him. It stopped moving. Damn it. Move. The middle crease twin kings roared like they had gone mad. However, no matter how they tried to control it, the stone golem seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep and stopped moving. It had truly turned into a statue. Come back. Lin Xian waved his hand, and all the black bugs returned to his side as he put them away. Seeing that scene, everyone went crazy. Damn it, what did that kid do? He actually recalled the black bugs so easily? Oh my god, why do I feel that he can control those black bugs? One of the saints screamed. When the others heard that, they were even more terrified. Nonsense, how can he control them? That's right, those black bugs contain the will of the saints. He can't erase it at all. Don't scare us. Voices rang out one after another. Clearly, no one dared to believe this fact. Lin Xian did not explain. He wanted to be mysterious, because only then would the saints and powerhouses fear him. At that moment, everyone's gaze to Lin Xian changed. Damn it, this brat is too freaky. First, there was the terrifying soul power, and then there was the peerless sword art. Now, there was the black bug. He can even control them. Who is this kid? Why do I feel that the twin kings of the central prefecture are in danger this time? Don't speak nonsense. Although the stone man was damaged, the central state twin kings were not injured. The saints is T.S. Haven't you noticed? Ever since this kid appeared, he hasn't lost a single battle. Whether it was the 5 elements Saint Sun, the 10,000 thunder Saint Sun, the Yin Yang Saint Sun, or the twin kings this time. Every opponent is getting stronger and stronger, but he's also getting stronger and has more and more trump cards. He's like a bottomless pit, able to defeat all the powerhouses and remain invincible. Is this true? Everyone was horrified. They thought about it carefully and found that it was true. Ever since I met him, he's never been defeated. Oh my God, he's a great emperor. An old man exclaimed, and the others all turned their heads to look. It was rumored that when the great emperor was young, he was invincible among his peers and had never been defeated. It was common for him to kill enemies above his level. Only by defeating all the powerhouses in the world can one become a great emperor. The kid in front of me seems to be on the path of an ancient great emperor. The saint of all beginnings said in a deep voice. Ancient great emperor. These 4 words were like a mountain, pressuring people to the point that they couldn't breathe. All the saints and saintesses were silent. They stared at Lin Xian, and a cold light flashed in their eyes. Each of them looked as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Because as top prodigies and peerless geniuses, their goal was to become the saint lords of their respective sacred lands. There was an even more ambitious goal, which was to become a great emperor. Only by becoming a great emperor could one rule the world and be qualified to enter the legendary immortal realm. Only then could one be qualified to become an immortal. They had been working tirelessly for this goal. But now, there was a person walking ahead of them. The other party had already shown the aptitude and demeanor of a young great emperor, which made them extremely vigilant. On the road to becoming a great emperor, everyone was an enemy. The twin kings of Xianxia also understood this truth. Therefore, they didn't hold back at all. They exerted all their strength and attacked. This was an extremely exciting battle. The two fought until the sky fell and the earth cracked, and the sun and moon dimmed. Countless rays of light shone in the sky, and cracks spread in all directions. The monstrous sea of blood surged and dyed the entire sky red. The ancient dragon abyss sword crossed the sky, and every time it slashed down, it was accompanied by a shocking dragon roar. On the opposite side, the celestial treasure wheel and the death scythe were becoming more and more terrifying. They evolved magical powers all over the sky to contend with the biting cold sword chi in the sky. Buzz, the shockwave of the shocking attack spread out in all directions. Suddenly, the sky fell and the earth cracked. Many experts didn't have time to retreat and were directly sent flying by the shockwave. The other saints and experts' faces changed. It was too terrifying. Just the shockwave alone was so powerful that it shocked them greatly. The others retreated crazily, and no longer dared to move forward. Lin Xian also frowned. He had to admit that the twin kings of Xianxia were indeed terrifying. They were indeed powerful to be able to dominate Xianxia for so many years. If he didn't have the great dragon sword soul to display his super powerful combat strength, it would be difficult for him to fight until now. After all, it was as if he was fighting two saints by himself. Boom! Boom! In the sky, there was another collision of ultimate skills. The power of light and darkness rushed toward Lin Xian together. Lin Xian used 4 killer moves to contend with it. Puff, the twin kings of Xianxia vomited blood and retreated. Lin Xian also kept retreating. His robe was dyed red with blood. The collision of magical powers caused both of them to be injured. Buzz, in the sky, Lin Xian stopped and channeled the longevity incantation. The energy in his body surged, and the light on his body circulated quickly, forming a dragon-shaped shadow that wrapped around him. The giant dragon opened its mouth and roared. The dragon sucked hard, and the spiritual chi of heaven and earth in all directions was sucked into its body and poured into Lin Xian's body. Lin Xian channeled the longevity incantation and used the energy to repair his body. On the other side, the twin kings of Xianxia were also roaring. The golden light on their bodies and the monstrous demonic qi kept rolling, repairing their injuries. Kid, I have to admit that you are strong and are our opponent. No one has been able to fight with us for so long. You are the first. However, this is the end. Next, I will let you know what true despair is, the twin kings of Xianxia said coldly. Boom, Xianxia's twin kings roared, and a bronze chariot rushed out from between his eyebrows. Light swirled on the chariot, and sinister heads were carved on it. It was very mysterious. The bronze chariot emitted an unparalleled power, shattering the void and causing the surrounding people to tremble. Heaven-grade treasure, many people exclaimed. The saints' pupils shrank because they could feel that this was not an ordinary heaven-grade treasure. It might be a mid-grade heaven-grade treasure. At this level, it was definitely a powerful weapon. It could wipe out an area. If it was controlled by a top almighty, it would be extremely terrifying. Everyone was shocked. They did not expect Xianxia's twin kings to have a mid-grade heaven-grade treasure. Lin Xian also frowned. He knew the power of a mid-grade heaven-grade treasure. The ancient Taoist robe on his body was a mid-grade heaven-grade treasure. He did not expect the other party to have one as well. But so what? Even if the other party had a mid-grade heaven-grade treasure, he was not afraid. Humph, Lin Xian snorted coldly. The ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand bloomed with a brilliant light. It was an ancient treasure and a heaven-grade treasure. Its grade was unknown. But it obviously surpassed a mid-grade heaven-grade treasure. The crimson dragon sealed it with 9 seals. At this moment, Lin Xian had already broken 3 seals. But now, he had broken another one. The 4th seal was opened. Boom. Boom, boom. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Sword chi swept across the world, shattering the void. The surrounding warriors' faces all changed. Damn it, the long sword in the kid's hand is also a treasure. Looking at its power, it was no weaker than a mid-grade heaven-grade treasure. The battle between 2 mid-grade heaven-grade treasures was absolutely terrifying and destructive. If it were not for the saint's tomb, this attack would have completely collapsed the area within a radius of 1,000,000 miles. However, the saint's tomb had completely suppressed this power. The internal space was blasted into smithereens. Not only that, but outside the saint's tomb, countless large cracks appeared and spread out in all directions within a radius of 1,000,000 miles. The plains and earth that had been there before had turned into huge canyons that were tens of thousands of feet tall. Damn it! Retreat. In the ancient tomb, the holy sons, holy daughters, and other experts retreated one after another. Leaf Dao Denier, Sage Sun Alcade, and the Crown Prince of the Grand Xia all unleashed their power. Humph, in the sky, the bronze chariot continued to expand until it was about 10 meters tall. There were ferocious heads on them. If one looked carefully, they were all ferocious beasts of the world. Among them, there were 4 heads that were the most terrifying. They were scattered around the bronze chariot. This bronze chariot was also known as the 4-beast chariot. The central state twin kings stood on the 4-beast chariot, holding the celestial treasure wheel and the death scythe in their hands. Their eyes shone with cold light. His powerful aura suppressed the surroundings. Kid, I admit that you're very powerful, but in front of our trump cards, you don't have any power to resist at all. Kneel down and accept your death obediently, and I can give you a quick death. The central state twin kings looked down like immortal kings, making people look up to them. Humph, you want me to admit defeat with a mere mid-grade heaven step artifact? You're really too naive. If you have any tricks up your sleeves, just use them. Lin Xian snorted disdainfully. You'll see. Since you don't know what's good for you, I'll fulfill your wish. The central state twin kings waved their palms. Tens of thousands of rays of light bloomed, and the 4 ferocious heads seemed to have come to life, roaring one after another. The 4 heads spewed out countless rays of light, each of which could kill a peerless powerhouse. It could be said that it was extremely dangerous. Kill. Lin Xian held the ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand and cooperated with the great dragon sword soul to attack. The 2 of them fought again. The celestial treasure wheel, the death scythe, the boundless demonic qi, and the sky full of golden light shone in the sky. At the same time, Lin Xian used the power of 5 elements and the chaos sword technique. There were dragon roars and sword cries, and all kinds of unique skills emerged one after another. Both of them used powerful attacks and trump cards. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. The great dragon sword soul in his body continued to rise, and dragon roars and sword cries rang out. This time, he wanted to kill the Central State Twin Kings once and for all. He would not let the other party escape. He knew that this was a peerless enemy. Not only was he strong and talented, but he also had great opportunities. If he let the other party continue to grow, it would be troublesome for him in the future. It was better to take advantage of this opportunity to kill him completely. The Central State Twin Kings had the same plan. They drove the 4-beast chariot and attacked crazily. Lin Xian waved the ancient dragon sword, which turned into a giant dragon-shaped sword that was 100 feet long, and pressed down mercilessly. Sword after sword collided fiercely with the 4-beast chariot. Boom! Boom! After dozens of sword strikes, the 4-beast chariot kept retreating, and the Central State Twin Kings also vomited blood. Their bodies were dyed red. Even if they were strong, even if they had the 4-beast chariot, they still could not resist. No way, that kid is so strong. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw the scene. Originally, they thought that the Central State Twin Kings would win. But they did not expect that the two sides were locked in a fierce battle. When the Twin Kings took out their mid-grade heaven-class artifacts, they thought that there was no suspense in this battle. However, things went beyond their expectations again. The Twin Kings were the first to be injured, and the other party was getting stronger and stronger. After the Twin Kings became angry, the good one kept driving the 4-beast chariot, while the evil one spat out a black saber. The saber was broken in half, and it emitted a terrifying murderous aura. As soon as it appeared, it shattered the void. It was another mid-grade heaven-class artifact, but it was a broken mid-grade heaven-class artifact. Everyone exclaimed. They did not expect the Twin Kings to have such a terrifying trump card. It's useless. It's just a broken mid-grade heaven-class artifact. Even if you use it, it won't be a threat to me. Lin Xian's ancient Taoist robe burned, forming a strong defense. The ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand was even more powerful. Every strike tore the world apart. Boom! Boom! The Twin Kings vomited blood again. Indeed, even if he took out the black saber again, he would not be able to resist. Lin Xian was too strong. The ancient dragon sword was mysterious and unpredictable, and the great dragon sword spirit was an offensive saint technique. Therefore, the Twin Kings were defeated in this battle. The Twin Kings roared angrily and turned to escape. The 4-beast chariot bloomed with incomparable light. It was about to rush into the sky. Buzz! Lin Xian raised his hand and struck out the 5 elements sword. It turned into a cage, suppressing heaven and earth, blocking the Twin Kings' path. Want to leave? It was impossible. Today, you will stay here. Lin Xian's voice was cold. His body was full of murderous aura. He held the killing sword in his hand and strode forward. Damn kid, don't go too far. The Twin Kings roared angrily. He did not expect that the other party would dare to block his path. It was really hateful. Lin Xian sneered. What, you're allowed to bring people to kill me, but I'm not allowed to fight back. You're too naive. If you don't pay a price today, don't think about leaving. Damn it, I'll fight you to the death. Zhongzhou's Twin Kings turned around and charged. He did not believe that his opponent could hurt him again. He guessed that his opponent must not have much strength left after fighting for so long. However, he soon screamed in agony. He realized that his opponent's sword chi had not weakened. In fact, it had become even sharper. Damn it, how is that possible? How can he be so powerful? He should have been exhausted long ago. He was not the only one. Everyone around him was stunned. How can his opponent's strength be endless? Damn it, this kid has so many treasures. He must have secretly taken them. That was the only explanation that could make them feel at ease. On the other side, Zhongzhou's Twin King's body was riddled with wounds. More than half of his bones were broken. He also swallowed treasures and large drops of spiritual liquid to recover instantly. Kill. After another earth-shattering battle, Xianxia's twin kings was injured again. This time, his injuries were even more serious. It had even damaged his origin. Therefore, although consuming treasures and spiritual herbs could help his body recover, his combat strength was weaker than before. He could only use about 80% of his previous power. That put him at an even greater disadvantage. However, he realized that Lin Xian's combat strength had also weakened. After fighting for such a long time, he finally realized that his opponent was not invincible. His strength would also weaken. When the other saints and elders saw that, they also heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, their opponent would also be exhausted. Otherwise, they would have thought that their opponent was a monster. Lin Xian sneered. So what if my strength has weakened? I'm more than enough to kill you. Lin Xian held the killing sword in his hand and walked forward step by step. The power of the five elements surrounded him, suppressing heaven and earth, blocking Xianxia's twin kings' path. With Lin Xian in front of him, Xianxia's twin kings had no way out. Brother twin kings, do you need my help? Just when everyone thought that Xianxia's twin kings were dead for sure, a cold voice suddenly came from afar. It was a woman's voice. It was very pleasant, but there was no emotion in it. Her voice came from afar and clearly reached everyone's ears. One could imagine that the person who spoke was definitely a top expert. Lin Xian also frowned. He stood in the void and turned his head to look into the distance. In the distance, a woman in white walked over. She was extremely beautiful and her black hair fluttered in the wind. However, there was a domineering look in her eyes. It was rare to see such an expression in a woman's eyes. Therefore, when Lin Xian saw it, he was stunned. Who are you? Lin Xian asked coldly. You don't deserve to know who I am. The woman in white looked proud. She looked disdainfully at the sky and said coldly. You can leave now. Remember, this is me sparing your life. Hurry up and thank him and leave, what? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. The holy sons and holy daughters also frowned. Who was this person? How arrogant, how dare he say such things to Lin Xian? Their understanding of Lin Xian was now different from before. Previously, they had thought that the other party was just an ant that was not worth mentioning. However, after this trip to the ancient tomb, they knew that their previous thinking was completely wrong. The other party wasn't an ant at all, but a dragon, a demon, a killing god. He had killed the five elements saint and a few other saints, and even slashed the yin-yang saint. Finally, he defeated the middle state twin kings. Every single one of his achievements was an existence that could shock and awe everyone. Such a person could be said to be extremely terrifying. Now, the other holy sons and holy daughters dared not provoke him unless they had no other choice. However, there was someone who dared to speak to him in such a manner. Did he not want to live anymore, or rather, what kind of mysterious background did he have? Lin Xian also frowned. The other party's arrogant attitude made him very unhappy. The middle state twin kings looked up to the sky and laughed. Ha 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 ha. Brat, continue being arrogant. Come and kill me again, just you wait. Wait until I leave and recover from my injuries. One day, I will trample you under my feet. I will return all the humiliation I suffered today. The middle state twin kings were really mad. Ever since he started his cultivation, he had never been defeated. Not to mention that he had severely injured a cripple and almost killed him. Therefore, he swore that he would not let the other party off. Do you think that a woman can protect you? Lin Xian sneered, and the murderous intent in his eyes exploded again. Like a violent storm, it swept in all directions. Lin Xian, I admit that you are very strong, but this time, you can't do anything to me. The middle state twin kings were not afraid in the face of such a terrifying murderous intent. Instead, they sneered. What? What did you say his name was? The woman in white turned her head and frowned. His name was Lin Xian, the master of the immortal palace. The middle state twin kings gritted their teeth and said again. Lin Xian? The Lin Xian who killed General Xianning? The woman in white asked. Yes, it was him, he was the one who killed our General Xianning. The people of the Tai dynasty screamed. Fairy, avenge us, that brat also killed our prince. the people of the Tai dynasty screamed crazily. However, just as they screamed, a scream came from afar. Immediately, everyone turned their heads to look. They all went crazy when they saw that. The people of the Tai dynasty had a mental breakdown. Their royal elder was torn in half by the blood-winged Bat King, and half of his body was swallowed. The other half of his body exploded into a bloody mist. He was killed. Their imperial family elder had also been killed. The warriors of the Tai dynasty screamed crazily. "Fairy, avenge us, Lin Xian?" "Very well, I'm looking for you. I didn't expect you to be here." It was really a case of traveling far and wide looking for something, only to find it without any effort. The woman in white sneered. Lin Xian frowned. "Looking for me? Who are you?" "Why are you looking for me?" He did not know the woman in front of him, nor did he know who she was. He originally thought that she was just passing by and came to save the Middle State Twin Kings. Who would have thought that it was not the case? "I am the war concubine of the war tribe." The woman in white's voice was sonorous. When she spoke, it was like thunder, shattering the world in all directions. War tribe, war concubine, heavens, she was actually from the war tribe. Everyone was shocked. Even Lin Xian frowned. He did not expect that the woman in white was actually from the war tribe. He was no stranger to the war tribe. He had once killed the young prodigy of the war tribe, the Golden Lion King. He had also fought with the peerless powerhouse of the war tribe, Zhang Wuhan. He had a deep understanding of the power of the war tribe. He did not expect that the woman in front of him was also from the war tribe. She should be a genius of the war tribe. However, so what? Lin Xian snorted coldly and pointed his sword forward. "So it's the people of the war tribe. Why? Are you going to die again? How dare you? Who do you think you are? How dare you threaten the war tribe? War concubines can drink. You don't have to yell at me. Your battle tribe's genius, the Golden Lion King, was killed by me. Do you think you're stronger than the Golden Lion King?" As soon as these words came out, the sky changed color. The surrounding experts exclaimed. They had long heard of this battle. They originally thought it was just a legend. But now, they didn't expect to hear it from Lin Xian's mouth again. It seemed that this legend was probably true. This kid not only provoked the Tai dynasty, Five Elements Palace, and other holy lands, but also an ancient family like the Battle Tribe. God, did he not want to live anymore? "I don't care what battle concubine you are. Since you provoked me today, I'll make you a dead concubine." Lin Xian's voice was cold. Lin Xian's attitude. It shocked everyone. It seemed that this kid was still as arrogant as ever. It wasn't because the other party was an ancient family. It was because of fear. The Middle State Twin Kings laughed. It seemed that he didn't need to instigate the two sides to fight. Moreover, it was the kind that would fight to the death. Thinking of this, he quickly retreated, activated the four-beast chariot, broke the Five Elements seal, and then fled into the distance. "Humph," Lin Xian coldly snorted, waved his hand, and stretched out, wanting to block the Middle State Twin Kings. Clang, in midair, a sonorous sound rang out, and the green palm was blocked. "Your opponent now is me." The battle concubine's voice was cold as she blocked Lin Xian's path. "Get lost," Lin Xian coldly shouted and punched out. With a bang, the starry sky shattered. The battle concubine's body emitted a dazzling light, forming a resplendent armor that covered her delicate body. At the same time, he waved his hand, and a golden halberd appeared in his hand. It gently slid, piercing through the void in front of him. A peerlessly beautiful woman holding a gigantic halberd. This scene truly gave people a feeling of extreme shock and awe. "Kid, you dare to offend my battle tribe. Now go to hell and repent." The battle concubine waved the halberd in her hand and slashed forward. A huge golden light fell from the sky like a waterfall. How terrifying! This battle concubine was indeed terrifying. Heavens, are all the people from the war race this terrifying? First, it was the Golden Lion King. Now, a battle concubine appeared. I suspect that any random youngster from their war race would be able to suppress a region. Countless martial artists were frightened and envious. But they knew it was useless. They couldn't be envious. The war race had been passed down since ancient times, and could even be traced back to an even more ancient era. They were a race that was born for war, and they had a terrifying bloodline power in their bodies. He was born with a powerful combat strength. In addition to the war clan's abundant resources, the martial artists of the war clan would often reveal their talents in their youth and become proud sons of heaven. Looking at it now, it was indeed extraordinary. At the very least, this Xianxia was definitely not weaker than a holy son. In fact, she was even stronger than an ordinary holy son. Wang, however, so what if he was strong? Lin Xian snorted coldly. He waved the dragon abyss valley sword and slashed towards the sky. When it collided with the halberd, a shocking sound rang out. It was as if hundreds of thousands of golden lightning bolts were about to fall together. The war race had already become a legend. You shouldn't have appeared, go back to your tribe and live a peaceful life, the battle outside no longer belongs to you. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous and filled with incomparable confidence. Pung pung pung, the Xianxia was forced back. The armor on her body flickered with light, neutralizing the force. Then, it stopped in the void. A shocking glow burst out from her beautiful eyes, like two suns, growing stronger and stronger. Doesn't belong to us, kid, I have to say that you are too arrogant or too ignorant. When my war race ruled the world, you hadn't appeared yet, history is rolling, and there will always be powerful beings that disappear, and there will also be rising talents that stand at the top of the common people. Your war race will still become history. Now, this world belongs to us, the future also belongs to us. The sword intent on Lin Xian's body became stronger and stronger. An extremely terrifying dragon roar and sword cry sounded. At this moment, he was like a peerless sword god. Belongs to you? What a joke, the Xianxia snorted disdainfully. The other holy sons and holy daughters in the distance also had cold expressions. The other party was not a great emperor yet, but he said such arrogant words. He really didn't know life from death. Since ancient times, how many brilliant geniuses, how many powerhouses that shocked the past and present, but in the end, how many great emperors appeared, too many heaven's chosen experts, shining stars, had fallen in the passage of time. Without reaching the final step, no one dared to say that they were invincible. But now, Lin Xian had actually said such words. They couldn't help but be shocked. Ignorant kid, next, I will let you see the true power of my war race. The Xianxia's voice was ice cold. On her body, mysterious runes appeared one after another, starting to circulate. A blood-colored aura wrapped around her. Bloodline power, this was the war race's bloodline power. In the distance, a holy son cried out in surprise. The other martial artists also cried out in surprise. They looked ahead, their bodies trembling, feeling as if the blood in their bodies was about to coagulate. They even had a feeling of wanting to kneel down and worship that beautiful figure in front of them. Bloodline suppression, this was absolute bloodline power. Some elders cried out in surprise, roaring like crazy, carrying out resistance. Those who were weak retreated frantically. Humph, Yi Wudao coldly snorted, golden light circulating around his body like a war god. He also activated the Yi family's bloodline power. Immediately, the war race's bloodline suppression was neutralized. Behind him, the demon imperial palace's Yan Ruyu's eyes also circulated, her body instantly recovering. One could imagine that Yan Ruyu's bloodline power was definitely not weaker than Yi Wudao's. But as for what it was, probably no one knew. Besides them, Hu Tiandu, Wu Hua, the crown prince, Gu Santong, Morong Qingqing, Shen Jingqiu, and the others also circulated their bloodline power. They resisted. At this moment, the holy sons and geniuses with bloodline power used all kinds of methods. As for those without bloodline power, or those with weak bloodline power, they could only retreat. Or, they could use artifacts to defend. Just because the other party had activated their bloodline power and hadn't used any major methods, it created such a terrifying scene. One had to admit that the war race's bloodline power was too terrifying. Even after endless years, after countless generations of inheritance, it still had such power. They didn't dare to imagine how terrifying the first-generation war god old ancestor would have been. He probably wouldn't be weaker than the ancient emperors. Or, it was possible that the war race old ancestor was an ancient emperor. However, the war race had existed for too long. They didn't have any information about the war race old ancestor. But, for the other party to be able to pass down his bloodline for so many years, he was definitely an earth-shattering character. Lin Xian also felt an immense pressure. In fact, the pressure he felt was even stronger than the other holy sons and holy daughters. That was because he didn't have bloodline power. Seeing Lin Xian's body tremble, Zhang Ji revealed a disdainful sneer in the distance. "Kid, did you see that? I've only activated my bloodline power and you're already trembling. What else do you have to fight against me? A mortal like you can't even withstand a single blow from my war tribe's bloodline. Now, kneel down obediently and accept your death." Zhang Ji's voice was cold. In the distance, Zhongzhou's twin kings, Taiyu dynasty, and Five Elements Palace all smiled sinisterly. It seemed that there was no suspense in this battle. This was because they had never seen Lin Xian use his bloodline power before. Thinking about it, he shouldn't have any powerful bloodline. In that case, he wouldn't be able to fight against the war tribe's bloodline power. Bloodline power? It was indeed very powerful, Lin Xian said in a deep voice. But you don't have anything to be proud of. This bloodline power was passed down to you by your ancestors. Even if it's glorious, it's your ancestors' glory, not yours. I don't understand. What do you have to be proud of? Besides, do you think you're invincible just because you have the bloodline power? Today, I'll let you know that even without the bloodline power, I can still beat you up. The sword chi on Lin Xian's body became brighter and brighter. Ignorant kid, you'll regret it soon, Zhang Ji's voice was cold. She didn't say anything else, and the blood-red light on her body became stronger and stronger. Mysterious runes revolved around her body. The aura on her body was much stronger than before. One could imagine that her strength had also increased by several times. Humph, seeing this scene, Lin Xian made his move. He wouldn't let his opponent's strength continue to increase. Using the demigods and semi-devils, Lin Xian rushed forward like lightning. At the same time, he waved the ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand and slashed forward. Boom, the sky trembled and exploded. Zhang Ji also made her move. She waved her halberd, drawing out streaks of golden light in the sky to block the opponent's sword chi. She couldn't get close. Kill, with a soft shout, the bloodline power on Zhang Ji's body became dazzling. Countless runes flickered, providing her with powerful strength. Boom, the heavenly halberd was swung, transforming into a terrifying golden demonic mountain that descended from the sky, causing the dragon origin sword to tremble continuously. How terrifying! Was this the power of the battle clan's bloodline? It was actually able to raise the opponent's combat strength to such a high level. The surrounding cultivators were all trembling in fear. Even Yi Wudao, Wu Hua, and the others wore dignified expressions. This Zhang Ji was definitely a super strong opponent. If they were to encounter him, they would probably have to go all out to deal with him. This combat concubine was too powerful. That brat might not be able to resist her. Indeed, he was too arrogant. He had underestimated the power of his bloodline. This was especially true for the war race, a race that had been passed down since ancient times. His strength and foundation were absolutely terrifying. Furthermore, from the looks of it, this war concubine's bloodline power was extremely pure. Likely, it was rare even in the war race. Sounds of discussion rang out one after another. The majority of the people were talking about the battle clan's bloodline power. Older brother Xian, Lin Xian Gij, in the distance, on the other side, Morong Qingqing and Xianxia were also extremely nervous. Morong Qingqing's body flickered with light as countless petals danced in the air. A green lotus platform revolved beneath her feet. There were also mysterious crimson runes on her body. It was obvious that Morong Qingqing had also activated her bloodline power. On the other side, Xianxia was the same. However, both of them were extremely nervous. In fact, they couldn't help but want to make a move. The Crimson Dragon said solemnly. "Don't worry, just watch the battle quietly. That brat won't lose so easily." Indeed, among these people, Morong Qingqing and Xianxia weren't the ones who understood Lin Xian's strength the most. It was the Crimson Dragon who had grown up with Lin Xian. Therefore, the Crimson Dragon was the least of his worries. At the very least, he knew that Lin Xian wouldn't lose so easily. Buzz buzz buzz, Lin Xian was pushed back. The dragon source sword roared, his arms trembled, and the blood in his body surged. His body almost split open. How terrifying. Is this the bloodline power of the battle tribe? It's indeed powerful. His expression was extremely solemn as a trace of golden light appeared in his eyes. At the same time, the great dragon sword soul in his body roared continuously. He's indeed a powerful opponent. However, this time, he should be able to make me go all out. Lin Xian felt his blood boiling. He wasn't afraid. Instead, he was excited. After all, it wasn't easy to find a powerful opponent and fight to your heart's content. Now, he had finally found one. Very good. The bloodline power of the battle tribe is very powerful. It's worth it for me to go all out. Lin Xian waved his arm and circulated the energy in his body to get rid of the numbness. At the same time, terrifying sword chi burst out from his body. His combat strength increased once again. A dragon-shaped shadow appeared on his body and roared. What? Hearing Lin Xian's words, the surrounding people were shocked. What did he mean by it was worth it for him to go all out? Could it be that he didn't use his full strength previously? How was that possible? No one believed it. They didn't believe it and thought that he was putting on a show. However, when they sensed that Lin Xian's sword chi had become stronger again, they were all stunned. Their bodies trembled as they knelt on the ground. His strength had actually increased, damn it. How was that possible? Could it be that he really didn't use his full strength previously? I don't believe it. He didn't use his full strength and he killed the Yin-Yang Saint. He defeated the twin kings of Middle State. Just what level had this brat's true strength reached? Screams rang out as everyone looked at Lin Xian as if they were looking at a super monster. Zhang Ji also frowned. Lin Xian didn't run away in fear. Instead, he became more courageous and even said more arrogant words. Used his full strength? Humph. Don't try to be mysterious. You must have used a secret technique to burn your spiritual power or blood to temporarily obtain this powerful strength. That's an unorthodox technique that can temporarily increase one's strength. However, the aftereffects are huge. Compared to our bloodline power, it's a far cry. Zhang Ji's face was full of disdain. In her opinion, Lin Xian had used such a self-damaging method to increase his strength again. How could such a method be able to contend against the power of her bloodline? More importantly, her bloodline power had endless uses. It was definitely not something that Lin Xian could imagine. As expected, the void trembled. Countless blood-colored runes circled around Zhang Ji's body as if a blood-colored armor was draped over her body. The sky halberd in his hand seemed to be covered by a layer of blood-colored light. Kill! With a furious roar, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Everyone retreated again. The terrifying sky halberd was like a blood-colored dragon that charged toward Lin Xian. Roar! An earth-shattering dragon roar rang out. The 9 heavens and 10 lands shook. Countless sword chi intertwined to form a sword diagram that enveloped Lin Xian. A huge dragon-shaped shadow spread out from Lin Xian's body and enveloped him. Boom boom boom, in the sky piercer received a shock and even trembled before flying back with a bang. What? So powerful, everyone was stunned as they looked at Lin Xian with their mouths agape. What was that? Dragon, damn it, why do I feel that the aura of the dragon on this kid is even stronger than those geniuses of the royal family? Damn it, could it be that he has the bloodline of the dragon? When this thought came out, it gave them a fright. Everyone hurriedly shook their heads. Don't joke around, how could he have the bloodline of the dragon race? That's right, the dragon is a legendary divine beast, and it's not certain if it exists. Indeed, the powerful beasts and mutants that have been discovered so far are all related to the dragon, or their descendants are related to the bloodline. But no one has ever seen a real dragon. Although this kid doesn't have the power of the bloodline, I think he should have something else. Otherwise, it's impossible for him to be so powerful. Sounds of discussion could be heard as the saints and experts in the surroundings discussed intensely. In the distance, the people of the Demon Imperial Palace were also extremely shocked. Many of them even trembled, and the blood in their bodies seemed to be condensed. Although they were all mutants and had the power of the bloodline, they usually roared in all directions. But now, they discovered that their bloodline power actually wanted to submit to the other party. What was going on? Could it be that the other party really had the bloodline of the dragon race? But the other party was clearly just a human, they couldn't understand. Huatiandu's face was also gloomy. He also activated his bloodline power to resist the pressure coming from the front. Yan Ruyu's eyes flickered as she looked forward. In front of her, there was a green lotus swaying gently, enveloping her. Kill! With a furious roar, Lin Xian attacked. Countless dragon-shaped sword chi wrapped around the ancient sword and slashed forward, directly shattering the void and destroying the blood-colored light. Boom! The Zhangji was blasted back, smashing through the void. However, the blood-colored patterns on her body became even more resplendent, releasing a terrifying pressure. In fact, countless blood-colored runes condensed behind her, forming a hazy blood-colored figure. The moment this figure appeared, it directly shattered the 9 heavens and 10 lands. A terrifying force surged over like thousands of waves. Bang bang bang, many martial artists vomited blood as they were sent flying. Their faces were filled with horror. What was a blood-red figure? Bloodline atavism, oh heavens, this war concubine is so terrifying, to be able to achieve ancestral awakening, an elder screamed. Leaf Dao Denier, No Flower, Gu Santong, and the others all wore grave expressions. They were all possessors of bloodline power. Naturally, they knew the use and origin of bloodline power. Bloodline atavism was an extremely frightening and terrifying thing. This meant that the other party either had extraordinary talent or was born with exceptionally pure bloodline power. Normally, only those of the direct bloodline would appear. Of course, the other branch bloodlines would also appear, but the chances were much lower than the direct bloodline. The other was the evolution of one's bloodline. In other words, he would not be able to reach ancestral awakening in the beginning and would only have ordinary bloodline power. However, by relying on various opportunities and their own strength, they were able to evolve their bloodline power and reach the level of ancestral awakening. Regardless of which it was, ancestral awakening was definitely an incredible thing. The so-called bloodline power was actually a type of inheritance. When the ancestor of a family reached a cultivation level that could pierce through the heavens and earth, he would change his body and blood, and then pass down this power through his descendants. Generally speaking, the stronger one was, the more powerful the bloodline power passed down. However, as time passed, the effect of the power of the bloodline became lesser and lesser. However, if someone in the family broke through again and reached the level of a sage, the bloodline power could be strengthened again and continue to be passed down. Within the bloodline power, there were remnants of the ancestor's bloodline. If one used a special method to activate it, it could form a phantom that borrowed the ancestor's power. This was the origin of the blood-red figure behind the war concubine. This blood-red figure should be one of the ancestors of the war tribe. However, whether or not it was the first ancestor, they did not know. However, even if it wasn't the first ancestor, it should be an extremely terrifying existence. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to manifest. As expected, when the blood-red figure appeared, the expressions of everyone around changed. Even Lin Xian frowned. He felt a strong sense of danger. The threat that the blood-red figure posed to him was too great. Buzz, as soon as the blood-red figure appeared, he raised his hand and slapped out. The endless void shattered, and a blurry blood-red palm descended from the sky. Boom, the space in front of him instantly shattered. Lin Xian used the demigods and semi-devils and quickly dodged. The ancient Taoist robe on his body burned. At the same time, he crazily slashed out dozens of sword lights. However, he was still sent flying. In an instant, all of the sword chi was destroyed. Even the ancient Taoist robe was suppressed. Lin Xian vomited large mouthfuls of blood, and more than half of the bones in his body were broken. However, in the end, he managed to dodge and was not killed. He was injured. That kid was seriously injured, countless people exclaimed. Heavens, the blood-red figure was too terrifying. Lin Xian was so powerful that he could kill many saints, but he couldn't block a single palm from the blood-red figure. If it wasn't for the fact that the other party was fast enough, his body and soul would have been destroyed by that palm. At this moment, countless people looked at the blood-red figure and trembled. That's great, the people of the Tai dynasty and the Five Elements Palace laughed sinisterly. In the distance, the twin kings of Middle Ground also grinned, revealing a cruel smile. Humph, kid, let's see how you die this time, Brother Lin is probably in danger. Yi Wudao also said in a deep voice. At the side, Wu Hua also had a serious expression. The Prince of Great Xia, the Alcade Saint, and the others were all paying close attention. Damn it, this time even the Crimson Dragon was nervous. That was because the blood-red figure also gave him a great sense of danger. He had miscalculated. He didn't expect that the war concubine could reach the bloodline awakening realm. Not good, Brother Xian is injured. Morong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu were also very nervous. At the side, Xing Tian roared in anger. His palm had already formed a seal. As long as the situation was not right, he would immediately use magic arsenal. He would use the best puppets to save Lin Xian. Cough cough. In the sky, Lin Xian stopped and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Kid, do you see that? This is the difference between us. In front of the power of my bloodline, you can't resist at all. So, obediently kneel and accept your death. I can give you a quick death. The war concubine looked down at Lin Xian from above. Victory was already in her hands. Her opponent couldn't block the ancestor's phantom that she summoned. Not to mention her opponent, there were probably not many people present who could withstand it. Only people like Yi Wudao and Wu Hua, who could summon their ancestors' phantoms, could have a chance against her. However, that was only limited to Yi Wudao and a few others. As for the kid in front of her, let alone the phantoms of ancestors, he didn't even have the power of bloodline. How could he be her opponent? The Zhangji stretched out her jade-like finger and waved it in the air. One move, I only need one move. I can kill you. A confident smile appeared on her beautiful face. One move. Hearing this, everyone's eyelids twitched. The Zhangji was too confident, but she did have the qualifications to be so. Their gazes turned to Lin Xian once again. That brat was most likely going to die this time. There was no other way. There was always a higher mountain. Who asked this kid to be so arrogant before? Now that he had offended the battle tribe, he was probably going to be killed. This was even better. On the road to becoming a great emperor, there would be one less powerful opponent. I've said it before. A genius who doesn't grow up is nothing. Even if this kid was talented and powerful, no one would remember him after his body and soul were destroyed. Many young geniuses sneered because they were jealous of Lin Xian. Moreover, they didn't have the strength to defeat Lin Xian. Therefore, when they saw someone who could injure Lin Xian, they naturally laughed sinisterly. Ah pooey, shameless guy. Ben Huang will spit on you to death. Insidious ants like you dare to say that you can step on the road to becoming a great emperor? Look in the mirror. Do you have the qualifications? Damn snake, what did you say? The young geniuses were furious. A snake dared to look down on them? The Crimson Dragon sneered. What did I say? I said you were trash. Trash. If you really think you're a genius and want to walk the road to becoming a great emperor, then go and fight Lin Xian now. You don't even have the guts to fight him. Don't you think it's ridiculous to talk about the road to becoming a great emperor? The young geniuses were so angry that they vomited blood. Indeed, they didn't dare to fight Lin Xian. However, they wouldn't allow a snake to look down on them. Therefore, among them, two figures sneered. Damn snake, I'll kill you today. The two of them charged towards the Crimson Dragon like ghosts. However, in an instant, they screamed and retreated. Half of their bodies were crushed by the dragon's claws. The Crimson Dragon tossed half of the corpse into its mouth and started munching. His gaze was like a blood-red arrow, piercing through all directions. I'll teach you a lesson. If you dare to provoke Ben Huang again, Ben Huang will eat you alive. Damn it, just you wait. Those young martial artists who had sneered earlier fled like stray dogs. They didn't dare to stay any longer. The others were also extremely shocked. Who would have thought that this snake would be so powerful? With just a raise of its hand, it had severely injured several young geniuses. His means were not any weaker than that of the saints. But so what? No matter how arrogant this snake was, that Lin Xian would not be able to escape death. This was certain. His fate had already been decided. In front of him, Lin Xian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes bursting with the light of zero strength. You want to kill me in one move? You're overconfident. Zhangji didn't say anything. She controlled the blood-red figure behind her again, and another blood-red palm pushed out. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked, destroying everything. Lin Xian spat out blood and flew backward again. His body, which had just recovered, was once again in tatters. This was when he used his maximum speed and the ancient Taoist robe. If not for the ancient Taoist robe, his body would probably have been blasted into pieces. Whoosh, Lin Xian's body appeared in the distance. He kept panting, and his Taoist robe was dyed red with blood. However, his eyes were getting brighter and brighter. Kill me in one move? What a joke, after one move, I'm still alive and well. Don't you think that's very mocking? Lin Xian's voice sounded, shocking everyone. Zhang Ji's expression became extremely gloomy. Her opponent had actually dodged. This was really out of her expectations. Moreover, not only did he dodge, but he also mocked her. Zhang Ji's expression darkened, and her killing intent swept out like a storm. So what if he dodged? He was only relying on his strange speed. However, judging from the current situation, her opponent couldn't compete with her at all. He could only dodge passively. How many times could he use such speed? Even if he didn't die in 2 moves, he would probably die in the 3rd. Kid, I have to say that your strength has indeed exceeded my expectations. You can actually take 2 of my moves. However, you don't have to be arrogant. You're basically no different from death in your current situation. Do you think you can escape from my attack in the end? You'll just live a little longer. Everyone was silent. Indeed, they felt that Zhang Ji was right. Judging from the current situation, Lin Xian could only dodge, and he couldn't completely avoid it. After one move, he would be seriously injured. If Zhang Ji didn't have precious recovery treasures like the large drop of earth spirit liquid, he would probably be dead. Even if he didn't die, he would probably be half dead. Lin Xian didn't say anything. He flipped his palm and took out a jade gourd. He opened the cap and was about to swallow the earth spirit liquid to heal his body. However, at that moment, he frowned. His figure swayed, and he dodged to the side. As soon as he moved, the void beside him exploded. Boundless demonic qi and golden light enveloped him. Although Lin Xian was seriously injured, his soul was not injured. Therefore, he sensed the danger in advance and dodged. However, at that moment, he was still seriously injured, so he couldn't completely dodge. Half of his body was swept away by the surging demonic qi, and he was sent flying. Damn it, what happened now? The shocking change stunned everyone on the spot. Die, kid. A sinister voice came from the front, causing everyone to come back to their senses. The Twin Kings, it was the Twin Kings of Middle Ground. He actually made a move at that moment. It seemed that he hated Zhang Ji to the core and wanted to kill him with his own hands. Exclamations of shock could be heard. That's right. The ones who made the move were none other than the Twin Kings of Middle Ground. Previously, they saw that Lin Xian was seriously injured twice, so they seized the opportunity to make a move before Lin Xian recovered. However, they had underestimated Lin Xian. They did not succeed in killing him in one blow. Kid, you can't escape. The Twin Kings of Middle Ground had a sinister expression. Although his origin was still injured and could not fully recover, he could still kill a seriously injured enemy with only 80% of his strength left. It was definitely a piece of cake. Bloodwinged Bat King, kill him. Seeing the Twin Kings of Middle Ground charging at him again, Lin Xian roared angrily. Buzz, a blood-red figure appeared and charged at the Twin Kings of Middle Ground. An intense collision sounded, and the Twin Kings of Middle Ground were sent flying. The blood-winged Bat King spread its wings and charged over. Get lost, you damned beast. The Twin Kings of Middle Ground roared angrily. They brandished the death scythe and charged at the blood-winged Bat King. End of chapter 2559. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.